Chapter 645. The Land of Death. Observing Tang San's peculiar demeanor, Shen Bing inquired, "What troubles you? Have you stumbled upon something?" However, Tang San himself was uncertain how he had perceived that glimmer. He crouched down again, rising at the same rhythm as before, as if the scene were replaying in slow motion. After repeating this twice without rediscovering the light, he began to question whether he had merely imagined it. "What on earth are you doing, Tang San? What kind of nonsense is this?" Song Yang could no longer contain his impatience and asked loudly. Yet before Song Yang could unleash his frustration, he saw Tang San raise his hand, signaling him to be quiet. Instinctively, Song Yang covered his mouth, realizing he had disturbed Tang San. With his body half-crouched and twisting awkwardly, Tang San exclaimed, "It's here. Look, it's right here." Tang San proceeded with utmost caution, daring not to move an inch, fearing that any slight motion would cause his hard-won discovery to vanish. The others followed the direction of his pointing finger, but found nothing of significance. Just as Song Yang was about to voice his discontent, Tang San urged, "You must look from my angle, quickly." With urgency in his tone, the group complied, bending down to peer in the direction Tang San indicated. It was Xiao Shan who first made a discovery. "I see it. There is a light. It's circular, and there is a handprint on it, still muddy." Tang San finally exhaled in relief, straightening his back and resting his hands on his waist, appearing quite fatigued. "You've finally seen it," he remarked. Liu Zhi Xi, standing on the outer edge, anxiously asked, "What have you seen?" "We're still not certain," Bai Yi replied. "However, that handprint could belong to one of the 6 workers. Judging by the direction of the print, it seems likely that it was made during excavation, when the body was unsteady, and they instinctively reached out for support. The pattern is distinct. Individuals accustomed to manual labor often have rough skin, making it easier to leave an imprint." Tang San took a deep breath. "Should we try it ourselves?" Bai Yi glanced back at Liu Zhi Xi. "You must keep a close watch." Liu Zhi Xi, influenced by the grave atmosphere, nodded solemnly, feeling a surge of anxiety. "You must all be cautious. I will wait here for you." "Let us put on the gas masks first," Bai Yi advised. Even though the red mist appeared harmless, it was always prudent to exercise caution. As everyone prepared, exchanging glances, Tang San reached out, positioning his hand precisely over the handprint. If the worker had indeed leaned on it carefully, their center of gravity would have shifted in that direction. His initial attempt lacked sufficient force, but he quickly comprehended the need for more pressure. On his second attempt, he leaned toward the wall, applying more force, and suddenly, an array of brilliant lights burst forth from the gaps between his fingers, dazzling him to the point of blindness. Instinctively, he raised his other hand to shield his eyes from the radiant glow. While the others did not see the light, they observed that tiny pores in the red rock began to emit mist, red mist. Fortunately, upon descent, they had equipped themselves with protective masks, which they had all donned in haste. In a moment of desperation, they clasped each other's hands tightly, unwilling to let go. Shen Bing kept her gaze fixed on Tang San Cheng, and upon witnessing his gesture of shielding his eyes, she immediately inquired, "What are you doing?" The ground trembled beneath them, and Tang San Cheng's hand was drawn towards the luminous light, as if his body were on the verge of merging with the wall. Shen Bing attempted to pull him back, but one after another, they vanished into that radiant glow. Liu Zhi Xi desperately rubbed his eyes, bewildered by what had just transpired. "Where are the others? Where are they?" he cried out. "Bai Yi, Tang San Cheng." His voice reverberated in the vastness of the space, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he retrieved his intercom. "Xiao Wu, have you heard me?" Xiao Wu, his student, was equally flustered, taking a moment to respond. "I heard you." "Professor, what just happened? Did the surveillance capture anything?" Liu Zhi Xi's tone was unusually grave, causing Xiao Wu's heart to seize with apprehension. "We didn't see anything on our end, Professor." The screen suddenly went black, and when it returned, all we could see was a fog of red. "We missed the crucial events entirely. Damn it." Liu Zhi Xi snapped off the intercom. A frown etched across his face as he gazed at the disheveled lime circle trampled by the 7 individuals. They had vanished right before his eyes, mere moments lost forever. Meanwhile, Tang San Cheng and the others, drawn into the power of the radiant light, felt themselves becoming dizzy. Tang San Cheng was the first to feel the icy wind slicing across his face, a chilling and painful sensation. Initially unable to open his eyes, he gradually acclimatized and attempted to peer into the surroundings. The sight that greeted him nearly caused his soul to flee. He shouted, "Don't push from behind. There is a deep water pit ahead." The group behind him froze in place. Tang San Cheng leaned back, his feet planted on a pristine expanse, resembling ice yet devoid of it, with a translucent quality. Just a mere step ahead lay a pool the size of a football field, which he deemed the deep-water pit. The water within was eerily still, as if lifeless, its dark green hue obscuring its depth. By instinct, Tang San Cheng sensed that it was profoundly deep. Bai Yi steadied himself, attempting to retreat, only to find a frigid wall blocking his path. There is no way back. He warned, "Everyone, hold your ground. We must not let Tang San Cheng fall into the water." In that moment, they suddenly comprehended why the corpses of the 6 deceased had turned black. The ominous pool of dark green water before them served as undeniable evidence. The 6 had inexplicably entered and, unable to regain their balance, had plunged into the water, drowning in its depths. A shiver coursed through Bai Yi as he recalled their preparations. Having heard of the gruesome fate of the 6, they had donned thick clothing before descending. Yet the cold here was so severe that it made their legs tremble. Only Xiao Shan and Qi Xie seemed less affected, a testament to their upbringing in the Changbai Mountains. Particularly Xiao Shan, who wore a self-satisfied expression as he curiously surveyed the surroundings, remarked, "Qi Xie, don't you think this place resembles Changbai Mountain?" "Not quite," Qi Xie replied. The 7 evils resolutely dismissed the notion. Within the Changbai Mountains, there is at least a trace of plant life. Here, apart from the water and the ground that resembles ice, not a single plant is visible, rendering it akin to a desolate wasteland. Indeed, aside from the pristine white ground, the immaculate white walls, and the snow-white ceiling, all that remains is this pool of water before us, eerily still, as silent as death itself. The area where the 7 of them were huddled happened to be the narrowest part. Shen Bing, positioned behind Tang San, exhaled a puff of cold air and remarked, "Tang San, would you mind shifting a bit to allow us to catch our breath?" Tang San took a cautious step forward, only to find the ground exceedingly slippery. One wrong move could send him plunging into the water. He gingerly navigated to the left, attempting to create some space, seeking a location farther from the pool, where he might feel a tad more secure. The 7 of them slowly made their way away from the pool, while Xiao Shan kept his gaze fixed on the ground beneath him. This is not ice. I am all too familiar with the appearance of ice, and I remember its essence well. If Xiao Shan were to assert such a thing, it undoubtedly meant that it was not ice. Once they reached an open area, they could hardly contain their eagerness to sit on the ground. However, as soon as they did, they felt as though their bodies would adhere to the frigid surface, rendering them unable to rise. They hesitated to sit, preferring to endure fatigue while standing instead. Their shoes were utterly ineffective. The cold permeated through the soles, seeping into their very bones, chilling them to the core. Shen Bing wrapped her arms around herself, rubbing her hands together. "It is far colder here than in the Changbai Mountains." Indeed, the Changbai Mountains were considerably more bearable. At least we could find caves and gather firewood to warm ourselves. But here, it is barren, devoid of anything. Tang San voiced his discomfort. "I feel utterly unwell. We must either leave this place or seek a space that is not so frigid. Let us move." Fu Yu observed that even the goo insects were displaying signs of unease, which alarmed her. The cultivated goo insects possessed remarkable resilience, able to adapt to nearly any environment. Yet at this moment, they too were agitated. Indeed, it was imperative to keep moving. Only by maintaining physical activity could they preserve their body heat and avoid becoming frozen like popsicles. Shen Bing grasped Fu Yu's hand, and the 2 young women began to skip as they walked. Tang San joined in the movement, albeit while attentively listening for any sounds beneath his feet, desperately seeking clues regarding potential mechanisms. The sounds remained consistent, and Tang San, feeling increasingly anxious, took deep breaths. The 7 evils perceived Tang San's tension. "San Cheng, calm down. We managed to enter, so there must be a way to exit. Have you forgotten that the 6 corpses did not remain here after death?" The words of the 7 evils sparked a moment of clarity for Tang San, as he raised a finger in realization. Yes, water. The 6 workers must have drowned upon entry, their bodies subsequently frozen in this frigid place, turning black. But how did their bodies return to the original point? A shiver ran through Tang San as he turned to gaze at the dark green water. The key to the mystery may lie within the depths of the water. As soon as he finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the group, particularly who furrowed her brow. The color of the water resembled that of industrial pollution, rendering it utterly uninviting. Merely glancing at it was disheartening, let alone contemplating a plunge. Moreover, Given the frigid temperature, entering the water seemed tantamount to courting death. Bai Yi inhaled deeply and proposed, "Perhaps I should venture in first." Fu Yu stiffened. "I will accompany you. Remaining here offers no alternative. So we might as well take a bold risk." The others were equally unwilling to remain passive, expressing their intent to join in, and even resolved to accompany them, declared. "Very well, if you all are diving in, I shall risk my life alongside you." Carrying their backpacks and clad in thick clothing, the prospect of jumping into the water was daunting. Bai Yi pinched his nose and glanced back at Tang San Cheng, saying, "Tang San Cheng, after all these years, your swimming skills must have improved somewhat. May fortune favor you." Tang San Cheng's face stiffened. After 30 years abroad, he had indeed practiced swimming diligently, yet only in the safety of a pool under the watchful eyes of lifeguards. The current circumstances were starkly different. He clasped his hands together, attempting to warm them up, and exhaled deeply. Beside him, remarked, "I was the champion of the high school league. If you find yourself in distress, remember to call for help." Blood surged to Tang San Cheng's head, igniting a fire in his chest, and he proclaimed, "No need. My swimming skills are commendable. I too have won a championship." Indeed, it was during the incident when the seven evils experienced cramping that he had the honor of victory. Chapter 646, The Battle with a Splash. Tang San Cheng's heart was still wrestling internally when Bai Yi and the seven evils leaped without hesitation into the murky green water, followed closely by Fu Yu and Xiao Shan, ever the one valuing camaraderie, turned back and said, "Brother San Cheng, I wanted to wait for you, but how long will you hesitate?" With a sigh, Tang San Cheng shook his arms and swiftly pursued them. Upon entering the water, he was immediately met with a metallic, sweet odor reminiscent of blood, which made him hesitant to inhale. He merely floated at the surface, as did the others. Song Yang, possessing a keen sense of smell, remarked, "This water smells like blood. It's quite suffocating. I will dive down with the seven evils to investigate. You all stay here for the time being," Bai Yi declared, retrieving a diving mask from his bag. Tang San Cheng was taken aback. "When did you prepare that?" "It was unplanned," Bai Yi replied. "The last time the seven evils and I went snorkeling, we casually stuffed it in the bag, never anticipating it would be useful today." No wonder they were so nonchalant about diving. Tang San Cheng watched as the two descended. Once submerged, Bai Yi and the seven evils found the visibility at the bottom was exceedingly poor, the water murky, requiring them to exert considerable effort to observe their surroundings. As the seven evils scanned the area, their hands sifted through the water, striving to uncover something. The water was not infinitely deep after diving. It measured about 2 to 3 meters. Bai Yi's feet soon touched the bottom, and upon contact, he discovered it was remarkably soft, prompting him to reach out to the seven evils to indicate the ground beneath them. With exceptional swimming skills and having trained in martial arts, Xixia found himself at ease beneath the water. He pressed one hand against the bottom, allowing his body to rise effortlessly. As he pushed against the soft, yielding surface, he discovered some protruding sections that were remarkably solid, yet their true nature remained obscured. After several attempts to explore further, he realized he would need to resurface for clarity. Once they emerged, the others eagerly inquired about the underwater conditions. Xixia merely remarked that he had encountered some hard objects, but their form eluded him. Tang San Cheng pondered, wondering if there might be a hidden space below. They were no strangers to such phenomena, having previously encountered the underwater moving tomb designed by Xuangjing, which accomplished the seemingly impossible. Xixia nodded in agreement, eager to descend once more and investigate further. He plunged back into the depths with great anticipation, and Bai Yi quickly followed, recognizing that having an additional pair of eyes would be advantageous in the murky waters. With a clear purpose, Xixia aimed directly for the protrusions, and after several explorations, he discerned their arrangement in his mind, an unmistakable hexagon. These hard objects coalesced into a distinct shape. His heart raced as he reached for the central component of the hexagon and, to his delight, encountered an iron chain. Elated by this discovery, Xixia didn't rush to pull it free. Instead, he signaled Bai Yi to resurface with him to share the revelation with the group. Shen Bing could not contain her excitement, exclaiming that Tang San Cheng had indeed matured significantly over the past 30 years, becoming far more astute than before. Xiao Shan chimed in, affirming that San Cheng had always possessed a wisdom that belied his apparent simplicity. Determined to explore further, they decided to descend together. Bai Yi expressed concern for Fu Yu's safety, but Fu Yu reassured him, stating that he had never been one to overexert himself. Both Shen Bing and Song Yang nodded in agreement, while Tang San Cheng sighed, feeling somewhat inadequate after 30 years, though he insisted that he had made some progress. With everyone feeling confident, the 7 of them plunged into the depths, trailing behind Qixia until they reached the iron chain. As Qixia tugged on the chain with all his might, Tang San Cheng heard the clanking of metal. The sound of it scraping against the ground was unmistakable. Suddenly, a sharp crack reverberated through the water, reminiscent of something breaking. Immediately, a powerful force began to pull them downward, with Qixia leading the way into the dark abyss. Bai Yi reacted swiftly, grasping Qixia's ankle, and so they all tumbled in a chaotic spiral into the inky void. Tang San Cheng felt a sharp pain in his foot and instinctively moved, the searing agony prompting a cry of distress. "That hurts." Qixia's voice echoed back, "Is everything all right? It seems your foot is twisted and swollen. Just bear with it." With his eyes still closed, Tang San Cheng felt a chill at Qixia's words. Realizing that he was about to experience physical therapy, the sudden adjustment brought tears to his eyes. "Qixia, be gentle." After enduring that moment of pain, Tang San felt a genuine alleviation in his foot. Half conscious, he leaned his head against the ground and turned over, assisted by Qixia, his eyes finally taking in the surroundings. "Qixia, where are we?" he inquired. Moments ago, the chill had penetrated to the bone, yet here, it felt as though the ground was steaming with warmth. Tang San could only perceive the heat enveloping him, and upon feeling his clothes, he realized they had long since dried out from the heat. Eagerly, he stripped off his outer garments. Observing his surroundings, he noticed 4 steps ascending before him, adorned with lush green moss, although only at the very top, as moss thrives in damp environments. "Is that where we just descended?" he asked. "Indeed," Qixia replied. "Thus, the moss only appears at the summit. From the center of the steps onward, it becomes as hot as a furnace. This truly is a realm of contrasting extremes." Qixia wiped the sweat from his forehead, which had been incessantly trickling since their arrival. Tang San glanced at the others, all preoccupied with shedding their garments. Their hair soaked with perspiration. The sudden shifts from cold to heat left their bodies quite uncomfortable. Supporting himself with Qixia, Tang San stood up and flexed his feet. "From where did we fall?" he queried. "I'm not certain," Qixia replied, "but I observed that we likely descended from a pool, which consists of 4 passages, these 4 steps. Thus, the pool should contain 4 chains akin to the one we encountered earlier. We must have rolled down the steps." As Qixia spoke, he touched his back, recalling how he had been at the bottom, bearing the brunt of their fall. "Are you all right?" Tang San asked with concern. "I'm robust. I'm fine," Qixia assured him, gesturing towards the others. "Everyone else is unscathed. Only you have injured your foot." Tang San's expression darkened. Why was he the only one affected? Looking down, he now saw the ground was a peculiar shade of reddish black. This place is truly bizarre. What sort of realm have we entered? As the others gathered, Tang San felt a twinge of discomfort at Shen Bing's apparent indifference towards him, leading him to express sourly, "In times like these, it seems only Qixia cares for me." Fu Yu chuckled at Shen Bing, who responded with a dismissive look. "What time is it now?" "There is no time for romantic entanglements." Realizing he had inadvertently turned the conversation back to himself, Tang San sighed. "I'm fine. It would be better to discover the origin of this place." The 4 steps led directly to the pool above, matching its dimensions, and the ground was indeed uneven, representing the duality of ice and fire. Bai Yi remarked, but soon realized that, contrary to their expectations, there were no clues to be found. They had overlooked the 4 steps. The steps were intricately engraved with shallow patterns, discernible only upon closer inspection. Bai Yi caught a glimpse and was immediately captivated by the intricate details. "This depicts the battle between the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu." "How do you know that?" Tang San retorted, somewhat irritated. "Have you heard of Feng Ho?" Bai Yi continued. "Feng Ho invented the guiding cart, which played a significant role in the battle between the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu." Pointing to the engraved cart on the steps, Bai Yi added, "This is the guiding cart." According to legend, the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu engaged in a fierce battle for 3 years, clashing 72 times without achieving victory. During one significant confrontation, as Qiyu faced imminent defeat, he summoned the wind and rain gods to conjure tumultuous weather, impeding the advance of the Yellow Emperor's forces. In response, the Yellow Emperor urgently called upon a celestial goddess named Hanjia, who employed her powers to quell the storm, allowing his troops to continue their march. However, The cunning Qiyu then unleashed a thick fog that enveloped the battlefield, disorienting the Yellow Emperor's army. Anxious, the Yellow Emperor commanded his troops to halt and convened his ministers to devise a strategy. Among those present were Yinglong, Changxian, Da Hong, and Limu, yet Feng Ho was conspicuously absent. Suspicions arose that Qiyu had slain Feng Ho, prompting the Yellow Emperor to send out searchers. After a prolonged search yielded no results, he set out personally to find him. Upon reaching the battlefield, he discovered Feng Ho peacefully sleeping in his chariot. Infuriated, the Yellow Emperor confronted him, to which Feng Ho calmly explained that he had been observing the North Star and inquired why the stars rotated while the Big Dipper did not. Feng Ho had devised a method to counter the fog, inspired by the principles of the North Star. He invented a directional tool, ultimately mounted on his chariot, which featured a dummy pointing southward. This contraption would later evolve into the compass. Armed with this directional chariot, the Yellow Emperor's forces no longer feared Qiyu's fog. Each soldier displayed remarkable bravery and tenacity, ultimately defeating Qiyu and pursuing him to the plains of Zhuolu, where they vanquished him. The Yellow Emperor opened the pathways of the Central Plains and established control over the middle reaches of the Yellow River. Soon after, Feng Ho, weakened by age and illness, could not be cured despite the Yellow Emperor's efforts to seek renowned physicians and remedies. His passing left the Yellow Emperor and his ministers in profound sorrow. The most telling symbol of this narrative is the directional chariot, as soldiers closely followed it up the steps, a depiction that, albeit simple, clearly illustrates the historical conflict. The figure on the chariot is unmistakable, and the fog lingers nearby, mirroring the recorded account of the two armies clashing. "Look, there is a dragon with wings," pointed out a small hill. "That is Yinglong," Bai Yi remarked. "A dragon capable of flight must be at least a millennium old. Those of 500 years are referred to as horned dragons. Dragons are extraordinary beings, with remarkably long lifespans, and Yinglong is particularly esteemed among them. However, in ancient times, dragons did not hold the revered status they do today. It is said that when Liu guided the floods to Wushan, a dragon miscalculated the waterway and was inadvertently slain. Even ordinary dragons, despite their prowess in water manipulation, could meet a tragic fate, whether Yinglong or Huanglong. They served as capable allies of tribal leaders, yet in the human realm, they were regarded merely as common soldiers, lacking divine stature. Chapter 647, The Emerald Garment. I never imagined that we viewed dragons as our ancestors, only to learn that in ancient times, they were mere laborers, Shen Bing remarked, and could be easily slain. The dragons that can be effortlessly slain are the ordinary ones, such as the Triceratops over 500 years old and the Yinglong, like Tang San Cheng and his companions, who possess formidable powers and are not easily vanquished. Bai Yi remarked, his fingers tracing the carvings on the steps. Although these engravings are subtle, the indentations are distinctly pronounced. This style of carving is unlike the conventional methods of ancient times. Suddenly, Shen Bing made a new discovery. Who is this person? He pointed at a beautiful figure among the depictions, which all portrayed fierce beings. Yet this woman was strikingly exquisite, tall and clad in garments resembling gossamer. She exuded an ethereal quality. It struck me as curious that the artist seemed to hold a particular fondness for her. Observe how she is rendered with the utmost vividness. And even the details of her attire are meticulously carved. Surely this is favoritism? Jiang Yu is graceful, and the waters flourish in beauty. She is a divine offering, capable of awakening the spirits. When the adornments are lost, one cannot help but yearn for distant kin, Bai Yi stated. She is Yi Qingyi, though most refer to her as the Enba. Fu Yu felt a stirring within. In the memories of his ancestors, she was held in high regard. And on the 19th day of each month, they would pay homage to her by the waterside. Possessing all the memories of Qing Yuan, Fu Yu vividly recalled that scene. Bai Yi continued, the Qing Yuan which revered the Enba, likely stemming from an idealization of love. Tang San Cheng's expression turned awkward. It had become common knowledge that Qing Yuan harbored affection for Xian Jing, who was none other than his own father. Indeed, Qing Yuan was a passionate woman, and his father had caused considerable turmoil. With a sigh, Tang San Cheng overheard Bai Yi say, Yi Qingyi was originally the daughter of the Yellow Emperor. When Qiyu rose against him, the Yellow Emperor commanded Yinglong to assault Jizhou. Qiyu summoned the wind and rain masters to unleash fierce storms upon Yinglong's forces. Consequently, the Yellow Emperor ordered the Enba to assist in battle. She quelled the torrential rains, ultimately aiding the Yellow Emperor in securing victory. During this conflict, Yinglong and the Ba fell in love. Dragons and humans in love? Shen Bing inhaled sharply. This sounds reminiscent of tales from strange stories from a Chinese studio. That is precisely the issue, Bai Yi replied. Yinglong is a 1,000-year dragon. He can transform into human form, yet fundamentally differs from the Yellow Emperor and the Ba. Their romance should have been a joyous affair, but alas, the Yellow Emperor's heart could not allow it. How do you know this? Fu Yu queried, somewhat astonished. My ancestors spoke of the Ba during their rituals, lamenting that her fate was as fragile as paper, despite possessing great abilities. She could not safeguard her own happiness, a poignant reflection. While the records in the classic of mountains and seas are sparse, numerous details can be gleaned, such as the notion that Yinglong and the Ba are entwined in a cycle of mutual creation and destruction, hence unable to remain together. The tale that the Ba perished to save Yinglong seems implausible. How could two beings bound in such a cycle rescue one another? It appears to be mere fabrication. Yet even fabrications require some motivation, do they not? Bai Yi mused. I have always sensed there is something more to this. Mutual creation and destruction, Qi Xie interjected. I have indeed heard tales of Yinglong. He did not perish and, during the era of Diyu, assisted him in controlling the floods. The versions of these folktales are countless. Bai Yi remarked, however, from the engravings, it is evident that the Yellow Emperor's campaigns were genuine. Though the scenes depicted differ somewhat from the records, the Yellow Emperor's army is evidently fewer in number, the scale not as grand. Bai Yi, Tang San Cheng inquired. What is this? Today, you all are a veritable encyclopedia of questions, Bai Yi remarked with impatience. Yet, upon seeing what Tang San was pointing to, he was momentarily taken aback. Isn't this a distribution map of Hongyan? Fu Yu interjected, indeed. It is also a clue map regarding the tomb of Genghis Khan left by Qifeng. Yes, the arrangement of the Yellow Emperor's army appears somewhat peculiar. There exists a strategy for marching and a formation for battle, and the formation of the Yellow Emperor's forces aligns perfectly with that map. Everyone was left in a state of confusion. Fu Yu continued, the three elements are intertwined. There must be a connection among them. Perhaps Song Yang harbored a bold notion. Could it be that Genghis Khan once traversed this place? Xiao Shan nodded in agreement. Perhaps he unraveled some secret here, which led to his undefeated conquests, and even the layout of his tomb posthumously was based on this formation. By the way, Tang San, where is your tiger bug armor? I brought it with me. Fortunately, I remembered to take it as we left. Tang San produced the tiger bug armor. This armor did not require special nourishment. It thrived by consuming its own body, thus proving to be quite convenient. Generally, Tang San did not carry it, especially over the past 30 years. He had kept the tiger bug armor nestled in his palm, where it was currently slumbering. With a languid stretch, it suddenly lifted its head, prompting Tang San to hastily cover his ears. Don't make a sound. The cry of the tiger bug armor could rupture human eardrums, and for certain insects. Its voice possessed a startling effect. Prior to its call, the tiger bug armor always exhibited a slight upward motion of its head, which had alerted Tang San. The tiger bug armor, possessing an almost human-like sensibility, instantly ceased its noise, though it appeared somewhat agitated. Accustomed to its lethargic demeanor, Tang San found its newfound vigor unsettling as it scuttled about in his hand. It seems to particularly enjoy this place, Xiao Shan observed. Hearing this, Tang San set the tiger bug armor down upon the ground. As it traversed the surface, it began to touch the ground with its mouth, producing a series of thuds. Goodness, take it easy, doesn't that hurt? Qi Xie squatted down to examine the tiger bug armor, discovering that it was actually tracing a large arc, its path forming an oval. It excitedly pressed its head against the ground, as if something beneath stirred its enthusiasm. Tang San lifted the tiger bug armor back into his hand. What lies beneath? You fool, Song Yang replied. If it could speak, that would be another story. Bai Yi furrowed his brow, observing, this area appears remarkably clean, devoid of any superfluous objects. Could there be another layer? Another layer would make it 3 layers, one of ice, one of fire. What could lie beneath? Bai Yi crouched at the spot where the tiger bug armor had been active, pressing his hand against the ground. The temperature here was elevated, the surface warm. Yet the area traversed by the tiger bug armor was distinctly cool. Noticing Bai Yi's furrowed brow, Tang San realized he had made a discovery. What do you think? There must be some hidden mystery below. We must excavate. Bai Yi resolutely declared. We cannot merely skim the surface. As the mention of the word dig arose, All eyes instinctively turned toward Shen Bing. The lingering question of whether she possessed Xiao Ning's abilities had become a matter of collective curiosity. Shen Bing appeared somewhat apprehensive. She had come to terms with Xiao Ning's past and regarded herself as an extension of Xiao Ning. However, this was a true test of skill. She retrieved her shovel, her hands trembling slightly. With a self-deprecating smile, she remarked, "Aside from digging for worms in my childhood, I haven't really used a shovel much." Her words referred to Shen Bing's younger years. Song Yang teased, "What's the matter? Feeling nervous?" "You're the one who's nervous. I'm just warm," Shen Bing replied, wiping the sweat from her brow. As she plunged the shovel into the earth, a familiar sensation washed over her, and she quickly fell into rhythm. Observing Shen Bing's adept movements, everyone exhaled in relief, realizing that both Liu Zhi and Xiao Ning's abilities had been retained. They all joined in the excavation. And as the soil was turned, a delightful fragrance wafted up. Song Yang sniffed the air, exclaiming, "How fragrant!" The deeper they dug, the more agitated the tiger beetle in Tang San Cheng's pocket became, struggling to escape. Unable to resist its fervor, he released it, and as soon as it emerged, it burrowed into the earth. Shen Bing nearly missed it with her shovel, exclaiming, "Hey, little fellow, are you seeking trouble?" "Wait a moment." Tang San Cheng observed the tiger beetle heading towards a specific spot and urged everyone to pause. He carefully moved the beetle aside and excavated a small section. After a few strikes of the shovel, he struck something solid, and from the sound, it was a stone. Tossing aside the shovel, he began to dig with his hands, unearthing a dark, hard object. Shen Bing took a step back, exclaiming, "It's a piece of red gold stone." This stone was not round, but rather shaped like an insect. Upon seeing it, the tiger beetle eagerly crawled towards it, pressing its body against the stone as if it had encountered a long-lost kin. Could this be an ancestor of the little tiger? Xiao Shan speculated. Aside from the absence of a tail and silver needle, it bears an uncanny resemblance. "Look at its exuberance. It must be," Tang San Cheng said, gently patting the beetle's back. Meanwhile, Shen Bing and Qi Xie continued their excavation efforts. As her shovel met another hard object, a crisp sound resonated. Shen Bing paused to clear the surrounding soil, fully revealing the object. It was a flat piece of red gold. The moment her hand touched the red gold, Tang San Cheng heard a rumbling sound from below. "Wait, what's that?" Shen Bing inquired, having heard nothing herself. "It seems there's someone down there," Tang San Cheng responded, chuckling at the absurdity of it. "Perhaps I misheard. It's silent now. Are you out of your mind? Is there someone or not?" Song Yang shouted, exasperated. "You're driving me mad. To be fair, I did hear a muffled sound earlier, but given how tightly sealed this is, it seems impossible for anyone to be down there." The last 6 who accidentally entered. Tang San Cheng's expression brightened. "Unless someone was down there all along. Regardless of what it is, we'll find out once we go down," Song Yang declared, eager to pry up the piece of red gold. "Damn, it's surprisingly heavy." Bai Yi helplessly shook his head. "Of course it's heavy. Can't you see everyone standing on it?" Song Yang glanced over and realized that indeed, everyone was gathered together, precisely atop the golden plate. Feeling a bit awkward, Song Yang chuckled, "Hee, I was too hasty." Everyone quickly stepped aside, and along with Qi Xie, Song Yang exerted their strength to lift the golden plate. As they did, an intoxicating fragrance wafted forth, permeating the air and delighting each person's senses. Shen Bing felt rejuvenated by the aroma, while Tang San, however, tightly covered his nose, fearing it might be toxic gas. She retorted, "If it were toxic, I, being the closest just now, would have reacted long ago." "Be cautious," Bai Yi remarked nonchalantly. Shen Bing stuck out her tongue as the fragrance gradually dissipated, perhaps due to the confined space. When the entrance opened, the aroma surged forth. But now it spread more subtly. The area below was shrouded in darkness, obscuring clear vision, but there was a faint mist swirling about. Shen Bing took a step back, exclaiming, "It feels as if there are phantoms lurking. It's truly frightening." Chapter 648. The Spirits and Demons. Tang San was momentarily taken aback before swiftly reciting the divine incantation of purification. Heaven and earth in natural order. Foul air disperses. Within the cave's mysteries, the essence of Tai Yuan shines bright. Guardians of the 8 directions, aid my cause. Spiritual treasures and commands. Spread to the 9 heavens. Qian Luo Dana, cave's mysterious essence. Exterminate demons and bind evil, saving countless souls. The mantra of Zhongshan, the primordial jade text. Reciting it once, yet prolonging life. traversing the 5 mountains, known across the 8 seas. The demon king is restrained, guarding my realm. Foulness dissipates, the path's energy forever remains. Swiftly as commanded. Upon completion of the incantation, a plume of black smoke emerged from within. Its scent starkly contrasting with the previous fragrance, a foul odor that compelled everyone to retreat a few paces. Only when the black smoke had completely vanished did the stench begin to fade. Song Yang was the most affected, hunched over like a small dog, panting, "It stinks terribly. I can hardly breathe." Shen Bing gleefully remarked, "That's the price of having a dog-s nose." "What was that just now?" Zhi Xi inquired. "Spirits and demons," Tang San replied. Approximately 4,000 years ago, during the struggle for supremacy between the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor's son, Qiu Yu, was captured and became a subordinate to the Yellow Emperor. Eventually, he seized an opportunity to escape and returned to the Flame Emperor, urging him to resume the war to avenge the shame of Ban Quan. However, the Flame Emperor, now aged and weakened, was reluctant to bring suffering to the people through war and did not heed Qiu Yu's counsel. Thus, Qiu Yu rallied his brothers and summoned the Miao people from the south, along with various spirits and demons, leading his army under the banner of the Flame Emperor to challenge the Yellow Emperor. "Spirits and demons refer to those monsters?" Shen Bing asked. Tang San nodded, essentially. Upon hearing of Qiu Yu's mobilization, the Yellow Emperor was taken aback. He sought to sway Qiu Yu with benevolence, but Qiu Yu remained unyielding, leading to a fierce battle in the hunt. Qiu Yu employed sorcery to conjure a poisonous fog, encircling the Yellow Emperor's troops. Nevertheless, the Yellow Emperor, utilizing the compass chariot devised by his strategist Feng Ho, commanded his army to break free from the poisonous mist. Qiu Yu dispatched the spectral entities known as Qimei Wangliang to engage in battle, while the Yellow Emperor instructed his soldiers to sound the oxhorn trumpet, producing a resonant dragon's roar that sent these phantoms fleeing. However, the ominous black smoke that had recently emerged indicated that all the Qimei Wangliang had been subdued beneath. Upon hearing the term subdued, Bai Yi immediately inquired, "You refer to it as suppression. Why so?" The Qimei Wangliang, originally manifesting sporadically, though lacking a substantial presence, could still incite turmoil among the troops when congregated. Had they been dispersed, they would not have clustered together. Yet just moments ago, they were evidently gathered in unison, exhibiting signs of agitation. Tang San elaborated. "Earlier, we observed their slow movement resembling dense fog, constrained by the limited space, compounded by the presence of the ancient golden essence, which possesses the power to suppress all evils. Thus, they were unable to escape. Only after we removed the golden panel were they afforded the opportunity to emerge." Little Mountain, vigilant, scanned the surroundings and asked, "Does this not place us in peril? Where have they gone now?" "Fear not," Tang San reassured. "The divine mantra of purification dissipates their malevolent energy, rendering them incapable of causing mischief. Moreover, judging by their previous demeanor, they appear unable to leave this locale." He continued, "This realm of contrasting ice and fire is indeed extraordinary, yet most remarkable is its nature as a protective barrier capable of warding off evil. Is everything clear below now?" Shen Bing still hesitated, cautiously observing the depths. "Little Mountain, and I shall descend for a closer look." No sooner had the words left Qijia's lips than the impulsive Little Mountain leapt down, unable to contain his eagerness. Qijia, startled, reached out to grasp him but only managed to touch the edge of his garment, too late to intervene. Little Mountain, imbued with a playful spirit, transformed from a homebound dweller into a wild stallion once liberated. Upon his descent, he felt a soft rope encircling his neck, prompting him to cry out, "Be cautious." Those above, startled by Little Mountain's warning, felt a surge of alarm. Qijia promptly jumped down, finding Little Mountain curled up, desperately attempting to free himself from the constraining rope. Yet, with every contraction of Little Mountain's form, the rope tightened in response, moving with remarkable speed, rendering Little Mountain's advantages ineffective. Upon closer inspection, Qijia discerned that the rope was in fact a sleeve, of vibrant azure hue. He lunged forward to grasp it, pulling with all his might. To his astonishment, the sleeve exhibited extraordinary strength. Rather than detaching, it elongated further, constricting Little Mountain even tighter. Little Mountain, forced to huddle closer, gasped for breath, exclaiming, "Brother Qijia, use a blade." Qijia drew the dagger from his hand and slashed towards the azure sleeve. The sleeve parted, allowing the small mountain to roll onto the ground. Seeking safety, Qi Xie quickly retreated, his heart racing. The dagger had not severed the sleeve, but rather, the azure fabric had withdrawn on its own. The others had just arrived and now noticed the illumination provided by the luminous pearl, though it was shrouded by a veil of azure silk, rendering the light somewhat hazy. The previous dimness was due to the lurking spirits, but now that they had dissipated, the area became clearer. Suddenly, the small mountain leaped up and lifted the azure veil from the luminous pearl, illuminating the surroundings. Preoccupied with searching for the azure sleeve that had almost caused him great peril, the small mountain observed that the azure silk was now swirling around, intertwining and softly cascading down, reminiscent of a fabric-dyeing workshop, albeit less orderly. Within the azure silk wafted a fragrance, the same scent they had encountered during their excavation, clean and fresh. Fu Yu suddenly paused, exclaiming, "This is not merely silk. What is it?" Shen Bing inquired with curiosity. "It is golden silkworm silk," Fu Yu responded. "Do you recall the golden silkworm silk we had?" "Of course," Tang San replied. "It is still in Qi Xie's possession." Qi Xie nodded. "Indeed, since retrieving it from Lu's tomb, it has remained with me. However, in terms of color and texture, it does not seem the same. Golden silkworm silk, while fine, is exceedingly strong, yet this azure silk appears particularly ethereal, lacking any sense of hardness." The small mountain touched his neck. It was indeed quite hard. Look, a red mark had already formed on his neck, now turning purplish. Song Yang asked, "What is going on here?" Fu Yu, cautious not to touch the azure silk, moved closer to inspect it. This action caused Bai Yi to feel anxious, prompting him to follow closely behind to protect her. Fu Yu explained, "This is golden silkworm silk that has been finely split and woven together. Though it appears delicate, each strand remains as resilient as ever, embodying the concept of yielding strength. Frankly, I doubt this effect could be achieved through human effort or modern machinery." Everyone was taken aback, and Qi Xie felt an inexplicable tension. Perhaps this potent azure silk was ubiquitous. Fu Yu advised the group against touching the silk. The small mountain recalled his earlier contact with it, and, upon examining his palm, was startled to discover scratches on his hand. Just as he was about to conceal his hand, Qi Xie had already grasped it, casting a quick glance before admonishing, "You must not be so careless in the future. This place is not simple." Understood, the small mountain reminded himself to rectify his careless habits. The walls were also cloaked in azure silk, rendering the surroundings ethereal and insubstantial. Shen Bing suddenly recalled the statue of the woman they had seen earlier, the strikingly beautiful lady clad in azure silk. What was her name? Ah, yes. She was called Yi Qingyi, the female ghost. Upon Shen Bing's reminder, everyone recollected, indeed, Yi Qingyi, adorned in azure garments, was captivating on the battlefield, not only for her beauty, but also for the mysterious power she possessed. In the Shanhai Jing, it is indeed mentioned that she is a celestial deity, the daughter of the Yellow Emperor. However, later legends narrate that after the Yellow Emperor's fierce battle with Qi Yu, she and the Yinglong were separated, with the Yinglong remaining in the southern realm, leading to an abundance of water and rain in that region. In contrast, she, known as the Drought Demon, resided in the north, resulting in arid conditions. Wherever she ventured, she was met with curses and banishment from the people. After Bai Yi concluded his tale, he noticed Tang San furrowing his brow. "What have you thought of?" Tang San began to speak, but his eyes widened in alarm as he pointed behind Bai Yi. "Get back!" Bai Yi reacted swiftly, tumbling forward as the green silk behind him swiped at nothing. Regaining his balance, he turned to see a sight that drained the color from his face. A rustling sound reached Tang San's ears, and all the green silk began to stir. Taking a deep breath, he felt grateful for the guidance of Yuan Tiandao, for he was no longer the same. He sensed a force controlling the green silk and immediately summoned the others to stand together, using his cultivation to erect a protective barrier. The green silk, animated as if it had limbs, lunged at them, but the barrier held firm. However, the air was charged with a tremor, akin to turbulence on a plane, causing Shen Bing to tightly shut her eyes. As the green silk surged forward, it suddenly fell back, only to launch itself at the group once more, moving freely. Tang San's mind raced. These strands could not move of their own accord, indicating a controlling force behind them. To avert disaster, he needed to discover the source of that power. Qi Xie turned to Tang San, asking, "How is it? Are you capable?" Tang San replied bluntly, "Your martial prowess is formidable, yet you lack the Taoist arts. It is up to me." Qi Xie hesitated, torn with concern, yet he understood Tang San spoke the truth. Thus, he watched as Tang San closed his eyes. In that moment, Tang San perceived the green silk attacking from all directions, chaotic yet centered around a singular force. Upon opening his eyes, he called upon Qi Xie and Xiao Shan to assist him. He lamented not possessing wings like Jiang Chun to soar freely. The direction Tang San pointed to was that of the luminous pearl above. Qi Xie and Xiao Shan exchanged understanding glances and hoisted Tang San upward with force. With his hands clasped together, he directed his incantation toward the luminous pearl, merely half a meter away. A beam of golden light burst forth from his palms. Cleaving toward the pearl, the luminous pearl shattered, and a fissure appeared atop it. Fragments of the pearl scattered, still radiating light as they fell to the ground. Shen Bing could hardly comprehend the scene, her gaze fixated on the shards, her heart aching. After all, this was the luminous pearl. Chapter 649. Origins. The luminous pearl erupted, and from the fissure emerged a hand, its skin an eerie shade of blue, almost translucent, with crimson blood visible beneath. Tang San, standing nearby, was taken aback as his body began to plummet downward. Gradually, the hand slipped out from the crack, followed by a shoulder. Tang San landed in the hands of Seven Evils and Xiao Shan, his expression peculiar, a sentiment shared by the others. The hand swayed unsteadily as it emerged, instilling fear in them all. Shen Bing had already hidden behind Fu Yu, exclaiming, "Sister Fu Yu, what is that?" Fu Yu observed a faint, almost imperceptible thread connecting the hand to the blue gauze nearest to her. And she quickly understood, it was she who had been controlling the gauze. "Tang San, be cautious, she is not ordinary." "Is she Qingyi?" Upon mentioning this name, the hand froze momentarily. Fu Yu confirmed, "Indeed she is." Tang San steadied himself and conjured a protective barrier before the group. Qingyi fully emerged from the fissure, her head now visible. Shen Bing let out a startled scream. "Ah?" This reaction was not unwarranted, for Qingyi's head and face were truly horrifying. Her skin was a ghastly blue, with veins starkly outlined beneath the surface. She lacked hair, but her scalp bore grotesque, tumor-like protrusions that rendered her a monstrous figure, far removed from the celestial being one might expect. Her limbs were exceedingly long, and as she gracefully descended to the ground, she crouched, lifting her head high. Her eyes were bloodshot, causing Shen Bing to grip Fu Yu's garment tightly, on the verge of collapse. While Fu Yu wore a sorrowful expression, how did she become like this? Tang San shielded everyone with his powers, grappling with a tumult of emotions. Upon their entry, Qingyi had multiple opportunities to take their lives, yet she refrained, hesitating for reasons unknown. Suddenly, Fu Yu stepped forward, prompting Bai Yi to reach out for her. She paused, turning back with a gentle smile. "It's all right, I merely wish to see her." Approaching Qingyi, Fu Yu allowed tears to fall, landing upon the ground and the blue gauze. "Qingyi, I am a descendant of the Qing Wan." Fu Yu spoke thus because, in the memories of the Qing Wan priestess, there were numerous occasions when the ancestor had paid tribute to Qingyi by the waterside. She believed there was a connection between her ancestor and Qingyi and decided to take a gamble. If she was correct, they would not need to exhaust themselves in opposition and could glean knowledge from Qingyi. Upon hearing Fu Yu's words, Qingyi appeared somewhat moved. She gazed at Fu Yu, emitting a series of mournful sounds from her throat. Fu Yu, filled with joy, reached out to grasp Qingyi's hand. Qingyi initially recoiled in resistance, but, upon contact, her expression shifted in surprise as she sensed something unusual about Fu Yu. Fu Yu, elated, pointed to herself. "Qing Wan ancestor, I, united as one." Tears suddenly welled up in Qingyi's eyes, not transparent, but as dark as black gold. A loud thud resonated in Fu Yu's mind, prompting her to steady her head. Both Shen Bing and Bai Yi called out in concern, "Fu Yu." Fu Yu waved her hand at them, swiftly retrieving the goo box and placing it beneath Qingyi to catch the tears streaming from her eyes. The tears fell into the box, where the goo worms emitted a hoarse cry, mirroring Qingyi's own rasping voice. Fu Yu, guided by the hints of Qing Wan, acted on instinct, unaware of the consequences of her actions. The cries of the goo worms grew increasingly muted until they fell silent altogether. Qingyi's throat convulsed, and she coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. "What is wrong with you?" Fu Yu inquired. Suddenly, the tiger bug in Tang San Cheng's pocket became restless, or perhaps excited. Attempting to escape, Tang San Cheng decided to release it, and the tiger bug quickly scurried towards Qingyi, climbing onto her hand and rubbing its head against her skin. I Ching managed to utter softly, "You're back." It was then that Fu Yu realized her ancestor had been teaching her how to enable I Ching to speak. Yet, a doubt lingered in her mind. If her ancestor's primordial spirit was indeed merged with hers, then could this state of existence be considered a different form of life? Why is this little tiger so affectionate toward her? Shen Bing tugged at Tang San Cheng. "What is going on? Remember when we unearthed a golden insect statue?" Tang San Cheng replied. The little tiger was unusually agitated then. Could this be its origin? Bai Yi glanced back at Tang San Cheng with a piercing gaze, causing Tang San Cheng to startle. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" "No, you are quite right," Bai Yi sighed. "Fortunately, the ancestor Qing Wan shares a connection with her. Otherwise, do you think you could handle her?" "I don't know." Tang San Cheng attempted to defend himself. "My abilities have improved over the past 30 years, particularly in facial reading. But that seems ineffective against I Ching." He chuckled awkwardly. "Well, now Fu Yu is here, isn't. Bai Yi's expression grew inscrutable, and Tang San Cheng felt a pang of guilt. "All right, I admit I lack confidence." Meanwhile, I Ching and the tiger bug shared an intimate bond. And now that I Ching could speak, Fu Yu knelt down. "Your ancestor holds you in great esteem. As her descendant, I must do the same." "There is no need," I Ching replied. "It is already rare that you do not despise me. Your ancestor is the only one who has come here and truly connected with me." "Your ancestor has been here?" Fu Yu asked, perplexed. "Yet, in my ancestor's memories, I only saw her offering sacrifices, not this scene. You have only received fragments. To fully grasp it, you may need more time," I Ching said, her body twisting in evident discomfort. Fu Yu inquired, "How did you end up like this?" At that moment, the tiger bug crawled to the edge of I Ching's lips, as if whispering to her. I Ching's body trembled slightly. "So it is. You are the last one remaining." Bai Yi was taken aback, recalling that at the Han women's tomb, all the tiger bugs had perished and only the little tiger remained. Its silver needle removed. This seemed to be the very essence of cause and effect. Fu Yu stepped forward to support I Ching, who showed no disdain for her ghostly appearance, deepening Bai Yi's admiration for this woman. I Ching regarded Fu Yu and said, "Like your ancestors, though appearing fragile, you possess a heart capable of love. It is merely that she was less fortunate than you." Tang San felt somewhat awkward, reflecting on his troublesome father. Relieved that he had not encountered I Ching, for otherwise, she would likely seek vengeance for Qing Wan. "Senior Qing, you mentioned that my ancestor came here. Were there others as well?" Fu Yu inquired. "Indeed, there were. My current state is a result of his broken promises." I Ching gritted her teeth, saying, "In the past, my father fought against Qi Yu, with both Ying Long and I serving under him, achieving great merit. We shared a profound bond. Yet my father deemed the union of human and dragon incompatible. After Ying Long was grievously injured, I used my own power to save him, only to discover that we could no longer draw near to each other, lest it bring harm to both sides. This is the essence of mutual generation and restraint. We were forced to part ways, he to the south, I to the north, a situation that perplexed me until one day I overheard my father's conversation, revealing that he had meddled to tear us apart, poisoning Ying Long. I loathed my father, hated him deeply. In the north, I incited a great drought, disturbing the peace of the world. Though I suffered, I still bore the semblance of a woman. Upon learning of this, my father was furious and imprisoned me here, using the red rock to bind me, establishing an environment of both fire and ice to prevent me from wreaking havoc. Thus, the prejudice of the ages had existed since ancient times, filling Fu Yu with profound sorrow. "Then why were you confined with those malevolent spirits?" he asked. "This matter has nothing to do with my father," I Ching replied. "I was trapped here, unaware of Ying Long's fate, yearning only to escape. Yet, the red rock inherently restrains me, and the Qi gold renders me unable to break free. I can only hope that one day, someone might inadvertently stumble upon this place and take me away. You are the third group to arrive. Your ancestor, the priestess Qing Wan, was the first to set foot here." Fu Yu was astonished to learn that Qing Wan had discovered this place. I Ching continued, "When Qing Wan arrived, I felt an instant connection, as if we were fated to meet. Regrettably, even her powers could not liberate me. I could only ask her to inquire about Ying Long's whereabouts. It was then that I realized that time had passed me by as I languished here, while the world outside had fallen under the dominion of the Qin Emperor. Qing Wan need not seek information from me. She already knew Ying Long's fate." I Ching was reluctant to speak further of Ying Long's outcome. Shen Bing and Song Yang both turned to Bai Yi, asking, "What has become of Yinglong?" During the time of Yu's efforts to control the floods, a divine dragon, known as the Yellow Dragon, utilized its tail to sweep the ground, effectively diverting the raging waters and thereby earning its acclaim. This dragon, also referred to as Yinglong, is thus regarded as a loyal minister to Yu. The characteristics of Yinglong include a pair of wings, a scaled body adorned with spines, a large elongated head, a pointed snout, and diminutive nostrils, eyes, and ears, with prominent eye sockets and elevated brow ridges. Its teeth are sharp, the forehead protrudes, the neck is slender while the abdomen is ample, the tail is elongated, and its limbs are robust, resembling a winged crocodile. The imagery of Yinglong frequently appears in jade carvings from the Warring States period, Han Dynasty stone engravings, silk paintings, and lacquerware. Bai Yi remarked that this indicates that Yinglong once thrived and was witnessed by mortals, yet a sense of foreboding enveloped Shen Bing. There is indeed a legend wherein Yinglong battled against Hebo, who is also known as Bai Yi. He belongs to the dragon lineage. Having been born from the ice and snow of Kunlun Mountain, it is believed that he was among the earliest deities to descend to the mortal realm. In ancient times, the people of the Central Plains' belief in the celestial realm stemmed from their fear of Bai Yi, for he governed the rivers with capriciousness, and his wrath could unleash catastrophic floods should people neglect their offerings. Bai Yi continued, stating that he proclaimed himself the eldest son of heaven, and even the Yellow Emperor sought his counsel upon claiming the title of Son of Heaven. I Ching exhibited surprise, evidently taken aback that future generations possessed knowledge of this matter. Chapter 650. Hebo permitted the Yellow Emperor to claim the title of Son of Heaven, but also admonished him to forever recognize who the true Son of Heaven is. Thus, the emperors of the Central Plains were obligated to venerate and pay homage to this elder brother, leading to the notion of the true dragon Son of Heaven. Only those emperors who founded their dynasties had the privilege of witnessing Bai Yi's visage. Bai Yi affirmed, indeed, though ancient, his image remains as pristine and radiant as pure ice. Typically, he presents as an exceptionally handsome youth with a delicate face. When he swims, his lower half transforms into a fish adorned with silver scales, equally sleek and glistening. When he takes flight, he becomes a brilliant dragon, reflecting the moonlight at night with enough brilliance to illuminate entire mountains. I Ching recounted, during her father's encounter with him, she had stealthily observed from the side. At that moment, nothing seemed amiss, yet she suspected he had long noticed her presence. Bai Yi nodded, referencing accounts that spoke of him emerging from the water, revealing only half of his form, his jade-like face and slender waist shining with radiance, prompting you and the others to refrain from gazing closely. Yinglong was present at that time and recalled Bai Yi reluctantly presenting you with a river map, as he favored the inundation of waters to expand his territory. Had he been an emperor in the mortal realm, he would undoubtedly have been a tyrant. You all claim we are divine. In truth, we merely possess abilities unlike those of ordinary mortals. We are not immortal. I Ching's expression turned somber, much like Yinglong, who, although a 1,000-year dragon, was still slain by Hebo Fu. You suddenly comprehended. I Ching nodded. Indeed, Qing Wan informed me that Yinglong has perished. My heart was left in despair. Initially, I had hoped Qing Wan could assist me in my escape, but I eventually abandoned that thought. My father has died. The realm has changed. I have relinquished that desire, seeking only Qing Wan's aid in uncovering Hebo's whereabouts. Fu Yu felt a throbbing pain in her head, gently resting her hand upon it, and slowly uttered, Hebo is not dead. Indeed, Hebo is not dead. Yakinji remarked, his formidable magical prowess enables him to command water. The dragon, Yinglong, fell tragically at his hands, yet he remains unscathed. I cannot accept this. I yearn to confront the River Lord. Qingtuan promised to devise a plan to assist me, yet after her second departure, she has not returned. I trust in Qingtuan's character and have an unsettling premonition that she may have encountered some peril. Fu Yu nodded. Indeed, our ancestor was a person of deep loyalty and affection. Having forged a bond with you, it is inconceivable for her to abandon you. Even in your absence, she often gazed upon the river, reminiscing about you. However, she too has become ensnared, unable to move freely, as the unfolding events surpassed her expectations. Upon discovering her essence within you, everything became clear. It is a rare blessing to encounter a kindred spirit in life. To meet Qingtuan here is already a stroke of fortune. Yakinji replied, Alas, our fates are both so tragically intertwined. You need not recount the details, like me. She is a stubborn soul, and her current plight is a consequence of her nature. Fu Yu's eyes glistened with emotion. Elder Qingyi, after my ancestor. Has anyone else visited here? Yes, she responded, her voice laced with bitterness. I just mentioned that my current predicament is related to him. When Yukinji spoke of this individual, her teeth clenched in anger. His name is Temujin. Temujin, Bai Yi exclaimed in surprise. ISNT Temujin Genghis Khan? That is his title. His birth name is Borjigin Temujin. If he has indeed been here, then the Crimson Rock formation above is undoubtedly linked to him. Tang San Cheng interjected. It is astonishing that Temujin could find this place. Not so. Every event unfolds with purpose. His arrival here was destined. He possesses the aura of an emperor, Yukinji remarked. In order to confront the River Lord, only one imbued with imperial spirit can succeed, Fu Yu comprehended. It seems you have long harbored thoughts of avenging Yinglong. From the time of my ancestor's arrival until Temujin's, your intention has never wavered. He stumbled upon this place, and sensing the emperor's aura within him, I perceived this as a divine opportunity. When he first encountered me, he mistook me for a celestial being, and I seized the moment to strike a bargain. Yukinji sighed. I should have known that human intentions are often inscrutable. That man reaped the benefits while summoning malevolent forces that have transformed me into this wretched state. What transpired? Fu Yu's heart tightened. For the once ethereal Yukinji had now become something grotesque, a cruel fate indeed for a woman. What did you exchange with him? Yukinji touched the tiger insect shell. I traded 2 items with him. One was the tiger insect shell. The substance at its tail, which you referred to as silver needles, is actually golden silkworm silk. I overheard your analysis of this azure gauze. The silver needles, in stark contrast to the gauze, concentrate the golden silkworm silk, which is tainted with potent toxins. You may not realize that inserting the golden silkworm silk into the tail of the tiger insect shell stimulates it to secrete a lethal poison, for which there is no antidote. I informed him that these tiger insect shells could aid him in vanquishing his enemies, rendering him invincible in battle. We have previously heard descendants of the Golden family claim that the tiger insect shell can extract gold. I wonder if there is any truth to this? 7 Evils inquired. Merely a rumor, replied Yi Qingyi. The tiger insect shell is an ancient marvel, and ordinary people cannot tame them. It took me many years to succeed. And even on my father's battlefield, we never utilized them. It was rather a boon for that Genghis Khan. What about the other item? Bai Yi asked, recalling that Yi Qingyi had mentioned exchanging 2 items with Genghis Khan. Red gold, Yi Qingyi responded. My father discovered red gold in his time, but only utilized 1/10 of it. I know its whereabouts and intend to exchange it with him. Is this red gold? Shen Bing inquired, producing a piece of black stone from his possession. How could you possess red gold? Yi Qingyi exclaimed. Shen Bing recounted the entire process of his acquisition and the dream he experienced. Yi Qingyi sighed repeatedly, remarking, human greed is insatiable. He lacks restraint and will ultimately fail to achieve greatness. Bai Yi was taken aback. Isn't it true that Genghis Khan's greatest regret in life was his inability to unify the nation? He died of illness, didn't he? Yi Qingyi questioned. Indeed, historical records confirm he died of illness, Bai Yi affirmed. He deserved such a fate. Yi Qingyi suddenly burst into laughter, her head shaking and the veins beneath her green skin quivering, a sight difficult to behold. Had he possessed even a modicum of conscience to return to me, he would not have perished before achieving his grand ambitions. What transpired? Tang San Cheng inquired with curiosity. Initially, I made a bargain with him. I sought his assistance to slay the river god. Regardless of the outcome, he was to return to me. I allowed him to take the tiger insect shell, but just before his departure, I felt uneasy and tampered with the shell. If he returned, I would assist him in undoing it, and all would be settled. However, should he abscond with my 2 items, he would undoubtedly meet a dire end. Yi Qingyi stated, I never anticipated he possessed the ability to summon malevolent spirits. Originally, when the Qing Yuan came, it opened the lid of the red gold, allowing me to move freely in this realm of ice and fire. Yet, before he left, Genghis Khan resorted to treachery, repressing the red gold back upon me and summoning the malevolent spirits to confine me. But, Senior Qingyi, with your prowess, how could you possibly be unable to contend with these spirits? Tang San Cheng asked. You are unaware that these spirits can diminish my cultivation. Every entity has its counterpart. They are indeed my nemesis. Genghis Khan seemed oblivious to the fact that these spirits would harm me. He merely sought to suppress me. In order to combat them, I had no choice but to self-destruct, resulting in my current state. Yi Qingyi lamented. In truth, I should have relinquished hope. From the moment he summoned the malevolent spirits, I ought to have realized he was exploiting me and would never return. Alas, I remain uncertain whether the river god still exists, and I am unwilling to resort to self-destruction. Whether the river god still endures is uncertain, Bai Yi remarked. However, now that the spirits have departed, can you restore yourself? Restore? Yi Qingyi smiled and said, with Yinglong no longer in existence, my restoration has become inconsequential. But can it be restored? Shen Bing, nearly frantic, implored. Moreover, the circumstances have changed. You can venture out with us. We can devise a plan, which is certainly preferable to being confined in this strange place. If Qingluan cannot achieve it, you need not mention it. Yi Qingyi gazed at Fu Yu, stating, ordinary individuals cannot traverse the trials of both ice and fire. The mere fact that you have arrived here is an extraordinary fortune. Until the red rock is eliminated, I cannot escape. What is this red rock? It resembles an ancient formation, Tang San remarked. Indeed, you are astute, Yi Qingyi replied. What binds me is the crimson gold, and more critically, those red rocks. They are the formations suppressing me, a labyrinth filled with countless restrictions designed to weaken the enemy's strength, rendering one unable to escape, eternally ensnared within. My father initially employed it on the battlefield, ultimately using it against me. To dismantle this labyrinth, one must first destroy those red rocks, yet they are indelible, enduring through the ages. What is their origin? Tang San inquired. Everything has its balance. Nothing can endure forever. I believe there is always a way to break it. He asserted. I appreciate your goodwill, Yi Qingyi acknowledged. Surprised by the connection with these third visitors, she added, I ask but one thing of you. Should we encounter the River Lord, we shall exert every effort to avenge you. Bai Yi vowed. Yi Qingyi suddenly turned to Tang San. Your cultivation is commendable, yet you still lack the means to confront the River Lord. Come closer, let me assess you. As Tang San approached, Yi Qingyi abruptly grasped his wrist, a surge of energy coursing beneath her azure skin. Tang San sensed the danger. What are you doing? Do not move, Yi Qingyi shouted, causing Tang San's heart to race in trepidation. Chapter 651. Farewell. Tang San felt a warm current flood his body. Yi Qingyi was imparting her cultivation to him. Paralyzed by fear of rupturing his strained meridians, he closed his eyes. Others observed something within Tang San's body swelling and shifting. Qi Xie, knowledgeable about the body's acupoints, quickly deduced, this energy is circulating in his microcosmic orbit. It appears Yi Qingyi is transferring her internal energy to Tang San. Is it akin to a martial arts master? Xiao Shan mused, somewhat astonished. Just as the Qingluan priestess fused her essence with Fu Yu to enhance his abilities, Yi Qingyi is doing the same now, elevating Tang San's power to equip him against the River Lord. Upon finishing, Qi Xie noticed beads of sweat forming on Tang San's forehead. Tang San appeared strained, prompting Qi Xie to worry, his palms dampening with anxiety. As Tang San's expression relaxed slightly, Qi Xie finally felt reassured. Tang San Cheng felt the intense heat dissipate, his body remarkably light. He immediately opened his eyes to gaze at Qingyi. Are you all right? He inquired, observing the change in her complexion. Once a shade of blue, now obscured by a layer of darkness. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. What are you doing? This is akin to suicide. You are my last hope. Qingyi managed a grim smile, rendering her appearance even more haunting. I have a premonition that he both still lives. You must avenge me against him, without fail. My gratitude, along with Yinglong's, shall be yours. But how can we ascertain he is indeed Hebo? Tang San Cheng queried. Under the moonlight, Qingyi's chest tightened, the discomfort intensifying. In the moon's glow, you will discern his silver scales. Then how do we break the confinement? Tang San Cheng asked, witnessing the darkness on Qingyi's skin gradually recede, her complexion rejuvenating to a natural hue. The growths in her hair began to shed, and he looked at Fu Yu with elation. Fu Yu, is she recovering? Fu Yu's expression was grim, and she shook her head. This is merely a fleeting revival before death. Qingyi, I have been trapped here for so long. Finally, I can be liberated. Qingyi's gaze fixed on Tang San Cheng. The confinement can only be shattered by eliminating Hong Yan. Once Hong Yan is harmed, the array will falter. As Tang San Cheng pondered her words, Qingyi placed her hand upon Fu Yu's. Qingluan, we shall meet again. Qingyi had transformed back into a stunningly beautiful woman, surpassing even Fu Yu and Xiao Ning in grace. It was no wonder she was said to be a celestial being, radiating such ethereal beauty. Qing Yi smiled at Fu Yu, a single tear escaping from the corner of her eye. Long, I am coming. Suddenly, her form tilted, her head resting in Fu Yu's embrace. Her hands gently falling to the ground. Her eyelashes fluttered, and a smile graced her lips. Feeling the weight in her arms, Fu Yu closed her eyes, engulfed in sorrow. Tang San Cheng felt an overwhelming mix of emotions. Witnessing Qing Yi's return to her true form filled him with joy, yet her lifelessness brought forth a profound sadness. Such a remarkable woman was a rarity in this world. He felt a flicker of relief knowing that neither she nor Long had betrayed the other. Overwhelmed, he felt a lump in his throat. A man ought not to weep so openly. He took a moment to compose himself. Shen Bing, too, felt a pang of sadness. Is she gone? Fu Yu kept her hand pressed against Qing Yi's chest, nodding slowly. She has departed. This was a deliberate act of self-sacrifice. Perhaps she had contemplated this long ago, yet her hatred for He Bo sustained her until this moment. Now, having glimpsed a semblance of hope, she placed all her faith in Tang San Cheng. What shall we do? Shen Bing asked. Can we not carry her away from this hellish place? She was determined to rescue Qing Yi from this nightmarish realm. A beetle approached, crawling onto Qing Yi's hand, gently touching her with its head. Though devoid of expression, this gesture conveyed profound sorrow. It was her true master, reunited only to part once more. Let us try, Fu Yu concluded as Qi Xie approached, ready to carry Qing Yi on his back. As everyone returned to the fiery lair, they noticed the crimson golden insect still present. Song Yang approached and collected it. Recalling Qing Yi's earlier words about the significance of the crimson gold, such a piece should not be squandered. This crimson gold, when fashioned into a weapon, could cleave through iron as if it were mere clay, yet it also has an impact on the human mind. Shen Bing had already experienced this firsthand. Keep it safe, but ensure it is not too close to you. Understood, replied Song Yang, somewhat irritated. Let us first consider how to exit. The 6 deceased individuals suddenly reappeared at the same spot. However, they had perished in the water. Qing Yi was still trapped below, and since no one had disturbed them, it seemed they had returned there naturally. This suggested that the mystery still resided within that pool. Bai Yi remarked, we must return to that pool. Ascending the steps, Qi Jie suddenly heard Shen Bing's astonished voice behind him. What is happening? As Qi Jie turned his head, he noticed Qing Yi's hand, which had just reverted to its original state, now gradually transforming to a shade of blue once more. Hesitating, Qi Jie pondered whether to advance further. Gritting his teeth, he ascended a couple more steps, prompting Shen Bing to exclaim, do not proceed any further. With each step he took, Qing Yi's skin turned increasingly blue. Retreating, even a single step caused her to regain her previous appearance. Qi Jie sighed. Should we still attempt to bring her with us? Fu Yu sighed as well. What would happen if others were to see her? Are you referring to the archaeological team? Tang San Cheng suddenly grasped the implication. If that were the case, they would surely mistake her for a millennia-old corpse. The thought made him feel nauseated. Tang San Cheng shook his head vigorously. No, that would certainly not do. I believe it would be best to let her rest here in peace. The chilling memories of the millennia-old corpses handled within the museum flooded Tang San Cheng's mind, causing a shiver to run through him, a sentiment shared by the others. The mere thought of Qing Yi being processed made everyone's stomach churn. Qi Jie gently laid Qing Yi down on the ground, asking, what should we do? We cannot take her with us. Initially insistent on bringing Qing Yi along, Shen Bing had now changed his stance. If we appear, the cameras will undoubtedly capture us, and things could spiral out of control. She has only just attained her freedom. Let her remain here eternally. In the future, should an opportunity arise, we can bring her out. That sounds reasonable, Bai Yi agreed. Fu Yu knelt to adjust Qing Yi's position. Elder Qing Yi, this time we cannot take you with us. Once all personnel have evacuated from this place, I promise to return for you. Please wait for us. They left behind their garments and ascended the staircase. At the very top stood a stone door, through which a chain was threaded, emerging from the center of the portal. Qi Xie and Xiao Shan, leading the way, grasped the chain simultaneously and pulled with all their might, causing the stone door to creak open. As they looked up, water shimmered above them, a refreshing breeze sweeping in. Everyone hurriedly donned their clothing, wrapping themselves securely. Qi Xie and Xiao Shan charged forward once more, stepping out beyond the stone door. The moment they did, a powerful suction drew them in with a swift whoosh, leaving them dizzy and unsteady on their feet. Without a second thought, The others hastened to follow, all bodies vanishing into the water as the stone door slammed shut behind them. Tang San felt an overwhelming weight, his vision blurred. A hand grasped his wrist, and he instinctively recognized it as Qi Xie's, which provided him a sense of reassurance. Just as he began to feel steadied, something tugged at his feet, propelling him forward like an arrow. Then, darkness enveloped him, yet he could feel the hand still clutching his wrist, unwavering. When Tang San finally opened his eyes, he found the staff members carrying them on their backs, the pressure of the rope across his chest causing him discomfort. Fully alert now, he spotted Liu Zhi Xi standing nearby, concern etched on his face. Tang San reached out to touch Liu Zhi Xi, who had placed his hand over his own face, visibly agitated. What has happened? Are we not back? Liu Zhi Xi remained silent, exhaling deeply, unable to articulate his turmoil. The sudden disappearance of Bai Yi and his companions had kept him here, anxiously awaiting their return. His heart was a tumult of hope and dread. He feared they might not come back, and if they did, it would be akin to the 6 individuals he had witnessed before, devoid of appetite or spirit. Twice, food had been brought to him, but he could only swallow once before losing his appetite entirely. Unwilling to depart, he remained there throughout the night and into the following midday. Having endured a night and a morning of intense concentration, fatigue weighed heavily upon Liu Zhi Xi. Leaning against the red rock, he dozed off, when a chill stirred him awake. He opened his eyes to a sight that nearly shattered his composure. Tang San and the others lay before him, each perfectly still, devoid of any movement. Recalling the 6 he had seen last, Liu Zhi Xi felt drained, unable to muster the strength to stand. Gripping the wall for support, he slowly approached, acutely aware of his disheveled appearance under surveillance. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on such trivialities. Even his fingertips trembled with anxiety. After a long and arduous journey, Liu Zhi Xi finally approached the edge where Fu Yu was located. Turning his head to the side, he let his hand wander beneath Fu Yu's nose, trembling slightly in his uncertainty. Initially, he could not ascertain whether Fu Yu's breathing was normal. Taking a deep breath, he embarked on a second attempt, and this time, he was finally convinced. Eagerly, he sought to check on the others, and, like a madman, shouted into his walkie-talkie. They are alive. Hurry down, quickly. Do you understand? They are alive. Chapter 652. The conclusion. This was the state in which Tang San found Liu Zhi Xi. Liu Zhi Xi was engulfed in an extreme state of excitement, tinged with a sense of melancholy, yet imbued with hope. He felt a bit embarrassed at his dramatic display at such an advanced age, covering his face to regain composure. Tang San reached out and patted Liu Zhi Xi on the back. At this moment, he was the only one who had not yet returned to the ground. Having been deprived of light for an extended period and blindfolded before ascending, Tang San returned to the surface enveloped in darkness. He sensed that he was placed on a stretcher, with someone approaching to check his blood pressure. He felt merely a slight soreness in his body, without any other discomfort, and reached out in search of Liu Zhi Xi. Where are the others? He inquired. A stranger's voice responded. The others have all been sent to rest. Don't worry. You will see them shortly. Tang San had no choice but to comply. After some time, he was finally taken to the resting room, where the others had already removed their masks, some of them connected to saline drips, all displaying a mix of relief and laughter. In truth, the saline drips seemed somewhat unnecessary, yet the medical personnel at the archaeological site were exceedingly cautious, acquiescing to their wishes. When Tang San was permitted to remove his blindfold, he saw Shen Bing sitting by his bedside, no longer connected to the saline drip. How are you feeling now? More comfortable? She asked. He felt no significant discomfort, but Shen Bing frowned slightly. I can't shake the feeling that I might have swallowed some of that water. My stomach feels a bit uneasy. Just a psychological effect. Tang San replied. Besides, if you had swallowed any water, you would certainly have coughed it out. There would be signs. You are fine, absolutely fine. Don't call me Tang San. Just call me Tang San Zhang, he added. Song Yang rolled his eyes. This convoluted reasoning is making me dizzy. To put it simply, you are overthinking it. As soon as Tang San finished speaking, Shen Bing's expression fell. Tang San immediately regretted his words and shot a glare at Song Yang, who turned his head away, pretending to engage in conversation with Qi Xie, feigning ignorance. With no one else around, everyone finally relaxed. It was at this moment that Liu Zhi Xi entered, closing the door behind him and locking it. You all scared me to death. I knew that would be your first line, Bai Yi chuckled. It seems certain personality traits do not change with time. You are still the same old Liu Zhi Xi. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your hard work. These 4 words transported Liu Zhi Xi back to a distant past, rekindling an old sentiment. Liu Zhi Xi felt a lump in his throat. "Brother Bai, please refrain from calling me that here. It may raise suspicions," he said. Bai Yi replied, "This night has not been easy for you either." "But what?" Liu Zhi Xi inquired. "The circumstances below far exceed your imagination, and it seems this archaeological endeavor may yield no results. You must prepare a plausible reason for withdrawal," Bai Yi explained. "Let me first inform you of the situation," he continued. This was precisely why Liu Zhi Xi had come. He endured all his questions, listening intently to Bai Yi's words. Confusion was etched on Liu Zhi Xi's face as Tang San presented the tiger bug armor and the golden insect statue before him. "With these, we can substantiate our claims," he asserted. Liu Zhi Xi hesitated, finding the revelation utterly astonishing. "I once believed you to be an incredible existence, but now I must confess our selfishness. We do not wish for the archaeological team to disrupt the dichotomy of ice and fire below. However, this monumental discovery is so astonishing that once unearthed, it will undoubtedly ignite unprecedented discussions, placing you at the epicenter of public discourse. Do you not consider this a fortuitous circumstance?" Bai Yi remarked. "It is better to avoid complications. Sometimes, scholarship requires discretion. 6 lives have already been lost. Must we further propagate this incident?" Before Liu Zhi Xi could fully contemplate, Bai Yi added, "What I am about to say is directed towards a nationally renowned archaeologist, Professor Liu Zhi Xi. What follows is intended for our companion, Liu, the simpleton. We are intertwined with a series of events that are inextricably linked. Should this information be made public, it would inevitably lead to complications, inviting more participants into the fray, thereby stripping the matter of its intrigue and inviting more troubles. According to our customary approach, we ought to remain as discreet as possible, should we not? Only then can we reclaim our former joy." Liu Zhi Xi was deeply moved. He understood the exhilaration of excavating hidden treasures, and the yearning for that thrill had always lingered within him. He felt a wavering resolve and finally raised his head. "How can I assist you? Let us conclude this endeavor swiftly. The matters we discussed are known only to us and no one else." Bai Yi replied, "You are most aware of how to fabricate excuses." Liu Zhi Xi stood up. "Agreed. Now is the opportune moment. With 6 lives lost and you all at risk, this is no longer our doing. You may rest. I will go report this matter. I am familiar with the authorities and possess the authority to speak on this issue." As Liu Zhi Xi departed, everyone exhaled in relief. Song Yang wished to discuss the matter further, but the others lacked enthusiasm, having endured enough turmoil. Fu Yu gazed pensively out the window, and Bai Yi recognized that the incident involving Yi Qingyi had profoundly affected her, especially since she was a confidant of Qing Wan. Gently, Bai Yi placed his hand upon the back of Fu Yu's hand. "Does it hurt?" he asked. "Those who are deeply in love often endure great tribulations." Fu Yu replied softly. Tears welled up in Shen Bing's eyes as she thought of Yi Qingyi, her heart aching. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to a freezing point. Song Yang remarked, "What has happened to you all? We have a mission to accomplish." Tang San clenched his fists, acknowledging, "Indeed, our tasks have multiplied." Liu Zhi Xi's words carried weight. He embellished the situation in his report to the higher-ups, who, concerned about the potential fallout, instructed everyone to pause their work until a final decision was reached. Liu Zhi Xi exhaled in relief, spending the next few days reminiscing with Bai Yi and the others. However, he felt a twinge of awkwardness around Song Yang, who had recently been his son's high school classmate and friend, addressing him respectfully as uncle. Now, they stood as equals, which was understandable, as it clarified the genuine concern he had previously shown towards Song Yang. After merely 3 days of waiting, the higher-ups concluded that the archaeological work would be temporarily halted, necessitating a public explanation due to the unfortunate loss of life and the ensuing uproar. Liu Zhi Xi, well-versed in such matters, drafted a report that resolved the issue. The conclusion of the archaeological endeavor in this manner caught all the staff off guard, leaving them somewhat dispirited. In stark contrast, Tang San and his companions had to suppress their ease, feigning expressions of disappointment. On the return journey, Liu Zhi Xi seized upon an excuse to squeeze into Bai Yi's vehicle, much to the bewilderment of his students, who found it perplexing that the professor, initially opposed to the advisory group's presence, was now mingling amicably with them. Upon their return to Beijing, everyone dispersed to their respective domains, where unspoken thoughts could finally be expressed. For instance, they discerned the reasons behind Genghis Khan's invincible army and understood why the map depicted a formation diagram rather than a location. The formation was not easily breached, remaining a secretive enigma. Yet this revelation disappointed them, as the precise location remained elusive. The map was not a location map, but rather a diagram of a formation. However, upon calming down, perplexities arose. The revelation that Genghis Khan possessed the power to summon phantoms astonished everyone. Moreover, the connection to Hizir seemed tenuous at best. If there were any ties, it might relate to the powers Genghis Khan wielded. Could Hizir possess similar abilities? Did her lineage inherently harbor strengths absent in others? This notion warranted further discussion. Additionally, regarding the river god, Tang San was a man of his word, pondering how one could accept favors without reciprocation. Yet, who precisely was this river god? Merely a dragon in I Ching-Yi's tales, though it was known that the Yinglong could transform into human form, suggesting that the river god could too. I Ching-Yi felt a strong conviction that the river god still existed. Was this intuition accurate? Tang San found himself equally bewildered. The sole advancement in their inquiries was the realization that the clue left by Qifeng was indeed the formation diagram. Bai Yi concluded, other matters remain unresolved. Indeed, Song Yang remarked. However, Tang San has certainly gained a tremendous advantage. I wonder if it will suffice to confront Hizir. Tang San, what are you pondering? You seem a bit unwell. Tang San replied, my heart is racing. I shall assist you to rest, Qixia said. As he stood up, he caught sight of Shen Bing and promptly sat back down. To his surprise, Shen Bing remained unmoved. Sighing, Tang San retreated to his room. Fu Yu spoke. The senior Qing-Yi once mentioned that I would eventually see all of my ancestors' memories. It is merely a matter of time. If that day arrives, then my ancestors' understanding of the river god would also manifest in my mind, correct? My ancestor knew that Yinglong perished at the hands of the river god. Does that not imply there are further details of which she is aware? Fu Yu, please maintain your composure. We still have time. There is no need to rush. Bai Yi advised, understanding Fu Yu's concerns. Given the prior situation with Qing Wan and now with I Ching-Yi, she felt a sense of injustice on their behalf and was eager to take action. Fu Yu chuckled lightly. I may have been somewhat impolite. Suddenly, Song Yang stood up. I must return. Today marks my mother's memorial. Song Yang, addressing Bai Yi, said, though I have an apartment, if you would like to come and stay with us. I hope you do not mind the old place. Song Yang hesitated for a moment before breaking into a bright smile. Sure. I feel this place resembles home more. Shen Bing's heart also brimmed with anticipation. Fu Yu immediately smiled. Shen Bing, your room remains as it was before. If you do not mind, you are welcome to return as well. Absolutely. Shen Bing exclaimed, having long awaited this. I find it rather dull living alone there. In fact, I will go over now to move my things. Indeed, as if the wind had transformed into rain, Shen Bing eagerly dashed to Tang San's room, pulling him up with vigor. Dragging the half-dazed Tang San, they set off to her home to collect her belongings. Just as they exited the door, Tang San felt a sudden jolt. Someone was watching him. He glanced around, but saw no one. His cautious demeanor piqued Shen Bing's curiosity. What is the matter? Nothing. Perhaps I am merely overly sensitive, he replied, rubbing his head. It might be that I haven't ventured underground in quite some time, now that I am out. I feel rather strange. Chapter 653, Raising Ghosts. What's wrong? Seeing Tang San suddenly halt, alert in demeanor, Shen Bing immediately inquired, is something amiss? Are you unwell? No, it's nothing. Tang San forced a stiff smile. I just feel a bit uneasy. It's nothing, really. Tang San accompanied Shen Bing to the apartment to tidy up. Shen Bing's belongings were few. She naturally did not require any appliances, but she was reluctant to part with her drawing board. Tang San helped her gather it, tucking it under his arm, while she discarded several books. Ultimately, she kept only a bag of clothes and daily necessities, and they hailed a cab to leave. Tang San asked Shen Bing whether the apartment was rented or owned. Initially silent, she eventually revealed that the apartment was a birthday gift from her father. Upon hearing this, Tang San realized that Shen Bing's parents treated her well and did not favor her brother as she had previously implied. Suddenly, Shen Bing gazed out the window. Look, there are so many people. What on earth are they doing? On the streets, one often encounters stalls of various kinds. Some genuinely sell trinkets, while others engage in deceitful antics. However, the one that caught Shen Bing's attention was surrounded by an overwhelming crowd, with people forming layers both inside and out. Some could not even see what was happening and were standing on flower beds to catch a glimpse. Tang San Cheng, whose curiosity was already piqued, found himself further intrigued by Shen Bing's insistence to investigate the commotion. They decided to disembark from their vehicle. The throng was so dense that they could hardly maneuver through it. Shen Bing devised a clever idea. She would climb onto Tang San Cheng's shoulders. Upon hearing this, his face flushed crimson, and he stammered, "But how can that be? You are a young lady. It would be quite improper if others saw." "You truly are an antiquated thinker," Shen Bing retorted, displeased. "What era is this? Your notions are utterly outdated, understand? Enough with the chatter. Hurry up. If we delay, the crowd may disperse, and we will miss our chance." Ignoring Tang San Cheng's protests, she climbed onto him. He initially attempted to evade her, but upon noticing the curious gazes of bystanders, he resigned himself to the situation. With Shen Bing perched on his shoulders, he too stepped onto the flower bed. Shen Bing craned her neck for a while, but then suddenly fell silent. Tang San Cheng, unable to see what was happening, grew anxious. "What is it?" Shen Bing jumped down, her expression grim. Tang San Cheng was startled. "What happened? Is it something revolting? A bug? A corpse?" Shen Bing felt queasy. "It looks like a baby, and it even has a price tag attached. It's for sale." Tang San Cheng quickly began to pat her back, knowing well that she was particularly sensitive to such grotesque sights. Shen Bing was indeed feeling nauseous. When she glanced up, she noticed someone on the phone, exclaiming, "It appears someone is calling the police. Selling baby corpses openly is sheer madness. We should leave before the authorities arrive." "Good, that will prevent you from getting involved," Tang San Cheng remarked with a hint of mischief. Shen Bing shot him a disapproving glance. "Do you not wish to see it yourself? Now it all falls on me. And you have not even witnessed it. I'm the unfortunate one here. All right, I concede. Every time, I end up in this subservient position." Tang San Cheng resigned himself to his fate. "Let us depart quickly. Fu Yu and the others are waiting for us. By now, I suspect Song Yang has already arrived." Shen Bing could not suppress a gag, and together they made their way to the roadside to hail a taxi. At that moment, Tang San Cheng heard the wailing of police sirens. "The police have arrived. Someone is taking charge of this matter. I wonder if that person is foolish. Who would openly sell such things? It seems there is something seriously amiss here," Shen Bing remarked, tapping her head. "In this day and age, one encounters all sorts of people. What do they say? In a vast forest, one encounters all kinds of birds." As Tang San Cheng and Shen Bing boarded the taxi, they observed the police dispersing the gathering crowd. The individual selling infant corpses was apprehended, and, upon glancing back, Tang San Cheng felt a peculiar sensation. This person, a gaunt man in his 40s with entirely white hair, was not only unperturbed by the police's actions, but was also laughing, almost provocatively. His demeanor clearly irked the officer escorting him, whose displeasure was evident. Tang San Cheng wished to scrutinize the scene further, but the taxi turned a corner, whisking away the unfolding drama, leaving him with a sense of regret. Turning to Shen Bing, he found her curiously gazing at him. "What is the matter?" she inquired. "That is a question I should pose to you," Tang San Cheng replied. "Since a moment ago, you seemed preoccupied. Are you concealing something from us?" "No," Tang San Cheng replied, startled by her keen intuition. "I merely possess an uneasy feeling, as if something unfortunate is imminent." "Don't you have the ability to read faces?" Shen Bing suddenly suggested. "Perhaps you should examine your own." Tang San Cheng promptly smacked his forehead in realization. "Indeed, how could I have overlooked that?" Their exchange had drawn the taxi driver's attention, who remarked, "What era are we in? Youngsters still believe in physiognomy? If you wish to have your faces read, you'll need someone to assist you. I've yet to hear of anyone reading their own. Then why would you even suggest it?" Shen Bing retorted, her temper flaring like a rocket. Fortunately, the driver remained indifferent. "That person is a master. It said he only reads the faces of those he finds intriguing. The average person wouldn't even gain entry. Even if you went, he might not see you. What kind of remarkable person is this? I'm sitting beside an expert I don't even regard highly." Shen Bing countered defiantly. "Ah, today's youth have such lofty tempers. You shouldn't dismiss him. He is a descendant of Yuan Tiangang, akin to a living deity." The driver stated coldly. "You probably don't even know who Yuan Tiangang is, do you?" "I don't, but she does," Shen Bing replied, tugging at Tang San Cheng's arm. "They are even colleagues." "Master, what is that person's address?" Upon hearing that this individual was a descendant of Yuan Tiangang, Tang San Cheng immediately thought of his own teacher, Yuan Tiandao, who had imparted invaluable wisdom to him. Regrettably, due to his unique circumstances, he had to sever communication with him after leaving England, which remained one of Tang San Cheng's regrets. The driver provided an address that Tang San Cheng recognized as a cluster of old residential buildings, an ancient Sihiyuan. These Sihiyuan should not be underestimated. They now commanded prices exceeding $1 billion, with many vying to purchase them. Tang San Cheng began to feel suspicious. If this truly was Master Yuan Tiandao, he would be over 70 years old now and had been residing in England. How could he suddenly appear in Beijing? Determined, Tang San Cheng resolved to visit the next day to uncover the true identity of this so-called descendant of Yuan Tiangang. Upon returning home, Song Yang had indeed tidied up the house. Upon seeing the two of them meandering back, he could not help but exclaim, "We are like snails and turtles, aren't we? Look at the time, it's already dark outside. Surely, you weren't indulging in romantic discussions on the way back?" "No," replied Shen Bing, feeling rather disheartened. She sat beside Fu Yu and recounted the disturbing sight she had encountered on the road, someone selling the corpses of infants. Fu Yu responded, "I have heard tales that in some remote areas of Taiwan, there exists a belief in nurturing little ghosts, akin to the practices of ancient times. However, to nurture these spirits, one must use the body of a deceased infant." "Oh, I see." There was indeed a sign ahead that mentioned something about little ghosts. I was too far to read it clearly, but that must have been the case. Shen Bing shuddered at the memory. It's truly bizarre. Who would dare sell corpses openly in broad daylight? They would surely be apprehended. By the way, Fu Yu, what exactly is this nurturing little ghosts all about? Fu Yu glanced at Tang San Cheng and explained, "In truth, this practice is intertwined with Taoism." Indeed, Tang San Cheng interjected without any bias. "I have also heard from masters of the Taoist sect that the nurturing of little ghosts stems from a branch of Taoist practices dating back to the Shang dynasty. Those who deviated from the righteous path were later cast into the realm of malevolent practices. I have heard from you that there are methods of nurturing little ghosts within the Maoshan techniques. However, it has now gained notoriety in Thailand. Recently, I even heard that some celebrities are involved in this practice." Shen Bing, being a young person, immediately expressed her excitement, saying, "So there really is a historical basis for this?" "Yes," Fu Yu affirmed. "Nurturing little ghosts is somewhat akin to cultivating poison insects. Both involve creating a servant once they are successfully cultivated. While I am unfamiliar with the Maoshan methods, during my time in England, I heard of a technique within Thai sorcery. The practitioner would first venture into the forest to cut a suitable piece of wood, carve it into a small coffin, and then seek out the grave of a young boy or girl, or even an infant. Upon locating the grave, the practitioner would excavate the corpse, prop it up, and then use a candle made from human fat to sear the body until the skin was charred and the fat layer was exposed. As the fat melted from the heat, it would drip down into the prepared coffin. Subsequently, incantations would be recited for 49 consecutive days, allowing the spirit to become obedient and serve." Shen Bing felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Curiosity truly had led her to self-inflicted torment. Tang San Cheng remarked, "In the past, I heard from you that there are many methods for nurturing little ghosts within the Maoshan tradition. The most renowned being the soul hooking technique. A practitioner wishing to nurture little ghosts would first ascertain the whereabouts of a deceased young boy or girl, while also obtaining their birth details. After the body was buried, the practitioner would stealthily visit the grave at night, offer incense, and perform the soul hooking ritual. Then, they would plant a vine stem, which had been cut from a tree, atop the grave, allowing it to grow naturally. Once the vine flourished, the practitioner would once again perform the soul hooking technique, causing the spirit of the child to attach to the vine, followed by incantations and the burning of talismans. Afterward, he had to recite incantations while wielding a knife to sever a small vine from the grave, subsequently carving it into a small puppet approximately 1.5 inches tall, painting the features of a child with ink and cinnabar. Song Yang also turned his head to observe Tang San Cheng, remarking on the strangeness of it all, questioning whether such matters truly existed. Yu Bai, a practitioner of Maoshan sorcery, held unwavering belief in this, and given his character, he was not one to lie. However, through generations, some deviations were inevitable. Tang San Cheng elaborated that once the puppet was crafted, it must be preserved in a small glass vial. Yet, prior to employing this soul-binding technique, most sorcerers would first capture the souls of one man and one woman, storing them within the same vial. It was said that this practice was to prevent mischievous little spirits from escaping due to their overwhelming boredom. Most of the time, these spirits slumbered day and night, and when summoned by their master, a breath would be blown towards the vial, accompanied by an incantation to awaken them. after which they would be instructed to carry out tasks. Unless the master reneged on promises made to the spirits, they would obediently follow orders without negotiation, promptly executing their master's commands. Chapter 654. Descendants. This practice diverges somewhat from our own use of goo worms, remarked Fu Yu. Once cultivated, goo worms exhibit absolute obedience, devoid of any conditions, whereas little spirits may retract their loyalty due to their master's broken promises, potentially leading to adverse consequences for the master. A concern we need not entertain. Everyone nodded in agreement, especially Shen Bing, who opined that goo worms appeared to be more reliable. Tang San Cheng continued, stating that Maoshan's sorcery has always been contentious, primarily due to certain sinister spells contained within it. Besides the method of nurturing little spirits previously mentioned, there exists another technique, long relegated to the realm of dark arts, whose practitioners often meet with dire retribution. Not only do they face the extinction of their lineage, but they also bring calamity upon future generations. Upon selecting a target, such sorcerers would plant a primordial vegetable, daily inscribing symbols and burning them, watering the vegetable with the resulting talismanic water. Thus, when the time came for the infant to emerge, the sorcerer would sever the vegetable with a single stroke, subsequently performing a ritual to transfer the infant's soul, effectively stealing a life. That is utterly excessive. Shen Bing listened intently, her emotions now entwined with the narrative. How does this differ from murder? The previous two methods, albeit macabre, at least involve corpses, but this one utilizes the living. Due to its malevolence, it is generally shunned by ordinary sorcerers. Tang San Cheng mused on the consequences befalling future generations. A sudden insight flashed through his mind regarding the individual they had encountered earlier. Annoyed, he raked his fingers through his hair, prompting Shen Bing to inquire about his distress. I found that individual who was selling corpses quite peculiar. He laughed incessantly when apprehended by the police, showing no signs of anxiety regarding his fate, Tang San Cheng remarked. It strikes me as odd. Such a person is indeed unwell, Shen Bing replied. The open sale of corpses is inherently abnormal behavior. It was not that Tang San Cheng had nothing to say, but rather he struggled to articulate his thoughts, gazing at Bai Yi, who had remained silent, his brows subtly furrowed. This expression signified that Bai Yi was indeed contemplating, and there must have been something about the recent events that piqued his interest. Bai Yi let out a sigh. Allow me to speak. That individual who was taken away by the police appeared remarkably at ease, almost as if he had intentionally maneuvered himself into the police station. Yes, exactly, Tang San Cheng expressed his admiration. You are astute. It struck me that his demeanor was overly relaxed, which seemed rather unusual. He must have encountered a dilemma, preferring the safety of the police station over the uncertainty outside. Bai Yi responded, this matter does not appear to directly concern us, so let us set it aside for now. However, I am intrigued by the descendant of Yuan Tiangang mentioned by the driver. I believe we should investigate further. Tang San Cheng, you and Song Yang should go together. It was Tang San Cheng and Song Yang, not Tang San Cheng and Shen Bing, which left Shen Bing feeling somewhat disheartened, puzzled by Bai Yi's intentions. Then Bai Yi added, tomorrow, you two ladies have an important task. Shen Bing's interest was piqued immediately. What task? Shopping, Bai Yi replied. Since our return, the house has not undergone significant renovations, and many items have become rather antiquated. They all need replacing. Don't you ladies enjoy the thrill of spending money? This task shall be entrusted to you. But worry not, Xiao Shan and Qi Xia will assist you. Meanwhile, I, Song Yang, and Tang San Cheng will seek out the descendant of Yuan Tiangang. It sounds like we're getting the short end of the stick, Shen Bing grumbled slightly. Tomorrow, you may purchase clothing, without limits. Bai Yi's words silenced Shen Bing's complaints, replacing her frown with delight, while Fu Yu maintained a calm demeanor. Tang San Cheng sighed, acknowledging Bai Yi's adeptness. Such a strategy, balancing authority and favor, was a skill unique to him. Meanwhile, Fu Yu and Xiao Ning were already compiling a list, and Xiao Shan was whispering with Qi Xia, planning a trip to the computer market for the next day. Suddenly, Tang San Cheng recalled the sensation of being surveilled earlier in the day and slapped his thigh. Ah, there's another matter. He recounted the incident, eliciting laughter from Song Yang. In this city, we are surrounded by cameras. The moment we step outside, we are under scrutiny. Do not be overly paranoid. Tang San Cheng pondered this and agreed. Indeed, modern technology. They momentarily set aside this concern, preparing for their separate endeavors the following day. Early in the morning, they split into two groups. Tang San Cheng, Bai Yi, and Song Yang took a taxi, leaving the vehicle for the shopping team. The residence of the fortune teller was not far from the university where Fu Yu taught, and both Fu Yu and Tang San Cheng enjoyed relatively flexible schedules, balancing their salaries with the thrill of risk, which was quite exhilarating. Upon arriving at the ominous, dark entrance, Song Yang could not help but exclaim, "What an air of mystery!" His remark stemmed from the star chart engraved on the door, a design Tang San Cheng recognized, as it also appeared in the Qin tomb, the chart of the 28 lunar mansions. Bai Yi touched it. It is paint, applied over the surface. The door was unlatched, and the three individuals entered without hesitation. Song Yang was the swiftest among them. However, as he stepped forward, a sharp pain struck his head, preventing him from advancing. With a look of bewilderment, Song Yang turned to Tang San Cheng, asking, "What is happening? This seems intriguing." Tang San Cheng replied, "I shall take the lead. You two follow closely behind." While Song Yang was unable to step inside, Tang San Cheng effortlessly crossed the threshold. Song Yang and Bai Yi understood the situation and refrained from questioning, closely trailing Tang San Cheng. Upon entering the courtyard, Tang San Cheng surveyed his surroundings. Although it was indeed a traditional courtyard, it felt eerily serene, almost excessively quiet. There were faint sounds of movement within the house, soft footsteps. Tang San Cheng nodded, affirming. The driver spoke the truth. A figure had pushed the door open, and upon seeing the three newcomers, his expression shifted. He remained silent, slightly turning his body to gesture them inside. The young man was surprisingly youthful, perhaps in his 20s, dressed in a modified Zhongshan suit, a rarity in these times. Given his age and aura, it seemed implausible that he could possess the abilities they had just encountered. Tang San Cheng shook his head at Bai Yi, and the three followed the young man inside, where they discovered an altar adorned with the spirit tablets of the Yuan family ancestors, alongside an incense burner emitting fragrant smoke and white candles flickering on either side. In most circumstances, such a setting could evoke a sense of eeriness. Yet the trio felt no disquiet. The young man proceeded to knock on the door, his rhythmic tapping resonating in the silence. Song Yang muttered, "Could he be mute?" Hearing this, the young man cast a glare back at him, causing Song Yang to shrink back in embarrassment. With a hint of annoyance, the young man retorted, "Nonsense. See, I can speak." Tang San Cheng chuckled. "It's not about the quantity of words, but their quality. Do you understand?" Being ridiculed by Tang San Cheng was a sign of changing times, and the young man remained somewhat disgruntled. Just then, a voice arose. "What brings so many visitors today?" Startled, Tang San Cheng recognized the voice. Though it bore the marks of age, it was unmistakably Yuan Tiandao. Bai Yi, observing Tang San Cheng's reaction, began to infer, "Is it truly him?" Tang San Cheng nodded but hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal himself. Bai Yi advised, "Go with the flow. I will handle it shortly. Do not disclose your identity." However, this concern was swiftly alleviated as Yuan Tiandao emerged, supported by the young man. His sight had waned, rendering him blind. Song Yang, wishing to comment on how a blind person could read faces, recalled his earlier faux pas and swallowed the words. At over 70 years of age, Yuan Tiandao's blindness was an unexpected revelation, yet he still moved with agility. Tang San Cheng felt a wave of sorrow wash over him, nearly bringing him to tears. He was about to speak when Bai Yi intervened, addressing the young man first. "And who might you be?" "I am his disciple," the young man proudly declared. "My master is a master of face reading, the authentic heir of Yuan Tiangang. Forgive my impertinence, master, but what has happened to your eyes?" Bai Yi inquired cautiously. Yuan Tiandao shook his head. "My sight may be lost, yet my heart remains unclouded. I must also apologize for my boldness. My teachings are not accessible to just anyone. The fact that you are here signifies that you possess the essence of a cultivator. But may I ask who you are?" His expression was one of profound excitement, as he reached out in an attempt to touch the person he referred to as a cultivator. Tang San instinctively recoiled, uncertain of how to navigate this situation. Bai Yi stepped forward, only to have his hand grasped by Yuan Tiandao. "No, no, it is not you." Easily unmasked, Bai Yi turned to look at Tang San, who approached and took hold of Yuan Tiandao's hand. This was his esteemed mentor. Upon making contact with Tang San's hand, Yuan Tiandao's expression grew fervent. "It is you. Indeed, it is you. You are the remarkable individual I have been seeking." Tang San yearned to reveal his identity. Yet Yuan Tiandao's extraordinary demeanor compelled him to restrain his own excitement and listen. Yuan Tiandao continued to hold on to Tang San's hand. "You alone can enter there. I can entrust this to you. Xiao Jin's, bring forth the item. It turned out that the young man was called Xiao Jin's, undoubtedly a nickname rather than his true name. Upon hearing his master's command, Xiao Jin's hesitated. Master, are you truly certain? You have waited for 5 years. How can you still doubt me? Yuan Tiandao retorted, his voice tinged with irritation. Hurry. Xiao Jin's, with a reluctant flick of his arm, entered Yuan Tiandao's chamber and emerged with a box. Yuan Tiandao carefully accepted it and placed it into Tang San's hands. I do not have much time left. I have been searching for someone capable of completing this task. Rest assured, I do not ask this of you without reason. I have something for you. Please, open it and see. Tang San opened the box, and what lay within startled him immensely. What is this? Inside was a reddish-brown stone, semi-transparent in nature. Its form seemingly untouched by human craftsmanship, purely natural. As Tang San reached out to touch it, he felt an extraordinary smoothness. Chapter 655. The prophecy. Bai Yi glanced at the stone, visibly astonished. This is an invaluable piece of Jingxianjiu. Song Yang, with his keen sense of smell, detected a chocolate-like fragrance. It smells delightful, just like chocolate. This was indeed one of its defining characteristics. Legend has it that when Fu chased the sun, his wife transformed into a beautiful jade, exuding an enchanting aroma, tied to her chest, brimming with vitality, tirelessly pursuing the sun. Indeed, Jingxianjiu is exceedingly precious. Imbued with the spiritual essence of all things and the quintessence of the heavens and earth. Formed over millennia, it alleviates feelings of loneliness and despair, alleviates human suffering and sorrow, and when one is enraged, a mere whiff can quell the fury, instilling a sense of fulfillment and contentment. However, few have laid eyes upon it. Thus, the saying persists that there are those who cannot recognize Jingxianjiu even when it is in front of them. Once Bai Yi finished speaking, Tang San and Song Yang exchanged glances, their meaning unmistakable. How do you know? Bai Yi grunted, do not forget what I do. Jingxianjiu also possesses medicinal properties. In ancient times, only the privileged could possess it, while common folk were rarely afforded even a glimpse. What you hold in your hands is akin to a gold mine. Tang San's hand trembled unceremoniously, gripped by the weight of a priceless piece of golden jade. Is this the reward spoken of by Yuan Tiandao? Tang San understood well that in the heavens, fortunes do not simply descend like ripe fruit. Rather, the ground is fraught with traps. Given that the request came from Yuan Tiandao, the task at hand must surely be of great consequence. Unsure and somewhat apprehensive, he inadvertently blurted out, I truly cannot accept this. Yuan Tiandao would not entertain any refusal from Tang San. No, he insisted, I have waited far too long. As a descendant of the Yuan family, none have reached such a level of cultivation. In the past, I encountered someone in England, but regrettably lost contact before I could convey my intentions. This time, I cannot wait any longer. I beseech you. As he spoke, he nearly knelt down. But Tang San could not bear to see his teacher demean himself. He quickly supported Yuan Tiandao, exclaiming, Teacher Yuan. Upon hearing this address, Yuan Tiandao froze momentarily. Tang San caught a glance from Bai Yi, which expressed a mixture of resignation rather than anger. Meanwhile, Song Yang, oblivious to the relationship between Yuan Tiandao and Tang San, curiously awaited the unfolding conversation. Suddenly, Yuan Tiandao burst into hearty laughter, vigorously patting Tang San's hand. It is you, just you, Teacher Yuan. Tang San found himself at a loss for words. How splendid. This piece of golden jade was originally meant as a gift for you, and it seems fate has destined it to fall into your hands. Do you remember when I once read your fortune? Yet, I revealed nothing to you. Of course, he remembered. This matter had lingered in Tang San's heart, igniting his curiosity about what could possibly be discerned from his fortune. Unfortunately, Yuan Tiandao had remained silent after reading, refusing to divulge anything despite Tang San's persistent inquiries, merely stating that such fortunes were unparalleled in the world. I remember, Tang San replied earnestly. Your fortune is indeed unparalleled. At that moment, I realized you were the only one capable of fulfilling the mission of our Yuan family. Alas, your sudden departure from school left me quite disheartened. Yuan Tiandao reflected nostalgically. I knew that those with cultivation would not be abroad, which is why I chose to return home. Yet, during this time, I encountered only one who met the criteria, though his magic bore an unsettling aura, rendering him unsuitable. His name is Bai? Tang San felt a stir in his heart. You know him? Yuan Tiandao confirmed. Indeed, it is he. Yet he is not the one. Only you. Only you can claim this golden jade. It is a legacy passed down from my ancestor, Yuan Tiangang. But what am I to do? Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of inevitability. Bai Yi's expression suggested that he had already been judged more than once, and he had grown accustomed to such disdain. I cannot accept this. Though he wished to refuse, the golden jade was already clasped in his hand. Was it truly fate? 30 years later, he stood once again before Yuan Tiandao, who spoke solemnly. Before my ancestor Yuan Tiangang passed away, he left behind a decree. Within that decree, it was foretold that 600 years hence, the ancestral tomb of the Yuan family would face destruction, bringing calamity upon future generations, necessitating restoration. Song Yang was taken aback, for it was utterly astonishing that Yuan Tiangang could predict events occurring 6 centuries hence. Tang San Cheng, too, was struck by the thought. After all, Yuan Tiangang was a renowned prophet, and such eminent seers possessed the extraordinary ability of foresight. The method of divination using coins, established by Jing Fong during the Western Han Dynasty, had flourished by the Tang and Song eras, with Yuan Tiangang being a distinguished practitioner among them. He had a disciple, Li Chunfeng, who met a grim fate due to his excessive revelations of celestial secrets, ultimately struck down by lightning. The coin divination method, as it turned out, bore a connection to Tang San Cheng as well. It was said to have originated from the teachings of Guguzi and had been transmitted through the ages. The process involved 3 copper coins held in the palm, with the practitioner silently contemplating the matter at hand for about a minute. Once tranquility was achieved, the coins were cast upon a flat surface, and their resulting configuration was interpreted to discern the trend of the situation in question. Tang San Cheng's father, Shen Bing, must have had his own accomplishments in this realm, yet alas, Tang San Cheng had spent little time with him and was unaware of his father's achievements in this regard. Although Tang San Cheng possessed some understanding, he knew he could not predict events 6 centuries in the future. Bai Yi also fell into contemplation, his thoughts dwelling on the passage of time. 6 centuries from now marked the coming of age of Genghis Khan. He chuckled to himself, realizing he was overly fixated on the tomb of Genghis Khan, finding connections to him in every matter. Just as Bai Yi was pondering his own overthinking, he heard Yuan Tiandao remark, "Our ancestor once said that anyone who disturbs our ancestral tomb will have a character bearing the word iron in their name." The 3 men were momentarily stunned, particularly Tang San Cheng, whose conviction regarding fate was further solidified. The presence of the character iron in a name, coinciding with the coming of age of Temujin 6 centuries hence, sparked their instincts. Bai Yi glanced at Tang San Cheng, noting that this fellow had a knack for attracting trouble, able to connect himself to any situation. Whether someone hailed a taxi or not, he could conjure a golden opportunity or even unearth the tomb of Yuan Tiangang. Given Master Yuan Tiangang's profound cultivation, the chosen burial site must undoubtedly be a location of auspicious feng shui, capable of bestowing blessings upon future generations. Tang San Cheng remarked, "As far as I know, there is already a proposed site for Yuan Tiangang's tomb in the country. Do you genuinely believe that to be true?" Yuan Tiandao shook his head. With our ancestors' capabilities, he would never allow anyone to discover the location of his burial. The site he chose is surely a place of great fortune, extending blessings across generations. Alas, in my generation, the drawbacks have emerged, and I fear that my descendants will be plagued with misfortune. Sigh, my blindness is but one of the reasons. Now I understand. Upon noticing that Tang San Cheng no longer resisted, Yuan Tiandao felt a surge of joy. Does this mean you agree? I agree. Tang San Cheng's tone grew resolute. Yuan Tiandao's hand reached for Little Gold. Where is your uncle? Little Gold appeared somewhat hesitant. Do not hesitate, Yuan Tiandao sighed. He must have gotten himself into some trouble, correct? Given my current state, what else could be unacceptable? He was taken by the police yesterday for allegedly trafficking corpses. At this revelation, Tang San Cheng blurted out, "So that person yesterday was your son?" "Indeed," Yuan Tiandao replied. "Have you met him?" Tang San Cheng found himself at a loss for words regarding the situation at hand. Little Jinzi remarked, "Master, Uncle said that being in the police station is safer than remaining outside. Therefore, no matter the circumstances, we must not engage in the trafficking of infants." Yuan Tiandao repeatedly struck his thigh in dismay, lamenting, "How have I reared such an unworthy son? His practice of dark arts only exacerbates the situation. What is going on?" Tang San Cheng inquired. "This unfilial child of mine," Yuan Tiandao continued. "If you encounter him in the future, San Cheng, do assist if you can. However, If he becomes too excessive, let him fend for himself. As Yuan Tiandao groped for Tang San Cheng, it dawned upon him that since earlier, Yuan had not questioned the sound of his voice. Despite his blindness, one would expect that with Yuan Tiandao's abilities, he would sense something amiss. Could it truly be that age had dulled his faculties? While Tang San Cheng pondered this, Yuan Tiandao had already grasped his hand. Come with me, he instructed. Tang San Cheng supported Yuan Tiandao into his room. Once inside, Yuan Tiandao fumbled to lock the door. Tang San Cheng observed that the walls were adorned with talismans meant to ward off evil. Teacher, what is the meaning of this? I had no other choice. Yuan Tiandao replied. If not for these measures, I could not endure much longer. San Cheng, your countenance is unparalleled. Do not think that my age renders me incapable of perceiving. Your voice does not align with your apparent age. I shall not pry into whatever has transpired in your life. Instead, I must reveal to you the location of my ancestor's tomb. Yuan Tiandao leaned close to Tang San Cheng's ear and whispered a few phrases that etched themselves into his mind with remarkable clarity. Understanding dawned upon Tang San Cheng, and upon hearing his breath, Yuan Tiandao recognized his comprehension. Indeed, you are capable. Now I can rest easy. Tang San Cheng sensed a frailty in Yuan Tiandao's voice. What ails you? He asked. In the corner of the room, he noticed a candlestick with peculiar smoke emanating from it. Tang San Cheng was taken aback. You are prolonging your life? Unable to wait for those I seek, I have no choice, Yuan Tiandao confessed. You are aware of this technique. It defies the heavens. My time is drawing to a close, San Cheng. Little Jinzi is an orphan I found. Everything here is to be entrusted to him. Please, convey to him that he must live well and not tread the path of regression. Yuan Tiandao stood straight, tears streaming from his blind eyes. Gently, Tang San Cheng called out, Teacher? Yuan Tiandao did not respond, and Tang San Cheng sensed the encroachment of death. He assisted Yuan Tiandao to a rocking chair before proceeding to open the door. He has departed. Little Jinzi rushed in, and upon seeing Yuan Tiandao's serene expression, his sorrow lessened somewhat. Tang San Cheng relayed Yuan Tiandao's final words to little Jinzi, who immediately burst into tears. Master, you still think of me. Do not return to the past, little Jinzi. What were you doing before? Song Yang inquired with a furrowed brow. Wiping his tears, little Jinzi replied, I was a vagrant, involved in petty thefts. Fortunately, I encountered Master, who took pity on me, sheltered me, and taught me the art of face reading. Though my talent is modest, Master has shown me great patience. Though your master has departed, you may remain here to continue your craft, securing your own livelihood, Tang San Cheng remarked. Did your master ever mention how to handle his affairs after his passing? Chapter 656. The Qilin galloping towards the sun. Originally, there was an uncle present, but the master expressed no hope in him, wishing only for him to survive. As for himself, one comes into this world with nothing and departs in the same manner. Cremation suffices. Xiao Jinzi spoke with some discontent. Ever since you arrived, the master has left us. This remark was rather unpalatable, and Song Yang immediately took offense. Look at the way you speak. Your master was a remarkable figure, having foreseen this day long ago. It is not a matter of our presence or absence. Young man, you must not approach fortune-telling in such a manner, or you shall ruin your business sooner or later. Enough of the banter. What time is it? Bai Yi glanced at the clock. Is Master Yuan's son still at the police station? Xiao Jinzi, upon mentioning Yuan Tiandao's son, felt a wave of annoyance. We shall not wait. Even if he were to emerge, he is in no position to assist us. Very well. Then we shall not wait. Bai Yi inquired of Xiao Jinzi. Does Master Yuan's son possess any knowledge of the mystical arts? He does, but he tends to delve into peculiar and bizarre studies. The master often criticized him for practicing forbidden arts, deeming them unworthy. In the past, he would admonish him frequently, but eventually, he gave up hope of reforming him. Xiao Jinzi expressed some resentment towards Yuan Tiandao's son. He seldom returns, finding the master's words tedious. However, he does occasionally reach out to inquire about the master's well-being, which is not entirely devoid of conscience. Yet now that the master has passed, he has landed himself in trouble with the law. It is truly infuriating. Xiao Jinzi, still a child at heart, harbored deep feelings for Yuan Tiandao. Yuan Tiandao's son may not be entirely devoid of conscience, as he frequently sought updates about his father, displaying a semblance of filial piety. However, it seems he has entangled himself in significant troubles, rendering him unable to extricate himself. Tang San Cheng, having received Yuan Tiandao's final wishes, felt a profound sense of responsibility and assisted Xiao Jinzi in arranging the affairs of Yuan Tiandao. He conveyed to everyone the master's last words. Bai Yi felt it would be prudent to proceed, especially since Tang San Cheng had acquired a priceless piece of golden jade. It would be remiss not to act, particularly given that the individual involved was his mentor. Moreover, the name of the person who desecrated Yuan Tiangang's tomb contained the character for iron, providing further impetus for their journey. What did Yuan Tiandao say? After listening, Shen Bing felt somewhat bewildered. With just these 4 characters, can you discern the location? The Qilin galloping towards the sun, Tang San Cheng replied. This phrase is a term from the realm of feng shui, essentially indicating that the burial site's geographical conditions resemble a Qilin racing towards the sun. The Qilin can only achieve its benefits through natural means. Thus locating it should not prove overly challenging. Long ago, I heard Master Yuan mention that Yuan Tiangang returned to his roots to be interred in his hometown. Therefore, we must journey to Sichuan. This situation proves to be somewhat troublesome. While the others are amenable, only Tang San Cheng and Fu Yu, as teachers, face considerable difficulty in obtaining leave. The institution adamantly refuses to permit their absence, citing the rarity of their talents. Tang San Cheng and Fu Yu exchanged glances, pondering the value of freedom. Indeed, freedom is a precious commodity. Faced with challenges, one must seek resolutions. Tang San Cheng and Fu Yu managed to reschedule their classes in advance, thus creating a span of 10 days. During this period, everyone busied themselves preparing for their journey. The circumstances were markedly different from before. Firearms were exceedingly sensitive items to carry, and though they had them, the anxiety was palpable. Fortunately, they had the eccentric Xiao Shan among them, capable of contorting any item to fit into the narrowest of crevices. Upon reaching the hometown of Yuan Tiangang, the 7 began their inquiries, particularly ascending to higher terrains to gain a broader perspective. Only from such heights could Tang San Cheng ascertain their final destination. The initial 3 days were spent trekking on foot, while the others managed relatively well. Shen Bing and Song Yang, being ordinary individuals, found the exertion overwhelming, frequently voicing their grievances. The loyal Qi Xie took it upon himself to carry their packs, effectively silencing their complaints. By the 4th day, Tang San Cheng finally made a significant discovery. The group stood atop a mountain peak when he glanced down and spotted a rounded hillock resembling a bell. A thrill coursed through him. They were onto something. The bell-shaped hillock was indeed the fabled bell package. While the others were unaware of its significance, they trusted Tang San Cheng's instincts. The hillock lay at the neck of the mountain, approximately 2 kilometers away, and he sensed an aura emanating from it. It resembled a newborn sun, the hillock embodying the sun in the metaphor of the unicorn galloping towards the sun. Although modest in size, it held immense value within the geomantic framework. Firstly, it was situated at a crucial water junction, akin to a latch securing the gates of 2 water source mountains, ensuring the protective enclosure of the Tiangong courtyard. Secondly, it was the presence of this semi-concealed gem that established a favorable feng shui configuration. With the sun identified, locating the unicorn would pose no dilemma. To achieve a harmonious feng shui arrangement, the burial site must undoubtedly lie at the heart of the unicorn's tongue. After careful measurements, Tang San Cheng pinpointed the location and urged the group to proceed there. They traversed an untamed mountain path, and under the sweltering sun, they soon found themselves drenched in sweat, laboring more intensely than farmers in the fields. Just as they descended halfway, they encountered an impasse. Ropes were necessary for further descent. This was no longer the makeshift equipment of Liu Zhi Xi's past. The modern climbing gear was robust and highly functional, perfectly suited for their undertakings. Bai Yi had developed a passion for climbing while abroad, practicing in both indoor and outdoor settings, and had he pursued it further, he might have become a climber of note. One by one, they descended, landing on branches in a grove below. After enduring the sun's relentless rays, they finally stumbled upon a cool refuge. As they touched down, they could no longer contain themselves, collapsing to the ground to relish the momentary shade. Shen Bing retrieved her water bottle and drank fervently. Tang San Cheng remarked, "It's surprising you once ventured into the desert and have forgotten that one should not drink in such a manner. It serves no purpose." "I know," Shen Bing replied, gasping for breath. As everyone replenished their energy, Tang San remarked, "We are nearing our destination. We should consider ourselves fortunate. This place is utterly devoid of human presence, which facilitates our endeavors." Song Yang added, I understand you are a living deity, but our stamina is truly waning. Allow us a moment to catch our breath. Once they halted, the desire to move on diminished significantly. Shen Bing found herself in this predicament. As soon as her body and mind relaxed, drowsiness crept in. She stifled several yawns in succession, to which Bai Yi shook his head repeatedly, insisting, this won't do. Nightfall is imminent. We must find a place to rest for the night, and continue our journey tomorrow. Otherwise, the two of us will not endure. He forcibly pulled Shen Bing to her feet, and the seven of them wandered through the woods for a considerable time until they finally discovered a flat area near a stream. There, they unfurled their sleeping bags. Fu Yu scattered a ring of medicinal powder nearby to ward off venomous insects, effectively designating a safe zone. The invention of sleeping bags was a significant boon for them, being lightweight, compact, and easy to carry. Upon arriving, Tang San felt a gentle breeze, which was quite pleasant. Truly, this is a land of auspicious feng shui. The wind is refreshing, he mused. Bai Yi inquired, how far are we from Qianjixin? Less than 2 kilometers, Tang San replied. The elevation creates an illusion of proximity. But in reality, the distance is much greater than one might assume. Such is the wondrous nature of feng shui. Our assessments are not confined to a singular point or surface, which is why selecting a burial site in ancient times often required climbing mountains and traversing rocky terrains. It was no simple task. Some even dedicated 10 years to this pursuit. Experts like Yuan Tiangang, however, found it somewhat easier. Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin, once commissioned Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang to survey and select a dragon burial site for him. Yuan Tiangang first traveled for 81 days, locating the auspicious dragon site at Jiuzhong Mountain, where he buried a copper coin. He then sent Li Chunfeng on a quest, which took 49 days. Yet he too found the same location, marking it with a silver hairpin. When Emperor Taizong had the chosen site excavated to verify the congruence of their selections, it was discovered that Li Chunfeng's silver hairpin fit perfectly into the square hole of the copper coin. Remarkably, this location was indeed auspicious. Shen Bing, despite having heard numerous tales from Tang San regarding feng shui, remained astounded with each recounting. The site chosen by Yuan Tiangang was undoubtedly made with long-term considerations in mind. Typically, selecting a land of auspicious feng shui was intended to bestow blessings on future generations. It is no wonder he predicted the disruption of feng shui 6 centuries hence, leaving behind a legacy of wisdom. Tang San mused, I suspect the consequences must be severe, otherwise he would not exhibit such concern. From what I observed earlier, the true energy still lingers, albeit faintly, yet it seems to be dissipating. This indicates that the vital energy will gradually vacate this area, rendering this precious feng shui site virtually meaningless. Could you please convey your thoughts in one go? Bai Yi interjected, visibly irritated. I am uncertain. I ponder that if it is merely the vital energy dispersing, the repercussions may not be dire. Perhaps the true mystery lies within the tomb itself, Tang San speculated. Surely, the changes are of considerable significance. It's as if you said nothing at all, Shen Bing yawned, her fatigue overtaking her. It is often said that women are made of water, drawn to coolness, and the gentle breeze here was indeed delightful, causing Shen Bing to succumb to her drowsiness. No one impeded her. With the protective barriers set by Fu Yu, everyone felt free to drift into slumber. Tang San was in a deep sleep. Yet the sensation of being watched returned. Was it Isar? A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through him as he opened his eyes wide, still lying atop his sleeping bag while the others were in peaceful repose. Just as he prepared to rise quietly, Qi Xia also opened his eyes. Have you rested enough? I shall gather some firewood. We must kindle the flames tonight, Tang San remarked. Qi Xia stood as well, replying, I will accompany you. The two ventured away from the others, and only then did Qi Xia speak. You seem troubled these days. Is there something weighing on your mind? Why not discuss it with the group? I sense that someone is observing us. However, it is not Hisar. I have clashed with his spiritual energy before and know it well. It is someone else, Tang San confessed. If I had not attained the mastery of I Ching Yi, I might not have noticed him. Upon hearing I Ching Yi's name, Qi Xia shuddered slightly. Could it be the river god? Chapter 657. Red San. The mention of the river god struck Tang San like a revelation. I Ching Yi had once mentioned that she felt the river god was still alive. Yet if it were he, why would he fixate on me? Could it be because you possess I Ching Yi's powers? Qi Xia's words hung in the air as he noticed Tang San standing there, stunned. What is it? I believe you may be onto something, Tang San replied, anxiety creeping in. He surveyed the surroundings to ensure there was no water nearby. The river god's greatest strength lay in controlling water. Fortunately, they were merely in a forest, devoid of even a stream. As Bai Yi would say, since we are here, we must find peace in our circumstances. Let us focus on the matters at hand. The two gathered some firewood and returned, only to find that those who had been asleep were now awake and still somewhat groggy. Zhi Xi and Tang San set about lighting a fire in the clearing. Fu Yu sprinkled some powder onto the flames, which blazed without emitting a trace of smoke, leaving everyone astonished. The moon in the mountains shone particularly bright, and after replenishing their supplies, lying in their sleeping bags to admire the celestial orb was quite delightful. Song Yang suddenly thought of the red moon. The red moon is truly beautiful. What? Are you now yearning to visit the immortal realm of Penglai, wishing for your dreams to come true? Shen Bing inquired. Not at all, Song Yang replied. That place may seem appealing, but I would rather face life and death alongside you than venture to that so-called paradise. Besides, there are no elixirs left. What is there to seek? The group engaged in lively banter, creating a cheerful atmosphere. Xiao Shan, clutching his laptop, interjected, and Bai Yi remarked, we are deep in the mountains. Does your computer even have a signal? Others do not, but my computer does. I installed a small device, Xiao Shan said with pride. Now, I can access the internet without issue. Let me share an intriguing piece of news. Do you remember the case of the baby corpse seller? Isn't that the son of Yuan Tiandao? Tang San interjected. Indeed, it is he. I've heard that the corpse's owner cannot be found. Thus they are unable to file a case, and now they are releasing him. However, this individual is quite peculiar. He refuses to leave the police station and has even assaulted an officer. As a result, he has been detained once more. Xiao Shan tapped his forehead. The world is vast and full of wonders. One can even find someone so eager to be imprisoned. Wait a moment, Tang San Cheng interjected. He is determined to remain in the police station. Xiao Shan, could you investigate where he is currently detained? A map would be preferable, along with a real-time image. Xiao Shan promptly presented the physical layout of the police station. After a brief glance, Tang San Cheng comprehended. This individual was not drawn to the comforts of the station, which were hardly enviable. Rather, he sought refuge in a place inherently designed to ward off malevolent spirits. It seemed that he was evading something sinister. Evading malevolence? Su Yu pondered thoughtfully. Last time, Yuan Tiandao mentioned that his son was studying dark arts and possessed a corpse of an infant. Could his sinister practice involve nurturing a small ghost? If he fails, he would not only be unable to utilize the ghost, but would also be pursued by it. If this is indeed the case, it might elucidate his bizarre behavior. After all, he is my teacher's son. Should he encounter further troubles upon our return, I will take action, Tang San Cheng declared. As you wish, Bai Yi shrugged nonchalantly. I think you should close your eyes and rest now. Tomorrow we are counting on you to seek out that Qilan heart. Indeed, Tang San Cheng was already feeling drowsy. He groggily agreed and soon fell into a deep slumber. The next day, at the break of dawn, everyone prepared their belongings. After a night of rest, they were all invigorated as they set off in the direction indicated by Tang San Cheng. He did not require a compass. The burial site was bound to be the locus of concentrated life energy. By sensing this energy, they could navigate towards it. However, the path Tang San Cheng chose was far from ideal. After a significant amount of time spent traversing treacherous terrain, the group finally spotted an unassuming little mound. Tang San Cheng sighed in relief and excitedly turned back. Here it is. This is the spot. This place. Song Yang shrugged. It's far too inconspicuous. Truly, the more skilled one is, the more understated they become. So, where do we begin? Tang San Cheng responded. Do not underestimate this small mound. It plays a significant role within this feng shui configuration and must not be disturbed. We should begin our efforts from the surrounding area. With that, Tang San Cheng surveyed the vicinity and selected a location. Let us start from here. This spot was a full 8 meters away from the mound, and everyone immediately began digging. With the expertise of Shen Bing, their efficiency was remarkable. Within the span of a cup of tea, they had excavated nearly 8 meters deep. Tang San Cheng dipped his hand into the soil and sniffed. This is cinnabar, and the finest kind at that, red sand, renowned for its powerful ability to repel evil. The presence of cinnabar sparked excitement among the group. Tang San Cheng continued. Typically, cinnabar mixed with soil does not maintain such a high ratio. Yet here it is 3 parts soil to 7 parts cinnabar. Such caution is commendable. The layer of cinnabar soil was a full meter thick. Upon uncovering it, What lay beneath dazzled their eyes. A ceiling crafted from amber, specifically blood amber, a rare and exquisite form of amber. Amber is one of the 7 treasures in Buddhism, ideally suited for spiritual offerings, and possesses formidable energy to ward off evil. With both red sand and blood amber present, it was evident that considerable effort had been invested here. Bai Yi remarked, "Doesn't it seem that Yuan Tiangang foresaw something, sensing an impending invasion of malevolent forces?" "It is entirely plausible," Tang San Cheng responded. However, he predicted that his tomb would be violated. The intruder must possess knowledge of geomancy to locate it. Temujin has the ability to summon spirits. Could it be that he is also versed in geomancy, a skill prevalent in the Central Plains? If it truly is him, then he is no ordinary individual. Let us not dwell on trivialities. How shall we deal with this layer of amber? Should we simply smash it? Song Yang's heart raced with anticipation, eager to descend. Smash it? What other option do we have? Tang San Cheng replied. Fortunately, the structural damage to the tomb itself is not significant. No sooner had he spoken than Song Yang lifted a stone and struck down, the sound of cracking amber resonating pleasingly. Shen Bing clicked his tongue in regret, while Xiao Shan, having learned from past experiences, hesitated at the opening, wary of jumping in recklessly. Qi Xie held a stone aloft and cast it downward, the stone plummeting for what felt like an eternity before Tang San Cheng finally heard a thud. It had reached the ground. "It's quite high," Bai Yi commented. "Let us revert to our tried-and-true method." The so-called old method referred to the improved Luoyang spade, which had undergone further enhancements. This spade featured a foot pedal, allowing it to be flattened against the shaft without compromising its functionality, and could also serve as a ladder. Tang San Cheng stopped Qi Xie, who was preparing to descend. "Yuan Tiangang is a master of Taoism. Allow me to go down first." The mechanisms within his tomb are surely beyond the perception of ordinary eyes. Qi Xie nodded, permitting Tang San Cheng to take the lead while he followed closely behind for protection. As Tang San Cheng descended, he found it increasingly effortless, yet sensed a warm current rising toward him. He halted, saying, "It's marsh gas. We must wait." The presence of marsh gas raises the risk of explosion, a common knowledge among them. They clung to the pole for 10 minutes until the warm current dissipated, allowing Tang San Cheng to continue downward. The area below was shrouded in darkness, devoid of luminous pearls for illumination, prompting everyone to don headlamps. Upon peering down, Tang San Cheng noticed a thick layer of cinnabar on the ground, though its color had changed, accompanied by indistinct shadows. He raised his hand to stop Qi Xie, stating, "It is the spirits. Let me handle them first." This was not their first encounter with such apparitions, and everyone knew how Tang San Cheng would address them. With his current prowess vastly improved, he merely recited a spell in his mind. With a swift motion of his hands, a silver light cleaved through the black mist, causing it to scatter rather than remain coalesced, dissipating into wisps that faded into nothingness. Shen Bing, anxious that the black mist might engulf him, tensed every muscle. But upon witnessing its complete disappearance, he exhaled in relief. "Wonderful." Song Yang laughed. "With a living deity among us, what is there to fear?" "Be quiet," Shen Bing retorted, rolling his eyes before swiftly changing the subject. "Tang San Cheng, is it time? I shall descend first to investigate." Tang San cautiously leaped down, and as his feet touched the ground, he began to sink, as if he were mired in a quagmire. Fortunately, he had prepared for this moment. He pressed a button at his waist, and a sharp rope tip shot upward. He heard a crisp snap as the tip embedded itself firmly, anchoring him in place. Above, Qi Xie bent down to inquire, "Are you all right?" Though he responded affirmatively, Tang San's back was already drenched. Qi Xie exerted himself to pull Tang San up, who was now covered in a grimy mixture of black and silver mud, emanating a foul stench. "How repulsive! I can't believe this is what awaited me here," Tang San exclaimed. Song Yang wrinkled his nose. "The fishy odor is overwhelming." As Tang San wiped some mud away and scrutinized it closely, he discovered it contained vermilion, ordinary soil, and some silvery fragments. "It resembles fish scales. Take a look," he said, handing the scales to Bai Yi. However, Bai Yi inadvertently cut himself on the sharp edge, and blood immediately oozed from the wound. The moment the blood touched the fish scale, it changed color and emitted a silvery gleam. Tang San observed in astonishment. These were no ordinary fish scales. Glancing back at Bai Yi, he noticed black smoke rising from the wound. "The protective goo has activated," Fu Yu remarked in a low voice. Was this scale cursed? Bai Yi thought to himself, alarmed. Not quite, Fu Yu clarified. Although no curse was placed, the scales possess spiritual energy, do they not? Fu Yu was directing his inquiry at Tang San, who nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is a very malevolent spiritual energy that has disrupted the protective properties of the vermilion. Is this the reason for the disturbance? Song Yang asked curiously. I never anticipated that. But what about that wet and sticky substance? It's a swamp, Tang San replied with a wry smile. But it is certainly not an ordinary swamp. Damn it. How long must we remain suspended here? Song Yang grumbled, growing impatient. Shall we try another area? Chapter 658. Twin Flying Heavens. Very well, allow me, Qi Xie declared, and after speaking, he leapt in a different direction. This time, his body sank indeed, but fortunately, Tang San had already grasped his hand. Qi Xie's descent halted at his calves, and he took a deep breath. The degree of sinking differs in various locations. If this is the case, we can still manage. I shall attempt another area. Qi Xie cautiously navigated the ground, relieved to find that only the spot directly beneath them was soft. Stepping just 2 meters away revealed ordinary vermilion mud. With a wave of his hand, everyone followed Qi Xie's path to solid ground, collectively exhaling in relief. Song Yang spat on the ground. How ridiculous. A group of us resorting to such unrefined methods led me to misjudge. It turns out to be nothing extraordinary. This is not the fault of Yuan Tiangang, Tang San defended. The mere presence of those scales speaks volumes. Yuan Tiangang follows the righteous path of Taoism and could not possibly possess such malevolent artifacts. Moreover, have you forgotten that he once prophesied that his tomb would be breached, bringing calamity to future generations? If he had indeed employed dark artifacts, would he still harbor such concerns? Are these scales brought in by those who disrupt the feng shui? Upon uttering these words, Song Yang felt an overwhelming urge to bite his own tongue, as the truth was glaringly evident. Where is Yuan Tiangang? Shen Bing inquired. Legend has it that he has ascended to immortality, Tang San Cheng replied. However, we may soon uncover the answer. Everyone raised their flashlights, casting beams upon the wall, where the murals captivated their attention. The wall art was entirely in the style of the Tang dynasty, characterized by the quintessential dual celestial figures. The so-called dual celestial refers to 2 flying figures positioned either one in front of the other or side by side. The representations of these celestial beings were rounded and serene, their expressions radiating tranquility. The murals depicted these celestial figures with remarkable vividness. They were ethereal beings, often referred to in Taoism as immortals, such as Xian, Tianxian, and Qi Jiao Daxian. Those divine entities capable of flight are termed Phaetian or celestial beings. The murals appeared to have been painted with modern oil colors. Unable to resist, Tang San Cheng reached out to touch the wall, only for the mural to crumble, marring the celestial visage. What is happening? He exclaimed, observing the black, soot-like marks on his palm. It seems to have been damaged. These murals appeared pristine, suggesting they were protected, yet the malevolent spirits lingering here have utterly destroyed them. You often mention these malevolent spirits. What exactly are they? Shen Bing asked. Are they ghosts? Not quite, Tang San Cheng replied. They are akin to spirits. Qi refers to the legendary mountain deities and creatures that wreak havoc. Mei refers to the enchanting entities found in the mountains that lure people. Wang pertains to the charming beings transformed from mountains, rivers, and stones. And Liang describes the mischievous sprites that lurk in the shadows. Jing refers to the essence or spirit vital to the cultivation of a person. All these malevolent entities possess an aura of evil. Originally, this place was buried with red sand and amber, coupled with the protective measures set by Yuan Tiangang, rendering these spirits ineffective. However, the peculiar aspect lies in those scales. They possess the power to dispel true energy, allowing these spirits to linger here and disrupt the natural order. How despicable! Who could this person be? It is evident they came here with intent, Shen Bing remarked. To take another's wealth is one thing, but to undermine the fortunes of their descendants is truly wicked. In ancient metaphysical practices, the 5 arts encompass mountains, medicine, fate, divination, and physiognomy. The realm of feng shui is particularly profound, with certain formations capable of enhancing energy and balancing yin and yang. Yet, historically, any formation has always been a double-edged sword. It can save or harm, be used positively or negatively. Someone has deliberately come to disrupt the feng shui here. There must be a motive, Tang San Cheng mused. To ruin this place is to jeopardize the Yuan family's descendants for personal gain. But what could they possibly gain? We have only just arrived. Let us continue to explore. Bai Yi waved the flashlight in his hand, surveying the surroundings. They found themselves in a completely vacant tomb chamber. Aside from the murals adorning the walls and the red ochre on the ground, there was nothing else. Conventionally, such a floor would be laid with bricks or stones for protection against malevolent spirits, but here it was merely covered in red ochre, rendering the tomb chamber exceedingly rudimentary. The shape of this chamber was highly irregular. While typical brick chambers are rectangular, this one resembled a triangle. Tang San Cheng muttered, "Let's move on and explore elsewhere." Upon exiting the tomb chamber, a winding passageway appeared before them. Usually, tomb passages have forks, but at least they are straight. This one, however, twisted and turned like a worm. Were a modern architect to behold it, they might assume a significant design flaw or shortcuts had been taken. The walls were adorned with amber decorations, within which the bodies of insects could be distinctly seen. This amber rivaled the ancient earth of the Shaoshan, capable of disrupting their true essence. Thus, the scales must be even stronger. Scales. A bolt of inspiration struck Tang San Cheng. It was the river god. The others were momentarily taken aback. Bai Yi, known for his clarity of thought, was likewise perplexed. Why mention the river god out of the blue? Qing Yi had once stated that Genghis Khan possessed the power to summon spirits, which aligned with certain conditions. However, a Mongolian would undoubtedly be unfamiliar with matters of the Central Plains. That was one point. Additionally, Qing Yi had mentioned the river god, who, despite his antiquity, maintained an image as pristine as ice. He typically appeared as a strikingly handsome youth, with his lower half transforming into a fish adorned with silver scales while he swam. When he soared into the sky, he became a brilliant dragon, and at night, the moonlight he reflected was sufficient to illuminate an entire mountain. Bai Yi grasped the significance of the silver-scaled fish. That was the key. Indeed, that's it, Tang San Cheng stated. My instincts tell me that Genghis Khan has entered. Without a doubt, but not solely by his own strength. The river god has lent him assistance. This confounds me. For the river god claims to be the son of heaven, revered even by the Yellow Emperor. Why would he aid Genghis Khan? Let us set that aside for now. Bai Yi pointed towards the winding passageway ahead. Let us see what this is all about. The serpentine corridor was flanked by red brick walls, and at first, Tang San Cheng did not pay much attention to the scattered amber upon them. However, as they advanced, he began to sense a certain order in the arrangement of the amber, as if they mirrored the Milky Way. In ancient China, the Milky Way was also known as the Heavenly River, Silver River, Star River, and Cloud River, a milky white band stretching across the starry sky. When illuminated, these ambers reflected a white light, producing an illusion for Tang San Cheng that he was indeed amidst the Milky Way. Tang San Cheng, why are you dawdling? Shen Bing called back to him, for he had been standing there for over a minute, showing no inclination to move. Oh, I'm coming, Tang San Cheng replied, struck by the brilliance of Yuan Tiangong's ingenious idea. This method maintained the flow of vitality within the tomb and absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. Amber, being born of heaven and earth, served as a superb medium. Stunning, the only word that came to Tang San Cheng's mind. Tang San quickened his pace to catch up. Thus far, they had only explored the chamber they had descended into. Raising his gaze, he noticed that the ceiling was entirely constructed of amber. A sudden thought struck him. If someone had intruded, they must have descended from above. Therefore, apart from the area they had just damaged, there should be other breaches, which would reveal the intruder's path. Bai Yi glanced back at Tang San. Although they were at a distance, they understood each other's thoughts without uttering a word. Bai Yi directed his flashlight upwards to check for any openings, and as they neared the end of the tomb passage, he spotted another chamber ahead. Look above, he exclaimed. A significant hole marred the amber ceiling, with shards of amber scattered across the floor. Song Yang remarked, restoring the amber to its original state is no simple task. It's truly unfortunate that two areas have been damaged. Indeed, amber is a fragile material, susceptible to deformation from any external force. Although the amber ceiling was substantial, it could not withstand a vigorous impact. It appeared the intruder had descended through this very opening. Bai Yi shone his flashlight downwards, revealing an abundance of fine amber fragments. He crouched down, meticulously clearing away the debris, and soon uncovered a square object. Upon seeing it, Bai Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, someone from Mongolia has been here. What is this? Xiao Shan inquired curiously. Approaching closer, he immediately recognized, "Isn't this a harmonica? This is an antique." It wasn't always called a harmonica. In ancient times, it was referred to as a huang, and during the Han Dynasty, there was even a drum huang gong. Bai Yi explained, "In ancient times, not everyone could play it, as it was considered an elegant instrument, akin to today's piano or violin. Do you understand?" Xiao Shan stuck out his tongue. "I get it. But how do you know it was used by Mongolians?" Mongolians have a long-standing tradition of playing the mouth harp, particularly among women. That is one reason. Moreover, this mouth harp bears the inscription of a Mongolian name. Bai Yi pointed to the engraving. "This is no challenge for me. It bears a woman's name." "A woman? Shouldn't it be Genghis Khan?" Shen Bing interjected. Yuan Tiangang once said that those who intrude upon his tomb would have a name containing the character Tai, iron. Bai Yi responded, "Indeed, this name is not Genghis Khan, but it is undoubtedly connected to him. This is Holun, known as Ueluan in the Central Plains. This must have been an item belonging to his mother." Fu Yu spoke with an air reminiscent of an elegant lady from the Republican era. He must have carried it for a reason. "This is the best evidence. The intruder with a name containing Tai is indeed Genghis Khan." Song Yang expressed his excitement. "But how did he disrupt the feng shui here? Beyond the apparitions we encountered, what else is there? It's not just about his entrance. The acquisition of those scales merits further investigation." Tang San affirmed. "The one who entered was undoubtedly Genghis Khan." He fixed his gaze upon the door before him, suddenly overwhelmed by a sensation, as if he had begun to comprehend what Genghis Khan had done upon entering. Chapter 659, Severing Offspring and Descendants. How curious it seems that this mouthpiece has found its way here. The usually reticent Fu Yu spoke at this moment. Genghis Khan held great respect for his mother. This must be a relic of hers. If it has been lost, how could he not seek it? Moreover, Bai Yi, if you can perceive it, how could he not? Bai Yi shuddered, realizing that if he could discern the mouthpiece under the flashlight, then Temujin would certainly find it if he were earnest in his search. Tang San Cheng approached, taking the mouthpiece from Bai Yi's hand and toying with it for a while in silence, lost in thought. Bai Yi, feeling exasperated, remarked, "Can you at least make a sound?" "Let us enter first," Tang San Cheng asserted, now taking the lead. Before them stood the tightly shut door of the tomb, secured with a lock. During the Tang Dynasty, bronze artifacts flourished, and metallurgy was advanced, evolving locks from wood, bamboo, and bone to those made of gold, silver, copper, and iron. Yet, this lock was of bone, an unusual material for the era. Bai Yi drew his gun and fired at the bone lock. Sparks flew, but the lock remained unscathed. It could withstand bullets, indicating its exceptional nature, prompting Bai Yi to step aside and observe Tang San Cheng. Placing his hand upon the bone lock, Tang San Cheng summoned his energy, causing the lock to warp slightly, though it remained tethered, not entirely severed. Qi Jie recalled the golden silkworm thread on his person, retrieving it and threading it through. With a firm tug, the golden silkworm thread, known for its remarkable resilience, finally severed the remaining connection of the bone lock. Truly, it was a rare treasure of the world. "There is genuine energy surrounding the bone lock," Tang San Cheng remarked. "It has been protected by someone, and it is not the work of Yuan Tiangang. As a fellow practitioner of Taoism, I can discern that this energy clearly does not belong to our sect." Tang San Cheng withheld a thought. Had it not been for his own cultivation, he might have been at a loss. Pushing open the door revealed a grand stone coffin. Impressive in stature, approximately 4 meters long, 2 meters high, and 2.5 meters wide. Its design featured a traditional Chinese pavilion-style roof with a red door adorned with golden nails, a privilege reserved for individuals of considerable status during the Tang Dynasty. Throughout their journey, they had encountered only protective artifacts, devoid of life-threatening traps, which left Song Yang feeling somewhat uneasy. "I have never entered a tomb like this before. The absence of protective mechanisms feels rather disconcerting." "You are simply being foolish," Shen Bing interjected. "You only feel at ease when walking on the edge of a blade." "Yes, indeed, I am being foolish," Song Yang admitted, acknowledging the impressive nature of the stone coffin. "Let us hasten to unveil what lies within. It is said that Yuan Tiangang ascended to immortality after his death. I wonder if his remains lie inside." Tang San Cheng pondered, appearing hesitant. "After all, he is a senior of my sect. To open his coffin would be utterly irreverent." "That is easily remedied. Simply turn around and avert your gaze," Shen Bing suggested, pushing Tang San Cheng to turn away before addressing Bai Yi. "Let us begin." Bai Yi nodded and, accompanied by Qi Xie, ascended the stone coffin, which indeed housed a sarcophagus, a testament to Yuan Tiangong's distinct style. The surface of the coffin was adorned with engravings of the Big Dipper, frequently utilized in geomantic arrangements. As was customary, Bai Yi sought to probe for traps, only to discover that Yuan Tiangong was remarkably ascetic, leaving no mechanism in sight. Tang San Cheng, sensing movement behind him, lamented, "He is no ordinary individual. His sole concern lies with the safety of future generations. Such trivialities as traps would surely not capture his esteemed attention." "All right. It's evident he is your idol," Song Yang retorted with a hint of impatience, urging the two above to hasten. "Come on, I can hardly contain my excitement. How long has it been since we opened a coffin?" Bai Yi and Qi Xie jointly lifted the coffin lid. Tang San Cheng, plagued by an ominous premonition, swiftly turned around, simultaneously waving his hands outward, sending forth a silver flash that dispersed the black smoke emanating from the coffin. "Come down." Bai Yi and Qi Xie leapt to the ground. One leg bent to the earth, and upon looking up, they found the black smoke had vanished into the air. Qi Xie gasped. "Were those the malevolent spirits?" "Indeed," Tang San Cheng replied, his anger rising. To seal such malevolent entities within another's coffin is a heinous act, one that endangers future generations and could even lead to extinction. It is no wonder Yuan Tiangong foresaw this and could not find peace. Such ruthlessness is utterly excessive. Seeing the smoke completely dissipate, Qi Xie inquired, "What would happen if it approached both me and Bai Yi? In the short term, you might not notice anything unusual, but over time, you would experience dizziness and bodily dysfunction, a clear indication of malevolent energy intrusion," Tang San Cheng explained. "But it is fine now." Bai Yi and Qi Xie ascended once more. In their hasty descent, the coffin lid had crashed down, covering 2/3 of the sarcophagus's interior. They lifted the lid, revealing it to be entirely empty, no remains. This revelation seemed to align with Tang San Cheng's earlier anticipations. However, take a closer look. Is there anything else within? "What is this?" Qi Xie finally discovered a stone, half black and half red, with a distinct dividing line in the center. He tossed it toward Tang San Cheng, who caught it against his chest. After examining it closely, he remarked, "This possesses the scent of Lu Huang, but why does its hue appear so peculiar?" Suddenly, Tang San Cheng's face drained of color, resembling a dusting of flour. Blinking rapidly, he stammered, This should be a remnant left by Yuan Tiangong after his ascension, akin to a relic. Is it similar to a Sorira?" Xiu inquired curiously. "Yes, but regrettably, it has been ravaged by those malevolent spirits," Tang San Cheng lamented. "Had we arrived a moment later, the vital energy here would have entirely dissipated, and I have discovered something else." "What is it?" Song Yang, feeling uneasy from the lack of artifacts, mused. After all, the thrill of opening coffins and retrieving burial goods was the essence of their endeavor. "The vital energy is dispersing and being redirected elsewhere," Tang San Cheng revealed, producing a mouth harp. "I believe it is connected to this." "What shall we do?" Shen Bing asked. Yuan Tiangong is indeed an extraordinary figure. Remarkably, he accurately predicted this. "Collecting wealth while alleviating calamities for others," Tang San Cheng remarked. "To remedy this, we must first ascertain where the vital energy has been directed." "Follow me." "Where are we going?" asked Xiao Shan. "Upwards." Tang San Cheng gestured towards the heights above. "The leakage of vital energy undoubtedly benefits others. To reclaim it, we must make our moves at that precise location." Leading the group out of the tomb, Tang San Cheng ascended to the surface, guiding them towards the sunlit hillock he had observed from the mountain's peak. This mound represented the sun in the Qilin bending to the sunken configuration, a position of utmost significance. It was a crucial element within the entire feng shui arrangement. Without it, the integrity of the formation would be compromised. Tang San Cheng had just realized that the locus of the sun was where the vital energy was most concentrated, while, conversely, Yuan Tiangong's tomb overflowed with it, all having been directed towards the sun. Arriving before the hillock that symbolized the sun, Tang San Cheng, relying solely on instinct, selected a spot that resonated with the hilltop and the tongue of the Qilin. "This is the place. Let us excavate. I am certain my intuition is correct." As they began to dig, they unearthed a dark wooden coffin at a depth of merely 4 meters. The sight of the coffin, made of dark wood, stirred excitement in Bai Yi, who seemed to have an inkling of its contents. His hand rested upon the coffin. "Shall we take a gamble? What is there to bet on?" Xiu chuckled. "If our assumptions are accurate, it belongs to the master of the mouth harp." Bai Yi felt a tinge of disdain for this rare treatment. Su Yu cautioned, next time, do not engage in such antics. This is Tang San Cheng's prerogative. Tang San Cheng was taken aback, realizing that Su Yu had also embraced a more cunning side. Song Yang had already reached out to touch the dark wooden coffin. Upon contact, his fingers went numb, and he quickly withdrew his hand, exclaiming, "Ouch." Tang San Cheng gently pushed him aside, stating, "Allow me." With calm composure, he placed his hand upon the dark wood, privately marveling at his enhanced abilities, and then carefully opened the coffin. Inside lay a withered corpse, its skin tightly adhering to the bones, dressed in garments indicative of its identity, a robe commonly worn by Mongolian women, devoid of any burial accompaniments. Mongolian funerary customs typically favor exposure to nature. Upon death, the deceased's old clothing is removed and replaced with new attire or wrapped in white cloth, then placed upon a sled for transport. The burial site is deemed auspicious wherever the body happens to fall. Following a sky burial, the deceased's descendants generally refrain from cutting their hair, consuming alcohol, or engaging in entertainment for 49 days as a sign of mourning. Strangely, this burial custom seemed to align closely with that of the Han people. Bai Yi remarked, "It appears this individual is indeed the mother of Temujin. What do you intend to do?" Temujin was known to possess an emperor's aura, as I Ching Yi had observed, sensing imperial energy emanating from him. Unfortunately, this individual harbored excessive ambition, having first deceived I Ching Yi and then redirected the vital energy of Yuan Tiangong's feng shui arrangement to expedite her own grand endeavors. Tang San Cheng reflected, ambition can truly transform a person into someone unrecognizable. Now that the malevolent forces within Yuan Tiangong's tomb have been eradicated, our immediate task is to reposition this coffin, relocating it to an opposing direction to prevent it from siphoning the vital energy from Yuan Tiangong's tomb. Afterward, I will proceed with the purification of the tomb. Without hesitation, the group lifted the dark wooden coffin and turned it to the opposite direction for reburial. This task was purely laborious. Ultimately, the coffin was placed in the newly excavated space. Gazing at the ominous, dark coffin, Bai Yi felt a pang of nostalgia. When his mother passed away, he had yet to rise to prominence. With his capabilities, locating such a coffin was no easy feat. His filial piety was indeed commendable, yet his methods were subject to debate. Tang San Cheng, feeling the mouth harp at his side, placed it beside the corpse, declaring, "Let it return to its rightful owner." At that moment, Xiao Shan recalled an unresolved question upon seeing the harp. "You mentioned earlier that the harp's position was not a mere coincidence. Could it be related to the transfer of true energy?" "Indeed, clever observation," Tang San Cheng replied. "The two are interconnected, requiring a medium for the true energy to follow a defined path." Bai Yi sighed, "Tang San Cheng, I am somewhat concerned. Your intellect seems to be growing sharper, and my authority may soon be jeopardized. Are you complimenting me?" Tang San Cheng inquired, his excitement palpable. "Admit it, you are praising me." "Enough," Bai Yi retorted, a single word of dismissal escaping his lips. "Let us proceed with the burial." They closed the coffin and covered it with soil. The mother of Genghis Khan, Hegi Luan, also known as Lady Yueluan, was indeed a figure of tragic destiny. By mere name, she was a beauty. Had she not been, Genghis Khan's father would not have pursued her, a married woman. Her former husband, a coward, succumbed to debauchery, abandoning his wife and fleeing. Poor Yueluan wept for many days before resigning herself to fate, joining the Golden Clan. Following the untimely death of her husband, she bravely shouldered the burdens of her family, raising her son to become a legendary hero. Sadly, she did not live to witness the fruits of her labor. When Genghis Khan was merely 9 years old, his father was poisoned by the son of Togrul, his ally. After the death of her husband, the ambitious Tughluq of the Tichiudi took advantage of the situation, inciting the Mongol tribes to abandon Genghis Khan and his mother, plunging their family from the status of tribal leaders into the depths of hardship. Thus, Lady Yueluan endured a life of suffering, raising her own children while also caring for her late husband's offspring. How tragic! Just as she seemed to find peace, fate intervened once more, leading her son to this very place to shape his destiny. Was this a fortunate end or a cruel twist of fate? Before departing, Fu Yu placed a curse at Yueluan's burial site. She was ultimately innocent. May she find eternal rest. Bai Yi sensed a radiant compassion emanating from Fu Yu, enveloping him in warmth. The affection between the two prompted others to roll their eyes and distance themselves, wary of becoming entangled in their melodrama. Tang San Cheng, contemplating the need to return and secure Yuan Tiangong's tomb, was troubled by the two gaping holes, pondering how to seal the tomb given their current resources. Tang San returned to the location where Yuan Tiangong's coffin lay, placing the stone, transformed from Yuan Tiangong's true essence, within the sarcophagus. He chanted softly, "Clouds and patterns in the vast void, at the dawn of calamity. Suddenly near, suddenly far, either sinking or floating. The 5 directions linger, just beyond a yard. The celestial emperor, the true man, pens with ease, to unfold the chapter of the cave, inscribing the spiritual symbols. The primordial beginning descends. The true script unfolds, clearly existent, yet obscured in the void." As Tang San completed the incantation, the blackness on the stone gradually dissipated, revealing a crimson hue. Tang San sighed with relief, for he knew in his heart that this was the last hope sustaining the vital energy of this place. With its presence, perhaps the fate of the Yuan family descendants could be altered. "Dear teacher, may you find solace in the afterlife." Tang San carefully placed the stone inside the coffin and gently closed it, preparing to descend when he noticed something beneath the sarcophagus. He immediately called for Xiao Shan, pointing to the object. "Give me a hand." This task suited Xiao Shan well. With a swift motion, he pulled out the object trapped beneath the coffin, albeit with too much force, causing a corner to crack. Xiao Shan, with a sheepish grin, apologized. "My bad." "Not a problem," Tang San replied, his heart racing. As he examined the item, he began to dance with excitement. "The 2A-2. This is the 2A-2. Be careful." Shen Bing observed Tang San's exuberance with a mix of annoyance and amusement. "What is it that has you so elated, like a madman?" Xiao Shan jumped down first, arms outstretched to protect Tang San as he descended. Tang San continued to laugh heartily. What an unexpected twist. Such a precious artifact. And it was used as a cushion for the coffin. This is indeed the 2A-2. While others remained puzzled, Bai Yi understood. "I recognize the 2A-2. It is among the 10 great prophetic texts of antiquity, co-authored by Yuan Tiangong and his disciple Li Chunzi. The other 9 include Jiang Taigong's Jian Kuan Wanyan Gu, Zhuge Liang's Wuhou by Nian Ji, Ma Qian Ku, Master Bu Su's Bu, Su Master Prophecy, Li Chunzi's Song Tu Shi, Huangbo Xun's Wangel Zen Master Poem, Xiao Yong's Meihua Shi, Lu Bowen's Jinling Ta Beiwen, and Xiaobing Gu." Indeed. Bai Yi continued. "It is said that during the Jingguan era of the Tang dynasty, the 2 prophetic masters Li Chunzi and Yuan Tiangong predicted significant events for the Tang dynasty and subsequent eras. The work comprises 60 images, named according to the 60 jiazi and hexagrams. Each image is accompanied by a prophetic verse and 4 lines of poetry, foretelling the rise and fall of future dynasties. The title, 2A-2, derives from the verse associated with the 60th image, suggesting that it is better to push back and return to one's fate than to attempt to explain endlessly. This is truly an extraordinary tome. Tang San, filled with enthusiasm, unfurled the 2A-2. "Look, it indeed foretells the Lushan rebellion." "Let me see." Bai Yi leaned in closer. "Not only that, it even predicts the rise of Zhu Yuanzong, the beggar turned king." "Impressive." "Tang San, when did you acquire such prowess to help us avert disaster?" Tang San, sweating profusely, chuckled as he asked, "What should we do with the 2A-2? "Take it with us," Bai Yi advised, "though the predictions within may no longer hold significance. From an archaeological perspective, this is a remarkable discovery." Bai Yi had already devised a plan in his mind. Perhaps in the near future, it would prove beneficial to us. "But what about those 2 gaping holes?" Song Yang inquired. "This amber has shattered, and we cannot restore it immediately. Even if the genius appraiser Luo Tian were here, it would likely be beyond his capabilities." "Let it be," Tang San Cheng replied. "Once we exit, we shall bury it and allow Fu Yu to cast a protective curse, ensuring no one can approach this place in the future. This shall be our utmost effort, and we shall see whether the preserved vital energy proves advantageous to the descendants of the Yuan family." Taking charge, Tang San Cheng was listened to by all, as this was his area of expertise. He breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Fu Yu release a worm. What purpose does this serve? Those who approach will experience a reddening of the skin, mistaking it for a dreadful affliction. Humans inherently dread the unknown, Fu Yu explained. Over time, this place shall become a forbidden zone, though it will not endanger their lives. Let us proceed. Just as Bai Yi finished speaking, they heard Tang San Cheng's stomach grumble. "You glutton." Before he could finish, Bai Yi's own stomach chimed in, reminding them that they had not eaten all day. Bai Yi blushed and cleared his throat. Perhaps we should rest before departing. We should be able to leave the mountain before nightfall. Tang San Cheng tried to stifle his laughter, but eventually burst into a fit of giggles, which resonated with the group, particularly with Xiao Shan and Song Yang, who embraced each other in hearty laughter. It was unexpected for Tang San Cheng that laughter would mark the conclusion of this incident. Upon returning to the county town, they still had the spirit to explore. Once back in Beijing, Tang San Cheng immediately went to the police station to secure the release of Yuan Tiandao's son. As the news had indicated, the fellow stubbornly refused to leave the station, remaining obstinate until Tang San Cheng whispered in his ear that he could resolve his issues with the little ghosts. Only then did the man follow Tang San Cheng out of the police station, albeit with skepticism. Initially, the group had deliberated whether to intervene, considering the piece of golden jade in the safe and that Yuan Tiandao had but one son. This heir of the Yuan family was indeed precious. Ultimately, Tang San Cheng resolved to see it through, embodying the principle of helping others to the end. However, he did not anticipate the unexpected complications that would arise from this assistance. The adage rings true: good deeds are always rewarded. Returning with Yuan Tiandao's son from the police station, Tang San Cheng planned to depart. The ineffectual descendant of the Yuan family was quite a headache. While handling the paperwork at the station, Tang San Cheng had learned his name, Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong called out to Tang San Cheng, "Wait, didn't you say you would help me with the little ghosts? Do you truly possess one?" Tang San Cheng feigned ignorance, seeking to teach this inept man a lesson. Though Yuan Hong was in his 40s, his maturity was evidently lacking. With a pained expression, he began to whine to the younger Tang San Cheng, "You promised to help me." Tang San Cheng suddenly became irate. "Do you not realize that your father has passed away?" Yuan Hong's expression remained remarkably composed. He was aware that his forced extension of life would hardly last 3 months. I had discerned this long ago. This revelation astonished Tang San. The fact that Yuan Tiandao, unbeknownst to him, was prolonging his life indicated that he possessed considerable cultivation. He was not merely an unlearned individual. However, the method of nurturing spirits was hardly a legitimate practice, and Tang San felt an unsettling discomfort within. You might as well go honor your father. With the deceased already gone, what was the point of such superficial gestures? Yet, Yuan Hong boldly retorted, "The person he has tirelessly sought is indeed you. I have recognized your extraordinary capabilities. You can certainly assist me in resolving my spirit-related issues. By the way, should you succeed, there shall be benefits for you. You are utterly destitute. What benefits could you possibly offer?" Tang San contemplated inwardly, though he outwardly asserted with righteous indignation, "I am willing to assist you. But you must enlighten me about the origins and consequences of this matter. As it stands, we have others awaiting nearby. Let us discuss this further once we arrive." Yuan Hong, eager for assistance, promptly trailed behind Tang San. Upon reaching the tea house, he was taken aback to see Bai Yi and Fu Yu, an ethereal pair. Yuan Hong maintained his nonchalant demeanor, while Fu Yu regarded him thoughtfully. Clearing his throat, Yuan Hong proclaimed, "I am not one to owe favors. You have extricated me from my plight and promised to assist with my spirit issue. In return, I shall offer something in secret, which I have never disclosed to anyone." "Such theatrics," Bai Yi remarked quietly. "Are you genuinely nurturing spirits?" Alas, cleverness often leads to misfortune. Despite his unappealing nature, Yuan Hong spoke candidly. "Indeed, I am nurturing spirits. But I have no intent to harm others. My purpose in doing so was to achieve a goal, yet unexpectedly, I have failed, and now it seeks to harm me. I cannot compete with it. I am left to hide and evade. Had my father not been in ill health, relying on his powers to sustain life, I would be untroubled. Regrettably, he cannot protect himself, leaving me to fend for myself. Hence, this brother must understand why I have gone to such lengths to enter the police station. The yang energy there is robust and provides safety. I would rather endure imprisonment than risk my life. What method do you employ to nurture these spirits?" Fu Yu inquired. Chapter 661, The 5 Ghosts Transport Technique. Yuan Hong lifted the teacup from the table, taking a sip, his tone tinged with pride, seeing that you are not at all surprised. "I assume you are fellow practitioners and are familiar with the 5 Ghosts Transport Technique." This technique had not been included in Tang San's previous explanation, eliciting some astonishment from him now. "You can perform the 5 Ghosts Transport Technique?" Feeling somewhat apprehensive, Yuan Hong quickly added, "I only have a superficial understanding. After all, I have not mastered it. The Five Ghosts Transport Technique, also known as the Five Ghosts Wealth Transport Method, refers to the five spirits in folklore, which are essentially the plague gods: spring plague Zhang Yuanbua, summer plague Lu Yuanda, autumn plague Zhao Gongming, winter plague Zhong Shigui, and the overseer of the plague, Shi Wenye. The incantation of the Five Ghosts Transport serves to summon these spirits to attract wealth, essentially transferring the fortune of others into one's own abode. The primary method employed is the use of talismans, which Tang San Cheng possesses yet refrains from utilizing, as the manipulation of the Five Ghosts Transport Technique contravenes Taoist principles. A person such as Tang San Cheng, who adheres strictly to regulations, would never engage in such acts. Yuan Hong, on the other hand, utilized a different medium, albeit based on the same principle and talisman. However, his medium was the corpse of a child. When did this commence? Tang San Cheng inquired. Oh, it began a month ago, replied Yuan Hong. It has grown increasingly ferocious. With my skills, I can hardly withstand it. The daylight is manageable, yet come nightfall, I am filled with dread, unable to find peace even in slumber. If it were indeed the Five Ghosts Transport, provided the talisman was executed correctly, there should be no issues. It appears the fault lies with your talisman. Tang San Cheng placed a cup of tea before Yuan Hong. Draw it out. Yuan Hong promptly dipped his finger into the tea and began to sketch on the tabletop. The tea stains dried slowly, allowing Tang San Cheng to discern the drawing clearly. His expression hardened. This is fundamentally incorrect. Your drawing is utterly askew. If you had succeeded, it would have been a miracle. Ah! Yuan Hong gasped in astonishment, realization dawning upon him as he slapped his forehead. No wonder. I thought it looked right at the time. I had no inkling it was such a matter. Tang San Cheng, both amused and exasperated, asked, What of this little spirit? I purchased it, Yuan Hong explained. I was told it was brought from Hunan, 3 in total. 1 was destroyed, 1 used, and 1 remains. You must have seen it in the news, the one I was selling by the roadside, which has since been confiscated. The issue lies with this second one. The talisman was erroneous. Logically, it should not have been able to move, yet it not only moved but exhibited considerable aggression. Alas, it does not heed my commands. As Yuan Hong spoke, he gazed out the window. The sky had turned a murky gray and was rapidly darkening. A shiver ran down his spine. This is bad. It will likely come looking for me soon. Tang San Cheng shook his head. To deliver a Buddha to the west. I shall assist you this once. He retrieved prepared cinnabar and talisman paper, commencing to draw. He crafted 2 talismans. The first was the correct Five Ghosts Transport talisman, and the second was one that Yuan Hong had never seen before. What is this? He inquired. An ancient talisman, Tang San Cheng replied. It bears resemblance to the Golden Light talisman, yet possesses greater potency. Should it come seeking you, wield the Five Ghosts Transport talisman to capture its attention, and I shall affix the Golden Light talisman upon it, ensuring it vanishes in an instant. But do not flee in the midst of this. Understood. Yuan Hong's palms were clammy with sweat. He placed his trust in the young man before him, who exuded an aura that inspired confidence. As he reached for the talisman, Tang San Cheng noticed the perspiration in his palms. No, dry your hands first. Though it resembled a young person admonishing an elder, Yuan Hong felt it was entirely reasonable. Promptly obeying and drying his hands, Tang San Cheng glanced at the talisman bearer, who nodded. I will provide cover for you. Exercise caution. Tang San Cheng then stood. Let us proceed to a more secluded location and await. After departing from the tea house, Bai Yi drove the group towards the outskirts. The moon tonight hid behind a veil of clouds, occasionally peeking out, while the night remained shrouded in gloom. Yuan Hong felt an unusual sense of unease, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Beside him, Tang San Cheng remarked, Had I known today would come, I would have acted differently. Yuan Hong immediately felt the need to defend himself. I believe you may have misunderstood. My intention in summoning spirits was not. Tang San Cheng gestured for silence, and the vehicle fell into a hushed stillness. The sound of the wind outside, a mere whisper, accompanied the swift motion of the car. Bai Yi gradually steered the vehicle to the side and came to a stop. All passengers exited the car. Furrowing his brow, Tang San Cheng closed his eyes, intently listening to the shifting sounds in the wind. Once assured, he opened his eyes and declared, It's coming. Yuan Hong adopted a posture of alarm, while Fuyu offered a faint smile. A brown butterfly emerged from her presence, landing delicately on Yuan Hong's shoulder. Fear not, it will protect you, she reassured him. Before Yuan Hong could inquire further, a dark figure loomed before him. Its soft, downy fur lay flat against its scalp, matted with congealed blood. Its skin a deep shade of black and purple. The creature's bulging eyes and the purple liquid seeping from its claws added to the horror. As it lunged towards Yuan Hong, a foul stench filled the air. Yuan Hong's throat constricted, rendering him speechless as he fell to the ground, eyes wide in terror, watching the creature approach. Suddenly, he recalled the talisman in his hand. He closed his eyes tightly, steeling himself, and stretched out his hand, pressing the talisman against the creature's forehead. The moment the 5-ghost transport talisman adhered, the spirit convulsed as if struck by lightning, but quickly regained its composure, reaching for Yuan Hong's eyes with its hands. Good heavens! Yuan Hong screamed, shielding his eyes with trembling hands. Through his fingers, he glimpsed the creature mere centimeters away, yet unable to breach his proximity. He then noticed the butterfly on his shoulder, from which silver powder began to waft. Seizing the moment while the spirit was momentarily stunned, Tang San Cheng finally acted, applying a golden talisman to the creature's navel. This navel, a lifeline connecting child to mother, became the conduit for the talisman's power, sending a beam of golden light into the spirit's abdomen. The creature emitted a heart-wrenching wail, akin to a newborn's first cry. Fu Yu, upon hearing this, felt a pang of sadness, while Bai Yi remarked, "It has long been a lifeless thing. Now, we merely assist in its release." Fu Yu, truly a woman of delicate temperament, bore a heart heavy with myriad sorrows. With a loud crash, the spirit disintegrated into black ash, dispersing into nothingness. Fu Yu sighed softly, and as she turned her gaze toward Yuan Hong, her eyes reflected a newfound disdain. With a gentle flick of her hand, the butterfly obediently returned to its designated space. Yuan Hong remained seated on the ground, too dazed to blink. Tang San Cheng approached him. "You may rise now. You are all truly remarkable," Yuan Hong responded, awestruck. Yuan Hong, this fellow, unexpectedly began to grin widely, brushing off the dust from his clothing as he stood up. "You have alleviated a burden for me. In return, I must share something with you." "No need," the trio replied in unison. "Nay," Yuan Hong insisted stubbornly. "This matter cannot rest with me alone. I perceive that you three are not ordinary individuals. Surely you can assist. You inquired why I raise a ghost, did you not? It is for the purpose of the Baogong tomb. I keep a ghost to descend into the tomb and retrieve the burial artifacts within." "The Baogong tomb?" Tang San was taken aback, glancing at Bai Yi, who, indeed, seemed intrigued. Although the tomb had been discovered long ago, there had been much public debate, claiming that it was not the true resting place of Baogong. Indeed, Yuan Hong sighed suddenly, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. "They say that a person is most lucid just before death. At that moment, I felt as though my soul had departed. I realized that my life bears little significance. No wonder my father constantly berates me as a failure. From tomorrow onward, I shall live as a normal person. I thank you all. This has been a secret buried deep within me for so long, one I have never shared with anyone else. You must hear me out. Whether you choose to believe it is up to you. Do not keep us in suspense. Let us entertain your tale," Bai Yi urged. "Have you heard of the Baogong jade pillow?" Yuan Hong was about to tease them with suspense, but seeing their discontented expressions, he quickly smiled. "I shall speak plainly. Not long ago, I met a descendant of Baogong, a true heir with a family tree to prove it. He told me that the current Baogong tomb is not genuine. The real tomb must contain the Baogong jade pillow, which is said to be a rare and mystical item. Possessing it could lead to great fortune. Most importantly, this individual has discovered the true location of the Baogong tomb within the family records. Is this true?" The same 4 words sprang to the minds of the trio. Given Yuan Hong's exaggerated manner of speech, it seemed rather implausible. Yuan Hong, sensing their skepticism, attempted to save face. "I merely said you should treat this as a story. Belief or disbelief is yours to decide. Is that all?" Bai Yi inquired. "Not quite," Yuan Hong replied. "I was contemplating, if I could retrieve the jade pillow from the Baogong tomb, would I not be prosperous? My father often speaks of the decline of the Yuan family lineage. I intend to show him that the Yuan bloodline shall not only endure, but that we shall also rise to high office. I have held on to this determination. Yet I am timid and fear descending into the tomb. Thus, I pondered, raising a ghost to descend in my stead to procure the jade pillow is a commendable idea. Is it not?" No one praised him, and he scratched his head. "Though the idea may be somewhat naive, there is a certain rationale behind it, which you cannot deny. Can you?" There is some rationale, Tang San at least acknowledged, and for such a response, Yuan Hong felt a surge of happiness. Indeed, that is why I have taken to nurturing a little ghost. Other methods are far too complicated. Only the 5-ghost transport technique is straightforward and convenient to execute. My intention was to first cultivate this spirit and then collaborate with a descendant of the Bao family to extract the jade pillow, thereby benefiting both parties. But alas, unforeseen complications arose, nearly costing me my life. Yuan Hong was drenched in cold sweat, feeling his icy forehead as he bitterly chuckled. Fortunately, you arrived like heavenly soldiers descending from the sky. You have truly saved my life. Is that descendant of the Bao family in Beijing? Bai Yi inquired, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, otherwise how would we be acquainted? Yuan Hong replied. Here's the deal. I will provide you with his address and computer details. If you are genuinely interested, you can seek him out to verify my claims. In this day and age, it's disheartening that no one believes the truth anymore. Chapter 662. The Bao surname. Yuan Hong proceeded to share the contact information of the descendant of Bao with Bai Yi. Afterward, he suddenly smiled, appearing relieved. I used to treasure this secret as if it were a curse, but now that I've shared it with you, I feel a weight lifted off my shoulders. What do they call that feeling again? Ah, yes, the enlightenment akin to a refreshing breeze. By the way, could you give me a ride back? Is that even a question? Bai Yi replied. Let's go. But where exactly are you headed? Home, Yuan Hong declared firmly. I have but one home. The trio escorted Yuan Hong to the residence of Yuan Tiandao. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly turned around, saying, by the way, I find it curious that the genealogy of the Bao family reveals that the Bao surname is originally of Mongolian descent, having evolved over time, and belongs to some golden family. This revelation left the three of them momentarily speechless. Just as they were about to inquire further, Yuan Hong remarked, all right, I shall take my leave now. Watching Yuan Hong's retreating figure, Bai Yi sat in silence for a while before driving home. The three were momentarily at a loss for words. An unexpected twist had now tied them to a golden family. Fu Yu broke the silence. Although Yuan Hong is not young, his manner of speaking and handling matters lacks maturity. We cannot take everything he says at face value. Let's have Xiao Shan investigate this further for confirmation. Agreed, Bai Yi nodded. Upon returning home, they found Xiao Shan already fast asleep. Bai Yi and Liu Zhi Xi each seized one of his limbs and hoisted him from the bed, causing Xiao Shan to cry out in surprise, fully awake now. They positioned him in front of the computer, and Bai Yi asked, Are you familiar with Bao Zheng? Of course. Isn't he the dark-faced man with a crescent moon between his brows? Xiao Shan's description was quite vivid, and he helplessly leaned his head against the computer desk. What do you need from me? Please investigate the descendants of Bao Zheng, particularly their distribution. It would be ideal to obtain the Bao family genealogy, Bai Yi instructed. If you accomplish this, we shall have quite the adventure ahead. Xiao Shan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly began his search, and to his astonishment, he unearthed the family genealogy of the Bao clan. Presently, the descendants of the Bao family are dispersed across the nation. However, the genealogy clearly delineates their locations, names, and even their generational lineage. Bai Yi diligently sought the name that Yuan Hong had mentioned, and indeed, it was there, residing in Beijing. It appeared that Yuan Hong's assertions were valid. This individual truly existed and was indeed a descendant of the Bao lineage. Bai Yi cast a glance at Tang San Cheng, inquiring, What are your thoughts? With a sense of leisure, Tang San Cheng remarked, Since we have time to spare, why not give it a try? However, I must inform you that tomorrow, Fu Yu and I will be returning to work, so this matter will be in your capable hands. Agreed. Clear division of labor is beneficial. You might as well touch base with Liu Zhi Xi, Bai Yi suggested. Inform him about this situation. Tang San Cheng, somewhat surprised, asked why, but he quickly realized, I understand now. You wish to leverage Liu Zhi Xi's knowledge. Bai Yi then instructed Xiao Shan, please investigate the origins of the Bao surname further. Xiao Shan swiftly conducted his research and soon provided the results, stating, the Bao surname originally derives from the Feng surname and can be traced back to Taihao, a legendary tribal chieftain of antiquity, who is also a descendant of Fuxi. Taihao established the 8 trigrams and taught the people fishing and husbandry to sustain their kitchens. Hence the alternative names Pao Shi or Pao Shi. According to the records of the road, the descendants of the Bao Shi clan later became the Bao family, while another account states they are descended from Shun Baoxiu, a noble of the Chu state during the spring and autumn period. Additionally, there is another perspective that links them to the Bao surname, which was originally the Bao surname, but was altered to Bao to evade the turmoil caused by Wang Mang, thus creating a branch of the Bao family. Furthermore, Xiao Shan's pace slowed as he continued. There is another theory that associates the Mongolian Bao surname with the direct descendants of Genghis Khan, belonging to the Golden family, the Borjigin clan, which is the most prominent surname among the Mongolian people. Could it be that they are indeed descendants of the Golden family? Bai Yi mused in disbelief. It is truly remarkable that the origins of the Bao surname can be linked to Genghis Khan. What do you all think? I shall approach Liu Zhi Xi tomorrow. He would be the most suitable to take the lead, Tang San Cheng responded with a yawn. I am rather fatigued. Perhaps we should retire for the night? Is that your only notion? Bai Yi remarked, unable to suppress a yawn himself. That sounds like a splendid idea. Let us retire. The following morning, Bai Yi saw Fu Yu and Tang San Cheng off to school. As Tang San Cheng entered the school gates, he spotted Lu Fifan, who was munching on a pastry, his demeanor rather displeased. Upon noticing Fu Yu standing by the car, bidding farewell to Tang San Cheng, his expression brightened. However, when his gaze fell upon Bai Yi, his countenance immediately darkened. Fu Yu, having already seen Lu Fifan, merely smiled as she awaited his approach. Lu Fifan was an individual of high intellect. Being a member of Mensa, however, his emotional intelligence was evidently lacking. He seemed at a loss for how to respond, hesitating for a moment before approaching. Morning. Morning. Fu Yu replied with a curt word, maintaining a distance that only served to heighten Lu Fifan's frustration. He shot a glare at Bai Yi beside him, stating, I'm heading to school. Since it's on my way, allow me to give you a ride, Bai Yi offered. Lu Fifan's initial instinct was to decline. But after a fleeting moment of contemplation, he swiftly changed his mind. All right, I accept your offer. Seated in Bai Yi's car, Lu Fifan contemplated the necessity of gathering intelligence on his rivals. He reflected that even if the beautiful teacher was already in a relationship, it was of little consequence. For she was not yet married, and thus he still had a chance. Even in the event of her marriage, divorce was always an option, was it not? The foremost task at hand was to assess his own competitive prowess. Knowing oneself and one's adversaries ensures victory in countless battles. Yet, the more he inquired, the heavier his heart grew. By the time they arrived at the school, the fragile state of his heart had shattered once more. The reality of competition weighed heavily upon him. He felt utterly outmatched. Lu Fifan was bewildered as he descended from the vehicle, his legs feeling akin to two wooden stumps rather than limbs of flesh. As Bai Yi's car sped away, Lu Fifan could not hear Fu Yu calling his name. He stood there, eyes glazed, completely lost in a void. Fu Yu, with a sense of resignation, departed, leaving Lu Fifan in a state of utter despair. In terms of education, wealth, he was outclassed. The only aspect in which he could compete was intelligence, yet it appeared to be of little consequence. The atmosphere felt as if it had frozen over. Excuse me, a classmate named Shen Bing approached Lu Fifan, observing him as if he were a mere wooden post. Could you kindly inform me where the teacher's office building is located? Lu Fifan, lacking energy, weakly gestured ahead. It's right in there. Shen Bing looked up, irritation flaring. There are so many buildings ahead. Which one exactly? Lu Fifan, feeling a sudden surge of clarity, responded, Are you a freshman? No, Shen Bing replied curtly. If it weren't for finding Fu Yu's misplaced lecture notes, I wouldn't have bothered returning to this school. It feels like a prison to me. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. Lu Fifan's earlier disappointment vanished instantaneously. You wish to go to the office building, yes? I shall escort you. All right. Thank you, she replied, appreciating the guidance despite his somewhat dazed demeanor. Lu Fifan enthusiastically led Shen Bing to the office building, only to be taken aback upon discovering that the person she sought was Fu Yu. It was evident that beauty attracts beauty. Shen Bing had sensed something amiss about Lu Fifan and quietly remarked to Fu Yu, What's with the demeanor of your students? It's rather peculiar. Perhaps you are unaware, Fu Yu responded, but he is Liu Zhi Xi's son, Lu Fifan. Do not underestimate him. Although he may appear somewhat simple-minded, he is a Mensa disciple. Huffed, Shen Bing scoffed. In this day and age, intelligence is not the sole currency. Emotional intelligence and resilience are paramount. You certainly have a way with words, Fu Yu remarked. Well then, since you are out and about, why not take the opportunity to see Tang San Cheng? Shen Bing's cheeks flushed slightly. I'll see how it goes. It seemed she was indeed inclined to go. Fu Yu glanced at Lu Fifan, who remained rooted in place. With a sigh, she smiled and bid farewell to Shen Bing before retreating into her office. As Shen Bing prepared to leave, she nudged Lu Fifan. Hey little guy, I'm off now. Thank you. The title bestowed upon the young lad caused Lu Fifin's face to flush crimson. We are of similar age, after all. All right, I shall take my leave, Shen Bing declared. Turning on her heel, Lu Fifin, stirred by a sudden impulse, raced after her, fortuitously encountering a fellow classmate. Hey, could you cover for me? I'll be back shortly. His classmate, accustomed to Lu Fifin's whimsical antics, merely chuckled. What's the matter this time? Have you encountered another fairy? Everyone was aware of Lu Fifin's recent tribulations. His heart battered and bruised, leaving him in a despondent state. Yet today, he appeared invigorated, as if imbued with newfound energy. With a mysterious smile, Lu Fifin remarked, "It seems that there is not merely one fairy in this world." What do you mean? His classmate inquired, shaking his head in bemusement. For Lu Fifin had already dashed away. Lu Fifin hailed a cab to follow Shen Bing, eventually arriving at a familiar locale, his residence. He was taken aback. How had he never encountered such a beauty before? Unfazed by his actions, he trailed Shen Bing until they reached a well-known destination, his father's office. As Shen Bing conversed on the phone, Lu Fifin discreetly observed from the sidelines. Upon witnessing Tang San Cheng, Lu Fifin's emotions surged once more. The sight of their intimate gestures caused his head to collide with the wall, a resounding thud echoing in his mind as his world crumbled once again. What are you doing here? Liu Zhi Xi, having long noticed his son standing guard, inquired. And nothing, Lu Fifin stammered, his heart racing with fright. Father, do not appear out of nowhere like a ghost. It's quite terrifying. Who claims their father resembles a ghost? Liu Zhi Xi sighed, recalling the previous conversation with Fu Yu, his heart softening. With the intelligence his son possessed, what could he possibly be unaware of? Perhaps Lu Fifin's resistance was merely a means to preserve his mother's image in his heart. Placing a hand on Lu Fifin's shoulder, Liu Zhi Xi asked, "What's this? I see you fixated on that girl. Do you fancy her?" To be honest, we just met, so it hardly qualifies as liking or disliking. Lu Fifin was taken aback. This was the first time his father had broached the subject of his romantic interests. You're still young. There will be ample opportunities ahead. No need to rush. I shall head up now. If you have nothing pressing, you should return to school, Liu Zhi Xi concluded, making his way towards Tang San Cheng and Shen Bing. Chapter 663. The family tree. As Lu Fifin gazed at his father's retreating figure, an odd sensation washed over him. His eyes drifted to the flecks of white hair above his father's ears, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within him. Feeling a lump in his throat, he quickly turned to leave. Tang San Cheng had an agenda to discuss with Liu Zhi Xi, having scheduled a meeting for midday. Shen Bing's visit, although explained as a mere coincidence, brought Tang San Cheng immense joy. Even her casual mention of visiting a classmate sweetened his heart. After completing their morning classes, Tang San Cheng accompanied Liu Zhi Xi to the cafeteria for lunch, where they dined and conversed amiably. When it comes to the tomb of Bao Gong, Liu Zhi Xi holds considerable insight. Indeed, there are certain doubts within the industry regarding the tomb. It is highly probable that the publicly accessible Bao Gong tomb may merely be a suspected burial site. This is a revelation I can share with you, especially as you have stumbled upon such information, which is quite a significant discovery. The currently available Bao Gong tomb is situated outside the Bao River. It is said that this river has its origins in history. During the 7th spring of the Jiao era of the Northern Song dynasty, Emperor Renzong, recognizing Bao Gong's advanced age and the lack of land to sustain him, decreed that he be granted a considerable expanse of land within the Lu prefecture to secure his livelihood upon his return to his hometown. Bao Gong, however, declined the offer, requesting only a long embanked moat that had long been silted. He commissioned individuals to clear the weeds and dredge the sediment to facilitate navigation. Furthermore, he instructed his family to plant lotuses and cultivate fish within the moat, utilizing the aquatic produce to supplement their household income. This moat has since been referred to as the Bao River. The tomb of Bao Gong is believed to contain the remains of Bao Zhang, along with those of his wife and descendants, thus affirming its authenticity as the true Bao Gong tomb. Now that bones have been discovered, why then do you still harbor doubts? Tang San Cheng inquired. Liu Zhi Xi, having devoured a mouthful of rice, finally replied, "It's quite simple. Upon opening the tomb, we found that the main burial chamber was in an inverted pyramid shape, housing a stele inscribed with Bao Zhang's epitaph and a 2-4-meter-long coffin made of golden silk Nanmu wood, within which lay Bao Zhang's remains. To the north, there exists an annex burial area containing 5 graves, including those of Bao Zhang's wife, Dong, and their children. It appears flawless, does it not? Tang San Cheng furrowed his brow. Then where lies the issue? Typically, the epitaph serves as the most crucial evidence in determining the identity of the tomb's occupant. Precisely, therein lies the problem, Liu Zhi Xi responded. The epitaph is problematic. It is a stone inscription containing the biography of the deceased, summarizing their household management, virtues, scholarly pursuits, skills, political achievements, and contributions into a personal historical document, supplementing family histories, local records, and even national histories. It also serves as a definitive proof of the tomb's dating. The epitaph consists of two parts, the Zhi and the Ming. As for its origins, while the accounts may vary, the epitaph truly became a literary form during the southern dynasties. That is of little importance, Tang San Cheng interjected. Let us focus on the matter at hand, shall we? If you are unaware of the origins of the epitaph, you cannot comprehend its issues. Liu Zhi Xi, somewhat irked, retorted, please do not doubt my expertise. The characters on this epitaph could have been inscribed by later generations or possibly pinned in advance by the individual themselves. Upon our research, we found the style consistent with Bao Zheng's own, thus leading us to conclude that it was indeed written by him. However, this raises questions. Of course, this is merely my intuition. What concerns arise? Tang San Cheng pressed. Everyone knows what kind of person Bao Zheng was. He was not one to covet accolades. Yet, the epitaph extols his virtues to an extravagant extent. I can't help but feel that either the records are in error, or perhaps, in his old age, he became somewhat enamored with glory. Liu Zhi Xi expressed, at that time, I, along with another historian, posed this question, only to be met with rebuttals, as it was deemed that we were overthinking the matter. After all, there exists an abundance of evidence substantiating that this is indeed the burial site of Bao Gong, a remarkable discovery within the realm of cultural relics. Consequently, we had no choice but to harbor this doubt in our hearts. However, now that I hear your thoughts, I find myself infused with a semblance of confidence. Yet, we must first locate a descendant of the Bao family, so that he may provide us with credible evidence. This way, we can make our inquiries public. The subsequent remarks were precisely aligned with the intentions of Tang San Cheng and his associates, which he inadvertently articulated. Tang San Cheng nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, that is precisely our intention. So, you all have conspired beforehand. Liu Zhi Xi sighed, I knew it. Brother Bai always conducts his affairs with meticulous planning. From now on, you should refrain from calling him Brother Bai, especially in public, Tang San Cheng kindly advised Liu Zhi Xi. After all, given your current appearance, referring to you as older brother seems more appropriate. Liu Zhi Xi nodded, acknowledging, yes, I must adjust my terminology. However, having addressed him this way for so many years, I have grown accustomed to it. By the way, when do you plan to find that descendant of the Bao family? Bai Yi should have already taken action, Tang San Cheng lamented, his expression a portrait of distress. Alas, I can hardly endure my current workload, working from 9 to 5 every day. Your current position is still that of a mere consultant, not a fully fledged teacher at the school, Liu Zhi Xi remarked. There are few classes to teach. So what is there to complain about? Moreover, your current status affords you greater opportunities to engage in activities outside. The times have changed. We cannot operate as we once did, Liu Zhi Xi continued. I am aware, Tang San Cheng sighed. The era is shifting, and we must adapt as well. While the two engaged in fervent discussion, Bai Yi and Qi Xie set off to locate the descendant known as Bao Zhejun. According to genealogical records, the Bao descendants are dispersed across the nation, though their numbers are not vast, with the highest concentrations found in Guizhou and Sichuan. The address for Bao Zhejun was procured by Xiao Shan, who discovered that he was currently gathering information regarding the jade pillow of Bao Gong. Upon arriving at the location, Bai Yi and Qi Xie were surprised to find it was an internet CAF, and not just any CAF, but an illicit one. Nowadays, not just anyone can run such an establishment. Upon entering, they were greeted by a sea of youthful faces, and a figure who appeared to be the proprietor reclined in a lounge chair, leisurely closing his eyes with earbuds nestled in his ears, seemingly lost in music. Are you two looking to use the internet? Inquired a sweet-voiced young lady at the reception. We are here to see your boss, Bao Zhejun, Bai Yi replied. Upon hearing the name, the reclining figure opened his eyes, clearly attentive to the surrounding sounds. He rose, his demeanor tense, indicative of a guilty conscience. As he approached, and upon realizing Bai Yi and Qi Xie bore no resemblance to law enforcement or gangsters, his expression relaxed, and he immediately asked, May I assist you? This individual sported a buzz cut and appeared quite astute. Bai Yi, recognizing the man's heightened sense of caution, swiftly mentioned Yuan Hong. We were sent by Yuan Hong. At the mention of Yuan Hong's name, Bao Jiejun visibly exhaled in relief. Ah, so you are his friends. Please, come inside. It turns out that within this internet CAF, there exists a small room furnished with a bed and a modest tea table, upon which haphazardly lies a set of teaware, appearing quite unkempt. Bao Jiejun glanced at the soiled teapot and apologized. I must apologize for the simplicity of my surroundings. Please bear with me. The three of them casually settled onto the bed, at which point Bao Jiejun inquired, Did Yuan Hong send you here regarding the matter of the tomb of Baogong? This fellow proved to be rather astute. As Bai Yi and Qi Xie exchanged glances before responding, who would have thought you were so invested in this? Indeed, that individual seems to have become somewhat obsessed, Bao Jiejun remarked. He even mentioned wanting to raise a little ghost to assist me in pilfering the Baogong jade pillow, which I suspect is a sign of his madness. I only mentioned it in jest. This revelation caused a chill to run through the hearts of the two. Qi Xie asked, So, were you deceiving him from the outset? What do you mean by that? Bao Jiejun retorted, growing agitated. He took it seriously, but I did not deceive him. Our Bao family genealogy clearly states that if the Baogong jade pillow is not discovered, then this cannot be the tomb of Baogong. Moreover, I am indeed a legitimate descendant of the Bao clan, and this lineage can be traced. But how do you know where the tomb of Baogong is? Bai Yi queried. Bao Jiejun grew markedly more cautious. And who might you be? Bai Yi had anticipated this question. We are individuals with a keen interest in the tomb of Baogong, and we are also capable of offering financial compensation. Financial compensation? What do you mean? Bao Jiejun was taken aback. We seek to uncover the true location of the tomb of Baogong. However, do not misunderstand. We have connections. Are you familiar with Professor Liu Zhi Xi? Bai Yi initially considered mentioning the Cultural Relics Bureau, but deemed it excessive and opted for a more moderate approach. He was among the first to express doubts regarding the current tomb of Baogong, and he has been closely monitoring the true location of the tomb. We are here at his behest to seek clues. As for the financial compensation, it will be provided by me, as I owe him a favor. At that moment, Bai Yi spoke rather impulsively, unaware that his ramblings might actually prove fruitful. So, Bao Jiejun's eyes darted thoughtfully. Business had been slow for the SAF recently, and the authorities were conducting rigorous inspections, often forcing them to close their doors to avoid scrutiny. They claim to be able to pay for the clues you possess, Bai Yi continued. Bao Jiejun inhaled deeply, recognizing this as an unexpected windfall, a substantial opportunity laden with promise. Yet he found himself conflicted, not over whether to sell, but rather over the price he should set. As he hesitated, Bai Yi remarked, However, our funds are not easily acquired. We will not simply accept your terms without consideration. In this day and age, earning money is arduous, and it must be spent wisely. Of course it is worth it, Bao Jiejun blurted out. Are you truly sincere in your offer to purchase? Your sincerity in selling is what matters, Qi Xie replied quietly. Feeling somewhat fatigued by the back-and-forth negotiation, grateful that he was not the one conducting business. Very well, please wait here. Bao Jiejun rose and moved toward the door, turning back just before he exited. Stay here. I shall return shortly with my sincere intentions. Bao Jiejun left, and his absence lasted a full 40 minutes. Bai Yi and Qi Xie sat there, their discomfort growing, nearly convinced that Bao Jiejun had stood them up. Fortunately, just as their patience was waning, he returned, visibly excited, his chest heaving. In such weather, to burden oneself with additional items was commendable. His vest was drenched in sweat, clinging to his back. Upon entering, he carelessly pushed the disarrayed tea set aside on the coffee table and cautiously placed the object he held on it. What is this? Bai Yi gazed at the box wrapped in a piece of somewhat historical blue fabric, terraline, a material that had once been all the rage in the 1960s and 1970s, now long relegated to the annals of history. Bao Jiejun unveiled the blue cloth, revealing a black and red box within. This contains our family genealogy, albeit a copy. Every descendant of the Bao family retains a copy, and should there be any new additions to the family, it must be updated. You might think this trivial, but take a look here. Chapter 664, The Feng Shui Jade Pillow. Bao Jiejun leafed through the genealogy until he reached a particular page. Look, here is Baogong, our ancestors' handwritten article. At first, I didn't notice anything amiss, but one day, I casually took it out, and, upon closer inspection, discovered it was an acrostic poem. The first character of each line spells out, "The feng shui jade pillow must not be present in this world, but eternally dwell in the underworld, accompanying me and ensuring peace for future generations." Yes, that is indeed the meaning, Bao Jiejun affirmed. It was this phrase that sparked my new idea. Our ancestors stated that the feng shui jade pillow should accompany him, eternally residing in the underworld. Does this not imply it was buried with him? Yet, the excavated tomb of Bao Gong contains no jade pillow, which raises questions. I believe the true tomb of Bao Gong lies elsewhere, and the jade pillow is still within. Are you so intrigued that you wish to pursue an official position? Qi Xie interjected suddenly. Bao Jiejun shook his head. I have no desire to hold an official post. Besides, given my current status, it is unlikely. However, selling it for a substantial sum would be advantageous. Of course, I lack the courage for such an endeavor, as grave robbing, he gestured towards his neck, can lead to execution. You are aware that it can lead to execution, yet you incite Yuan Hong? Qi Xie expressed irritation. I merely informed him of this matter. Most people would dismiss it as nonsense. I never anticipated that he would take it seriously, concocting a scheme to raise spirits. Recently, I even saw on television individuals selling infant corpses in the streets. How absurd. Bao Jiejun continued. So what do you think of this clue? How much is it worth? How much do you want? Bai Yi replied nonchalantly. Bao Jiejun extended a finger. This much. 50,000. Bai Yi was taken aback, expecting him to demand an exorbitant sum, only to find him surprisingly reasonable. Bao Jiejun was momentarily taken aback, but soon his excitement overtook him, for what he desired was 5,000. This was indeed the realm of the affluent. If it was 50,000, so be it. Bao Jiejun nodded vigorously, proclaiming, 50,000, splendid, 50,000. Observing his expression, Bai Yi recognized his misstep. His own bemusement was palpable. Perhaps it was due to his extensive experience in business, where transactions were often measured in tens of thousands or millions, leading to a realization that this price far exceeded the other party's psychological threshold. Accepting this setback as a blessing, he decided to let it go. I shall take this with me, he stated, though it is merely a copy. Bai Yi instructed Qi Xie to make the photocopy while he retrieved a cash check, inscribing the amount before handing it to Bao Jiejun. You may handle it at the bank before the expiration date. Do not worry about its authenticity. You can verify it with a phone call right now, if you wish. Though Bao Jiejun yearned to act magnanimously and place his trust in the other, his cautious nature prevailed, and he swiftly called the bank to confirm the check's validity. The result was indisputable, and upon hanging up, Bao Jiejun could hardly contain his joy, grinning from ear to ear at the prospect of money arriving at his doorstep. Seeing his elation, Bai Yi, recalling his own earlier miscalculation, offered a slight smile. I wish to remind you of something. What is it? Bao Jiejun inquired, carefully stowing the check away. In future negotiations, do not reveal your crucial bargaining chips too early. A faint smirk graced Bai Yi's lips. We have already uncovered a secret. With our skills, it would not be difficult to leave by force. A chill ran down Bao Jiejun's spine as he realized his earlier impulsiveness in revealing his hand. Suddenly, he found himself in deep admiration of the man before him, exclaiming, You are truly remarkable. I am in awe. Before Bai Yi could respond, Qi Xie entered, announcing, The copies are ready. Then we shall take our leave, Bai Yi declared. Having gained such an extraordinary advantage, Bao Jiejun warmly escorted the two to the door, watching as their vehicle departed, pinching himself to ensure it was not a dream. What do you think? Bai Yi asked, noting Qi Xie's engrossment in the genealogy materials. Qi Xie replied, This primarily contains information about the descendants of the Bao clan. Only 3 pages pertain to other content. 1 page is what we just examined, and the remaining 2 are intriguing. One appears to involve divination, while the other consists of sparse notes that I cannot decipher. I believe we should wait until Tang San Cheng returns tonight for his insights. Tang San Cheng arrived shortly after Fuyu. Since becoming a teacher, Tang San Cheng had become quite eloquent. A change Bai Yi observed with mixed feelings, as he preferred the earlier, more endearingly naive version of Tang San Cheng. After dinner, they all gathered around a small hill. One aspect of the gathering was that the hill would search for information to share, while this little fellow, upon encountering a computer, became utterly captivated, wishing to immerse himself within it, rendering himself immobile. Consequently, everyone gravitated around him as the center of attention. Bai Yi and Qi Xie recounted the situation they had learned during the day, emphasizing the phrase, the feng shui jade pillow must not be brought into the world. It shall eternally reside in the underworld, accompanying me and ensuring peace for future generations. Upon hearing about the feng shui jade pillow, Tang San Cheng's eyes sparkled with interest. When he saw the divination diagrams on the two pieces of paper, along with what appeared to be a haphazard drawing, he burst into laughter. Shen Bing shot him a glare, saying, "What are you so amused about? Stop keeping it to yourself and share with us." This clever fellow truly had a keen eye, which explained his success in solving numerous cases. Tang San Cheng remarked, "This divination diagram indicates direction, suggesting the location of his burial site. Moreover, this seemingly chaotic drawing is likely a design blueprint for the tomb. He has indeed left clues behind. The feng shui jade pillow may soon resurface. Can you ascertain the exact location?" Bai Yi's primary concern remained this question. "I can determine that using the same method," Tang San Cheng suddenly stated. "You have never witnessed divination before, have you?" Bai Yi replied, "I have seen you perform calculations in the past. Do you possess the tools for divination?" Tang San Cheng inquired. He merely smiled and went to fetch his instruments, returning with 8 ancient copper coins that he had seldom used. He believed in their heightened efficacy, perhaps a matter of psychological influence. Nevertheless, he was resolute in this belief. He examined the divination result on the diagram and began to shake the coins, gathering them in his palm until they aligned sequentially in a straight row. Tang San Cheng then removed 2 coins, leaving 6, and continued the divination process. When the 6 coins formed a straight line once more, he took a deep breath and removed 2 more. The others were utterly bewildered by his actions, holding their breath as they only heard the sound of the coins shaking. Ultimately, Tang San Cheng smiled with satisfaction, declaring, "It is done. You merely shook them a few times and discerned something?" Shen Bing, witnessing divination for the first time, found the miraculous outcome beyond her imagination. "What have you discovered?" "Direction and location," Tang San Cheng replied. "Bring me a map." Xiao Shan promptly retrieved a map of China from the computer. Tang San Cheng pointed to a specific location, saying, "It is here. Though the precise position will only be revealed once we arrive, it may be related to that chaotic drawing." "This divination is truly remarkable," Xiao Shan remarked, eager to delve deeper. Divination reveals the direction of a person's fate, not the trajectory of their life. In other words, while divination can indicate you will head east, the specifics of where in the east and how to get there largely depend on your own choices. Divination cannot be performed continuously. It is meant to provide guidance when one is lost. If one were to seek answers constantly, it would lose its significance and fail to illuminate the path ahead. Therefore, I merely recalibrated the divination based on the symbols on this diagram to ascertain a general direction. This is what provides guidance. Tang San Cheng carefully stored away the 3 copper coins, stating, "As for the other matters, we shall devise a plan once we arrive. At least we have determined the basic direction." Bai Yi appeared pensive. The previous location was remote and offered little to discuss. This time, it might be prudent to first assess the situation. Should the environment prove isolated, we might proceed independently without troubling Liu Zhi Xi. Otherwise, the undertaking could become quite cumbersome. "After all, we have our third uncle," Xiao Shan remarked. "If trouble arises, he will naturally take the brunt of it. However, you are unaware that when one holds a position of power, it often complicates matters. Let us avoid unnecessary complications. The organization has not contacted us recently, and I am curious about their current endeavors, though I am certain they remain industrious." Tang San Cheng stated, "There are indeed numerous folktales regarding the figure of Bao Gong. It is said that the crescent mark on his forehead allowed him to discern good from evil, and some believe he could traverse both realms of the living and the dead, thus enabling him to interrogate in the underworld when faced with perplexing cases." Regarding the feng shui jade pillow, Xiao Shan busied himself gathering information during this discourse. "Look here, after Bao Zheng's death, he purportedly rested upon a feng shui jade pillow to prevent his descendants from holding official positions, claiming that only when his pillow was damaged could his progeny engage in governance. Following his demise, 8 coffins were simultaneously removed from his residence, yet only one was authentic. Furthermore, tomb raiding became prevalent from the Han Dynasty onwards. To deter grave robbers, Bao Gong's family burial site allegedly concealed his dubious grave. Of course, this is not the officially recognized tomb of Bao Gong. During a certain excavation, not only were Bao Gong's original and relocated burial sites discovered, but a sizable earthen mound was also found in the southwestern part of the cemetery, not far from the joint burial site of Bao and Dong. Prior to excavation, the mound stood about 4 meters high, shaped like a hemisphere, with a base diameter of approximately 10 meters, slightly larger than the relocated tomb of the couple. However, upon excavation, it was found devoid of any structural indications of a tomb. Consequently, experts speculate that it served as a decoy grave to mislead tomb raiders, as corroborated by historical records and folklore. Additionally, given the specifications of this grave, experts believe it to be a dubious grave associated with Baozhong, for otherwise, no other family member would possess a burial of such grandeur. Chapter 665, Crescent Moon. These are all early reports. Although individuals like Liu Zhi Xi still question the authenticity of Baogong's tomb, the general populace has accepted the prevailing narrative. This individual is indeed peculiar. While most hope for their descendants to ascend in status, he seems reluctant for his lineage to assume official roles. However, he appears to place great significance on his afterlife, deliberately creating a facade which suggests an underlying issue. Shen Bing inquired, "By the way, why are you all silent? What we wish to express has already been articulated by you, so what more can we add?" Fu Yu chuckled. Shen Bing continued, "So what shall we do now? During the weekend, I am free. I will accompany Tang San Cheng to scout the area and assess the situation. You all must remain cautious here." Although he saw or has not made a move, his assassination of Haisheng serves as a reminder that he is still present. The greatest likelihood now is that he seeks to utilize us to locate the tomb of Genghis Khan, hence his temporary restraint. Bai Yi remarked, "What concerns me most at present is that all our clues point towards Genghis Khan and the river god. Yet we remain utterly in the dark regarding the role that Heezer plays in this enigma. This is indeed quite peculiar." "Indeed," Tang San Cheng responded. "Everything appears to be progressing smoothly. However, we lack a central thread, a guiding direction, do we not?" After just a few days at work. "Your manner of speaking has changed," Song Yang interjected. "Now you speak with such eloquence," Tang San Cheng retorted, his expression growing grave. "We are discussing matters of great significance." Bai Yi continued, "Well then, it is getting late. Let us settle this. Over the weekend, Tang San Cheng and I will go, while you all remain here. Exercise caution. And Fu Yu, I will rely on you." Fu Yu nodded in agreement. When the weekend arrived, Tang San Cheng and Bai Yi arrived at their destination only to be taken aback. The area had transformed into a bustling tourist hotspot, nestled beside an antique street, teeming with visitors. This left them with no choice but to enlist Liu Zhi Xi's assistance. Eager to return to Beijing, Tang San Cheng and Bai Yi swiftly made their way back to consult Liu Zhi Xi further. Liu Zhi Xi was proactive regarding this matter, armed with a copy of pertinent documents. He submitted a highly persuasive application and engaged with the relevant parties. Through his diligent negotiations, he surprisingly found some leeway. Bai Yi was astonished to discover the extent of Liu Zhi Xi's influence today, recalling how he had once strongly encouraged him to take the college entrance examination. The fruits of that advice had now come to bear, an unforeseen chain of events. The authorities placed considerable importance on this outcome, promptly initiating special procedures. A small investigative team was swiftly assembled, and a special advisory group was once again called upon. Liu Zhi Xi wished for Bai Yi and the others to remain unaware of his strenuous efforts to facilitate this collaboration. He sought a genuine partnership this time, one that would not leave them waiting idly outside as before. His aim was to advance and retreat together. Meanwhile, Xiao Shan was not idle either. He stumbled upon a wealth of information on various peculiar forums. However, the abundance of conflicting information online rendered it challenging to distinguish truth from falsehood, so he could only treat it as reference material. For instance, the crescent-shaped scar on Baogong's forehead had multiple origin stories. One tale suggested that his sister-in-law, seeking to prevent him from claiming inheritance, attempted to harm him by sending the young Baogong to the well to retrieve jewelry, resulting in a head injury that left the crescent-shaped mark. Another narrative claimed that Baogong was the reincarnation of the literary star, bearing a unique mark. The most fantastical version posited that it was precisely this crescent that enabled Baogong to navigate between the realms of the living and the dead, solving countless bizarre cases. As for the reincarnation of the literary star, it was not exclusive to Baogong alone. In Chinese mythology, the literary star governs literary fortunes, with those who excel in writing often appointed as officials by the court. Folklore suggests that other historical figures such as Fan Zhongyan, Bao Zhong, Wen Tianxiang, and Su Xian's son Su Shilin were also considered manifestations of this literary star. The literary star is associated with the element of water and is linked to the Big Dipper, symbolizing scholarly achievements and honors. While both the literary star and Wenchang are regarded as auspicious celestial bodies, Xiao Shan continually sifted through the information, feeling as though his mind had become an entangled mess. Just then, Tang San Cheng entered, and Xiao Shan, with a pained expression, remarked, "The legendary nature of this Begizi is overwhelming. Look at all this. Some accounts are similar, yet they convey the same meaning, while others exhibit subtle differences." Tang San Cheng barely absorbed his words. His gaze was captivated by the information on the computer screen. Muttering to himself, "Wenkuxing is the Tianquan star within the Big Dipper. What of it?" Xiao Shan inquired. "Nothing. I still haven't grasped the essence," Tang San Cheng replied. "Perhaps when you find the time, you should tidy up. Don't just sit idly in front of the computer. We depart tomorrow." "Understood," Xiao Shan acknowledged, though he showed no inclination to leave his seat. With a sigh, Tang San Cheng retreated to his own room to organize his affairs. Although it was termed an expedition team, the funds allocated were limited, and Liu Zhi Xi took this opportunity to request a reduction in personnel. Consequently, only 8 members remained. Having drifted in the world for long, one must inevitably seek progress, and Liu Zhi Xi's advancement had finally manifested. With an official title, their operations became considerably more convenient. Professor Liu's reputation was no trivial matter. According to Liu Zhi Xi, before he even graduated, he had the opportunity to accompany several renowned scholars on archaeological pursuits, accumulating a wealth of experience. Moreover, he possessed a solid foundation, having followed Bai Yi in the past. Although opportunities to enter tombs were scarce, he had benefited immensely from the knowledge he absorbed through observation, which would prove invaluable in the future, hastening Liu Zhi Xi's growth. During the journey, Liu Zhi Xi elaborated on past events, particularly expressing his helplessness regarding the deceptions he had faced. It seemed that these matters had already been discussed previously, yet Liu Zhi Xi appeared not to have truly moved on, reiterating, "In those days, you rarely sought me out. You only occasionally visited the school. Strangely, I never sensed anything amiss. When I inquired about your activities, you were always articulate. However, after I graduated and spent more time away, our encounters dwindled. When I received news of your deaths, I was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how you could have perished so suddenly." Tang San Cheng found this intriguing. "How did we all meet our fates? Bai Yi succumbed to illness, reportedly a lung infection. As for you, Tang San Cheng, it was an accident, a car crash. Regarding Fu Yu, it was said he returned to his hometown in Xiangxi. Xiao Shan and Qi Xia also vanished without a trace. At that time, I thought, with the 2 of you gone, the others would surely drift apart, and thus it was." Liu Zhi Xi sighed. "It's a pity I shed so many tears back then, only to realize I had been deceived by you all. This arrangement is quite agreeable. It is certain that Xiao Shan and Qi Xia will ultimately be rendered as missing persons. Over time, their records will naturally vanish. And since Fu Yu originally lacked any documentation, this situation has facilitated a complete rebirth for him." Bai Yi nodded, reflecting, "There were indeed extenuating circumstances back then, otherwise, we would not have departed so abruptly. Yet, I never anticipated that we would return to square one. By the way, Liu Zhi Xi, you mentioned that you once questioned the Baogong tomb alongside another expert. Do you possess any additional information regarding this tomb? What you referred to as the mysterious burial mound truly exists, and our extensive research into historical records has revealed that, during Baogong's funeral, 8 coffins were indeed carried out from the residence, departing in 8 different directions, their destinies unknown. This perplexes me. Surely someone must have been curious enough to pursue and discover the whereabouts of those 8 coffins. How could it be that no one knows where they went?" Liu Zhi Xi replied, "I have scoured both official and unofficial histories, and all that remains is the account of the 8 coffins leaving the residence, with their destinations impossible to verify." Tang San murmured, "The 8 coffins departed towards 8 directions. Could they have followed the orientations of the Bagua?" Suddenly, the vehicle jolted as they neared their destination. The rented car, driven by Qi Xia, unexpectedly collided with a fallen branch. Qi Xia attempted to brake, but a stone lay in front of the branch, causing a sharp turn that resulted in a crash. The impact reverberated through the vehicle, and Xiao Shan's head struck the seat in front of him. Although it was a spacious van, the collision churned everyone's stomachs. Song Yang, impatient by nature, leaned out and exclaimed, "Damn it! Who did this?" He was the first to leap out, and Bai Yi tried to stop him. But it was too late. The door had already swung open. The moment Song Yang's feet hit the ground, a hard object pressed against his chest. "Be calm." The nature of the object was all too clear to Song Yang, who chuckled and raised his hands, saying, "Shall I raise my hands as well?" Those inside the vehicle heard him clearly. Song Yang's words served as a reminder to everyone. Bai Yi drew his gun with one hand while brandishing a flying knife with the other, and Qi Xia pressed down on the accelerator. At that moment, Song Yang's voice rang out again. "Are you two here to rob us or to see something else?" The door swung open. The voice spoke Mandarin, albeit with a slight accent, resonating with a deep timbre. Peering through the window, it became apparent that the individual was slightly taller than Song Yang and of a robust build. Another figure loomed behind him, though indistinct. Not hearing any movement from within the vehicle, Song Yang suddenly grasped the situation and turned back, saying, "Let us just talk it out. There's nothing in this world that money can't resolve." He flung the door open and bent down slightly, revealing the two men behind him. The armed man was exceedingly cautious, on the verge of making a move, when Song Yang added, "I have a bit of a stomach ache, brother. Please don't frighten me." Human nerves are quite peculiar. When anxious, one often feels the urge to relieve themselves. Taking advantage of this moment, Bai Yi caught a clear glimpse of the person behind. He was not standing, but rather leaning against the robust man, appearing quite feeble. Bai Yi remarked, "Your friend does not look too well. Take us to a place, or we shall take your lives." Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, the man immediately turned to glance at the person leaning against him. Chapter 666. Stains of misfortune. Money facilitates matters. It is merely a matter of hitching a ride. Is there truly a need for blades and guns? Bai Yi sensed that these two individuals were not ordinary. They were clearly determined from the outset. Fu Yu scrutinized the pair, her gaze landing on the shoes of the man behind her. They were filthy, caked with mud. In contrast, the man before her appeared slightly cleaner. A thought struck her. Bai Yi, they seem to be in distress. This brother appears quite unwell. Let us assist him. The armed man, upon hearing Fu Yu's soft words, felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He, too, was frantic, acutely aware that time was of the essence. Fearing for his brother's survival, in a moment of desperation, he resorted to forcing them to stop. Addressing Fu Yu, he said, "Miss, my brother is in dire trouble, and his life hangs in the balance. I implore you to take us to a certain location, and I promise a generous reward." Song Yang looked at Fu Yu, who replied, "Let us make some room." With Fu Yu's approval, the others naturally acquiesced. Bai Yi understood that Fu Yu's character was not one to act recklessly. Once he discerned the situation of the two men, he realized they were indeed grave robbers. The one with the gun was a lookout, while the limp figure draped over him was evidently the one who had descended into the tomb, clearly having encountered an unfortunate incident. "Where are we headed?" asked Qi Xia. "Judging by your accents, you are from out of town. Allow me to guide you," the man replied, his brow glistening with sweat, mingling with the dust on his face. The person slumped across his legs lay face down, obscuring a clear view. However, Fu Yu caught sight of his fingers. The nails were turning purple. He was poisoned. "How do you know?" The man was momentarily taken aback, then filled with joy. "Are you a doctor?" "One might say so," Fu Yu replied, not denying it. "Can you save him?" The veins on the man's forehead bulged. "It's my fault. I caused this. If anything happens to him, I will take my own life." The sudden appearance of these two men left Bai Yi with mixed feelings, but Fu Yu remained deeply concerned. Due to the presence of the two men, she hesitated to inquire further. At that moment, Fu Yu spoke, "When I save a life, I must consider the circumstances. I know the nature of the poison, but as you are aware, we are in a vehicle without the necessary equipment for blood tests. Even if we reach a hospital, he may not survive the weight." Her words struck a chord in the man's heart. Just then, the person draped over his legs cried out, "Brother, I can't take it anymore. It hurts." The timing of this statement was impeccable. The man gritted his teeth. He was bitten by an insect, one I have never seen before. Fu Yu's expression shifted to one of excitement. "What did it look like? Did you see it?" "I did. When my brother climbed up from below, the insect was still attached to his leg. It resembled a leech encased in a shell, about the length of half an arm." The man recounted, still a bit shaken. "It is afraid of fire. I had to ignite something to drive it away." "When did this happen?" Fu Yu's demeanor grew serious. "Last night." "At what exact time?" Even Shen Bing was momentarily taken aback, having never witnessed such ferocity from Fu Yu. Fu Yu asserted, "Time is of the essence." In the dead of night, around 3 o'clock, the man was caught off guard by a seemingly delicate beauty who had him firmly ensnared. With a hint of trepidation, he inquired, "What is the matter?" "There is no time to waste. Stop the car." Fu Yu commanded, prompting Qi Xie to slam on the brakes immediately. You all get out, Fu Yu stated bluntly. Just leave him behind. Bai Yi understood Fu Yu was about to take action and quickly ushered the others out. Liu Zhi Xi, having only heard of Fu Yu's prowess but never witnessed it firsthand, regrettably realized he might miss the opportunity this time. He exited the vehicle with a heavy heart, aware that while he could see outside through the window, those outside could not perceive within. The man was also ordered out, still clutching a firearm. Song Yang grunted. At this point, isn't it time to put that away? The man gruffly replied, all right. Brother, in this day and age, brandishing a gun like that, aren't you afraid of getting caught? Liu Zhi Xi questioned. The man squatted down. I was momentarily dazed. This gun isn't even mine. I found it. If it weren't for me, my brother and I wouldn't be in this predicament. What is the story? Tang San Cheng noted that the man had emerged from a location in close proximity to their intended destination, piquing his interest. Bai Yi exchanged glances, prompting Tang San Cheng to swallow his remaining words. The man hesitated, eventually stating, if she truly can save my brother, I will divulge everything. Otherwise, why should I trust you? In these times, trust was a rare commodity. Without such caution, he would be deemed suspicious. Bai Yi, confident in Fu Yu's abilities, promptly agreed, it's a deal. Once everyone had vacated the vicinity, Fu Yu turned the man around. She discerned that his reluctance to reveal his face was due to the disfiguring marks that marred it, splotches resembling mold, which nearly covered his entire visage, emanating an odor akin to mildew. The face obscured by these spots rendered his true appearance unrecognizable, though his eyes remained visible, barely managing to open a slit to gaze at Fu Yu. His hand reached out, seeking contact, for in the face of death, one often yearns for a semblance of support and the hope of survival. This man was no exception. Do not move. Close your eyes, Fu Yu instructed. The man complied obediently, shutting his eyes as a single tear escaped, evoking a pang of sympathy. Fu Yu retrieved a silver box, within which resided a soft, greenish worm with a white underbelly. As she opened the lid, it writhed within, turning on its back. Among all her goo worms, this one was the most paradoxical. It was both lethargic and vivacious. It was sluggish in its movements, confining itself to the central section of the box, never exceeding that boundary, yet it was perpetually rolling about. As Fu Yu's fingers delved into the box, the creature, upon making contact with her fingertip, became animated, crawling up to entwine itself around her finger, resembling a green ring adorning her digit. When Fu Yu flicked her finger, the creature tumbled onto the face of the man before her. Feeling the chill descend upon his visage, the man attempted to open his eyes, but Fu Yu promptly interjected, do not. Consequently, he clenched his eyes shut. His lips pursed tightly. Faced with the impending unknown, the human body instinctively reacts, and the creature pressed against his face, incessantly rubbing against the mildew. Initially, he had been in such torment that he could scarcely move, yet now he felt the immense weight pressing upon him dissipate, leaving him considerably lighter. Fu Yu observed the purple hue at his fingertips gradually fading, which also allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief as she mentally counted the numbers. Outside, Tang San Cheng paced restlessly, exuding an air of impatience. Ironically, the elder brother, who ought to have been anxious, squatted on the ground with his hands clasped atop his head, his legs having gone numb, oblivious to the need to rise. Ultimately, it was the sound of Fu Yu opening the car door that compelled him to stand. In his excitement, he attempted to rise, but instead collapsed onto the ground. Realizing his feet felt as though they were encased in lead, a head peeked out from behind him. Elder brother. Upon turning, the elder brother noticed the mildew on his younger sibling's face had vanished, and he was overwhelmed with joy, stumbling over his words. You, what? What is this? He is fine, Fu Yu replied. Fortunately, you intercepted us just in time. Had it been 2 hours later, he would have been beyond rescue. The elder brother broke into a cold sweat, recalling that the road was already sparsely trafficked. He had waited there for quite some time with his younger brother. Otherwise, either the vehicle would have sped past or no cars would come for ages. Upon finally hearing the sound of an approaching car, he made the bold decision to intercept. Not realizing this serendipitous act had saved his brother's life, he dropped to his knees before Fu Yu, exclaiming, "Thank you." Song Yang found himself stifling a laugh at the absurdity of the scene, wondering how such a melodramatic moment could still unfold in this day and age. Bai Yi and Liu Zhi Xi stepped forward to assist the elder brother to his feet, reminding him, "Let us not forget, we have conditions for exchange." "Very well." I shall disclose everything to you. This gun, I no longer desire. It was never mine to begin with, the elder brother said, as he thrust the firearm into Bai Yi's hands. This gesture irked Song Yang, who remarked, "Hey, you truly are a peculiar fellow. This item is akin to a hot potato. You do not want it, yet you pass it on to someone else to scald them. How audacious of you." "No, I could never harbor such intentions," the elder brother protested, retracting his hand, only for Bai Yi to reclaim it once more. "This gun is of an antiquated model. I believe you found it." The elder brother exhaled in relief, promptly asserting, "I truly did find it." As he spoke, he set down his backpack and rummaged through it, producing a tattered piece of cloth. "Behold, this is the item I discovered alongside the gun." Bai Yi accepted the cloth, which turned out to be a map. He inquired, "Where did you find this?" "I will draw a map for you," the elder brother replied. "It was found in this vicinity, but it was unearthed from a corpse, which carries a certain ill omen. I should have known better than to take anything from the dead." "Did you acquire this map and gun from the deceased?" Liu Zhi Xi inquired. "So you ventured to the location marked on this map? That seems rather implausible. Surely you must have had some ulterior motive. What can this mere piece of cloth truly signify?" The leader's face flushed crimson as he stammered. "This, Chapter 667, Hidden Wings." While the leader struggled to articulate his thoughts, the second brother spoke with clarity, letting out a sigh. "Men perish for wealth, birds die for sustenance. Today, I have exchanged my life for a lesson. Brother, if you remain silent, allow me to elaborate." "Very well," Song Yang addressed the leader. "You are indeed not a man of integrity." This statement rendered the previously assertive leader quite uncomfortable. The second brother continued, "We are blood brothers. Originally miners who dabbled in explosives, so handling firearms is trivial for us. Discontent with the meager earnings from the mine, we resigned from our jobs, planning to return home to engage in small trade. However, our funds were insufficient, and with both our parents long deceased, we had to rely solely on ourselves. After much contemplation, we decided to venture into the mountains to search for a type of wild medicinal herb rumored to fetch a good price. By sheer coincidence, we stumbled upon a cave, and that is where our tale truly begins. Upon entering, we were greeted by a foul stench. Having grown up in this area, we were familiar with the unpleasant odor of the cave. However, having encountered a few accidents at the mine, we could discern the scent of death. We immediately began to search, and lo and behold, we discovered a skeleton, its belongings strewn about. The items bore signs of age, and the degree of decay suggested that the body had not perished recently. It had been reduced to mere bones. Frankly, we are not paragons of virtue. We were inclined to seek some profit. While rummaging through the belongings, we found little of value, mostly lighters, except for this striking gun, which was intriguingly wrapped in oil paper. To our astonishment, upon testing it, we found it functional, and we decided to keep it. There was also an oddly shaped shovel, a Luoyang shovel, which immediately sparked a thought in Bai Yi's mind. Fortuitously, as we were preparing to leave, my elder brother inadvertently knocked over the skeleton, and to our surprise, we discovered more items beneath it, wrapped in cowhide paper, a bundle of old coins. Aware of their current value, we were eager to take them. To our astonishment, beneath the coins lay this cloth map. At that moment, my elder brother believed that this map must hold some significance, and he suggested that since we had stumbled upon treasure, we should seek further fortune. As the second brother recounted this tale, he noticed the leader's somber expression and quickly added, "I felt the same way then. Since there is wealth to be had, why not pursue it?" Tang San Cheng inwardly reflected on the profound bond between these brothers, though they were mere commoners and, as they admitted, not particularly virtuous. The depth of their fraternal affection is something that many would envy. Upon hearing the second brother's words, the elder brother appeared visibly startled, and a wave of shame washed over him, for it had been his insistence to venture into that dreadful place. "The location you visited is nearby, correct?" Tang San inquired. "Indeed, it is quite close. However, the area is rather peculiar. When we arrived, we discovered it to be a cemetery. Although cremation is now practiced in our locale, in the past, burials were common, particularly in suburban areas like this, where numerous old-fashioned cemeteries abound. Moreover, many graves lack even a simple marker. Yet the arrangement of the graves aligns with the symbols on the reverse of a cloth map." Bai Yi turned the cloth map over, revealing additional content adorned with red icons. "Is this it?" "Precisely," the second brother confirmed. "We followed the markings to search, digging late into the night, and indeed, something lay beneath. After conferring with my elder brother, we decided he would keep watch while I descended. Upon entering, I found the underground space surprisingly vast, resembling the layout of a residence, with ample room to the left, right, and center. I ventured into the far right section, which appeared completely empty. However, as I stepped inside, I was startled by a sharp sound beneath my feet. When I shone my flashlight, I was nearly petrified. There were countless leech-like creatures swarming the ground. The second brother, recalling the incident, still trembled. When I saw them, I was utterly terrified and immediately alerted my elder brother above. He urged me to flee, but the creatures had already taken notice of me, surging towards me in droves. At that moment, my brother lowered a rope, and though I believe he acted with utmost speed, those creatures, despite lacking legs, were remarkably swift, and one managed to crawl onto me. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi gestured for the second brother to cease his recounting, as they could easily imagine what transpired next. After emerging, the second brother discovered he had been bitten. The creatures were averse to fire, and as they dealt with the infestation, they realized something was amiss with the second brother. Regardless of how it all began, it culminated in the circumstances they encountered. Only then did the elder brother grasp the gravity of the situation, carrying his sibling in search of a physician. Yet, in this remote area, transportation was scarce, and few were willing to lend assistance. It was not until they crossed paths with Bai Yi and the others that they resorted to coercive measures, which turned out to be an unexpected twist of fate. It seemed like a trivial matter. Should they intervene? Bai Yi remained undecided, glancing at the others, who appeared deep in thought, while only Fu Yu maintained an excited demeanor. Given Fu Yu's character, her enthusiasm was merely a slight deviation from her usual self, suggesting a particular point of interest for her. Bai Yi asked Fu Yu, "Is he completely out of danger?" It is far too soon for such assertions. While the immediate threat to his life has certainly passed, he will require a period of convalescence upon returning, for physical ailments do not heal rapidly, Fu Yu replied, refraining from mentioning the source of her excitement. Bai Yi then stated, "I shall escort you back. You may keep the cloth map and the firearm." The second brother took it upon himself to speak on behalf of both. Bai Yi, without any pretense, promptly stuffed it into his bag. Life is indeed about having a thick skin. The thicker, the better. After escorting the two brothers home, Bai Yi watched them enter their house before he drove off to another location. He then stopped to inquire of Fu Yu, "Do you know the origin of the leech with a shell? I knew you wouldn't let it slip." Fu Yu replied with a smile, "Indeed, it is a creature of utmost ease, sharing traits with the corpse insect, and is quite rare. According to ancestral knowledge, it was already extinct prior to the Qin dynasty. Otherwise, it would have been a crucial component in the longevity worm, which ultimately led to the use of the corpse insect in the process." "What is this creature called?" Tang San asked. "It's named the Hidden Wing," Fu Yu responded. "If we could use it for the worm, it would be magnificent." "No wonder Fu Yu was so exhilarated," Shen Bing remarked. "Without wings, it is aptly named Hidden Wing. However, according to ancestral recollections, it actually possesses 2 wings. Yet, this detail remains unverified from the previous accounts. Its appearance is already 90% similar. What do you think?" Fu Yu asked with excitement. "Should we investigate further?" Originally, that was not the intent, and now they were merely half an hour's drive away from the clues left in the genealogy of the Bao clan. Yet this unexpected matter had arisen. The others looked towards Liu Zhi Xi, for the reason was simple: they were all in unison, with Liu Zhi Xi being the only one who had come specifically for the Bao ancestral tomb. Feeling uneasy under their gaze, Liu Zhi Xi remarked, "I mentioned before we set out that we should advance and retreat together. Your looks are tantamount to excluding me." Though older now, his tone remained unchanged. Liu Zhi Xi was still that youth who would openly express his grievances. Bai Yi said, "Thank you for your efforts." Having decided to assist Fu Yu in acquiring the Hidden Wing, everyone redirected their thoughts to this task. Given Bai Yi's disposition, it was inevitable that they would return to the cave. Armed with the map drawn by their leader, they ventured forth. The area was not particularly mountainous, making the destination relatively easy to locate. However, upon entering the mountains, they soon realized the challenge of finding the cave due to the multitude of formations. Caves can form for various reasons, and Liu Zhi Xi noted, these are soil caves. When the lower part of a steep earthen cliff contains well-draining sandy soil, it becomes subject to dissolution, erosion, and subsurface scouring by groundwater or atmospheric precipitation, resulting in cavities. It seemed that this area experienced abundant rainfall. Yet with so many soil caves, how were they to find the right one? "I have a thought," Song Yang interjected. There are many caves, but few contain remains. My nose can guide us to that cave. With Song Yang's keen sense of smell, they indeed made significant progress. However, he was slightly mistaken. While it was true that few caves contained human remains, the stench of decay was prevalent from animal carcasses, leading to many disapproving glances directed at Song Yang. Human remains can emit a foul odor, and so can animal remains. This is common knowledge, right? Xiao Shan remarked, affirming his own thoughts. Song Yang found this difficult to accept. In these 30 years, you have certainly matured, both in intellect and temperament. Do not utter superfluous words. Let us focus on the crux of the matter. Which area did we just eliminate? Bai Yi also wished to express his grievances about Song Yang. Yet time was of the essence, and the day had been exhausting. Twilight was fast approaching, and they needed to depart before darkness enveloped them. Only this mountain remained. Fu Yu asserted, our investigation has been thorough. This must be the place. Then let us ascend, Bai Yi sighed, relieved that it was not a particularly lofty mountain. Song Yang, as per usual, walked ahead with Tang San, his nose twitching with excitement, though Tang San remained unimpressed, having witnessed such enthusiasm before, only to be met with profound disappointment. Song Yang playfully pinched Tang San, exclaiming, this time, it must be correct. Chapter 668, Poisoned. Startled by the unexpected pinch, Tang San jumped up. If you are so pleased, pinch yourself instead of me. Inflicting pain upon yourself is still self-harm. Song Yang, grinning, replied, all right, let us proceed. This foul odor surely cannot be mistaken. Song Yang eagerly led the way along a narrow mountain path, overgrown with weeds. Though it was evident that it had once been cultivated, only to fall into neglect over the years. Following closely behind, Tang San rubbed the spot where he had been pinched, mentally cursing Song Yang twice. However, upon discovering a vine-covered entrance, his grievances were swiftly forgotten, and he felt an overwhelming urge to investigate further. Song Yang was the first to enter, immediately following the scent, muttering to himself, if this is wrong, I shall leap from here. However, as he ventured 4 or 5 meters in without encountering any remains, his expression soured. Fortunately, Xiao Shan, with keen eyes, spotted a hand bone protruding from behind a stone. Look, over there. Song Yang's demeanor shifted dramatically. I knew it could not be wrong. When the brothers discovered the remains, they were seated in a posture that suggested they had been moved to retrieve something beneath them. As they approached, Bai Yi spoke first. Based on the development of the bones, this is an adult male, and the state of decay indicates that he has been dead for quite some time. Suddenly, Fu Yu crouched down, using a stick to prod at the man's hyoid bone. He died of poisoning. How can you tell? Shen Bing inquired, perplexed by the state of the remains. The hyoid bone is blackened, Fu Yu explained. This is the most telling sign. It is implausible that he took his own life. A person intent on suicide would not go to such lengths to hide ancient coins. It is illogical, suggesting he was caught off guard and acted impulsively. Bai Yi noticed the scattered items mentioned by the brothers, including a military water bottle, which had rusted over time. When he twisted off the cap, Song Yang frowned. What a sour smell. Bai Yi chuckled. If poison were involved, it would likely be in the water or food. It appears he may have had companions. It is rare for someone to venture out alone, and even less so for them to do so without at least one partner. Internal strife? Shen Bing let out a soft scoff, remarking that they were fortunate, as they never had to fear being stabbed from behind. Liu Zhi Xi gazed intently at the skeletal remains, prompting Tang San Cheng to inquire about his thoughts on the peculiar sight. No, it's just that I recalled something, Liu Zhi Xi replied. You surely are unaware. But in the late 1990s, there was a notorious tomb raider, a figure of significant repute, mind you, operating after your time. He plundered the ancient tombs from the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, and astonishingly, he was never caught. But how do you know it was the same individual? Xiao Shan questioned. This man was exceedingly audacious, Liu Zhi Xi continued. He claimed to be a descendant of Sang Jiuming, a formidable character in his own right, who had been commissioned to excavate tombs during the Qing dynasty. Sang Jiuming, Bai Yi interjected. I have heard my master mention him. The underground tomb chamber we discovered in Changbai Mountain is indeed connected to him. He was truly remarkable. Yes, this individual, brandishing Sang Jiuming's name, was incredibly brazen. The police, exasperated, issued a bounty for his capture, yet to no avail. In the 1990s, rumors abounded that he could scale walls and alter his appearance, rendering the police utterly incapable of apprehending him, Liu Zhi Xi explained. This man shared the surname Sang, named Sang Jia. I remember it distinctly, as the surname is quite rare. Eventually, he vanished, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, leaving no trace behind. The police exerted considerable effort, but seeing no hope, they ultimately abandoned the case. After all this talk, do you believe this individual is the missing Sangda? Song Yang shook his head repeatedly. This is merely a skeleton. While it belonged to a tomb raider, it may not necessarily be that Sang Jia. No, it is more than that, Liu Zhi Xi countered. Observe the bones of the hands. Are they not unlike those of an ordinary person? 6 fingers, Bai Yi had already discerned. An ordinary person possesses 5 fingers. Yet some individuals are born with 6 on one hand. If it were Fu Yu investigating, he might attribute this to a chromosomal mutation, radiation exposure, or heredity. However, Bai Yi's thoughts turned to a flaw in Liu Zhi Xi's account. If the police could not capture him, how would you know Sang Jia had 6 fingers? Liu Zhi Xi was momentarily taken aback, finally letting out a sigh after a prolonged silence. Before you, I am practically an open book. I know him well. I might have fallen under the influence of those involved in tomb raiding, thus I cannot extricate myself from this matter. Since his disappearance, I have been searching for him, investing as much effort as the police. It's no wonder you've seemed disoriented since earlier, Liu Zhi Xi added. Moreover, I recognize this backpack, though I have never heard him mention any cloth map. You claim he had companions, but he truly did not. He was an eccentric who preferred to operate solo. That is indeed reminiscent of Sang Jioming. Is it possible that the Sang family is comprised entirely of lone wolves? Bai Yi pondered. How could he have met his demise here, and through poisoning, no less? Liu Zhi Xi had evidently concluded that this individual was indeed Sang Jia. He began rummaging through the backpack, which had clearly been searched prior. Remnants of food lay scattered within, crumbling at his touch. The contents were sparse. And just as Liu Zhi Xi was about to set the backpack down, he recalled Sang Jia mentioning a safety precaution he had taken, creating a hidden compartment within his bag. He turned the backpack over and felt inside. Indeed, there was a concealed section. What is this? Bai Yi inquired. A compartment created by Sang Jia, Liu Zhi Xi replied. Due to his solitary endeavors, he had expressed concerns about potential mishaps, ensuring he left behind final messages. Is there a knife? Yes. Xiao Shan produced his knife and handed it over. Unable to contain his anticipation, Liu Zhi Xi swiftly cut open the compartment, and out tumbled a folded envelope. Upon seeing the oiled paper, excitement surged within him. It was wrapped in oiled paper, surely preserved well. Quickly, let us see what it holds. Bai Yi picked up the envelope and opened it, revealing a densely written letter. The handwriting was frantic. It appears we were mistaken. He took his own life. Unable to endure the suffering, much like Lao Er, he was bitten by the hidden winged insect and deliberately poisoned his water bottle in pursuit of a swift death. The letter detailed his methodical completion of the grim task. Ancient coins carefully sealed, the contents of his bag emptied, the letter hidden in the compartment, followed by the poison in the water bottle. He drank it and quietly awaited his demise. Liu Zhi Xi was engulfed by sorrow. He must have endured immense pain to arrive at such a decision. Indeed, Shen Bing remarked. And this agony must have persisted for quite some time. It seems he could no longer bear it, hence his tragic resolution. What else does the letter reveal? The scales. Bai Yi's expression brightened. He discovered scales down there, silver ones. Silver scales from the tomb of Yuan Tiangang? Tang San Cheng exclaimed, slapping his thigh. What a twist of fate. I never anticipated we would encounter such an opportunity. He took the scales, which prompted the hidden winged insects to emerge, Bai Yi noted. This is crucial. Moreover, the origin of this map is rather peculiar. He acquired it from an antique market. His luck seems rather extraordinary, though the outcome is quite dire. Confirming that this individual was indeed Sang Jia, the sky outside the cave had darkened. Bai Yi stated, let us tend to his remains. We must leave promptly. We are unprepared and cannot spend the night in the mountains. They buried Sang Jia's remains beneath stones, while Liu Zhi Xi gathered his belongings. Feeling a deep melancholy at discovering the remains of an old acquaintance. Having completed their somber task, they hastened to exit the mountain and locate their vehicles. Fortunately, their cars were unharmed, and they drove to the nearest county for food and lodging, perhaps due to the recent sight of the remains. Everyone except Tang San Cheng had little appetite. Tang San Cheng, however, feasted heartily. This is a positive sign. Why the long faces? It signifies we have made progress. The scales may well connect all the dots. Your perspective is indeed astute. As Shen Bing contemplated a sharp remark aimed at Tang San Cheng, Liu Zhi Xi's phone rang, prompting a moment of shared silence among the group as they listened to Liu Zhi Xi engage in a conversation. It turned out to be a call from a representative of the relevant authorities, inquiring about the progress of their undertaking. Liu Zhi Xi, after a brief period of evasion on the phone, concluded the call by stating, "It appears we must adhere to our original plan and proceed to the location designated by the divination to search for the tomb of Baogong. The matter regarding the scales will have to wait." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi felt a stirring in his heart, while Fu Yu, sitting beside him, offered him some food, saying, "Do not overthink it. As we tackle each issue one by one, answers will reveal themselves." It seemed Fu Yu shared the same sentiment, and Bai Yi nodded in agreement, one step at a time. With that in mind, to provide Liu Zhi Xi with a satisfactory account to the higher-ups. After a night of rest, they set off the following day to the location indicated by the divination. The divination had initially provided only a rough direction, but after Tang San Cheng's previous visit and further calculations, the divination had ultimately led them to their current site. They were greeted by representatives from the local Cultural Heritage Bureau, who, due to the project's modest scale, had sent only 3 or 4 individuals, 3 of whom were prepared for manual labor. One of the attendees, introducing himself as Xiao Wu, mentioned that his superiors referred to him that way and expressed his profound admiration for Professor Liu, indicating he would follow the professor's directions. However, this was Liu Zhi Xi's first visit, and he was uncertain how to begin. Chapter 669. Tourmaline Tang San Cheng smiled slightly, explaining that the principles of geomancy concerning burial sites are founded on 3 notions: the unity of heaven, earth, and humanity, the balance of yin and yang, and the interplay of the 5 elements. He elaborated that a mountain serves as a protective barrier, with the azure dragon to the left, the white tiger to the right, the altar mountain in front, and a bright hall in the center, while water flows in a winding manner to ensure that the grave site gathers beneficial winds and energies, bestowing fortune and wealth upon the living. The records of Liu Ban's talisman state that natural landscapes can ward off disasters, ensuring auspiciousness and prosperity for households, making such locations prime sites for geomancy. Thus, I have discerned the starting point for your endeavors. Behind them lay an antique street, with the towering Tsangshan Mountains not far off, and a stream winding its way from this very spot. As for the azure dragon and the white tiger, others could not perceive them, but Tang San Cheng began to walk forward in a straight line, precisely and unwaveringly, prompting Xiao Wu to exclaim in astonishment at how straightly he walked, as though guided by a ruler. Liu Zhi Xi remarked, "This is our school's folk customs consultant, an exceptionally skilled geomancer. You shall soon witness his prowess." Tang San Cheng came to a halt, surveying the ground beneath him, and instructed the 3 individuals, "Please commence your excavation from this point." Shen Bing quietly expressed to Fu Yu, "Look at this treatment. We needn't exert ourselves today. How delightful. Let us wait in peace." Fu Yu replied, leading Shen Bing to a cool spot where they could observe the 3 laborers at work. Tang San Cheng stood by, insisting that they must dig in a straight line without significant deviation. The laborers murmured among themselves, "We are digging holes, not constructing a building. Why must we be concerned with this level?" "Indeed," Tang San Cheng asserted firmly, "or else, if the artifacts below are damaged, who will take responsibility?" The 3 individuals fell silent, inwardly cursing Tang San 300 times. With such elevated standards, their efficiency plummeted. After a sporadic 3 hours, Tang San finally called a halt. "That will suffice." "Suffice?" inquired the eldest among them. "We have yet to unearth anything significant. How can we declare it sufficient?" He continued, "Now, the responsibility falls upon us. Thank you for your efforts." Tang San chuckled, "Gentlemen, you have worked hard. You may take your leave." The trio, feeling a sense of relief, had no intention of lingering. They sought out Xiao Wu to collect their wages before departing. Xiao Wu, feeling somewhat awkward, was approached by Liu Zhi Xi, who engaged him in an official manner, sending him away with a business card, indicating that he should reach out if necessary. With the 4 now dismissed, the atmosphere relaxed. Shen Bing glanced into the excavated pit, perplexed. "It's still just mud. There's nothing here. Why have they left?" "Indeed. It's merely mud for now, but discoveries are imminent. I worry that Xiao Wu might complicate matters," Tang San remarked. "If others were to arrive, our actions would be severely constrained." Understanding dawned on Shen Bing, and he and Song Yang resumed their tasks, soon revealing a layer of brick overhead, hinting at intricately carved patterns above. "If my guess is correct, This should be a curved eave structure from the Song dynasty. Tomb chambers were typically built of brick, oriented north to south. Such chambers indicate that the interred were either affluent or noble, Bai Yi explained. This location is indeed a site of geomantic significance, Tang San said, as he scraped away some of the mud, exposing more of the brick carvings. Observe the patterns. We can ascertain the orientation of this tomb. It is not north-facing, but rather the opposite. This revelation disrupts the feng shui. What a pity. The brick ceiling was relatively easy to dismantle. Yet Liu Zhi Xi felt a pang of regret as he watched them breach the tomb's roof. Such a pristine tomb. Wasted, he lamented. This is the quickest method, otherwise we would spend a month painstakingly excavating to fully reveal the chamber, and we still have Xiao Wu to consider. As Songyang spoke, he struck down once more, creating a substantial gap in the ceiling. Sunlight streamed through the opening, and Tang San realized that this chamber lacked an exit. It was a standalone tomb, devoid of accompanying burial rooms, containing only a coffin. This independence of the chamber took everyone by surprise. Xiao Shan, eager to see more, rushed forward, causing Tang San to lose his balance and fall. Fortunately, Qi Xia acted swiftly, grasping Tang San's wrist just in time. At that moment, a surge of warmth enveloped Tang San's feet, startling him. In a panic, he scrambled upward, though Qi Xia remained oblivious to the heat. Sensing the urgency from Tang San's movements, he exerted strength and pulled him free. As Tang San landed in the mud, he gasped, "Goodness, that was scalding. What happened?" Shen Bing asked, a hint of fear in his voice. There was no sign of gas when we excavated earlier. Tang San shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. "I have no idea. The moment I descended, I felt an intense heat beneath my feet, causing me considerable pain." Bai Yi procured a flashlight and directed its beam downward, revealing that the chamber's floor was not paved with bricks, but rather an obsidian-like stone. Unable to discern the details clearly, Bai Yi requested to be lowered further for a closer inspection. Feng Yu cautioned him to exercise care, but Bai Yi, brimming with confidence, descended slowly. Upon sensing the heat, he exclaimed, "A bit higher." The others above, namely Qi Xia and Xiao Shan, hoisted the rope upward. When they saw Bai Yi's hand emerge, they understood it was time to halt, suspending him in place. Bai Yi illuminated the area with his flashlight, scrutinizing it intently. Having formulated some ideas in his mind, he gestured for the two to pull him back up. Once he unfastened the rope around his waist, he declared, "It is black tourmaline. Isn't that the same as the gem atop Empress Dowager Cixi's crown, known as tourmaline?" Shen Bing inquired. "It possesses another name, tourmaline, a gemstone with the ability to generate heat spontaneously," Bai Yi explained. "If found in limited quantities, it can even be beneficial to the human body. Essentially, this gemstone's effect mirrors that of far-infrared rays. Its self-heating property corresponds to the effects of far-infrared radiation. To put it simply, when far-infrared rays are absorbed by the human body, they cause the water molecules within to resonate. Given that the human body comprises approximately 70 water, and blood contains about 80 water, this resonance transforms large clusters of water molecules into smaller ones, facilitating absorption and increasing oxygen content. Moreover, it invigorates cells, enhancing mental clarity and vitality. However, under particular physical conditions, this heat can amplify dramatically, akin to what Tang San just experienced. What kind of environmental constraints must exist? Tang San asked, feeling a bit dizzy, aware of Bai Yi's encyclopedic knowledge, surprised that he possessed such intricate understanding. The space is limited, no more than 20 square meters. This confined area significantly contributes to the increase in temperature. Since this chamber is independently sealed, it intensifies the heat generated by the black tourmaline, Bai Yi elucidated. Furthermore, the humidity underground is precisely conducive, resulting in the current situation. It feels as hot as fire. How are we supposed to descend? Song Yang expressed his urgency. It's right before us. How can it be like this? Let us wait a day and night, Bai Yi suggested. No, there must be another, quicker method. Water. We need water. Bai Yi commanded everyone to seek out water. Lacking proper tools, they transported water using a kettle, pouring it into the chamber. This strategy left Tang San utterly perplexed. Didn't you say humidity assists in generating heat? It must be the right level of humidity. If it exceeds the optimal range, the heat will plummet. Based on my calculations, it should take about 15 minutes, Bai Yi replied. That 15 minutes felt particularly interminable. Song Yang fixated on his phone. Watching the seconds tick by, growing increasingly impatient, he muttered, "Damn, This time is dragging on forever. At long last, after what felt like an eternity, 15 minutes elapsed. Bai Yi descended to test the temperature, which had indeed decreased. The water had seeped into the ground, rendering it quite moist. Bai Yi landed on the floor and called out, "Everyone, come down." "Hooray!" Tang San surprisingly cheered. As everyone descended into the tomb chamber, they found it entirely sealed, devoid of any door. Song Yang expressed some skepticism regarding Tang San Cheng's earlier conclusion. With no entrance, it was difficult to ascertain whether the chamber faced north or south. However, the architecture possessed a discernible orientation. Bai Yi stood firmly beside Tang San Cheng, noting that the brick carvings adorning the chamber's ceiling indeed indicated a reversed direction, suggesting that the tomb was deliberately constructed in this manner. Surveying the chamber's surroundings, one could observe intricately painted murals alongside depictions of doors, windows, tables, chairs, and lamp columns, all meticulously crafted. The sarcophagus itself was fashioned from black tourmaline, ostensibly designed to deter theft through the application of heat, showcasing remarkable ingenuity. Upon entering, Liu Zhi Xi devoted his attention to the wall murals. "Isn't this a depiction of Pangu creating the heavens and the earth? Look." In ancient tombs, wall paintings typically illustrate scenes from the deceased's life or those reflective of the era. Yet, curiously, this chamber showcases the scene of Pangu's cosmic creation, which evokes a sense of Zen in Tang San Cheng. In chaos, as formless as an egg, Pangu emerged. After 18,000 years, the heavens and earth were divided. The light became the sky, the dark became the earth. Pangu transformed daily, divine above, sacred below. The sky grew a measure taller, the earth a measure thicker, while Pangu extended a measure longer over the ages. The heavens reached great heights, the earth delved deep, and Pangu's existence was prolonged. Thus arose the three sovereigns, counting from 1, establishing 3, culminating in 5, flourishing in 7, and residing in 9, leading to a separation of 90,000 miles between heaven and earth. Tang San Cheng recited, "For us Taoists, the study of the Tao indeed begins with the creation of heaven and earth. In the primordial chaos, Pangu's division formed the duality of yin and yang, which serves as the earliest source of the Bagua. From the structural perspective, this tomb aligns with the characteristics of the Song dynasty. However, whether it belongs to the tomb of Baogong still requires further evidence," Liu Zhi Xi remarked. Chapter 670. The soul-hanging ladder. Then what are we waiting for? Let us open the sarcophagus directly. Song Yang had already approached the coffin, which stood merely half a meter high. Gazing upwards, the chamber's height measured only 3 to 4 meters, a stark contrast to the vast Qin tombs, leaving Tang San Cheng's emotions tumultuous at the mere thought of them. Just as he momentarily drifted in thought, a piercing scream erupted from Song Yang. It turned out that Song Yang had recklessly reached out, only to find the edges of the coffin cover lined with finely crafted needles, exceedingly sharp. Merely brushing against them resulted in 3 puncture wounds, blooming blood in his palm, prompting his anguished cries. Shen Bing swiftly retrieved hemostatic medication from her backpack, applying it to Song Yang's wounds and wrapping them with bandages, albeit with a bit of force. "It seems that since you became Song Yang, your abilities have waned," she remarked. Her exertion only intensified Song Yang's pain. "Be gentle. Are you hoping for my demise?" he retorted. The notion of death was a taboo, especially within this sepulchral abode, and Song Yang's countenance darkened as he fell silent. Shen Bing, somewhat exasperated, finished bandaging his wounds and commented, "Such a small space, yet filled with various intricacies." At that moment, Bai Yi and Qi Xie were diligently using tools to extract the troublesome nails, gradually easing the coffin lid open. To their astonishment, it lay empty, devoid of any treasures, let alone a corpse. What could have transpired? Was this yet another enigmatic tomb? Tang San Cheng approached, and as he drew near, he sensed something amiss with the coffin. An inexplicable force seemed to draw him in. He placed his hand inside the coffin and discerned that this force emanated from beneath it. "Let us move this coffin and take a look," he suggested. Qi Xie and Bai Yi exchanged glances when such an expression appeared on Tang San Cheng's face. It was clear he had made a discovery. The two promptly joined forces to lift the coffin, revealing distinct imprints left by it on the coffin bed, along with a Bagua symbol at its center. Tang San Cheng's expression brightened. This was precisely what he had been seeking. The Bagua symbol was protected by a mystical force, and even if discovered, few could unlock it. Upon hearing this, Song Yang was skeptical. I refuse to believe that even explosives could not breach it. In such moments, Song Yang seemed fixated on explosives. Tang San Cheng smiled faintly. Some forces cannot be explained by physical principles. As he spoke, he placed his hand upon the Bagua symbol and recited, "The Tao arises from the heart transmits the scent. The incense burns in the jade furnace. The heart remains before the emperor. The true spirit gazes down. The immortal banner graces the hall. Command the ministers to announce and directly reach the heavens." This was the incantation of the incense spirit. Upon finishing the chant, a breeze emanated from his palm, causing the Bagua symbol to spin rapidly. As it accelerated, Tang San Cheng heard a crack, and the Bagua split in two, revealing a mechanism within. He pressed down, and the coffin bed parted, unveiling a hidden space. "It appears this is what we have been searching for." "Incredible," Song Yang exclaimed. "If all ancient tombs contained such mechanisms, we would find ourselves in dire straits." "Only a master of Tao could employ such methods with specific purposes," Tang San Cheng remarked. "Even Yuan Tiangang did not specifically use Tao to safeguard his tomb. It is possible he foresaw his own protection, but could not escape the fate of destruction. However, this place is different. Let us descend." The black void at the center of the coffin extended downward, revealing a stone staircase. As Tang San Cheng entered, he felt a chilling breeze. He switched on his flashlight, and as he scanned left and right, he saw two brick walls. The staircase descended straight down, with Bai Yi following closely behind. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Reminiscent of his master He Baoxing's experiences during their first encounter with the shadowy organization in the bamboo grove, the environment and atmosphere felt strikingly similar. The staircase continued downward, and after what felt like an eternity, Song Yang exclaimed, "Wait a moment, where does this end?" The foremost Tang San Cheng also halted, searching for a stone on the ground, and carved a mark upon the wall. "Something is indeed amiss. Let us try again." Having left that mark, they continued their descent. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the mark became vividly apparent to all, causing Shen Bing's complexion to turn pale. "We are going in circles. We are encountering a wall of illusions." Tang San Cheng replied, "There are no illusions here. I have heard of a type of suspended soul ladder from the Tang dynasty." Bai Yi pondered. This soul-hanging ladder consists of precisely 23 levels. Regardless of how one ascends, it appears as though one is progressing in a straight line. However, in reality, one is meandering along a divergent path, endlessly circling back and ultimately losing all sense of direction. The steps exhibit minimal elevation change, likely designed to create an illusion of height variation. Fortunately, we realized this early, and we are still on the steps. "Is it truly the soul-hanging ladder?" Su Yu inquired. "Indeed. Let us retrace our steps, starting from this marked step. If we return here and find it to be the 23rd step, then there is nothing more to discuss," Bai Yi replied. Under Bai Yi's guidance, they stepped forward once again, each silently affirming the journey in their minds. Upon returning to the steps beneath the wall marked by Tang San, they exchanged glances and simultaneously uttered a number, 23. The chill crept into Xiao Shan's back. It truly is 23. What now? Are we to be trapped here indefinitely? Fear not, fear not. Bai Yi endeavored to calm their anxieties. As I previously stated, the ultimate objective of this soul-hanging ladder is to lead us into a preordained divergent path. Generally speaking, such paths are fraught with traps and can be deemed dead ends. Our current situation is already a favorable outcome. Allow me a moment to contemplate how to decipher this enigmatic ladder. If this were a realm of Taoist arts, having Tang San present would not evoke fear. Alas, this is not the case. All hope now rests upon the versatile Bai Yi. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yi remarked, "The principles behind this design have long been lost to time." At these words, beads of sweat cascaded down everyone's foreheads. Song Yang wiped the perspiration from his brow. Lost? What are we to do? Are we to remain trapped here, unable to escape? He thought of his mobile phone, took it out, only to discover the absence of any signal. He sighed, "It's over. Isolated and helpless, we must rely solely on ourselves." He fell silent, for Bai Yi's demeanor was exceedingly grave. With his eyes closed, he diligently recalled all knowledge pertaining to the soul-hanging ladder. Some theories suggest that the soul-hanging ladder employs a form of numerical hypnosis, deliberately leaving behind markers or numerical information to confound the traveler. Mathematicians, meanwhile, contend that it is a complex numerical model. From within, one perceives merely a staircase. Yet it is, in truth, a labyrinth of pathways. There must be markings on the steps, potentially coded with an ancient secret recipe that absorbs light, further obscuring one's sense of direction. Once one becomes aware of such information, it leads to logical misjudgments, causing one to believe they are moving in a straight line, while unknowingly veering off onto a divergent path. Marks. Seek the marks. Bai Yi finally discovered the key to their predicament. When we were walking earlier, the flashlight illuminated the steps. If there are indeed markings, they would absorb the light and thus influence our judgment. Quick search. Everyone lowered their heads to search, and indeed, a small crescent-shaped mark appeared on the steps. Only illuminated by the flashlight did it subtly reveal itself. Fu Yu was equally astonished. He had indeed noticed a small imprint while ascending the steps, but had assumed it was merely a coincidence, always subconsciously searching for it. The others remained silent, sharing the same thought, as they too had seen it but had not deemed it significant. Now it seemed that from the moment they set foot on these steps, they had unwittingly entered a trap. Although they had discovered the mark, they remained ensnared in a dilemma. Bai Yi exhaled deeply, wishing fervently that this was merely an illusion orchestrated by some arcane method, allowing Tang San to resolve it effortlessly. Unfortunately, after pondering for a long while, Bai Yi rummaged through his backpack for a ruler. He measured the height and width of the steps, the distance between the crescent mark and the wall, as well as the deviation between the crescent marks on each step. "What are you doing?" Tang San inquired. "The purpose of the crescent mark is to mislead us into taking a different path, so it cannot be perfectly vertical. There must be some deviation. This deviation will increase, ultimately guiding us to another route. If I can calculate this deviation, I will discern the direction in which we will be led. Moreover, while we perceive these steps as flat or two-dimensional, the actual space is not as it appears to the naked eye. It is a three-dimensional space. Enough with the two-dimensional and three-dimensional talk. It's confusing everyone," Xiao Shan remarked. Bai Yi had a sudden inspiration. "Xiao Shan, you can create 3D computer graphics. But can you do it manually?" "Yes," Xiao Shan replied confidently. "Good. Then I will give you the data, and you can illustrate it on the wall." Bai Yi instructed Xiao Shan to find a stone and begin drawing on the wall, starting with their current position and space, expressing it in 2 dimensions. Then he encouraged Xiao Shan to try extending this 2-dimensional diagram into 3 dimensions. Initially, Xiao Shan struggled, but gradually, his thoughts opened up completely, and the 3-dimensional representation became remarkably clear. It may not have been perfectly structured, but the general framework had emerged. An illusion? Bai Yi mused as he gazed at the drawing on the wall. How do we escape this illusion? An endless corridor, a labyrinth, for staircases, interconnected at the corners. Yet each staircase ascends, allowing for infinite development, an impossible paradox within a 3-dimensional world. Xiao Shan stated, "Though I depicted it this way, it is fundamentally impossible." Fu Yu, who had remained silent, interjected, "To lead us astray, they must use that mark to confuse us. What if that mark were to vanish?" Chapter 671, Shu. Fu Yu's words surprised everyone. Indeed, why had they been so fixated on the structure here? If the crux lay in this crescent mark, then let us destroy it. As Xiao Shan and Song Yang commenced their endeavor simultaneously, the crescent-shaped mark only revealed itself under the influence of light. Thus, Liu Zhi Xi and Shen Bing illuminated the area with their flashlights while both wielded their utility knives, scraping vigorously, yet to no avail. Song Yang rose, declaring, "This is futile. We should simply cover it." Upon hearing this, Shen Bing promptly retrieved adhesive labels from his bag, tearing one off to cover the crescent mark. However, when Tang San Cheng shone his flashlight upon it, the crescent mark still glimmered faintly, the light penetrating through the adhesive. Shen Bing exclaimed in frustration, "What on earth is this?" Fu Yu stood silently to the side, a frown etched upon her brow as she pondered deeply. Bai Yi, noticing her contemplation, inquired, "What are your thoughts? What could this be?" "It is a sap secreted by a type of plant that has since become extinct," Fu Yu replied with a bittersweet smile. "It seems we have been cornered into a predicament." As soon as Fu Yu articulated her thoughts, 3 individuals plopped down onto the steps, and after a moment of reflection, Liu Zhi Xi, due to his advancing age and waning stamina, slowly followed suit. Given the circumstances, they decided to replenish their energy. Fu Yu's worries weighed heavily upon her, and she continued to furrow her brow. Bai Yi advised, "Do not be too hard on yourself." "No," Fu Yu responded, "I have started to sense fragments of the memories of our ancestor Qingwan, which seem to be related to this situation, though they remain unclear." She continued, "Yikinji once mentioned that I would gradually embrace the entirety of my ancestors' memories. Yet I find myself stuck here, needing to assimilate more information swiftly. Tang San Cheng paused, then suggested, I might have a method worth trying. What is it? Tang San Cheng explained. It is a tranquility incantation from Taoism, one that even ordinary individuals can use. Perhaps you should give it a try to calm your mind. Fu Yu set down her provisions. Very well, it appears this is our only option. As Tang San Cheng instructed Fu Yu in the basics of the tranquility incantation, her remarkable comprehension allowed her to swiftly enter a meditative state. Fu Yu inwardly marveled at the effectiveness of the incantation, which indeed brought her a sense of serenity. With renewed focus, she endeavored to recall the earlier memory fragments, ultimately yielding further insights. Noticing the smile that graced Fu Yu's lips, Bai Yi felt a wave of relief. It was evident she had gleaned something significant. Fu Yu opened her eyes, declaring, I understand now. All eyes turned to Fu Yu as she continued. This plant became extinct during the early Qin period and is connected to the Qin emperor. Tang San Cheng gasped in astonishment. What exactly transpired? The Qin emperor, originally named Yingzhong, had a tree known as the Ying tree, which thrived only in a specific marshland. The emperor was displeased. Perceiving the Ying tree not as a symbol of strength, but as a mockery of his humble origins, born of a concubine. In a fit of rage, he ordered the complete deforestation of the Ying trees, incinerating them entirely. However, the ancestor Qinghuan recognized the rarity and value of the Ying tree's sap and secretly accumulated it. Remarkably, the Ying tree would secrete its sap every 6 hours, exuding a fragrant aroma. Thus, the sap preserved by ancestor Qinghuan represents the last remnants of this extraordinary substance. Tang San began to sense a distinct flavor in the air. If this truly was the tomb of Bao Gong, how had he come to possess it? It seemed the ancestor of Qinghuan held the answer. Indeed, thanks to your teachings of the tranquil heart incantation, clarity began to unfold. Fu Yu remarked. The remaining essence lies with our ancestor. Only 3 vials were taken. The ancestor preserved them carefully, yet 1 vial was damaged and another mysteriously vanished. I suspect the vial used to create this soul-connecting ladder mark is the one that went missing, but the crux of the matter lies with the damaged vial. Tang San grasped the implication. If it was capable of being damaged, then the mark here could indeed be destroyed. What had caused that vial to break? Blood from our ancestor. Fu Yu's excitement surged. When the blood of the Qinghuan ancestor fell into the vial, the essence changed color and was ruined. I shall attempt it. Shen Bing gasped, her heart racing at the thought of drawing blood. Watching Fu Yu tilt her body toward the mark, she bit into her fingertip, allowing her blood to drip onto the crescent-shaped insignia. To Tang San's astonishment, the mark stirred slightly, prompting him to observe more intently. Fu Yu closed her eyes, pressing her finger harder, causing more blood to flow. Tang San even heard the sound of blood landing on the mark. The crescent-shaped insignia moved again, and he realized it wasn't moving but gradually disappearing. The areas covered in blood were slowly vanishing. It appeared they were onto something. Tang San recalled there were a total of 23 marks. Fu Yu's expression remained serene. Upon opening her eyes and witnessing the insignia fading, joy outweighed her pain. She stated, It's all right, I can manage. The blood of our ancestor is potent, and I ponder whether the blood of the Gu women is extraordinary as well. Moreover, I harbor the essence of our ancestor within me. Remarkably, the ancestor has spirit. We are saved. Fu Yu continued to eliminate 2 more marks. Each drop of blood falling causing Bai Yi's heart to tighten. Fu Yu's fingers lost all color, and Bai Yi grasped her hand, saying, That's enough. Take a break. Furthermore, I believe it's unnecessary to eliminate every mark. They are interconnected, and breaking just one in the middle will suffice. Indeed, Bai Yi had a point. Fu Yu, you need only remove the central one, Tang San affirmed. Shen Bing was on the verge of tears. Fu Yu bit her lip, conceding, very well. At last, this eased Fu Yu's burden. Once the marks were dealt with, her fingers felt stiff, having switched between different ones during the process. Her hands now felt as rigid as steel. The group allowed Fu Yu a moment to rest before they resumed their journey. The 23 steps felt drawn out, each movement akin to slow motion. Though still captivated by the remaining crescent mark, the sensation upon destroying the complete insignia was indeed different. Upon reaching the 23rd step, darkness loomed below, and there were no signs of circling back. Have we emerged? Shen Bing marveled, rubbing her eyes vigorously. She then shone her flashlight into the dark abyss ahead, only to scream, Ah! She turned and dashed into Tang San's embrace, colliding with his chest. What's wrong? What happened? He inquired anxiously. So many eyes. So many. Shen Bing was utterly terrified, her body trembling, and her palms cold with fear. It was simply horrifying. The beams of light from Bai Yi and Xiao's flashlights illuminated the wall, and they exchanged a glance before bursting into laughter. It's not eyes, it's peacock feathers. Shen Bing dared not look back. Tang San, upon seeing the scene, confirmed. Indeed, the wall is adorned with peacock feathers. To be precise, it showcases a fully spread tail, the patterns resembling eyes, creating an unsettling illusion with so many irregularly distributed eyes gazing at her. It was truly heart-stopping. Tang San patted Shen Bing's back, reassuring her, "It's all right, look closely. They are not eyes, they are peacock feathers, Shen Bing." Shen Bing clutched the fabric of Tang San's shirt tightly, her mouth and nose covered, shaking her head repeatedly. "I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Shen Bing, it's real." Perhaps the words of Fu Yu had an effect. Cautiously, she turned her head, still feeling dizzy, and upon discerning the situation on the wall, she burst into tears. It's really not. Shen Bing found it nearly impossible to articulate the turmoil she had just experienced. Her heart felt as though it might burst. Her hair stood on end, and the warmth in her palms and soles vanished. If one could observe the fine hair on her skin, it would have been standing on end. Tears streamed down her cheeks, which she quickly wiped away. Why on earth would someone hang so many feathers on the wall, all in pristine condition? Only male peacocks possess such exquisite, fan-like tails. The feathers nearly obscured the wall entirely. Tang San pondered thoughtfully. In Taoism, there exists the peacock king, depicted with 4 arms, embodying the form of a bodhisattva, riding a peacock. Hence, he is known as the peacock king. We also have the peacock king mantra, right? Can you all shine the lights again and see clearly what's on this wall? All flashlights were directed at the wall, and Tang San discerned clearly. This is an image of the peacock king, portrayed with 4 arms, holding a lotus flower, a fruit of compassion, a fruit of auspiciousness, and a peacock tail, seated upon a golden peacock. Among the 4 objects he holds, the lotus symbolizes reverence, the fruit of compassion signifies pacification, the fruit of auspiciousness denotes enhancement, and the peacock tail represents the cessation of disasters. The peacock king is one of the 4 great teachings of esoteric Buddhism. The peacock king subdues harmful thoughts and can eradicate all malice and poison. As Tang San approached, he sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from the image of the peacock king on the wall. Fortunately, the 2 disciplines resonated, and he did not feel discomfort. Genuine peacock feathers are intricately placed here, seemingly intended to dispel evil or to restrain something. It must be located behind this very object. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became, pressing his hands against the wall and exploring it up and down. Xia whispered a caution. "Be careful. There may be mechanisms on the wall." As they conversed, Tang San heard a commotion within the wall, akin to the sound of a fierce wind howling, urgent and intense. He knocked against the wall, discovering no hollowness within. Where then was this wind coming from? Tang San found himself perplexed, while Song Yang could no longer wait. "Stop hesitating. Otherwise, let me blow it up." "No, the sounds within are peculiar. If we blow it up, we might harm ourselves." Tang San and Song Yang were at an impasse. "We must not act recklessly now." Song Yang raised an eyebrow, prompting Bai Yi to quickly smooth things over. "All right. What time is it now to still be quibbling over this? We have already entered. The pressing matter at hand is to ascertain whether this truly is the tomb of Baogong. Seeking common ground while reserving differences. Do you understand?" Chapter 672, Eternal Ice. "Understood." Tang San and Song Yang replied in unison. Tang San swallowed hard. "Do you remember the rebirth chart? How could we forget? Wasn't that your father's masterpiece that nearly cost us our lives?" Song Yang's memories of Liu Zhi Xi came rushing back. Is there a similarity between this and that? The peacock's eyes. Tang San had already contemplated this notion. The image of the peacock king is mostly a painting, save for the genuine feathers. However, it lacks a pair of eyes, a peacock without eyes. The story of painting a dragon's eyes flashed through Tang San's mind, stirring his emotions. The depicted peacock king was eyeless, and inexplicably, he lifted a stone from the ground and tapped it twice on the peacock's head. To his surprise, the peacock remained utterly still. Tang San chuckled at his own folly, while Liu Zhi Xi remarked, "Surely, you don't genuinely believe in the notion of painting a dragon's eyes?" Tang San chuckled softly. "A fleeting thought crossed my mind. I did entertain the idea, but..." Suddenly, he trembled with anger. The peacock exuded a lack of vitality. He turned towards it, placing his hand on its head, channeling his energy, allowing vitality to flow from his palm to the eyes he had just imagined. A gust of wind brushed past him, and as he tentatively pushed against the wall, it burst open with a thunderous sound, splitting the image of the Peacock King in two. A chill breeze wafted from within, causing Tang San to shiver. So it is. It opened. Song Yang incredulously pushed Tang San. You truly are remarkable. Tang San himself was bewildered by the impulse that had led him to such a thought, inadvertently causing the opening. He scratched his head, grinning foolishly. An accident, purely an accident, a mere fleeting thought. All right, let us proceed inside, Bai Yi urged. Typically, those who stumble upon such a tomb would leave empty-handed. The 8 of them entered the wall with a sense of urgency. Upon crossing the threshold, a gust of wind swept over them, lifting the girl's hair. Shen Bing shivered, drawing her shoulders in. So cold. There were braziers mounted on the walls. And Tang San lit one, illuminating the space. The scene before them astonished them. A transparent coffin lay in the center of the tomb. To call it transparent was somewhat misleading. The material resembled glass or crystal. Yet, as they approached, the pervasive chill emanating from the coffin was unmistakable. It was an ice coffin. Song Yang reached out to touch it, nearly getting his hand stuck. I almost lost my skin. Frost. Xiao Shan murmured in awe. This is an extremely cold block of ice. Even under the sun's relentless heat, it would scarcely melt. I remember this temperature distinctly. It is the very temperature that nurtured me. Xiao Shan was born from the Earth's eternal womb, discovered within an ice coffin. And the frigid aura had no effect on him whatsoever. As he spoke, a look of nostalgia crossed his face. It feels so familiar, almost too familiar. As Xiao Shan spoke, he pressed his face against the icy coffin. Tang San called out, "Be careful." "It's fine," Xiao Shan replied, his face against the ice. "It feels identical, so familiar. This is the eternal ice." "Eternal ice," Liu Zhi Xi murmured. "Does such a thing truly exist?" "Indeed," Bai Yi asserted confidently. "In fact, to a certain extent, it can no longer be classified merely as ice. The amalgamation of ice and spiritual energy, this energy could be interpreted as a form of power, results in a unique existence. It possesses ultra-low temperatures, devoid of any air, while maintaining a fixed shape." Observing the skeptical gazes of others, Bai Yi continued, "This is not mere fabrication. It has been documented by relevant authorities. There once existed a cave in a primordial forest, where lush vegetation thrived and seasons were distinct. Yet, within the cave, the temperature remained consistently around 0 degrees. The rocks were covered by vast layers of ice, crystalline and transparent, resembling a waterfall. This phenomenon was dubbed the Ice Waterfall, and the cave was subsequently named the Ice Cave by experts. Investigations concluded that this ice cave has existed for over 10 millennia, corresponding to the legendary eternal ice. The conclusions I present are derived from the research of scientists. As for the nature of that energy, it may well lie beyond the realm of scientific inquiry. Best described simply as spiritual energy or power. Xiao Shan listened intently. Although I have heard you recount my transformation from earth embryo to human form, I lack a clear memory of it. Yet, the sensation remains vivid. The chill permeated every pore, a cool breeze flooding my body. However, ordinary ice has never evoked such a feeling in me. This piece of ice, however, resonates perfectly with that memory. Damn it, I've realized something, Song Yang interjected. Pacing around the coffin of eternal ice. Taking a deep breath, he posed the pressing question. How do we open this coffin? Yes, how indeed. This coffin is a completely sealed, intact structure formed without any tools, lacking a lid. Everyone recalled the ice coffin where Xiao Shan was, which had shattered only after being dropped from several hundred meters high due to the high-altitude leap of the 7 evils. But now, using explosives would be unwise, as it could damage whatever lies inside. What about striking it? We currently lack any powerful tools. How long would it take to break through? Song Yang picked up a sizable stone and began to strike it. With all his might, he brought it down with a resounding crash, but upon inspection, only a small dent appeared on the surface of the ice. Frustrated, he tossed the stone to the ground. Damn it, what do we do now? Xiao Shan tilted his head against the ice coffin, feeling an unparalleled comfort, even emitting a sound akin to a kitten's mew. Song Yang, seeing his demeanor, found it both amusing and exasperating. What are you doing? It's not the time for enjoyment. How delightful. Xiao Shan reluctantly raised his head. Song Yang reached out to touch the eternal ice, sensing a powerful adhesive force as if it were trying to grasp his hand. He quickly withdrew. Turning to prod Xiaoshan's head, "Let me see if you've shed a layer of skin." Xiaoshan's mind was exceptionally sharp. Within the ancient ice coffin lay a shadow, dark and palpable. Liu Zhi Xi was overwhelmed with anxiety, yearning to ascertain whether the figure within was indeed Bao Gong. Otherwise, they would resort to brute force and smash it open. Suddenly, an idea struck Xiaoshan. "Just create a breach for me, and I shall handle the rest." "Hurry, move swiftly." With Xiaoshan's directive, it was evident he had formulated a plan. Bai Yi rallied everyone to hurl stones at a designated spot. The shards of ice, fine and delicate, splintered and settled on the ground without melting. After several rounds of this assault, a gap was finally created. Xiaoshan peered in and declared, "That will suffice." He thrust his hand into the breach, drawing it back with great force, his fingers digging deeply. Observing his frail arm, Fu Yu grew concerned. Yet, Xiaoshan persisted, meticulously adjusting his grip to find the optimal point of leverage. Drawing a deep breath, he pressed further. The others watched intently as Xiaoshan's hand penetrated the ancient ice. Tang San even heard a creaking sound, his heart tightening at the thought that an ordinary person would have shattered their bones in such an endeavor. He placed a hand on his own chest, contemplating the sound of bones fracturing, which he imagined would be a sharp, crisp sound. Eagerly, he listened for any indication of distress from Xiaoshan, fearing the worst. Fortunately, while Xiaoshan's expression betrayed some strain, the direst scenario did not unfold. Suddenly, Xiaoshan gasped, and the ancient ice fissured open. Song Yang exclaimed in astonishment, "It's opened." "Xiaoshan, you're incredible." Xiaoshan cautiously withdrew his arm, and Tang San observed that while his bones remained intact, his arm was riddled with numerous, neatly arranged lacerations. The spacing between the bloodstains was minimal, rendering his arm a gruesome sight. Tang San, filled with concern, pulled Xiaoshan closer, noting that his arm remained contracted. He urged, "Xiaoshan, revert it back, otherwise, how can I tend to your wounds?" Xiaoshan gazed at Tang San, conflicted, biting his lower lip. After a deep breath, he closed his eyes, and with a surge of will, his flesh began to mend. In that instant, countless droplets of blood erupted from his arm, resembling a mythical rain of weaponry, cascading forth. Many droplets splashed onto Tang San's face, and he caught the metallic scent of blood. Seeing Xiaoshan's condition, he felt a heavy sensation in his throat. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, as he wiped the blood from his face, he pressed his hands against Xiaoshan's wounds, calling for Shen Bing to assist in the bandaging. As the anti-inflammatory powder was applied, Xiaoshan winced in pain, gritting his teeth. Shen Bing worked swiftly, her heart aching for him, exclaiming, "You are truly reckless. I grew up within the ancient ice. My constitution differs from yours. You cannot even touch it without being stuck." Xiaoshan managed to suppress his pain, forcing a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful. "Now that there is such a significant opening, you can apply more force. It is not difficult to open it further. Let us expedite this. The little fellow has grown up and is now eager to prove himself." Tang San sighed and assisted Xiaoshan to a side, joining the others in the remaining tasks. Xiaoshan had made a promising start, and now all that was required was to widen the fissure. Everyone took stones and struck them against the sides. Shen Bing remarked while she worked, "It has been years since I engaged in such activities. This is my first time opening a coffin. Conserve your strength. The outcome will soon be evident." Song Yang exclaimed excitedly. At last, the crack was wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Song Yang was the first to peer inside, and upon seeing what lay within, he gasped in shock. "Oh my, what is it?" Fu Yu inquired. "It's truly Bao Yi," Song Yang exclaimed, pointing at the icy coffin. "His skin is as dark as coal. And look at that crescent moon mark. Liu Zhi Xi, this is indeed the tomb of Bao Gong. Is there another person who resembles him in such a manner?" Song Yang fully entered, finding himself beside the coffin, which was not a coffin in the traditional sense, but merely a stone platform. Chapter 673, The External Scriptures of the Yellow Emperor. The body lay upon it, eyes tightly shut, skin a purplish hue, indicative of death's physiological traits. The corpse showed no signs of decay. It was merely stiffened by the cold, clad in a pure white shroud typical of the Song dynasty. The individual had an average build and robust bones. Indeed, as Song Yang had noted, the skin was as black as coal, accentuating the crescent mark on the forehead. Below the eyes lay the legendary under-eye fat, a band-like prominence measuring about 4 to 7 millimeters, resembling a silkworm resting on the lower eyelashes. It was particularly noticeable when the person smiled, lending a charming quality to the gaze. Some referred to it as peach blossom eyes, suggesting that those with such features enjoyed good fortune in love. Shen Bing was the first to notice this detail, and as everyone stood inside the millennia-old ice coffin, her observation elicited laughter. The so-called peach blossom luck had no connection to Bao Gong whatsoever. Nevertheless, Tang San found it intriguing from a physiognomic perspective. It seemed that this Bao Gong indeed possessed features associated with fortune and love, yet historical records indicated he had no such romantic rumors. Setting aside this peculiarity, everyone felt an odd sensation. A person who appeared to be merely sleeping was, in reality, a renowned figure from a millennium ago, now vividly present before them. This surreal feeling was akin to traversing through time. Tang San noticed the stone pillow beneath the head of the corpse and wondered, is this the fabled feng shui jade pillow mentioned by the descendants of the Bao family? The pillow was quite ordinary, nothing extraordinary, and Bai Yi's antique shop housed many similar items. Bai Yi donned gloves and supported the corpse's head, while Tang San swiftly retrieved the jade pillow. Strange. Why is this pillow so light? Bai Yi was taken aback. How is that possible? This type of jade is notoriously dense. It cannot be lightweight. Tang San, sensing an opportunity, tossed the jade pillow into Bai Yi's hands. Bai Yi instinctively caught it, only to find it surprisingly light. It's hollow inside. This is the only explanation. How curious. They say this jade pillow can help descendants attain official positions, and it rests upon something so simple? Song Yang remarked, while the silent Xiao Shan stood nearby, clearly having endured a significant ordeal today. Both Shen Bing and Fu Yu began to cough. The chill in the air was oppressive. Bai Yi, no longer daring to delay, placed the jade pillow on the ground and ventured outside to procure a large stone. With a decisive swing, he struck the jade pillow, which was hollow and encased in a delicate outer layer. The impact shattered it into pieces, and as the jade pillow lay empty, the corpse atop the stone platform suddenly oozed blood from its eyes. This startled Liu Zhi Xi, who was standing nearby, leading him to believe it was a resurrection. Quick, look, Fu Yu exclaimed, glancing over. With the ancient ice now disturbed and the physical environment altered, alongside the removal of the stone pillow, the brain has been jolted, causing the residual blood to surge forth. It is hardly surprising. Is there a field in biology that studies the human body? Liu Zhi Xi remarked with admiration. Humans are indeed the spirit of all things, yet merely one of the biological entities, Fu Yu replied. Let us see what lies within the jade pillow. The two below were clearing the fragments of jade, collecting them to better inspect the contents within. To their astonishment, they uncovered a book, the Huangdi Weijing. Tang San Cheng was overjoyed, exclaiming, "This is the long-lost Huangdi Weijing." The 18 volumes of the Huangdi Neijing, from ancient times to the present, are divided into the Ling Shu and Suan sections, attributed to the legendary Yellow Emperor and composed by ancient medical practitioners and theorists, generally believed to have been completed during the spring and autumn and warring states periods. In the dialogues between the Yellow Emperor, Qi Bo, and Lei Gong, the text elucidates the mechanisms of disease and pathology while advocating for the treatment of the unal rather than the already ailing, emphasizing the importance of health preservation, longevity, and vitality. It is evident that the pursuit of longevity was a significant focus of research even during the spring and autumn and warring states periods. The 37 volumes of the Huangdi Weijing, however, were said to have been lost to time. It is said that during the era of the Yellow Emperor, 3 eminent physicians emerged, among whom the most renowned, alongside Lei Gong and Qi Bo, was Yu Ta. His medical expertise was remarkable, particularly in the realm of surgical procedures. It was said that he rarely resorted to potions or herbs. Rather, upon diagnosing the ailment, he would only utilize a scalpel when surgery was necessary, incising the skin, dissecting the muscles, ligating tendons, and excising the root of the illness. Following such operations, patients would swiftly regain their vitality and form. Consequently, he was lauded for his medical prowess, capable of restoring the deceased to life as if they were returning from the funeral procession. In Yu Ta's later years, the Yellow Emperor commissioned Song Jia, Lei Gong, and Qi Bo to meticulously compile Yu Ta's medical teachings into volumes. However, before they could be disseminated to the public, Song Jia passed away. Subsequently, Yu Ta's son, Yu Zhi, brought the manuscript back to his father for revision. Tragically, a devastating fire consumed their home, along with the medical texts and the entire Yu family, reducing them to ashes. Thus, It is believed that the Huangdi Weijing was utterly lost in this conflagration, never to be recovered. The astonishing volume of the Huangdi Weijing, which tumbled from the jade pillow, left Tang San Cheng astounded. He grasped it firmly, realizing that while the jade pillow held little significance, this ancient text was of paramount importance. The Huangdi Neijing primarily revolves around the principles of yin, yang, and the 5 elements, and it was only natural to assume that the Huangdi Weijing would follow suit. Must you linger here and converse? Song Yang interjected, his nose dripping. We should hasten our departure. It is freezing. Wait, Bai Yi urged. Let us take another look. He approached the lifeless form of the official, methodically exploring its rigid contours. Although the body had stiffened, flesh and bone remained intact, evoking an unsettling sensation within Bai Yi. He conducted a swift examination, noting the pronounced rise of the chest. With a sudden resolve, he unfastened the clothing, only to be taken aback by a crescent-shaped mark upon the corpse's chest. This emblem reminded him of the crescent insignia on the soul-ascending ladder. Could there be a connection between the two? As Bai Yi pondered, Song Yang and Shen Bing urged him onward, chilled to the bone. Liu Zhi Xi had begun to cough, prompting Bai Yi to set aside his musings and conduct a thorough search for any additional items. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed the tightly clenched hands of the deceased. Forcing them apart, he discovered each hand clutched a pearl, which he swiftly pocketed. Upon exiting the eternal frost, the drastic temperature shift was palpable. Liu Zhi Xi, being of advanced age, was in a continuous fit of coughing. Xia advised him to apply pressure to an acupoint on his hand and to massage it, which provided some relief. Liu Zhi Xi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, I am old and am slowing you down. Tang San Cheng's eyes misted with emotion. If you continue to speak such words, we may disregard you in the future. Let us exit quickly. Prolonged exposure to this extreme cold will harm our bodies, Fu Yu urged with urgency. The group hastily vacated the tomb, returning to the soul-ascending ladder, where they immediately felt warmth envelop them. The temperature differential was stark, leaving Bai Yi concerned as he too felt discomfort. He returned the 2 pearls to his bag and urged his companions to leave swiftly, ascending the steps. As Liu Zhi Xi stepped out of the passage, he staggered and began to fall, but Xia caught him just in time, realizing that Liu Zhi Xi's body was burning hot. This is troubling. The severe cold must have taken a toll on his health. Xia laid Liu Zhi Xi down gently in a comfortable position, while Tang San Cheng restored the mechanism of the 8 trigrams, and Bai Yi and the others returned the coffin to its original place, restoring everything to its former state. Let us take him out. Bai Yi assessed Liu Zhi Xi's condition and swiftly concluded, his constitution is weak. He has sustained serious harm. We must take him to the hospital at once. As a group returned to the surface, they realized it was the dead of night. Bai Yi accelerated, driving hastily towards the hospital. To their dismay, their urgency, coupled with their disheveled appearance, aroused suspicion among the hospital staff, who even summoned the police. Fortunately, they had pre-issued credentials to validate their integrity, which facilitated Liu Zhi Xi's swift admission into the emergency room. Upon entering, Liu Zhi Xi was immediately surrounded by medical personnel, while Shen Bing and Song Yang collapsed outside. Despite their youth, they underestimated the lethal effects of prolonged exposure to the bitter cold. Shen Bing's lips were burning, and although Song Yang, being a man, had a stronger constitution, he too was sweating profusely and felt parched. Before they could ascertain Liu Zhi Xi's condition, both succumbed to exhaustion and were soon admitted as well. Bai Yi and the others remained outside, waiting to assist when needed. Liu Zhi Xi, being the most critical case, was the first to be admitted and the last to emerge. Thankfully, he was no longer in danger of losing his life. However, according to the doctor, full recovery would take at least a month or 2. Shen Bing and Song Yang, suffering from persistent fevers, gradually began to recover after a long night. Though both appeared noticeably diminished, the 3 were placed in a shared room, which proved to be quite convenient. Xia remained by Liu Zhi Xi's side, performing acupressure to alleviate his chills, and gradually, Liu Zhi Xi's complexion began to regain its color, though his breathing remained labored. Once Shen Bing and Song Yang regained their faculties, they discovered their voices were hoarse and strange. Song Yang cursed, "Damn it, that was too sinister. We felt nothing at the time. Yet now we are in such a state." They had not been there long, yet the bitter cold could have cost them their lives. Xiao Shan remarked, "You possess the physique of ordinary individuals. Naturally, you would struggle." Shen Bing still felt dizzy and asked, "What are we to do? What nonsense are you talking about? What can we do?" Tang San Cheng assumed Shen Bing was delirious from the fever. The locals will surely come looking for us tomorrow, Shen Bing asserted. But they are still excavating the site, he added. Bai Yi, as if awakening from a dream, noted that it was rare for Shen Bing to remain focused on the matter at hand despite his condition. He turned to Tang San Cheng and inquired, aside from you, do you think anyone else can activate that trigram's mechanism? There shouldn't be anyone, unless my father or Hisar is around, or perhaps the river god. Tang San Cheng replied. Ordinary people would have no idea it was a mechanism. That is reassuring. Since we are already here under the pretense of an investigation, we ought to provide some explanation. There is an empty coffin below. Let them discover it at least. The wall features murals depicting Panga's creation of the heavens, which holds some artistic value, Bai Yi stated. Ultimately, the conclusion will suggest this place might be a suspected grave of Baogong, or perhaps an ancient tomb from the Song dynasty, though the identity of the tomb's owner remains uncertain. In a weak voice, Liu Zhi Xi finally spoke. I sincerely apologize. Why are you speaking again? Qi Xie admonished. You should conserve your strength and rest for a while. Liu Zhi Xi glanced outside, observing patients and nurses bustling through the corridor, and lowered his voice. What about the other project? Indeed, the blueprint left by Songjia, along with that hidden beetle and its silvery scales, prompted Bai Yi to say, you three remain here to rest. We shall handle the remaining matters. Song Yang, eager to prove himself, found his body aching and reluctantly acquiesced. As night fell, Tang San immersed himself in the ancient text, the external classic of the Yellow Emperor. The more he read, the heavier his expression became. The text was laden with archaic characters, reminiscent of Taoist scriptures. Fortunately, Tang San had long accustomed himself to such writings. He let out a soft sigh, awakening Qi Xie, who turned to him and asked, what troubles you? Does this external classic also discuss the prolongation of life? To some extent, but it diverges significantly from the internal classic. Tang San replied, I sense that certain concepts are beginning to take shape, yet I cannot grasp the essence. Do not overexert yourself. Qi Xie said before burying his head back into the edge of Liu Zhi Xi's bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Tang San marked a page he had just perused, folding it to signify its importance. Sleep eluded him as he continued to absorb the remaining content, his mind wholly astonished. The connections became clear to him. Yet fatigue ultimately overwhelmed him, and he succumbed to slumber on Shen Bing's bed. He awoke to a surge of spiritual energy that revitalized every cell in his body. He saw her, he exclaimed, suddenly rising to his feet, noticing that everyone else remained in their slumber. He observed a flickering shadow beneath the dim lights of the hospital corridor and hastily pursued it. Later, he would ponder why he hadn't awakened Qi Xie but chose to depart alone. Following the trail of spiritual energy, he found himself in a small garden outside the hospital, a place typically filled with the laughter of children. Hisar, is it you? Tang San declared, aware that with his current abilities, Hisar might not be his equal. I Ching had aided him significantly. Come forth, you have led us in circles, causing the demise of countless. You are innocent, yet do those who perished because of you bear no guilt? And what of Haisheng? What are your true intentions? Suddenly, it dawned on Tang San that Hisar was an errant spirit, unable to communicate unless possessing a host. He recalled the time it had attempted to seize his body, sending a chill down his spine. What would it mean to confront Hisar one-on-one now? The spiritual energy continued to hover nearby, and Tang San sensed it bore no intent to attack, which surprised him. Hisar, I know you have long sought our strength to locate Genghis Khan's tomb. But why now? Weren't you waiting for the right moment? What has prompted your sudden appearance? Tang San caressed the external classic of the Yellow Emperor at his chest, realizing that this entity was certainly drawn to it. Just as he contemplated further taunting Hisar, he heard footsteps approaching. A drunken passerby stumbled forth, swaying unsteadily. Tang San perceived the impending danger. Indeed, the spiritual energy lunged toward the inebriated individual. He refrained from intervening, as he needed to converse with Hisar. The drunken man steadied himself, his former unsteadiness replaced with a newfound steadiness, as he strode confidently toward Tang San. He is a man in his early 40s, bearing a distinctly ruddy nose. Just moments ago, his eyes were clouded, yet now they gleam with clarity as he confronts Hisar. Tang San Cheng unexpectedly lets out a sigh, to which Hisar responds with disdain, are you pitying me? Do you require someone to feel sorry for you? Tang San Cheng is no longer the man he once was. He swiftly retorts, you appear before me, avoiding a life-and-death struggle, instead luring me here. This is unlike your previous demeanor, It resembles that of Lao San. At the mention of Lao San, the man with the ruddy nose falters momentarily, then with a fierce expression declares, "You had best locate the tomb of Temujin swiftly, or the slaughter you seek will soon be upon you." The man's body slumps, and Heezer departs. Tang San Cheng calls for an ambulance for the inebriated man before returning himself. As he approaches the elevator, Zhi Xi rushes out, visibly relieved upon seeing Tang San Cheng, and reproaches him. "Where have you been?" "We can discuss it later," Tang San Cheng replies. Upon returning to the ward, Tang San Cheng discovers that everyone has awakened. "Why are you all up?" Zhi Xi explains, "I was worried sick looking for you in the restroom." Shen Bing mutters, "What were you thinking, wandering off in the middle of the night? Don't you know our situation?" Merely uttering Heezer's name silences Shen Bing, who immediately adds, "You need not worry. He came without malice today, simply warning us to hasten our search for the tomb of Temujin. However, I find it curious why he appeared here. Perhaps it relates to this book, the Huangdi Weijing." Bai Yi inquires about the content of this book, aware that only Tang San Cheng has perused it thus far. It may reveal why Heezer exists in a spiritual form. Tang San Cheng elaborates. The Huangdi Neijing is quite familiar to all, primarily discussing theories of yin-yang and the five elements, pulse diagnosis, and zhangxiang theory, all of which are grounded in reality and comprehensible to future generations. You have heard me speak of yin-yang and the five elements extensively. Zhi Xi understands pulse diagnosis, but you may be unfamiliar with zhangxiang theory. Zhangxiang refers to the internal organs of a person. If one were 8 feet tall, the flesh is measurable externally, and upon death, it can be dissected for observation. The firmness and size of the organs, the quantity of grain consumed, the length of the pulse, and the clarity or turbidity of the blood all correlate to significant data. This indicates that during the era of the Neijing, people had already consciously integrated anatomical knowledge into the medical field. The recorded positions, shapes, and sizes of the human organs are authentic accounts from ancient Chinese medical practitioners, with many figures closely resembling modern anatomy. "I am aware of this," Bai Yi interjects. "Have you forgotten that I have studied medicine?" In essence, the Neijing is an exploration of the human body, Tang San Cheng affirms. Indeed, this delineates the distinction between the Neijing and the Weijing. Tang San exclaimed with excitement. "The external scriptures have been lost for ages. I now harbor doubts. The initial loss may not have been accidental, but rather intentional, aimed at severing certain individuals' aspirations towards these texts. Additionally, the external scriptures consist of 37 volumes, and what we possess are but fragments, incomplete. One could assert that portions were deliberately destroyed, leaving behind these 2 volumes. One of these volumes is truly astonishing and bears relevance to our current encounter. The essence of the internal scriptures pertains to the corporeal, while the external scriptures delve into the spiritual essence of humanity." Spiritual essence? We exchanged intrigued glances, unable to contain our excitement. It is no wonder Tang San suggested that this could elucidate the phenomenon of Heezer manifesting in this form. Indeed, the external scriptures assert that a person's physical body and spiritual essence can separate while one is still alive. Tang San continued, "We have all heard tales of lost souls, where the spirit that departs from the body is termed the Hun, and the spirit that remains tethered to the body is referred to as the Pa. The notion of losing one's soul is an ancient concept. Yet this volume expounds on how one can entirely detach their soul from their body while still alive. What does this imply?" Shen Bing turned to Fu Yu and inquired, "Fu Yu, have you ever encountered such phenomena?" "Indeed," Fu Yu replied. "In the sorcery of the Qin dynasty, there existed a method to expel malevolent entities attached to the human body. However, during one such ritual, a sorcerer accidentally drove away not only the entity, but also the person's spirit, rendering them a living corpse. Ultimately, they had to summon the soul back, and fortunately, they succeeded, thus preserving the individual's life. This sorcery differs from the Gu technique passed down to us. The sorcerer succeeded purely by chance, and subsequent attempts yielded no results. It is feasible to expel," Tang San remarked. "Unfortunately, the content of this volume only elucidates the preliminary stages. The subsequent rituals must occur on the 7th day of the 7th month, accompanied by the burning of incense, not ordinary incense, but a specially crafted one made from the essence of insects, specifically the tiger insect shell. The descendants of the golden family believed it could refine gold, a misconception. For while its wings can indeed be processed, it does not yield gold, but rather a unique fragrance. Upon reaching this point, I sensed that the pieces might connect. Moreover, This method can facilitate the swift departure of the 7 souls and 6 spirits from the body, yet they can ultimately return. If we wish for Hisaru to remain in a perpetual state of drifting, his corporeal form must be destroyed or eternally sealed away, rendering him unreachable. However, even if an ordinary person were to detach from their body, they would lack the requisite strength. I pondered why Hisaru possesses such formidable spiritual power. Perhaps it is linked to the shaman. The connection remains to be uncovered, possibly even revealed by him. Hisaru has consistently lingered nearby, at a safe distance. It appears he witnessed our discovery of the external scriptures and could no longer restrain himself from appearing, indicating his underlying anxiety. Qixia interjected, "Yet I still have questions. How did the external scriptures come into the possession of Baogong? Furthermore, why does the crescent moon imprint resemble the one on the soul suspension ladder? And why, after acquiring the Yellow Emperor's external scriptures, did he take such meticulous precautions to seal them away posthumously?" Bai Yi remarked. "The crescent mark is not only on his forehead but also on his chest, totaling 2. The acquisition of the external scripture should be an exception. I dare assert that the first to obtain the external scripture was Genghis Khan, followed by Bai Yi. Genghis Khan employed the methods from the scripture to deal with Hizar. Moreover, Hizar's urgency in locating the tomb of Genghis Khan suggests a possibility that his physical form lies within it. This assertion was quite audacious." Song Yang let out a hum of disapproval, saying, "Even if it were so, after so many years, it would have long decayed, finding it would be of little consequence." Chapter 675. A volume. If my hypothesis holds, then he must have a compelling reason to seek it, Bai Yi continued. However, Baogong is certainly not an ordinary individual. Folklore has long suggested that he could traverse the realms of yin and yang, and this seems far from mere hearsay. After his death, he established the soul ladder and the eternal ice. These feats are beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. He is either a gifted individual or has encountered extraordinary circumstances. Fu Yu, who had remained silent, interjected. "Do you not think that his profound interest in this external scripture is what gives existence to that tomb? As Tang San Cheng mentioned earlier, this external scripture consists of 37 volumes. How many volumes did he actually obtain? If it were merely this one, it would be of no use. As the tiger bug armor vanished entirely during the era of Genghis Khan, even if he grasped its mysteries, it could not be utilized. So why would he painstakingly preserve this single volume of the external scripture and hint at the location of his tomb within the family genealogy? He must have intended for someone to discover this volume. Perhaps it is unrelated to him, yet he certainly knows something. Are you suggesting this is for Hizar?" Bai Yi, true to his nature, instantly comprehended. "Indeed," Fu Yu affirmed. "I even suspect that Hizar is aware of the underlying truths. Otherwise, how could he have appeared so suddenly? It seems that only Hizar possesses this knowledge. Otherwise, it would remain an eternal enigma." Bai Yi responded, "At the very least, we now understand how Hizar has transformed into his current state." "Yes, this appears to be the sole possibility," Tang San Cheng noted. "Our encounter this time seems to be serendipitous, likely unforeseen by Hizar." "Indeed," Bai Yi replied. "Tomorrow we have another objective to accomplish. Once we return, we shall meticulously organize all the clues." "Agreed," Tang San Cheng said, glancing out the window where dawn was gently breaking. He stifled a yawn, and Qixia suggested, "Let us catch a brief nap." "No, I am not tired. I am rather anxious to reach our destination," Tang San Cheng replied. "The excitement is palpable before the mists clear." While the excitement was thrilling, it must not be overstated. The challenges below would be formidable. Shen Bing expressed her frustration. "Alas, it is all due to that eternal ice. My legs are utterly fatigued, let alone accompanying you all." "Enough talk," Bai Yi instructed. "Qixia, you and Xiao Shan shall remain here. Bai Yi, your hand is also severely injured. You must not sustain further harm." Bai Yi cautioned Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan had initially intended to insist on joining them, but this decision directly excluded him. Pouting, he appeared displeased, prompting Bai Yi to assert, "We shall discuss this once your injury has healed. There is no room for negotiation." Tang San Cheng remarked, "All right, with Qixia and Xiao Shan here, let us 3 depart first." The trio, armed with their backpacks, exited the hospital, intent on having breakfast. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered Xiao Wu, who was drenched in sweat. "Oh, what a coincidence. What brings you here?" he exclaimed. Bai Yi, somewhat taken aback, replied, "Our town is small. Your presence last night stirred the police. A friend of mine, who arrived yesterday, mentioned the professor's name. It was too late, and I feared disturbing you. So I refrained from coming. Alas, if anything were to happen to Professor Liu, how would I answer to the authorities? Xiao Wu lamented with a troubled expression. You've arrived just in time. Professor Liu has a task for you, Bai Yi said, patting Xiao Wu on the shoulder. This time, you will earn some merit. Xiao Wu's face brightened. Really? I shall head over at once. See you shortly. Watching Xiao Wu scurry away, Tang San Cheng commented, in this day and age, everyone yearns for power, and to attain it, one must achieve merit. As you can see, with merit in hand, he runs faster than a rabbit. Such is the nature of society. Let us proceed to our vehicle, Bai Yi replied. The three first filled the car with fuel and purchased gasoline, which typically couldn't be stored in barrels. However, with sufficient funds, a few extra bills resolved the issue. They also procured some cotton and gathered various other essentials before heading towards their destination. Surprisingly, Fuyu appeared unusually anxious, frequently checking her worm box. Bai Yi chuckled. What is the matter? Afraid you might not keep hold of the hidden wing? Is there anything that is ever certain? Fuyu responded with a smile. With this hidden wing, my abilities will be elevated once more, proving invaluable in future encounters with Heisai. What makes this hidden wing so special? Tang San Cheng inquired. I understand that different worms possess varying abilities, with rarer ones holding greater power. Precisely, Fuyu affirmed. This is why I am so invested. Once cultivated, the capabilities of this hidden wing are beyond even my own foresight. Tang San Cheng requested the cloth map from Bai Yi and scrutinized it closely. This cloth map seems peculiar. Why are silver scales present here? Do you not find it curious that these two events have coincided, yet the outcomes are anything but random? Bai Yi said, focusing intently on the road. Previously, it was Tang San Cheng's father guiding us. Now, it appears another unseen hand is at work. The driver's words cannot be mere coincidence, and the death of Sang Jie in the cave is even more bizarre. It cannot be Heisai. Tang San Cheng insisted. I have a strong intuition, it is not him. Indeed, it is he Bo, Bai Yi concurred. It seems our thoughts are aligned. Yes, Tang San Cheng added. Yi Qingyi mentioned she had a feeling that he Bo still walks the earth. With the silver scales appearing sporadically, his traces are evident everywhere. If it truly is him, he has ensnared us in a web of confusion. Bai Yi's mood darkened. We are now faced with a formidable adversary. Indeed, in the beginning, Xianjing led them on this path to assist them with a clear stance. Yet now, this person lurking in the shadows exudes malevolence. As the old saying goes, having arrived, one must find peace. If he seeks to lead us, then let us observe his ultimate intentions. Bai Yi pressed down fiercely on the accelerator. The vehicle sped along the narrow road, and the graveyard loomed before them, undeniably remote. The three alighted from the car and approached, discovering the holes dug by the two brothers still intact. Their inexperience was evident from the state of their excavations. A small pool of dry blood lay nearby. Now congealed into a dark mass, a cluster of blackened worms gathered beside a stone, presumably the one burned by the eldest. Tang San Cheng approached and kicked it lightly. Every creature has its weakness. The more malevolent the worm, the greater its fear of fire and light. Bai Yi crouched at the edge of the hole, peering down. His brother's words rang true. The underground space was quite extensive and indeed reflected the layout of a dwelling. As for the specific arrangement, only by descending could they ascertain whether it conformed to the left, right, or central design. Descending now would lead them to the rightmost burial chamber, where the hidden wings were concentrated. Bai Yi was captivated by the scene when Fuyu remarked, once this site was excavated, some light could penetrate, and those concealed wings fear the light. They have likely already retreated. Fuyu was akin to a worm nestled within Bai Yi's thoughts. Bai Yi responded, you seem to have unraveled everything. Very well, let us prepare to descend. He plopped down onto the ground, extracting gasoline and cotton swabs, each swab soaked in fuel. He distributed the gasoline-soaked swabs to Tang San Cheng and Fuyu, then produced a lighter. We shall act according to the circumstances. I understand. Be sharp, Tang San Cheng replied. Bai Yi secured the remaining vehicle with a rope around his waist. Let us descend. One by one, the three descended, with Bai Yi leading the way. He took a deep breath as he reached the ground, the sensation beneath his feet confirming that the worms had indeed vacated. He exhaled in relief, signaling for Tang San Cheng and Fuyu to follow. Upon entering the space, they found it peculiar. Burial chambers across various dynasties possessed distinct styles and materials. Yet this chamber was simply comprised of earthen walls. Such a structure could not endure over time without deforming. Nevertheless, the integrity of this layout was remarkably solid. Tang San Cheng tapped on the earthen wall. It's quite hard. It must involve more than just mud. That is of little consequence, Bai Yi replied. Let us proceed in search of the hidden wings and investigate the scales further. The second brother was unclear. It seems he observed them in a state of panic. Bai Yi grasped his flashlight and exited the chamber, where a short burial passage connected 3 chambers. As he reached the doorway, a cold breath caught in his throat, and he retreated, turning his back to Tang San Cheng. They are all lingering in the passageway. Fuyu, how many do you require? More is better. But they must be alive, Fuyu replied. The hidden wings fear fire. We must lure a live one into the light, granting me the chance to capture a few. Bai Yi removed a gasoline canister from his waist and poured its contents into the tomb passage, saturating much of the area closest to him. The hidden beetles, upon sensing the intrusion, became acutely aware and rapidly advanced towards Bai Yi. Indeed, although they were not insects, their movements were remarkably swift. Bai Yi ignited a cotton stick and tossed it onto the ground. The gasoline ignited instantly, flames flickering upwards. The beetles retreated hastily from the fire. Yet many found themselves ensnared. Amidst the blaze, the crackling sounds echoed, accompanied by the enticing aroma of roasted food. Bai Yi turned to Tang San Cheng and remarked, "So, are you hungry now?" "Not at all," replied Tang San Cheng. Seeing this, who would still have an appetite? "Oh, I overestimated you. It seems your capacity for gluttony is rather limited." Bai Yi observed numerous hidden beetles crawling into the leftmost tomb chamber while the fire scorched the ground into a charred expanse, with many beetle corpses littering the area. The enticing scent still wafted in the air, and stepping on the remains produced a crisp sound akin to firecrackers. In the midst of this, there was a door leading to the central tomb, with the adjacent chambers connected without any defenses. Tang San Cheng pushed against the door, but it did not budge. Bai Yi exchanged a glance with him, and Fuyu cautioned, "Be careful, they're coming again." The surviving beetles launched another assault, one nearly reaching Tang San Cheng's feet. Quick as lightning, Bai Yi fired, turning the beetle into a mass of mush. "Step back," he commanded, ready to be ruthless. Fuyu interjected, "Leave a few alive." "Rest assured," Bai Yi replied, pouring gasoline around. Perhaps understanding the gasoline's potency, several beetles retreated immediately, though some undeterred ones pressed forward. Bai Yi thought, "If you refuse to take the path of mercy, then I must be decisive." He swiftly ignited the flames, incinerating the fearless few, leaving only about 10, which retreated into the leftmost tomb chamber. "Let us go," Bai Yi said, holding the gasoline and lighter, temporarily holstering his gun as he led Tang San Cheng and Fuyu towards the leftmost tomb. Upon entering, they saw the 10 beetles already climbing the walls, writhing in a frenzy. To fulfill Fuyu's request, Bai Yi poured gasoline on the wall, outlining an elliptical area that encompassed the remaining beetles, then ignited it, trapping them within the fiery perimeter. With flames surrounding them and no escape, Fuyu seized her chance. She retrieved a prepared glass jar and, targeting 2 beetles, swiftly covered them. As the other beetles surged towards her, Fuyu quickly sealed the jar, successfully confining the 2, which then scurried energetically within. She exhaled in relief. 2 will suffice. With Fuyu's confirmation, noticing the fire was about to extinguish, Bai Yi extinguished the remaining beetles. Fuyu lamented, "What a pity. These are likely the last of the hidden beetles. They are venomous creatures, and this place has already been discovered. It is likely they will harm more people in the future," Bai Yi stated. "There is a reason some things must vanish. Let us proceed and see what treasures lie within the central tomb." Returning to the entrance of the tomb, the massive door remained firmly shut. Regrettably, Song Yang was absent. Bai Yi exerted his strength, pushing against the door, but it remained utterly still. Tang San Cheng, feeling a bit disheartened, pondered aloud whether to call Song Yang for assistance. "No, we cannot rely on him," Bai Yi replied. "Moreover, his legs are of little use. It would only burden him. We must devise another plan." Fuyu interjected. "Breaking down the door is no simple task. Perhaps we could approach it from the side. This earthen wall is susceptible to damage." This notion sparked an idea in Bai Yi, and he, along with Tang San Cheng, gathered stones and began to strike the mud wall with fervor. Though the wall was sturdy, being made of compacted earth, they eventually managed to create a sizable breach, just large enough for one person to squeeze through. Bai Yi took the lead and crawled inside. As the light from above illuminated the interior, he was met with a colossal structure that caused him to halt abruptly. "What is this?" Tang San Cheng leaned in, peering over his shoulder. "It's a skeleton. What kind of skeleton could be this large?" Bai Yi regained his composure and crawled further in, allowing Tang San Cheng and Fuyu to follow. Indeed, they found themselves in the presence of an enormous skeleton, and Fuyu's eyes widened in astonishment. A wave of sorrow washed over her as she realized it was the skeleton of a dragon. Fu Yu felt a prickling sensation in her eyes, an unsettling premonition gnawing at her heart. Bai Yi inquired, "What troubles you? Why are you crying?" Unbeknownst to her, 2 streams of tears had begun to fall. She murmured, "It's Long." "How do you know?" Bai Yi asked, taken aback. "It's a feeling. A sense passed down from our ancestors," she replied. "Tang San Cheng, do you sense anything?" Tang San Cheng, lost in contemplation of the skeleton, felt an indescribable anxiety coupled with profound sorrow. His heart constricted painfully, and his voice quavered. "It is he, with the mastery of I Ching Yi. Who could better discern the truth of the dragon's presence than he?" Fu Yu and Tang San Cheng shared a moment of mutual understanding, their hearts heavy with unspoken dread. The hidden wings are of the utmost essence, Fu Yu reflected. Though Long is deceased, its spiritual energy will not dissipate immediately. It is using the hidden wings to suppress this energy. Tang San Cheng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that must be it. Is that creature attempting to threaten us?" Bai Yi, moved by Tang San Cheng's words, exclaimed, "This was all part of his design, luring us here. It seems this is not merely a declaration of war. Rather, he seeks to toy with us, treating us as mere playthings." "Damn it!" Enraged, Bai Yi echoed Song Yang's catchphrase, while Fu Yu's spirits continued to plummet. Tang San Cheng's expression darkened as well. The skeleton before them was undeniably dragon-like, its form suspended mid-air, head bowed in a defeated posture. "Let us leave," Bai Yi urged. "We cannot allow anyone else to discover this place. We must fill it in immediately." Tears glistened in Tang San's eyes as he nodded slightly. Just moments ago, he felt as though his heart would leap from his chest. He yearned to escape this stifling atmosphere that was becoming unbearable. The trio returned to the surface, where Tang San and Bai Yi promptly began the task of burial. This place marked the resting ground of the Long and heralded the onset of war. That individual had officially declared war upon them, disregarding their presence entirely. Such audacity was commensurate with his abilities, as he clearly held them in contempt. Damn, why did it feel so suffocating? Once the burial was complete, Fu Yu set up a poison barrier to prevent anyone from approaching, ensuring that Qing Yi's dream would remain undisturbed. Fu Yu retrieved a glass vial containing 2 hidden winged insects and sprinkled a medicinal powder within. He declared war upon us, yet also provided us with an opportunity. Let us see what capabilities the cultivated hidden winged insects possess. Exhausted, Tang San sank to the ground, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions within him. Bai Yi urged him to rise. "Let us return and deliberate further." It was the only course of action. Tang San brushed the dust from his clothes. The trio returned to the hospital, where they found Xiao Wu still present. They had changed into clean attire upon entering, and Xiao Wu regarded them with a peculiar gaze. Having encountered them earlier that morning, he must have wondered about their sudden change of clothing. Bai Yi chuckled. "Mr. Wan, you have been quite diligent, haven't you? You've been here all day?" "I was instructed to take good care of Professor Liu," Xiao Wu replied. "He is a venerable figure in our field, and his health must be preserved. As for that matter, others have taken it upon themselves." Liu Zhi Xi let out a sigh. "They truly regard me as an old relic." "No, this is a sign of respect towards you," Xiao Wu hurriedly flattered. "Having this opportunity is a privilege. Rest assured, Professor Liu, I will take meticulous care of you until your discharge." Though he appeared well-meaning, the others found him a nuisance, constantly seeking ways to dismiss him. Yet, Xiao Wu insisted on attending to Liu Zhi Xi until his release, and they endured his presence. Outside, the commotion was fervent. This small county had suddenly become a national sensation, and Liu Zhi Xi's name was making headlines. Nevertheless, Bai Yi and the others remained in the shadows, unbothered, preferring to let Liu Zhi Xi bask in the limelight. At long last, the day of Liu Zhi Xi's discharge arrived, and he felt as if he were being released from prison, inhaling the fresh air as he stretched languidly. "Oh, what a relief," he sighed. Oblivious to the undertones of Liu Zhi Xi's words, Xiao Wu cheerfully exclaimed, "This is wonderful. My burdens have lightened as well." "Hee," Song Yang interjected. "We're all in the same boat." Shen Bing elbowed Song Yang playfully. After all, he had been devoted over the past week, responding to nearly every request. Song Yang flashed a grin at Shen Bing, choosing not to elaborate further. Liu Zhi Xi insisted on visiting the archaeological site, despite needing further recuperation. Ultimately, I could not resist his determination and accompanied him. As anticipated, as Tang San Cheng had mentioned, apart from Liu, no one had discovered the Bagua mechanism. The archaeological efforts were confined to the empty coffin, the typical structure of a Song dynasty tomb, and the mural depicting Pangu's creation of the world on the wall. Liu Zhi Xi's presence stirred considerable excitement among the personnel on site, leading to him being invited to speak, which amused Song Yang and Xiao Shan, who observed from the side, finding Liu's serious demeanor somewhat comical. After concluding the visit, Liu Zhi Xi returned to the hotel with Bai Yi and the others. For days, due to Xiao Wu's presence, it had been inconvenient to discuss the tomb exploration, but now that the little tale was shed, everyone could finally speak freely in the luxurious hotel room. Bai Yi took the lead in explaining, his thoughts clear and expressive, captivating the group as if they were witnessing the events firsthand, particularly with the skeletal remains of the dragon, which sent shivers down their spines. Are you all so certain this is the body of Yinglong? Song Yang queried. In the stories of Liu Zhi, some dragons can transform into human forms, and upon death, they still resemble dragons. Xiao Shan added, unfortunately, we did not get to see it with our own eyes. It is now confirmed that we have been provoked, Bai Yi stated. We need to meticulously sort through all the clues. Firstly, we have at least established two important points: the source of Heezer's spiritual power and the fact that someone is covertly monitoring us, a formidable adversary. During our time there, we did not discover any silver scales, yet the second insisted he had seen them. I suspect that while dealing with the hidden wings, we may have inadvertently destroyed the silver scales as well. These are our two major points, alongside several minor details, some of which can be investigated while others remain elusive. Everyone is aware of what they are. Upon Bai Yi's conclusion, Tang San Cheng interjected, our primary focus remains the tomb of Genghis Khan. Liu Zhi Xi suddenly exclaimed, that reminds me. Recently, the three nations have united to initiate an expedition to locate Genghis Khan's tomb. I've heard that among the other two countries, some possess special clues. But nothing has been finalized yet as the relevant departments are still in negotiations. Three nations? Bai Yi inquired. Which ones? Naturally, our country is one of them. Along with Mongolia and Japan. Liu Zhi Xi frowned slightly. Those Japanese are a bit of a headache for me. I have received some hints from above. And if this comes to fruition, I must be among them. If I encounter those Japanese devils, I fear I might lose control. Should it materialize, we would certainly participate. Xiao Shan remarked. With us around, you can rest assured, even if you are reluctant. Haha. Liu Zhi Xi replied. I must take good care of myself this time. Otherwise, for the sake of my health, I might miss out on this opportunity, which would be regrettable. Chapter 677. Cooperation of the Three Nations in 2009. Americans began searching for Genghis Khan's tomb, which is one of the few remaining great archaeological mysteries in the world. In an endeavor to unravel this age-old mystery, American researchers have turned their attention to an array of advanced technological apparatus, including satellites and unmanned aerial vehicles, expending considerable effort in the process. During their investigations, they deployed drones for reconnaissance, commanded satellites to capture images, and collected pertinent data. The acquired information would be processed upon their return home, where images from the drones would be downloaded onto computers, and the analysis would focus on observing unnatural patterns, colors, and shapes. Should the researchers ascertain certain locations believed to be the resting places of Genghis Khan and his family, subsequent excavation efforts could commence. However, the outcome was predictable. They unearthed nothing. Even the most sophisticated technology faltered before the tomb of Genghis Khan. In this round, the three nations converged, yet the United States, unusually, refrained from involving itself, seemingly chastened by previous setbacks, opting for a more subdued approach. Upon returning to Beijing, Liu Zhi Xi experienced a resurgence of discomfort, prompting his companions to escort him back to the hospital. Lu Fifan rushed over upon receiving the news. The young man typically feigned discord with his father, yet when it truly mattered, blood proved thicker than water. However, upon entering the ward and encountering a room full of people, he momentarily lost his bearings, nearly forgetting that his father lay in the hospital bed. You all, what are you doing here? Lu Fifan was unaware of their connection to Liu Zhi Xi. Liu Zhi Xi reclined on the bed. After examination, it was determined that he had no significant issues, perhaps merely suffering from the lingering effects of his recent flight, which left him feeling dizzy. He coughed lightly and remarked, "Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be in class today?" Lu Fifan fidgeted. "Isn't it possible to take a leave of absence? How did they come to be here?" Liu Zhi Xi was at a loss for words. In terms of age, several present were indeed Fifan's grandparents. He cleared his throat again. "These are members of the archaeological advisory team. I heard last time that Fu Yu is a teacher at your school. You must have met him." Lu Fifan's face flushed crimson. His highly intelligent mind had not anticipated that Fu Yu knew his father. A sudden wave of relief washed over him. For that day, His confession had not been voiced. He then spotted Shen Bing. So, she is also a member of the advisory team? Indeed, Liu Zhi Xi affirmed, growing impatient. What's the matter with you? Are you here to see me? Why do you keep asking questions? I'm not here to see you. What would I be here for? Liu Fifan retorted defiantly. Are you all right? If you're fine, I'm heading back to school. Look at this child. He's just being obstinate like me. Liu Zhi Xi sighed. Your father is still alive. You can leave. I have plenty of friends here anyway. Friends? Liu Fifan glanced at Bai Yi and the others. Shouldn't that be called a friendship across generations? Liu Zhi Xi realized he had misspoken and pretended to be annoyed, turning away from Liu Fifan. Liu Fifan chuckled. I'm off then. There's soup simmering at home. I'll bring you some later. After Liu Fifan finished speaking, he feigned a careless demeanor as he left. Liu Zhi Xi felt a twinge of emotion. The boy was merely stubborn. Fu Yu remarked, Fifan bears a resemblance to Tang San, though he needs to be a bit more tenacious. His heart is still kind, much like mine. Liu Zhi Xi proudly stated. His mood lightened somewhat, and at that moment, his phone rang, prompting everyone to fall silent. They could only hear Liu Zhi Xi conversing with the person on the other end. The initial remarks seemed to be expressions of concern, as Liu Zhi Xi repeatedly assured them of his well-being. Then, the ensuing dialogue piqued everyone's interest. The Three Kingdoms collaboration is undoubtedly underpinned by substantial resources. But I am curious about the personnel involved, Liu Zhi Xi inquired. The voice on the phone spoke slowly, and Liu Zhi Xi listened patiently, occasionally affirming with murmurs. In a lull, he glanced at Bai Yi and the others before continuing. If we are discussing experts in this field, I do have some recommendations readily available. They were instrumental during the recent Hanyan incident. Oh, you've heard about it too? That is splendid. If you deem it appropriate to meet them, I can facilitate the introduction. When would be a convenient time? I believe their schedule is quite flexible. Very well, I will make the arrangements. After hanging up, Liu Zhi Xi remarked, we truly live in an information age. News travels exceptionally fast. The events at Hanyan have already reached the higher-ups. Mysterious disappearances followed by miraculous reappearances. Without a scratch, truly astonishing. That's not the main point, Bai Yi interjected. Is it about the Three Kingdoms collaboration? Indeed, I have heard preparations are underway, Liu Zhi Xi replied. It seems the initiative is genuinely taking shape. The higher-ups have expressed interest in your situation, and without me needing to mention it, they sought you out. Which is fortunate as it simplifies matters greatly. They now wish to meet with you. When do you think would be suitable? Who is this person? Song Yang asked. Is he someone with decision-making authority? Certainly, Liu Zhi Xi replied, somewhat exasperated. Why else would I be so courteous? Oh, you've become quite important, Bai Yi chuckled. It seems you need to consult an expert by phone. Your status as an expert must be quite elevated. This is no boast, among the archaeological experts nationwide. I truly rank first, undeniably the chief, Liu Zhi Xi asserted confidently. Now, let us not dwell on that. It appears your reputation has spread since the last archaeological endeavor. This is advantageous. Please set a time, and I will arrange for you to meet him so we can expedite this matter. We can be available at any time. Fu Yu replied. I can coordinate with Sancheng. It won't be a problem. Excellent. Then await my notification, Liu Zhi Xi instructed. You need not stay at the hospital with me. I am fine. You may all return. Very well. I won't intrude on your father-son reunion any longer, Bai Yi said with a smile. You could have simply stated it. Liu Zhi Xi, slightly embarrassed at being so easily read, replied, then I shan't see you off. No need for formality. After Bai Yi and his companions departed from the hospital, they walked several hundred meters away. Shen Bing turned back and spotted Liu Fifan leisurely entering while carrying his soup. Indeed, this son is rather commendable. Of course, which child does not cherish their parents? Tang San Cheng remarked, suddenly recalling Xianjing and the image of him enveloped in dark energy, which pained his heart somewhat. Let us proceed. Speaking of the person in charge, affiliated with the administrative authority of cultural relics, this is indeed a matter governed centrally. Such trilateral cooperation can only be coordinated by this department. After a month of deliberations, a conclusion has finally been reached. However, the search for Genghis Khan's tomb is not a novel endeavor. From traditional search methods to the recent high-tech approaches employed by the United States, several unusual occurrences have transpired. These anomalies necessitate the assistance of extraordinary talents, and the mention of such individuals is indeed a source of concern. In the 21st century, openly discussing this may be dismissed as superstition, let alone publicly seeking assistance. Fortunately, a mysterious incident has come to light, revealing that individuals have inexplicably vanished beneath Hongyan, with some entering only to emerge unscathed. This situation alerted the person in charge to the extraordinary nature of the 7 individuals who entered, prompting his interest. Through Liu Zhi Xi, the 7 were summoned to an old-fashioned tea house in Beijing, unassuming yet boasting over a century of history, filled with the rich essence of tea. When Liu Zhi Xi brought Bai Yi and the others here, the tea house was sparsely populated. On a late night like this, most people indulged in various restaurants rather than sipping tea and enjoying dim sum. Upon entering, the person in charge rose to his feet, indicative of Liu Zhi Xi's significant status. Liu Zhi Xi naturally refrained from any impropriety, stepping aside to allow his companion's entry. Old Chen, these are the individuals, he introduced. Bai Yi was taken aback. Liu Zhi Xi addressed him as Old Chen. Judging by age, he appeared to be of similar standing to Liu Zhi Xi, yet his official position undoubtedly surpassed that of Liu Zhi Xi, indicating 2 vital facts. First, Liu Zhi Xi's current high status, and second, the close and amicable relationship between the 2 men. Wonderful, Old Chen exclaimed. Today, I finally meet the real deal. Bai Yi was uncertain of how to address him, but Liu Zhi Xi interjected, today is an informal meeting. You may refer to him as Old Chen, just as I do. The 7 took turns shaking hands with Old Chen, engaging in self-introductions and pleasantries before taking their seats. Old Chen stated, I believe Old Liu has already briefed you on the fundamentals. There are 2 main points, the search for Genghis Khan's tomb and trilateral cooperation. Indeed, we are well aware, Bai Yi responded. I have gathered you here today primarily to discuss the recent events. Having been in this circle for quite some time, I am familiar with various peculiar matters. The demise of the 6 individuals last time stems from intricate internal factors. However, for us, we must present the most credible rationale. Silence enveloped the room as Old Chen continued, yet you all returned safely, which undoubtedly speaks to your exceptional capabilities. As Old Liu has already briefed me on some aspects, my conviction that you are the individuals I seek has only strengthened. Although this endeavor is labeled as a tripartite collaboration, there will always be a leading force. And this time, that role belongs to Mongolia. Bai Yi had long considered this possibility. Indeed, you appear to be experts, Old Chen commended. The precise location of Genghis Khan's tomb has long been shrouded in mystery, but it is widely accepted that the greatest likelihood of its existence lies within the borders of Mongolia. Historical texts suggest that, despite Genghis Khan's secretive burial practices, the direction taken by the accompanying carriages pointed towards Mongolia, serving as the most compelling evidence. Our focus remains there. Yet the crux of the matter is that Tang San is most apprehensive about withholding vital information. Why specifically seek out individuals with such extraordinary skills? Chapter 678. The opponent's forces. Furthermore, you must have heard of the previous investigative efforts by the Americans, Old Chen continued, pondering the best way to articulate his thoughts, a behavior characteristic of his cautious demeanor. They invested considerable financial and human resources, employing cutting-edge technology. However, he took a sip of tea. The endeavor ultimately faltered due to unforeseen complications. Liu Zhi Xi seized the opportunity to elaborate. They did not succeed. Their approach involved high-tech methods to locate Genghis Khan's mausoleum, utilizing satellite imagery for data analysis. In their initial photographs, they did indeed uncover some irregularities within Mongolia. Yet, just as they prepared for further examination, an unexpected incident occurred. All images were inexplicably rendered blank overnight. Even those uploaded to their computers vanished without a trace. They reviewed surveillance footage, discovering no signs of intrusion. It was as if the phenomena transpired naturally. Nevertheless, such occurrences did not deter them from pursuing a second investigation. In the second phase, they narrowed down a basic area and dispatched a small team for on-site exploration. Tragically, that team vanished under surveillance, prompting an extensive search effort that yielded no results. Mysterious disappearances? Bai Yi mused, a hint of unease in his expression. Indeed, following the disappearance of that team, the plan faced considerable opposition from their families, and many questioned the rationale behind the endeavor, given that Genghis Khan bore no relation to them, Liu Zhi Xi recounted. The matter escalated, and ultimately, the project was abandoned. Given this, shouldn't there be individuals who ought not to participate this time? Song Yang interjected impulsively. Everyone understood the implication of his words. Old Chen smiled and replied, I grasp your sentiment. However, this time, it is precisely their connections that are crucial. It is said that the researcher possesses credible information and leads that could prove invaluable. Within the next couple of days, it will be faxed over. Old Liu, you will assess its worth when it arrives. I understand. Liu Zhi Xi remarked. The location where that group vanished is of utmost importance this time. Old Chen responded, thus, I have some concerns. Your primary consideration should be personal safety, and only then should you pursue the so-called truth. Xiaoshan found this amusing. It diverged from his expectations. Typically, one would prioritize achieving their goals, yet here was someone oddly insisting on prioritizing safety, which significantly elevated his regard for him. Liu Zhi Xi furrowed his brow and inquired, You rarely express such sentiments. What is the matter today? Old Chen sighed. Perhaps it is the weight of age. I often feel overwhelmed. He continued, If I were 20 years younger, I would undoubtedly participate in such matters, but now, shaking his head, Old Chen swiftly changed the subject. Since you have no objections, I shall submit the list. Once the time is confirmed, I will notify you all. Very well, Liu Zhi Xi replied. Preparations? I have heard that this time the arrangements are to be handled by the Japanese, relieving us and the Mongolians of the burden. Old Chen acknowledged. They possess considerable confidence in their technical capabilities. This sentiment was understandable. Bai Yi and Tang San exchanged glances, regardless of how sophisticated their modern tools might be. Certain essentials were uniquely theirs and must be brought along. Tang San glanced at the delicacies on the table, feeling a bit hungry, yet hesitated to reach for them. Liu Zhi Xi subtly nudged the snacks towards everyone, saying, Don't just talk, have a bite. The tea here is quite good, and all old Beijingers know this place. Come, come. Tang San took the opportunity to grab a piece and savor it, a smile spreading across his face. Old Chen interjected, There is something I need to clarify in advance. Among the 7 of you, 2 are too young, so we will have to involve you under a different pretext. It was obvious he referred to Song Yang and Shen Bing. One was a female student on leave from university, while the other had yet to attend college and had previously worked as a restaurant server. Bai Yi nodded, This is essential. Upon hearing this, Song Yang immediately stated, I request to participate as a demolition expert. Demolition? Old Chen was slightly taken aback. You understand this? Yes, and I am self-taught, relying solely on instinct, Song Yang replied. I have heard there is such an expert in the Japanese team as well. Very well, we shall have one too. Old Chen agreed readily. Then what title shall we assign to this young lady? A distinguished student from the archaeology department, Tang San chuckled. She was indeed from the archaeology department, though she is currently on a temporary leave. With this, our team becomes quite formidable. Old Chen laughed heartily. The stronger the team, the more prestigious it appears. Liu Zhi Xi inquired, If that is the case, does that mean it is settled? Will others have any objections? Old Chen understood that Liu Zhi Xi was referring to others within this circle. There were numerous experts in archaeology. Consequently, among the domestic team, Liu Zhi Xi was the only one with significant renown, while the others, despite possessing foreign advanced degrees, held only average reputations in the domestic sphere, making it challenging to garner respect. You have considered this thoroughly. I contemplated this issue before my arrival as well. Old Chen remarked, Dissent is undoubtedly inevitable. Leave this matter to me, and I shall endeavor to mitigate the discontent, allowing you to approach the task with lightened hearts. I must place my trust in you. Liu Zhi Xi responded, This is indeed your forte. Your words seem to flatter me. Old Chen observed as he glanced at the time. Oh, it is quite late. I must take my leave. Once I receive the personnel information from the other 2 parties, I will promptly forward it to you, so you may have it as a reference. Very well, that shall be the course of action. Everyone escorted Old Chen out of the tea house and returned inside. Song Yang, filled with excitement, exclaimed, A cooperation among the 3 kingdoms. This is a grand undertaking. I can hardly contain my enthusiasm. Hishar will surely be a constant presence. Tang San Cheng interjected abruptly, causing the atmosphere to plummet to an icy silence. Is it possible to refrain from mentioning Hishar at such a time? Shen Bing said darkly. Tang San Cheng scoffed, You cannot simply evade the issue. Do not forget. He possesses the ability to possess others, making it easy for him to learn of recent significant events. However, with my current prowess, as long as he remains in proximity, I will sense his presence. Furthermore, with Fuyu by our side, dealing with him is considerably more manageable than before. My greater concern lies not with Hishar, but with the River Lord. What concern is that of his? Shen Bing said, still displeased, but then recalled. Ah, yes, Temujin has disrupted Yuan Tiangong's feng shui tomb. The River Lord may indeed be an accomplice. Alas, this situation is becoming increasingly convoluted. Let us not dwell on that. The paramount task now is to ascertain the identities of the other 2 factions. In such circumstances, cooperation can sometimes serve as a form of opposition, and competition among us is unavoidable. Bai Yi stated, "It is late, we should withdraw. We shall reconvene once Liu Zhi Xi acquires the information from the other side." Indeed, Liu Zhi Xi replied enthusiastically, nodding, "Let us conclude today's meeting." Old Chun acted swiftly. Upon receiving the personnel data from Mongolia and Japan, he immediately faxed it to Liu Zhi Xi. At that moment, Liu Zhi Xi and Tang San Cheng were in the university office, closing the door behind them to scrutinize the documents. Tang San Cheng was captivated by a name listed on the Japanese side, Miyashita Junichi. "What is it?" Liu Zhi Xi inquired. "Nothing much. We were aware of a Japanese family named Miyashita, but I am uncertain whether this Miyashita Junichi is related to that family." Tang San Cheng replied as he reached for another list. The personnel data provided by Mongolia was sparse, yet it noted the presence of 2 boxing champions. Prompting Tang San Cheng to chuckle, they truly intend to explore the tiger's den, sending boxing champions along. "Having 2 such experts by our side will undoubtedly be advantageous," Liu Zhi Xi remarked. "Classes have concluded for today. I will return with you and ask Xiao Shan to conduct a thorough investigation into these individuals." Thus, Liu Zhi Xi and Tang San Cheng made their way back to the Bai residence. Upon arriving at the Iron Gate, Liu Zhi Xi chuckled, "This gate. I cannot recall how many times I have photographed it. Reflecting on it now, it seems quite extraordinary." As they were conversing, Bai Yi pulled open the gate, laughing heartily. "I just returned home and heard you 2 chatting at the entrance. Did you visit the antique shop today?" Tang San Cheng asked. "Indeed. A few regular patrons wished to see me, prompting a quick visit. The new lad seems quite competent. He previously worked for Luo Tian, and I insisted he join us." Bai Yi remarked that Luo Tian is quite loyal, and without hesitation, granted my request. "Please, come in." Fu Yu returned a bit later. She is a popular teacher at her school, and even after class, she is surrounded by a throng of students. Upon her arrival, everyone sat down at the dining table, where the culinary delights prepared by Qi Xiao waited. As we dined and conversed, the atmosphere was exceptionally pleasant. After finishing our meal, without even clearing the dishes, we made our way to Xiao Shan's room, placing 2 lists before him to examine the backgrounds of these individuals and identify anyone of interest. This was precisely the task Xiao Shan relished. After some deliberation, it turned out there were indeed noteworthy individuals from Japan, particularly one Junichi Miyuki, who hails from the Miyuki family, just like Chung Miyuki. "How fortuitous," Tang San Cheng remarked. "However, it's advantageous. We are not unaware of Chung Miyuki's whereabouts, so we have the opportunity to inquire further. Besides him, are there any others?" The 2 boxing champions from Mongolia are quite impressive as well. Their achievements are remarkable, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that these 2 are the face of Mongolian boxing, standing shoulder to shoulder with world champions. Xiao Shan observed that the others seemed rather unremarkable, merely old scholars with a profound understanding of Mongolian culture, especially regarding the Golden Family. Chapter 679. Entrust to time. While it may appear that only 3 individuals warrant attention, reality is often more complex than it seems. Bai Yi remarked that those involved must possess exceptional qualities. "Oh, I nearly overlooked one. There is a demolition expert here." Xiao Shan noted that he is Japanese. "Hey, Song Yang, you 2 should have a friendly contest to determine who is more skilled." "Indeed," Song Yang replied, "yet I am self-taught, lacking formal training. I wonder how I will fare in a duel." "Are you feeling timid?" Xiao Shan challenged. "Goodness, do you think I am timid?" Song Yang spat on the ground defiantly. "Just wait and see. What is wrong with you? This is a collaboration between 3 nations, not a brawl," Fu Yu said, shaking her head in exasperation. "This trio has yet to meet, and you are already sizing each other up. What is the purpose of that?" "No, Fu Yu. Consider it akin to the Olympics. While friendship is paramount, we represent 3 parties, and it is inevitable that competition will arise. By openly discussing this, we at least demonstrate our sincerity," Song Yang said cheerfully, speculating that they might engage in underhanded tactics. "Did they convey that to you?" Fu Yu inquired. "Thankfully, Bai Yi learned some Japanese while abroad, which will facilitate communication. Otherwise, we would remain oblivious to their intentions." Fu Yu's use of the term intention reflects her inherent caution. Bai Yi stated, "I will keep my knowledge of Japanese under wraps for now, as a trump card. The agreement specifies that the 3 parties will communicate in English, and fortunately, that is not an issue for any of us." Song Yang and Shen Bing exchanged glances, both feeling a bit embarrassed. Their proficiency in English is rather average. Before receiving the formal notification, everyone continued with their own affairs. Bai Yi remarked, "By the way, Zhi Xi, it's getting late. Allow me to escort you home. Fei Fan is still alone at home." Liu Zhi Xi felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of her son. She had spent so little time with him over the years. Bai Yi and Liu Zhi Xi departed together. As soon as Liu Zhi Xi stepped outside, she began to cough violently. Bai Yi gently patted her back while inquiring, "What's wrong? It seems you haven't fully recovered." "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just getting older," Liu Zhi Xi replied. "Things are different now. In the past, I could recover from minor ailments without medication. But now even slight discomfort sends me to bed." Bai Yi asked, "When did you start coughing?" He was well aware that working underground for years could lead to health issues, so he remained vigilant. Liu Zhi Xi reassured him, "It's really nothing. I just have a lingering cough from last time. It will clear up soon." Once seated in the car, Bai Yi hesitated before saying, "Perhaps you should reconsider attending this collaborative project on the Three Kingdoms. Your health is paramount. This is an opportunity many desire." Liu Zhi Xi's resolve was unwavering. "I've worked hard to earn this chance. I will not let it slip away, unlike the Qinling and Genghis Khan's tomb, which I will not forfeit." Bai Yi, while driving, expressed, "This endeavor may yield no results." Liu Zhi Xi retorted, "No, I cannot afford to wait any longer." She suddenly added, "I wonder if Fei Fan has eaten. I fear he might just fend for himself in my absence." Liu Zhi Xi's unease sparked Bai Yi's suspicion, yet he remained silent, pressing the accelerator to expedite Liu Zhi Xi's return home. After dropping her off, Bai Yi swiftly turned the car towards the local hospital. Bai Yi returned home late, finding Fu Yu awake and waiting for him. Noticing his troubled expression, she gently inquired, "What's the matter? Are you tired?" "No," Bai Yi replied, his tone somber, weighed down by his thoughts. "Fu Yu, I am weary. Is it emotional exhaustion?" Fu Yu, perceptive as ever, quickly discerned Bai Yi's inner turmoil. "You've been like this since you returned Liu Zhi Xi. It must be connected to her." Bai Yi offered a wry smile. "If it weren't for you all these years, I genuinely don't know how I would have managed. The thought of having to part with any one of you would be an unbearable torment." Suddenly, Fu Yu understood. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she stepped forward to embrace Bai Yi's head. "Bai Yi, this is our fate. If there is suffering, just remember, there will always be someone to share the burden with you." Inhaling the subtle fragrance of Fu Yu, Bai Yi felt his spirit calm. After an indeterminate time, he gently pushed Fu Yu away. "It's all right now. You probably already guessed, but let us keep it to ourselves for the time being." "I understand," Fu Yu replied. "Everything will be entrusted to time." Tang San Cheng peeked out, asking, "What's going on with you two?" "It's nothing," Bai Yi responded. "I didn't realize you enjoyed interrupting others, especially during intimate moments." Tang San stuck out his tongue and withdrew his head. That night, aside from Bai Yi and Fu Yu, everyone else slept soundly, as if all matters had reached a temporary conclusion, and now was the most tranquil of times. Tang San dreamt he had returned to an ancient battlefield, shrouded in a crimson mist. He could not see his companions, yet he felt no unease. For this place seemed to be his battlefield. Amidst the red fog, a shadow drew closer, and he heard laughter. The mist thinned, revealing a face just within reach. "Wake up!" Xiao Shan's cheerful voice startled that visage, causing it to recede further away. A sense of melancholy washed over Tang San, and a wave of disappointment enveloped him. He heard Xiao Shan stirring and reluctantly opened his eyes. "What's the rush? What do you want so early?" "It's Saturday," he mumbled. Xiao Shan replied. "Bai Yi said we are setting off on a journey soon. To alleviate everyone's stress, we're going out for a picnic today. The location has been chosen. And he also mentioned we need to buy another vehicle because there are too many of us. Should we buy the vehicle first or go for the picnic?" Tang San inquired. "I didn't ask," Xiao Shan admitted, sticking out his tongue. "Should I go ask again?" "No need. I'll get up and ask myself," Tang San said, placing his feet on the floor and searching for his slippers. Suddenly, a loud thought echoed in his mind. He seemed to recall something important but could not grasp the details. Frustrated, he murmured, "How strange it is. If only dreams could unfold like a series." "If it were a series, you could continue it tonight," Xiao Shan urged repeatedly. With no other choice, Tang San hurriedly prepared himself and went downstairs, where he found Bai Yi and the others had already set the breakfast table. Fu Yu was serving porridge. "Come down and eat quickly," Fu Yu called. Tang San picked up a bowl, sensing an unusually light atmosphere that day, which puzzled him. After sipping some porridge, he picked up a fried dough stick and said, "I just had a dream. I was in an ancient battlefield enveloped in red mist, and a man was walking towards me. Unfortunately, it was all Xiao Shan's fault. I didn't see his face clearly. Even if Xiao Shan hadn't called you, you wouldn't have seen it clearly, Fuyu remarked. Dreams are always born from reality. If you've never seen someone's face, how could you possibly see it distinctly in a dream? At most, you might catch a vague impression. Indeed, Tang San replied. It must have been the description of the figure in green clothing that influenced me. By the way, where are we going to buy the vehicle? We're replacing the vehicle, Bai Yi clarified. We need a larger one that can accommodate all 7 of us. It's 8, since Liu Zhi Xi is with us, Tang San corrected. Bai Yi's expression shifted slightly before he smiled. Right, it's 8. Bai Yi truly went to exchange the vehicle. Since it was a one-time payment, he not only enjoyed premium service, but was also constantly dazzled by the female sales consultant. Fortunately, with Shen Bing and Fuyu beside him, he felt completely at ease. After the vehicle was exchanged, the group arrived at the picnic site, where Fuyu and Shen Bing had already returned early with a bountiful array of food, drinks, snacks, and even picnic blankets and tents prepared. In a quaint grove, a refreshing coolness enveloped the air, inviting everyone to recline upon the ground, feeling an unparalleled sense of comfort. Not far off, a family was joyfully blowing bubbles. A heartwarming scene that captivated the onlookers' gaze. Tang San couldn't help but reflect on his inability to have children, fearing he might mirror his father's fate. A shadow of gloom clouding his heart. Shen Bing remarked, I dislike children. Their incessant noise is utterly bothersome. Tang San felt a surge of emotion, rendered speechless by Shen Bing's sharp tongue yet tender heart. The group indulged in food and merriment, casting aside their worries, vowing that this day would forever be cherished in their memories. When Liu Zhi Xi's call came, they were busy wrapping up their activities. His excited voice resonated through the phone. Tomorrow, the Japanese team will arrive, and we will collectively enter the Mongolian border. The project is officially commencing. Prepare yourselves. We will meet at 2 in the afternoon. The mention of the Mongolian border struck Bai Yi with clarity. It was the area where the American personnel had previously vanished. He sensed that at least one party in the tripartite arrangement was privy to the details of the past investigation. Otherwise, they would not be so insistent on venturing into that territory. We must ascertain the details tomorrow. Understand the need for subtle inquiries? Bai Yi instructed. Subtle inquiries understood. Yet the Yamato people are notoriously astute. We shall grasp that upon our meeting. The following afternoon at 2 o'clock, Bai Yi and his companions donned their finest attire and arrived at an expansive conference room, a choice prompted by Liu Zhi Xi's arrangements. Liu Zhi Xi had already seated himself with a translator, while the 6 individuals present sat rigidly, their expressions devoid of any mirth. Among them was Miyashita Junichi from the Miyashita family. Bai Yi, intrigued, noted that if age were considered, Miyashita Junichi would be 36 this year, having been merely 6 when Miyashita Cheng went missing. There were 2 individuals fitting this age bracket, seated together on the far right. Chapter 680. The meeting. As the 7 entered, Liu Zhi Xi rose to his feet, declaring, now that everyone has arrived. One of the 6 stood up first, saying, we have been awaiting your arrival. Upon receiving your information yesterday, we were quite humbled. Bai Yi was astonished by the man's fluent Mandarin. Your proficiency in Chinese is truly impressive. We are indeed humbled. Please, take a seat. The man gestured with authority, prompting Bai Yi and the others to sit down. He introduced himself. I am in no way Iu. Professor Liu has always referred to me as Iu. And you may do the same. Bai Yi cast a skeptical glance at Liu Zhi Xi. He had not heard of this individual before. Liu Zhi Xi explained. It is a long story. He actually spent 2 years at our university, going by his Chinese name, Jiang Iu. I found it peculiar when I saw the list, but I could not confirm it until today, upon meeting him again. No wonder the Chinese language is so eloquent. Bai Yi turned his gaze to the others as Hiroshi in no way introduced each participant. On his left sat 2 distinguished figures. One was Takashi Suzuki, a professor from the history department of the University of Tokyo, and the other, a professor from the physics department. In the words of Hiroshi Inoue, these 2 individuals are emblematic representatives of the university. As for those on the right, Bai Yi's heart fluttered. The youthful gentleman, fair and clean-cut, smiled and introduced himself. I am Shinichi Miyashita, and I can speak Chinese, though not as adeptly as Professor Inoue. He was indeed Shinichi Miyashita. Although they had never met Masaru Miyashita, being from the same family, there was a semblance in their features. By that token, Masaru must also be a handsome young man. A pity he vanished without a trace years ago. Thoughts of Xie Fangfei flooded Bai Yi's mind, stirring a myriad of emotions as he extended his hand. Hello. Shinichi Miyashita's eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance, fixated steadily on the gaze of the person he conversed with. Later, Shen Bing remarked that it seemed as though stars twinkled within his eyes, a comment that stirred feelings of jealousy in Tang San Cheng. Another young man, lean as a monkey with an especially small head and a gaunt face, resembled a resurrected mummy. This was D. San Takeda, the demolition expert. Upon hearing the introduction, Song Yang took note of him. In the realm of colleagues, one either meets with overdue recognition or becomes envious. Observing Takeda, who was diminutive and as thin as a twig, Song Yang mused inwardly about the prowess of such an unassuming individual. Liu Zhi Xi also introduced the figures on their side to the Japanese, starting with Bai Yi, which elicited expressions of disbelief from the Japanese guests. They were discreet, managing to suppress their astonishment. Bai Yi had numerous titles, in medicine, physics, history, and more, making him a veritable powerhouse. The two professors from Japan exhaled softly. When it was Tang San Cheng's turn, their expressions relaxed somewhat, having underestimated Chinese folklore. Upon the introduction of Fuyu, their eyes lit up. A common reaction upon encountering beauty. Fuyu maintained a demeanor of neither subservience nor arrogance, which greatly pleased Bai Yi. After the two parties acquainted themselves, they settled on opposite sides of the table, evoking the atmosphere of a business negotiation. Hiroshi Inoue led their side, while Bai Yi naturally represented his group. Their dialogue flowed, allowing Bai Yi to extract some information, such as the necessity of venturing into Mongolian territory. The rationale was simple. The Japanese had obtained internal documents regarding a previous American project through certain channels. Though the specifics of these channels and methods were left unspoken, such matters often remain veiled in ambiguity. The details of that internal document remain rather ambiguous, as Inoue Iyu expressed. However, he did mention that once the three parties converge, it would be presented for discussion. Bai Yi found it inappropriate to inquire further. Nevertheless, Inoue Iyu was somewhat forthcoming, revealing that the location where the American team members went missing has been pinpointed, and now the Mongolian side has stationed personnel in the vicinity. This left Bai Yi perplexed. They were stationed near the area of disappearance, not at the exact site, suggesting that the locale must be inhospitable. Upon voicing his concerns, Inoue Iyu nodded repeatedly, asserting that only by visiting could they truly comprehend the situation, which was indeed a significant tease. The overall atmosphere of the meeting was rather pleasant, despite an underlying sense of caution. Once outside the university gates, Song Yang exhaled deeply, remarking, "That thin fellow gives me the creeps. Are you feeling intimidated? And why do you keep staring at him?" Shen Bing retorted, "With a look like that, how could I not?" Song Yang replied, "He is so emaciated, it's pitiful." Enough with the banter. The departure time has been set. Everyone should pack up, Bai Yi stated. The Mongolian side is already in position. We can't afford to delay any longer. Without further ado, the group returned to prepare their luggage, which was quite simple as their passports were already in order. The following day, both teams boarded a flight to Mongolia. To distinguish it from Inner Mongolia, it is commonly referred to as Outer Mongolia, sharing a border with Inner Mongolia. On the plane, the communication between the two groups gradually increased, with Miyashita Tashiichi being the most talkative, incessantly engaging Bai Yi in conversation. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi inquired about Miyashita Makoto. He sighed and said, "Many years ago, a relative of mine traveled to Japan to visit a friend. Coincidentally, that friend shares the surname Miyashita, named Miyashita Makoto." Miyashita Tashiichi's mouth slightly agape. His expression was one of utter astonishment. Bai Yi discerned his genuine surprise, albeit his excitement seemed overwhelming. Bai Yi asked, "What is the matter?" "Miyashita Makoto is my uncle. He went missing 30 years ago," Miyashita Tashiichi replied. "Moreover, he disappeared in China. He was the youngest brother among my father's siblings and was greatly cherished. After his disappearance, my grandparents were heartbroken. I remember that not long after, my grandmother passed away, calling out for my uncle until her last breath. My relative had once visited your family," Bai Yi mentioned. "Strangely, she never returned either. She too went missing." "Was your relative male or female?" Miyashita Tashiichi inquired. "Female," Bai Yi responded. "She was from Beijing. Your family has experienced loss, as has mine. Yet from thousands of miles away, we were powerless to search for her. You must understand the circumstances at that time." Toshikazu Miyashita remarked, "If it was a woman, I have a recollection. At that time, my family was in disarray, and no one paid me any attention. I was alone in the yard when someone knocked on the door. Upon opening it, I found a remarkably beautiful woman, though I could discern that she seemed rather unhappy." Bai Yi found it somewhat perplexing, You were only 6 years old back then. How could you remember so vividly? Because she was exceptionally beautiful, Miyashita replied. Even at the tender age of 6, I understood the concepts of beauty and ugliness, especially since she appeared so sorrowful. I considered her the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. It was quite unsettling, a 6-year-old child reflecting on such matters. Bai Yi sighed. Yet it was undeniable that Xie Fangfei was indeed strikingly beautiful. Even in his first encounter with her, the impression was indelible. To this day, her image remains vivid. But alas, her fate is a mystery to all. I have seen her photograph. She is indeed lovely, akin to a movie star, Bai Yi commented. The more exquisite a being, the more their absence evokes a sense of loss. What brought her to your home? I do not know. I only remember that her arrival further unsettled our household, and my father's demeanor towards her was rather ungracious, Miyashita stated. She was driven away. Shen Bing felt a pang of sorrow. Xie Fangfei must have felt some guilt towards Miyashita Makoto, prompting her long journey only to be met with such treatment. Shen Bing glanced at Bai Yi, who appeared contemplative. After she left your home, she vanished, he remarked. I regret it, Miyashita said. I wish I had followed her back then. You were only 6. It is quite remarkable that you even remember her, Bai Yi replied. Your uncle? Our family searched for 3 years, but ultimately had to abandon the pursuit, leaving an empty urn in a nearby temple to honor my uncle, Miyashita recounted. Alas, this remains the greatest regret of our family, mentioned at every family gathering even to this day. The conversation was rich in detail, yet it did not yield the information Bai Yi sought. Xie Fangfei's room still contained her passport, through Miyashita's narration. It was confirmed that she had indeed traveled to Japan and returned to her homeland. Her disappearance occurred after her return. Bai Yi sighed, and Miyashita added. It seems both our families share a painful history. However, there is a saying among you Chinese. One must always look forward, correct? You seem quite well versed in our proverbs. Bai Yi noted. I am not only aware of the necessity to look forward, I also know of the mythic land of Penglai. Miyashita's mention of Penglai startled Bai Yi. Coming from him, it bore a weighty significance. Regrettably, no one in my family has ever set foot in Penglai. It is merely a legend, Bai Yi remarked. Humanity tends to place their most cherished hopes in the most ethereal notions. It is nothing but the essence of our finest dreams. Is that so? Miyashita replied with a sly smile. This expression stirred suspicion within Bai Yi. In that fleeting moment, he sensed that Miyashita was not as straightforward as he appeared. Just seconds later, Miyashita stretched his arm and yawned. I am quite tired. Rest easy. I shall just step away to the restroom. Bai Yi exchanged a knowing glance with Qi Xie, and the two proceeded towards the lavatory, with Qi Xie remarking, that lad is not as simple as he appears. Indeed. It is evident, Bai Yi replied. Do remind the others to exercise caution and maintain discretion, particularly regarding matters of the past. Those should remain unspoken. The fact that he can recall such intricate details from when he was merely 6 years old speaks volumes about his complexity. I will attend to the restroom first. Qi Xie stated. Chapter 681. Reminiscing with Xie, Bai Yi ambled back, and upon his return, he noticed Gongxia Junyi reclining with his head tilted and eyes tightly shut, seemingly fast asleep. As Bai Yi settled down, his gaze fell upon a crimson mark on Gongxia Junyi's neck. Initially, he mistook it for a birthmark, but upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a tattoo. The youth of today have embraced tattooing, transforming this art, born of pain, into a fashionable street trend. However, the design of this tattoo piqued Bai Yi's curiosity, prompting him to retrieve his mobile phone and swiftly sketch it on the device's drawing pad. The plane finally touched down in Ulaanbaatar, a city utterly foreign to Bai Yi and his companions. Yet, as they stepped out of the aircraft, they inhaled the crisp air, perhaps a welcome relief from the stuffiness of the cabin. Nevertheless, they were well acquainted with the city's history. Founded in 1639 as Urga, meaning palace in Mongolian, the city was once nomadic, reflecting the lifestyle of the Mongolian people until modern times, when it finally settled. Su Yu, standing behind, remarked, this city is truly unique. The skyline is adorned with towering skyscrapers, yet one can still behold traditional Mongolian yurts. Liu Zhi Xi interjected, I have visited this city before. Its customs are largely consistent with those of Inner Mongolia. It is also an emerging city. We shall stay here for a night before departing to their encampment tomorrow. As the group exited the terminal, they spotted a tall Mongolian man, akin to an iron tower, clad in traditional attire that stood out remarkably in the airport. He held a sign that read, Welcome to the inspection team. in both Chinese and English. This signage raised suspicions, as there were likely numerous inspection teams arriving. Especially in these times when economic assessments are rampant. Who could ascertain who was being welcomed? Yet, an unspoken consensus enveloped the group. This man was indeed their contact. They approached him, and he greeted them with a resonant voice. Have you all arrived? His Mandarin, albeit somewhat awkward, was intelligible. Bai Yi nodded. You are the representative from the Mongolian side? Precisely, the man affirmed. I am Qing Gu'er Tai, the head of the Mongolian delegation. Come, I shall escort you to the site. Xiaoshan hesitated. Aren't we supposed to go to the hotel first? Qing Gu'er Tai shot him a stern glance. No? We must proceed to the site immediately. In your absence, we have made significant discoveries that cannot be delayed. Liu Zhi Xi and Inoue Hideo exchanged glances and promptly nodded. Very well, we shall go at once. Although King Tai repeatedly emphasized the urgency of the situation, when they finally arrived at their destination around 9 in the evening, their activities consisted of dining and resting. They enjoyed boiled lamb seasoned with a hint of salt and accompanied by a bit of milk wine, which was quite satisfying, though it proved problematic for the Japanese members of their group, who struggled to embrace such culinary customs and ate very little. In contrast, Bai Yi and his companions relished their meal. Having been in numerous locales during their past endeavors, they had tasted a variety of dishes. Their hearty enjoyment left King Tai thoroughly pleased. At this moment, while the other team members were already asleep, a woman in her 30s clad in military green remained awake. She did not resemble a Mongolian, possessing fair, delicate skin and a tall stature, with striking features. Most of the time, she was quiet, speaking in a soft voice. Chi Xia couldn't help but steal a few glances at her. She was our data collector, responsible for processing the materials and images discovered on-site. Of Uyghur descent. She was a Chinese national studying in our country. King Tai pondered her name for a long time, but could not recall it, expressing mild frustration. Your name is quite peculiar. The woman smiled slightly. Clearly, it is your memory that falters. How can you blame my name for its oddity? My name is Xia. Xia? Chi Xia was taken aback. That name seems rather unusual. I don't believe it exists among the Uyghurs. Indeed, many have remarked upon its peculiarity, Xia replied with a smile. However, it is merely a name. Should I adopt another, I would still be myself. What difference would it make? Bai Yi found her nonchalance refreshing. By the way, what have you discovered? He inquired, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the boiled lamb. Once darkness descends, we shall see nothing. It is precisely in the dark that we shall observe, King Tai noted. Those rascals were frightened and have taken refuge in their tents. It typically occurs around midnight, he continued. Since this is your first inspection, you must endure a bit longer tonight. It is worth mentioning that they were situated in a vast grassland, exceedingly open, with an endless expanse of darkness on the horizon, illuminated only by twinkling stars and a bright, cool moon. The summer nights on the grassland were remarkably pleasant, with a gentle breeze that contrasted sharply with the heat of the inland. During this season, the grass thrived abundantly, making it a peak time for tourism. However, few travelers ventured here, as this region of Mongolia was renowned for its mysterious aura. It was said that flocks of sheep belonging to nomadic herders had mysteriously vanished here in the past. Initially dismissed as mere rumors, the frequency of such incidents transformed them into terror, leading to a dwindling population in the area. What extraordinary occurrences might arise in such an expansive place? Tang San Cheng fixed his gaze on the distance, deeply focused, as King Tai remarked. Even when the grass flourished here, no herders brought their horses or sheep. It appeared picturesque, yet concealed deadly perils. Previously, American team members also mysteriously vanished upon discovering this location. Inoue Yu set down the bowl in his hands. With only a third of the lamb untouched, Chung Tai cast a glance, his expression revealing dissatisfaction. Upon finishing his words, Inoue Yu's companion, Miyaguchi Toshi, nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, it is here. Tang San Cheng pondered privately, contemplating the myriad of possibilities surrounding the mysterious disappearances. One theory suggested an illusion. Perhaps they had been ensnared by a trick of the eyes, vanishing within a veil of deception. Another, albeit less likely, involved abduction, though satellite surveillance should have captured any such occurrence. The third possibility struck Tang San Cheng as he surveyed the flat terrain. Could there truly be an instance of the ground fracturing instantaneously, with all three parties present? He inquired, what information have you gathered that can be shared at this moment? Song Yang replied, as for those who are asleep, We can relay the message tomorrow. The unusual phenomena that occurred earlier, combined with this data, may prove invaluable. Hearing this, in no way Bai Yi rummaged through his backpack and produced several photographs. These are images we acquired from the American side. Originally, all records from the expedition team were destroyed, yet some were secretly preserved. These photographs were taken just before and after the disappearance of the missing crew members. Take a look. Song Yang silently lamented the delay in revealing such critical information. Bai Yi retrieved a flashlight to scrutinize the photographs, and others gathered around, their collective gaze intent on uncovering the truth. After examining the images, Bai Yi turned to the group, who nodded in agreement, and then handed the photographs to Cheng Tai and Xia, urging, "Please, have a look." The 4 photographs, when arranged chronologically according to the order of disappearance, revealed a progression of events. The first depicted 3 shadowy figures moving across the ground, one of whom appeared to be gazing upward. In the second image, the person who had looked up was now in a state of panic, glancing back at the others, while another figure also lifted their head, clearly alerted to something unusual. The third image showed only one individual remaining, the one who had first looked up, while the fourth captured an eerie emptiness, as if all had been erased from existence. These photographs were indeed remarkable. However, the challenge lay in the absence of any discernible landmarks in the environment, rendering it impossible to ascertain their exact location of disappearance. The vastness of the area alone was disconcerting. Xia echoed this concern, stating, "Without any physical coordinates, we are utterly unable to locate the site depicted in the photographs. Indeed, this has been our greatest frustration since obtaining the images." In no way, Bai Yi conceded. While in our homeland, we implemented various technical measures, yet regrettably, we found nothing. To be candid, had there been any leads, the Americans would have discovered them long ago, rather than waiting until now. The group continued to scrutinize the photographs for an extended period until Cheng Tai interjected, "Time is running short. Let us set aside these images for now and focus on identifying what those objects truly are." Cheng Tai gestured for everyone to rise and face the east. And for a full 5 minutes, there was not a single sound from that direction. Xiao Shan, unable to contain his impatience, exclaimed, "I see nothing. What do you see?" "Just like you," Cheng Tai replied with a smile. "Do not worry, we have seen nothing either." Xiao Shan sighed in relief, sticking out his tongue. Suddenly, Tang San tugged at Xiao Shan, exclaiming, "It's coming." A green light began to emanate from the ground, initially flickering subtly and appearing in patches. Gradually, these patches transformed into dots that dispersed and floated slowly into the air. Song Yang remarked, "Is it will-o'-the-wisp?" "Not quite," Bai Yi shook his head. Will-o'-the-wisps typically manifest in overcast weather, and as Cheng Tai mentioned, they had appeared for several consecutive days. Will-o'-the-wisp is essentially phosphorescence, as human bones contain phosphorus. When phosphorus interacts with water or alkalis, it produces phosphine, a flammable gas that is lightweight and easily moved by the wind. This is currently the most scientific explanation for will-o'-the-wisp. Hence, they are rarely seen in cities, typically appearing only in rural graveyards, where they manifest eerily behind you, making you feel as though you have encountered a ghost. Chapter 682. Will-o'-the-wisp. Now, these green points of light ascended rapidly, gradually fading until they vanished completely, all within the span of 2 minutes. Cheng Tai, with a complex expression, turned and said, "The first occurrence happened just 4 days after our arrival, and they have appeared continuously over the past 3 days. Could it be that they did not appear in the first 4 days because you simply did not notice?" Bai Yi inquired. Cheng Tai paused, murmuring, "Indeed, that is a possibility. Perhaps they occurred earlier, but we were not attentive at that moment, leading us to believe it has only been a recent phenomenon. Isn't this what you Chinese refer to as will-o'-the-wisp?" Junichi Miyashita remarked, "In Japan, we also have tales of will-o'-the-wisp, but the interpretations are entirely different. It is said that when a person is about to die or has just died, their soul departs accompanied by a strange glowing phenomenon, also known as phosphorescence. There are many legends surrounding will-o'-the-wisp. Some describe it as detaching from the body, while others recount seeing it flying in the air, even visiting relatives to inform them of their demise, or arriving at specific locations, typically temples. In certain regions of Nara Prefecture, it is said that before death, the will-o'-the-wisp departs to pay homage at Pukong Temple. In Aomori Prefecture, it is believed that the will-o'-the-wisp settles at Mount Osor after leaving the body. Generally, the phenomenon is interpreted as the soul's journey to its destined place after death. Influenced by recent legends of spirits and foxes, the image of will-o'-the-wisp has become increasingly vivid, typically characterized by a green or yellow hue, often trailing a long tail. Junichi Miyashida's words caused Hideo in no way to frown. Miyashita, these are merely legends. Yet, isn't Genghis Khan's tomb also a legend? Yet here we are, Junichi Miyashita boldly retorted, surprising the other Japanese present. Suzuki remarked, everything must be viewed through the lens of science. Miyashita, with a brief smile, responded, all right. I understand you are a physicist who believes in science. Now tell me, what is that green light? Where does it emanate from, and can we locate its source? Tang San was taken aback by Miyashita's final question, finding it rather intriguing. Indeed, the location from which they observed the green light appeared to be just ahead. Yet discovering its exact position would prove to be exceedingly challenging. This query effectively stumped Suzuki. We should all take a break, Bai Yi suggested. Tomorrow, let's collectively discuss our next steps and openly share the information we each possess. How does that sound? Of course, Miyashita interjected eagerly, much to Inoue's displeasure, who shot him a disapproving glare. Miyashita's somewhat rebellious demeanor further perplexed Bai Yi. If he were a person of great depth, he ought to exercise caution in his words and actions. Should he successfully merge these two aspects, he would indeed be a formidable individual. Having already witnessed the astonishing spectacle, the group did not wish to linger any longer. After the exhausting journey, they promptly retreated to the tents prepared for them to sleep. This slumber lasted until the following morning, when Xingu Tai and his team were preparing breakfast. Upon seeing them awake, he instructed Xia to help them freshen up, adding, the conditions here are limited. You will need to endure some discomfort. That's all right, Bai Yi replied. We have faced all manner of harsh environments in the past. This place feels like a hotel to us. Today's breakfast was predominantly sweet, accompanied by goat's milk, which inevitably caused some distress among the Japanese. During the meal, Xingu Tai introduced his subordinates. The two boxing champions, though not particularly tall, were remarkably capable. Xia, adept at reading people, immediately recognized their authenticity. One was named Wudong, and the other Nari. There were also several others responsible for operating machinery, which had been relocated here with the assistance of the Japanese, along with some precision instruments provided by them. After breakfast, it was time to merge the clues. The three parties sat together, suddenly falling into silence. Observing this, Bai Yi chuckled and suggested, why don't we initiate the discussion? I believe we possess exclusive information. Absolutely. Inoue exclaimed with enthusiasm. Firstly, there is a substance known as red gold within Genghis Khan's tomb, Bai Yi stated. He glanced at Shen Bing, who promptly placed the circular piece of red gold into Bai Yi's hand. This is it. This. Suzuki responded with keen interest, quickly taking it and examining it closely. Though a look of confusion crossed his face. It does resemble various minerals, yet it possesses an unusual characteristic that I cannot identify. Perhaps precise instruments are necessary for proper analysis. We have already conducted such work, and none of the discovered substances matched it, Fu Yu added. As Ling Mu listened to Fu Yu's voice, he nodded repeatedly, believing Fu Yu's words without verification. Indeed, this stone is quite peculiar. However, how did you come by it? What follows may be hard for you to believe, Bai Yi replied. This stone was discovered by a girl, who, after picking it up, began dreaming of events related to Genghis Khan. By a stroke of fortune, we acquired this stone and sent it for examination. The results astonished us, thus. Despite its strange appearance, there is much to ponder regarding it. We suspect it to be red gold, which, in Chinese mythology, is associated with the Yellow Emperor. Additionally, not long ago, we participated in an archaeological project where we unearthed slab-like red rocks, and 6 individuals mysteriously perished there. We also discovered several unusual artifacts. These slab-like red rocks may be linked to Genghis Khan's tomb. I find it somewhat difficult to comprehend, Xia interjected. How are these slab-like red rocks connected to Genghis Khan? Could you elaborate further? Elaborate? To delve deeply would require more than mere words. They likely would not believe it anyway. Fortunately, Bai Yi had already prepared his explanation. We uncovered artifacts from the Yuan-Mongol period underground, which were confirmed to have been accidentally dropped by Temujin, Bai Yi stated, due to certain reasons. They have been submitted and cannot be brought to the site. Everyone seemed to grasp the situation more clearly. Xingu Tai remarked, all right, it is now our turn. Xia, bring it forth. Xia nodded, retrieving several tightly sealed pages, meticulously protected. These are the clues we have found. This is not a historical account, but rather a manuscript. The individual who provided this information told us that it has been passed down through generations in his family. His ancestors witnessed a large troop arriving here, and wherever they went, everyone was slaughtered. Only he survived, having hidden far away. But he was injured in his haste to escape. Strangely, in a fleeting moment, that multitude vanished from the earth, leaving him in great shock. Upon returning, he documented the event. As he was unable to write, he preserved it in illustrations. Please take a look. There were a total of 6 pages. The paper fragile and evidently treated with care. The drawings, though rudimentary, depicted a grand procession of horses and men advancing forward, banners fluttering in the wind. After examining all the illustrations, Bai Yi realized they did not depict a continuous scene, but rather fragments. For instance, the first page primarily illustrated the horses and their riders, while the second focused on the boxes. The final page, however, was nearly blank. It appeared that this last page illustrated the moment of the troop's disappearance. Bai Yi mused. Could it be here? Having conducted preliminary work, Qin Tai remarked that, according to the informant, his ancestors had resided in this vicinity. Hence, searches were undertaken here. Preceding the unfortunate disappearance of the American archaeologists, it was only after this incident that we pondered a possible connection between the two events. Alas, years have elapsed, and we finally find ourselves engaged in this endeavor. The disappearance of our team may very well share a common cause with that of the 3 American personnel. Bai Yi interjected, Mr. Ishin, let us revisit those 3 photographs. The trio of images, 6 illustrations, and a piece of goldstone comprise the entirety of our clues. The team congregated around these leads, deliberating for an extended period and essentially confirming a singular fact. There exists a potential enigma here that could account for the disappearances. However, whether such disappearances equate to death remains uncertain. Additionally, the green light observed last night may bear relevance to the tomb of Genghis Khan, necessitating further verification. Our immediate task is to ascertain the presence of metal underground using a highly sensitive and precise instrument. Should the device emit an alarm, we shall commence excavation for further investigation. Without further ado, the team swiftly organized into 3 groups, each proceeding from different locations to conduct tests, aligning perfectly with Bai Yi's intentions, allowing for thorough discussion among the 8 individuals involved. Song Yang had been harboring a plethora of thoughts. Alas, if you ask me, we have essentially confirmed that this site is indeed Genghis Khan's tomb. The task now is to locate and excavate it, which sounds devoid of difficulty. The crux of the matter lies in whether the instrument can lead us to the findings. If so, why replicate the Americans' prior efforts? Bai Yi succinctly articulated this sentiment. Indeed, Song Yang conceded, but just then, the instrument emitted a series of beeps, signaling a response. Shen Bing and Zhi Xi hastily commenced digging, and after approximately 5 minutes, they unearthed an object, a piece of iron from a horseshoe. The team found it both amusing and exasperating, while Song Yang sheepishly scratched his head. This isn't my fault. You must admit, the machine is astonishingly sensitive. Let us proceed, Bai Yi encouraged. Now that they have embraced this method, we shall assist them in eliminating any false leads. As the morning wore on, aside from unearthing a multitude of scattered metallic fragments and rubble, nothing substantial was discovered. Bai Yi eventually suggested that the group rest upon the ground. However, scarcely had they settled when Tang San Cheng suddenly heard distant cries of alarm, accompanied by frantic shouts. He sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "This is not good." Chapter 683. Striking similarities. Tang San Cheng possessed exceptional hearing. The commotion he detected went unnoticed by the others. Shen Bing stood, scanning the horizon. From which direction? Quickly, let us move. Tang San Cheng was already sprinting, neglecting to gather the tools. Observing his urgency, the others followed suit. As he ran, Tang San Cheng remarked, "The exclamations are in Mongolian. It seems something has transpired on Qin Tai's end, and the sound is emanating from this direction." Xiaoshan and Qixia darted past Tang San Cheng like the wind, swiftly advancing ahead. Tang San Cheng took a deep breath and hurried after them. The gasps from the crowd had subsided, yet the clamor of the scene had not diminished. Gentle sobs could still be heard, and Tang San Cheng's heart sank. His foreboding was not misplaced. Ahead, Xiaoshan and Qixia had arrived, their speed remarkable. Yet no one paid them heed. Chaos reigned at the scene. Qixia sat on the ground, her face ashen, While Kingertai spoke rapidly in Mongolian, his eyes reddened. The two boxing experts remained silent, their eyes closed. Xixia soon noticed the absence of several individuals. The Mongolians responsible for operating the instruments had vanished. She approached Xixia, inquiring, "What happened?" Bai Yi and Tang San Cheng also arrived. Bai Yi, quick-witted, rushed to Kingertai, demanding, "They've disappeared? From where? Surround that area, quickly." Kingertai took a deep breath and promptly fetched some rope. Relying on his recent memory, he cordoned off the area where his companions had vanished. "It should be right here." Xiao elaborated, "We departed from different directions and conducted tests with our instruments along the way. Everything was tranquil. I still remember the formation. Kingertai was at the front, while I was at the back, with others in between. The missing individuals were those responsible for the instrument detection, so although they were in the middle, they were quite dispersed, not concentrated. Our journey here has yielded nothing until we arrived." Ishia's expression was one of anguish as she struggled to articulate the suddenness of the events. Swallowing hard, she said, "I witnessed their disappearance firsthand. First, it was Badr. He was conducting a test and even turned to smile at me, but in that instant, he completely vanished." Vanished? How did he disappear? Did he fade gradually from solidity to transparency, or did he drop out of sight from top to bottom? Bai Yi queried. "Ixia, I know this is difficult for you, but what you saw is invaluable to us. They may simply be missing, not dead." Ixia, a mature and resilient woman, quickly steadied herself despite her reddened eyes and impending tears, striving to recollect. "But the manner of his disappearance does not align with your description. It happened in mere seconds. Perhaps less. No wonder the American photographs did not capture the moment of disappearance." Bai Yi continued, "Do you remember those photographs? Was there anything unusual nearby when Badr vanished? Did the Americans observe anything?" This only deepened Ishia's sorrow. "I did not see anything." "I did," Nari interjected. "I saw a red mist in the sky, swirling. I noticed the mist, and when I turned back, they had already vanished." "The red mist has dissipated," Liu Zhi Xi exclaimed to Bai Yi with excitement. "Just like your previous experience. First the mist appeared, then they vanished. What do you think?" At this moment, an unknown group was somewhere else. Bai Yi gazed at the area cordoned off by ropes on the ground. Suddenly, he picked up a stone and traced along the rope, leaving behind a deep, shocking scar. After finishing, Bai Yi cast the stone onto the ground, remarking on the steep cost of their actions. "However," he added, "we cannot wait for the Japanese any longer. Xiaoshan, you are swift. Go find them and bring them back. We shall make our move first." Xiaoshan hesitated, reluctant to leave the others. Bai Yi's voice turned stern. "Why are you still here? Are you daft? Don't we have a walkie-talkie?" Fu Yu sighed and reminded him. Only then did Bai Yi realize. Pulling out the walkie-talkie to contact in no way Hiroshi. Unfortunately, the device emitted only a cacophony of static, rendering the other party's voice inaudible. A glance at Xiaoshan prompted him to take action. He stomped his foot and dashed away. The speed at which Xiaoshan ran left the Mongolians astonished. Yudong remarked, "What incredible speed! Faster than the horses on the steppe." Yet, this was not the time for such discussions. The appearance of red mist during their disappearance was indeed reminiscent of the crimson rock associated with the imprisoned Qingyi. Did this mean that something was concealed behind the red mist here, just as it had been before? Tang San Cheng approached, asking, "Are we certain we want to follow the same path as last time?" Bai Yi replied, "Is there any other choice?" "The only difference is the red mist in the sky." Liu Zhi Xi proposed, "I think we should dig down first." Qinggu Airtai interjected, "Let us wait for Inoue and the others to arrive. Where is your equipment?" Only now did Qinggu Airtai notice that Bai Yi and the others had not brought any gear. Bai Yi stated, "Once we go down, we probably won't need any equipment." Misunderstanding his words, Qinggu Airtai sighed. "I never expected we would tread the same path as the Americans." Bai Yi chose not to respond, turning instead to Tang San Cheng, who bore an inexplicable excitement. Ever since absorbing Qingyi's powers, Tang San Cheng had not faced a formidable opponent. However, was his exuberance a bit excessive? His face was flushed. Bai Yi inquired, "What is wrong?" "He has arrived." Tang San Cheng replied. "Hazer?" Bai Yi felt a jolt of surprise as today's events made him forget this particular detail. Hazer had always been a shadow by their side. "Where is he?" "Right among us." Tang San Cheng's words astonished Bai Yi. "Are you saying he has possessed someone?" "Exactly." Tang San Cheng chuckled. "Now everyone is here." As Tang San Cheng spoke, he glanced at the Mongolians, where Xia, Wulong, and Nari stood. It seemed that one of these three was the host. Bai Yi asked Tang San Cheng, Which one is it? Let us not discuss it for now. Let him successfully infiltrate, Tang San Cheng replied with a smile. Observing Tang San Cheng's demeanor, Bai Yi felt somewhat helpless. All right then, you certainly exude confidence. Bai Yi smiled wryly and remarked, our greatest adversary is not it, but this cursed place. Even the grand caravan that escorted Genghis Khan's remains here mysteriously vanished. Upon noticing Tang San Cheng's profound gaze, Bai Yi felt a flicker of surprise. Had he misspoken? Tang San Cheng glanced at Shen Bing, and Bai Yi recalled the dream Shen Bing had shared. A sudden realization struck him. The scenes of murder Shen Bing had witnessed, where limbs were severed, those individuals. Indeed, that thought had crossed my mind, which is why I felt a sense of relief, Tang San Cheng continued. If Shen Bing's dream holds any truth, then the site of these murders lies within Genghis Khan's tomb. The ancestors of the Mongols had seen the caravan disappear here, and now Shen Bing dreams of a murder scene within the tomb. This suggests that their disappearances were not without cause, and, most importantly, they did not perish. Thus, the Mongolian brothers who vanished earlier still have hope. Before Bai Yi could respond, Tang San Cheng declared, I am prepared. Bai Yi could only pat Tang San Cheng on the shoulder in agreement. So am I. At that moment, Tang San Cheng heard the sound of footsteps approaching. It seemed that Xiao Shan and the others had returned. Rising to his feet, he soon spotted 7 dark figures racing towards them, with Xiao Shan leading the pack. Fearing that Bai Yi and the others had abandoned him, he sprinted forth, relieved to see them still present, and broke into a smile. A mixture of pity and amusement washing over Tang San Cheng. Inoue Hideo's expression was not particularly pleasant, yet it bore a hint of excitement. Miyashita Junichi arrived and immediately pointed at the marked area. Is this the spot? Upon seeing Miyashita Junichi, Bai Yi inquired of Xiao Shan, have you investigated the tattoo design? Yes, there is no trace of its origin, Xiao Shan replied. The information regarding that design is remarkably sparse. It struck Bai Yi as peculiar. The human imagination is boundless. Yet such an unusual tattoo had somehow remained unknown. The design was irregular, forming a 9-pointed star, with what appeared to be a tiger's head at its center. This tattoo weighed heavily on Bai Yi's mind, but he set aside his concerns for the moment. Inoue Hideo stated, the same phenomenon has occurred here, indicating that there is indeed a mystery to unravel. Bai Yi concluded, I suggest we commence excavation immediately. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Suzuki Go remarked, right now? Yes. Right now? Should we really wait another week? Bai Yi replied curtly, they are merely missing. It does not necessarily mean they are dead. The longer we delay, the more detrimental it becomes. I am not negotiating with you. We have made our decision, and this matter does not concern you. Qing Gutertai silently applauded Bai Yi's stance, as the missing individuals were his subordinates. Suzuki Go's attitude displeased him greatly, prompting Qing Gutertai to assert, we shall join you. The only ones left were Inoue Hideo's team, whose intentions seemed ambiguous. They appeared to be playing it safe. Suddenly, Miyashita Junichi stepped forward. I will join as well. Suzuki Go shot a glare at Miyashita Junichi, who responded with a smile, Suzuki-kun, have you forgotten why we are here? If you wish to withdraw, I advise you to keep your distance. Be wary of the repercussions. Suzuki was rendered speechless, merely gazing at Inoue Hideo. Inoue-kun, you are the leader this time. I shall abide by your arrangements. Inoue Hideo replied, let us descend together. There is no need for further disputes. We are united in this endeavor, are we not? Chapter 684, The Explosion. Thus, a consensus was reached among the group. Miyashita Tashiichi's actions undoubtedly contributed significantly to the resolution of this matter. Was he virtuous or malevolent? The group commenced their excavation, and indeed, many hands make light work. Within the enclosed area, they dug nearly 5 meters down without uncovering anything particularly remarkable. The area was neither vast nor diminutive. The group divided into 2, gradually narrowing their focus until they converged completely. At that moment, a large pit had formed in the grassland, and all gathered around its depths. Tang San Cheng felt a twinge of disappointment. By his original calculations, he had anticipated the emergence of the red, flaky rock beneath, which, when combined with the crimson mist, would align perfectly. Just as he seized a moment to catch his breath, jubilant cheers erupted from Qing'ertai's side. Tang San Cheng's spirits lifted, and he rushed over to discover that Qing'ertai's team had uncovered a layer of rock beneath the surface, vividly red and marked with fine pores. Liu Zhi Xi had already crouched down, magnifying glass in hand, engrossed in his examination. The more he observed, the more exhilarated he became. Indeed, it was identical to the red flake rock we had encountered previously. Tang San Cheng was overjoyed. However, as the soil was gradually removed, a flicker of confusion crept in. The flake rock was unmistakable, yet it diverged entirely from his expectations. Above, the confined space extended downward, while here, it spread horizontally, interwoven in vast sheets without a single crevice. Everyone inhaled deeply. Initially, some had harbored doubts regarding Bai Yi's claims about the flake rock, but now, faced with tangible evidence, they found themselves speechless, eager to glean more information from Bai Yi. In no way, Hideo inquired, how shall we dismantle these formations? Yet Suzuki had a different line of thought. From a physical perspective, if those individuals were to traverse the subterranean realm, how could their corporeal forms penetrate these formidable red rocks? It is truly unfathomable. If everything could be elucidated through physics, the tomb of Genghis Khan would not remain undiscovered after all these years, Song Yang remarked with irritation. Faced with this layer of dense red rock, there was but one recourse, to blast it apart. Takeda Dosen had arrived, carrying a toolbox. Song Yang was acutely attentive to Takeda's actions as he opened the box, revealing an array of detonators and explosives. Today's blasting technology has advanced significantly compared to the past. When carrying out demolition operations, choices can be made regarding internal or external charges based on the specific task, time constraints, objectives, troop strength, equipment, and other conditions. Internal blasting involves placing or setting charges within the target to execute the explosion. This explosive method effectively harnesses the energy of detonation. However, the operation is rather intricate and time-consuming, making it unsuitable for the current circumstances. The red rock is now exposed, and given the present situation, we cannot definitively ascertain the ultimate thickness of the red rock without resorting to external blasting. External blasting is straightforward and swift, to put it bluntly, quite rudimentary. Takeda Dosen has spoken no more than 10 words along this journey, remaining taciturn, while Song Yang has long been eager to witness his capabilities. Observing Takeda's proactive demeanor, he decided to take on the role of a spectator. Takeda Dosen measured the length of the discovered red rock and began to prepare. He produced a device that Song Yang recognized as an electronic computer, which could enhance the efficiency of explosive energy utilization and minimize its hazards. Such a device was foreign to Song Yang, and seeing Takeda Dosen earnestly conducting tests elicited a dismissive snort from him. His own mind sufficed as a computer. Dedicating himself to the task, Takeda Dosen eventually completed his preparations, with only the detonation remaining. Everyone retreated to the surface, as triggering the explosion also required skill. Takeda Dosen was the last to ascend, distancing himself to a safe spot before activating the remote detonator. In an instant, the ground trembled violently. Everyone lay flat on the ground, shielding their heads with their arms. Once the commotion subsided, they eagerly approached the edge of the crater, where it was evident that the red rock had indeed been blasted apart. However, to their dismay, only a cavity the size of a fist had been created, while considerable soil had cascaded down, covering the red rock layer. Takeda, did you use too little? Inquired a professor from the University of Tokyo, significantly more reserved than Suzuki. Introducing himself as Matsumoto Joe. Impossible, replied Takeda Dosen, his face flushed with frustration. This was calculated with precision. There should be no error. Unless what? Inoue pressed, anxious that his team had not executed their task effectively, leaving him, the leader, perturbed. The hardness of this red rock surpasses that of diamonds, Takeda Dosen asserted. Explosives are utterly ineffective against it. Suzuki emitted a derisive snort, seemingly dismissive of Takeda Dosen's conclusion. However, Song Yang stepped forward, having observed Takeda Dosen's calculations, which aligned perfectly with logic. I believe Takeda's quantity was appropriate. The amount utilized was sufficient to demolish a bungalow. If such a quantity only inflicted minimal damage to the red rock, his explanation stands. The hardness of this red rock is extraordinarily formidable, impervious to explosives. Otherwise, Mr. Suzuki, why not resolve this issue using your expertise in physics? Takeda Dosen cast a grateful glance at Song Yang, while Suzuki appeared at a loss. Tang San Cheng interjected. In that case, allow me to share a thought. The current situation transcends our conventional understanding. However, consider this. When our companions vanished, they all gazed skyward. Perhaps this is a condition akin to those suddenly appearing green lights, something beyond the natural realm. Therefore, I propose, since a supernatural phenomenon has occurred, why not embrace it? Are you suggesting that we wait here until the appearance of the crimson mist? Pondered Takamatsu Shinichi. Indeed, that is precisely my intention. We have chosen to vanish. Replied Tang San Cheng. This way, we shall comprehend what transpires after our disappearance. This notion was audacious, as humanity often harbors an acute fear of the unknown. Thus, it was entirely natural that a decision was not reached immediately. Tang San Cheng continued, of course, participation is entirely voluntary. Although this endeavor is a tripartite collaboration, each individual is distinct, and those unwilling to partake may depart. This remark was primarily directed at Suzuki Go, who blushed and refrained from responding. Meanwhile, in no way Bai Yi sighed. Very well, I am willing. As for the rest of you, do not feel obligated to follow me. Act according to your own desires. After a moment of inner conflict, Suzuki Go suddenly exclaimed, You are all a bunch of lunatics. This game I withdraw. Matsumoto, do you wish to remain? Matsumoto Shiro hesitated, contemplating his position and his family at home. Bowing to Inoue Iu, he stated, I apologize, Inoue-kun. I must take responsibility for my family and career. Inoue Iu closed his eyes and queried Takeda Dowson, What about you? I am willing, Takeda Dowson replied, still troubled by the recent failure and seeking clarity. Takamatsu Shinichi, undoubtedly intent on uncovering the truth, remained resolute. Thus, only 3 individuals from Japan remained, while 4 from Mongolia and 8 from Tang San Cheng's group left a total of 15. Observing Matsumoto and Suzuki's retreating figures, Takamatsu Shinichi muttered under his breath, Cowards. The crimson mist manifested around 1:40 p.m., likely appearing only once daily. To facilitate matters, the group decided to relocate their camp here. Upon returning to the encampment, they found Matsumoto and Suzuki packing their belongings, and no one approached them. The two conversed rapidly in Japanese, prompting Bai Yi to instinctively draw closer to eavesdrop. Although the two were aware of Bai Yi's presence, they were unaware of his understanding of their language, allowing them to speak freely. Matsumoto remarked, Suzuki-kun, I am grateful for your intervention, otherwise, we might not have been able to leave. Suzuki, that old man in no way harbors ulterior motives. Does he think I am oblivious? Suzuki-go responded, This place is exceedingly perilous for us, and we lack a compelling reason to descend. Indeed, Inoue is a dangerous character. Yet those Chinese and Mongolian individuals remain unaware of this risk. They will surely suffer because of him. Matsumoto chuckled, But these matters no longer concern us, do they, Suzuki-kun? The true interest lies in why Genghis Khan achieved his dominion. The so-called investigation is merely a facade, Suzuki-go asserted. He is an extremist. If he were to uncover the secret, do you truly believe he would conquer all of Japan? You must be mad to utter such nonsense. Perhaps Suzuki had spoken too candidly, causing Matsumoto Castle to feel a tinge of concern. Let us not allow him to overhear. We should hasten our departure from this place. What is there to fear? This Chinese individual does not comprehend Japanese, and in no way is currently reluctant to engage with us, Suzuki replied as he gathered his belongings. Let us be far removed from this location. Their conversation astounded Bai Yi. If Suzuki's words held any truth, then Inoue Hiro's disguise was remarkably successful. He appeared to be nothing more than an indecisive middle-aged man devoid of ambition. Just as the true nature of Miyashita Shinichi remained unclear, another figure, Inoue Hiro, emerged, intensifying the fog of uncertainty for Bai Yi. Seizing an opportunity, Bai Yi informed his associates, particularly Chishiya and Zayama, to keep a vigilant watch on these two individuals, lest they pose a threat to everyone. Chishiya nodded in agreement, casting a glance at Ishiya, a girl who struck him as distinctly different. He noticed that she often observed him discreetly, yet when their gazes met, she would fall silent. In chapter 685, both just and wicked, Fuyu also took note of this girl. While tidying up, she asked Chishiya, Do you sense something unusual? Indeed, from an age perspective, it aligns quite well, Chishiya replied. Moreover, her appearance is quite significant. Yes, I felt an uncanny resemblance upon first sight, Fuyu sighed. However, if she truly is who we suspect, should she not be residing beneath the sands of the graveyard? Chishiya, would you like me to assist you in verifying this? Intrigued, Chishiya inquired. How would we go about that? Have you forgotten? I am a goo woman, Fuyu responded. The use of goo worms is diverse, though it requires some effort. I will need both your blood and hers. It's convenient for me, but... Chishiya hesitated. Is it advisable? What could be amiss? Zayama, who had been eavesdropping, interjected. "I've found her name peculiar from the beginning. A perfectly fine girl of the Uyghur ethnicity, yet she bears a name that seems neither entirely Chinese nor Uyghur, Xia. Does it not suggest a longing for Xia?" Upon hearing this, Xia surprisingly flushed. He had never forgotten his experiences in the kingdom of Jingjua. After all, he was aware that his bloodline lingered there. The profound affection of Ainur and his own resolve had always been a source of inner turmoil. In the early days following his departure from Jingjua, he often dreamt of Ainur's despairing eyes and even her weeping. Over time, those dreams faded into the distance. Yet he had pondered what his son or daughter might resemble. Upon encountering Xia, he momentarily lost his bearings, for she bore the echoes of both himself and Ainur, and coupled with her name, she had become a matter of contemplation for him in recent days. Zayama suggested, "If it is inconvenient for you, allow me to handle it." "No, I shall take the lead. As a woman, I may find it simpler, and I can also glean more about her," Fuyu asserted before making her way toward Xia. "Have you finished tidying up? Allow me to assist you." "Thank you," Xia replied. "Are you not afraid?" Fuyu inquired. "At this moment, we are wagering our lives. It is merely an exploratory endeavor. Sometimes we must consider its worth, do we not? But your demeanor exudes determination," Xia remarked. "Moreover, I can see that your group is united, unlike those Japanese who fear for their lives. You too, despite losing a companion, have not given up. By the way, how did you come to study in Mongolia? Your parents must be quite worried about you being here alone," Fuyu inquired. "Parents? I hardly remember them. I was raised by my aunt, who is currently in Mongolia as well," Xia replied. "Aunt?" Fuyu recalled Bai Yi mentioning a mute sister of an Ainu girl in Jingjua Kingdom. Could it be that girl? As Fuyu was lost in thought, Xia continued. "In fact, I worry about her too. She has a speech impediment, and I have been away for so long. I wonder how she is faring." "It sounds like you two are like sisters," Fuyu said, half-jokingly. "Actually, our ages are quite similar. She is not much older than I am," Xia stated. Fuyu's heart raced. If that were the case, it matched up remarkably well. As Fuyu helped Xia tidy up the tools, she pondered when to make her move. Spotting a utility knife lying open on the toolbox, she deliberately positioned it so that once Xia went to close the toolbox, her hand would slide against the blade, causing blood to flow. "Shen Bing, quickly bring the first aid kit," Fuyu called out as she grabbed gauze to apply pressure to Xia's wound. Shen Bing hurriedly approached to tend to Xia's injury. Fuyu, feeling anxious, stepped aside to a secluded spot, retrieving her voodoo box and pressing down on the gauze with force. After a while, a single drop of blood fell, and Fuyu sighed in relief, sealing the box. As she turned, she was met with the smiling face of Gongxia Junyi. "Is that your pet?" he asked. "Sort of," Fuyu replied, startled yet maintaining her composure. Managing a smile. "I didn't expect you to be so light-footed. Are you perhaps skilled in martial arts, or have studied Qigong?" Gongxia Junyi gazed intently at Fuyu's beautiful face. Smiling meaningfully, "There are many talented individuals in this world. Today, I have witnessed one." He moved closer, nearly resting his head against hers. From Bai Yi's perspective, the two appeared intimately close. He took a breath, about to intervene, when Song Yang pulled him back. "What are you doing? Show a bit of gentlemanly decorum. It's nothing to fuss over." "No, wait." Bai Yi was about to say something when he noticed Fuyu and Gongxia Junyi parting. He quickly brushed aside Song Yang's hand and rushed towards Fuyu. "What did that boy do?" Fuyu, still taken aback, looked surprised. Bai Yi realized the situation was more complex than it seemed. "What happened?" He leaned in and whispered in my ear. "Asking if I was a voodoo girl," Fuyu explained. "He feels strange to me. He embodies both good and evil. I find him quite peculiar. Could it be that Heezer has possessed him?" Bai Yi suddenly pondered. Impossible. With Tang San's current abilities, he would definitely sense if Heezer were attached to someone. Fuyu responded. "You saw it yourself." Among those, Tang San pointed out. Gongxia Junyi was not one of them. "What is that kid up to?" Bai Yi muttered. It is a rare sight to witness Bai Yi in such a state of anxiety, which brings a hint of amusement to Fuyu. "I have seen you surrounded by numerous admirers before, yet never in such disarray. What has caused this? Is it merely the presence of Gongxia Junyi that has thrown you into despair?" Bai Yi detests the term despair and is about to retort when a voice calls out. We are setting off. The group embarks in a truck, and Qi Xie deliberately chooses to sit alongside Fuyu. Fuyu recounts the words he had gathered, and Qi Xie, unable to conceal his excitement, eagerly drips his blood into a mysterious box. Fu Yu gazes intently at the creature within. Should they share a blood relation? The mingling of their blood would reveal intricate red patterns upon the insect's body, lasting approximately 10 seconds. Fu Yu's eyes remain unblinking until those crimson threads begin to emerge, and he exclaims, "It's her." However, the revelation seems to leave Qi Xie devoid of anger. Fu Yu inquires, "What is the matter? Shouldn't this bring joy?" Qi Xie ponders aloud. How much does she truly know about the events of the past? She might know everything, for her aunt, or perhaps she is completely unaware, believing herself to be a child without a father. And then there's my appearance. Qi Xie struggles to continue, recognizing the truth in his words. He still resembles a man in his mid-30s, while Li Xie is merely in her early 30s. How could she ever believe him to be her father? Qi Xie implores Fu Yu, "Please, do not tell her. Let us allow things to unfold as they may." Xiao Shan feels a pang of emotion, asking, "Is this truly for the best? Is there no better way?" Qi Xie responds, "My hope is that this journey will allow her to return safely. That is my greatest wish." Meanwhile, Bai Yi, who is driving, queries, "Fu Yu, what has become of the 2 hidden wings?" Fu Yu has successfully captured 2 hidden wings. Fortunate that one survived the nurturing process, as one had tragically perished. Now, the remaining one is thriving without the need for sustenance. Though Fu Yu remains uncertain of its abilities, naturally, he has brought it along on this expedition. Bai Yi intentionally changes the subject to allow Qi Xie a moment of calm as they draw nearer to the vast pit. The vehicles ahead begin to halt one by one, and Bai Yi stops their truck, calling for everyone to unload the equipment and tents. Amidst the flurry of activity, the new campsite is finally established, just as night descends. With the truth weighing heavily upon him, Qi Xie gazes at Yi Xie, overwhelmed with emotion. He must tightly rein in the tumult of feelings within him, fully aware of the significance of her name, Yi Xie, which embodies the longing for Qi Xie. As Qi Xie sits by the fire, grilling lamb, his gaze subconsciously drifts to his hands. He recalls the moment he had sacrificed himself for Ai Nuer, inflicting harm upon his own hands in the process, and wonders how Ai Nuer must have felt, filled with pain and disappointment, at that moment of release. He questions whether he harbors any lingering feelings for Ai Nuer. In the past, he had indeed softened, experiencing a fleeting moment of tenderness. "What troubles you?" Yi Xie suddenly snatches the fork from Qi Xie's hand. The meat is burnt. Indeed, the meat has been charred to a crisp. Yi Xie drew a knife and scraped away the burnt portions. Upon seeing the blade, Qi Xie felt a stir in his heart. He recognized it as the very knife once wielded by Ai Nuer. In fits of rage, Ai Nuer had brandished this knife against his own throat on several occasions. There was a distinct notch on the blade, located 2/3 down the handle. Now, Qi Xie observed it with clarity. Yi Xie raised his head and inquired, "What is it? Are you distressed over the burnt meat?" "Not at all," Qi Xie replied as he stood up. "I shall summon them." Soon, everyone had gathered, save for Gongxia Junyi. Bai Yi felt a twinge of curiosity and urged Tang San Cheng to seek him out. They found Gongxia Junyi squatting alone beside the large pit, gazing intently at the crimson rocks below, a frivolous grin playing on his lips. "You've arrived," he stated without turning, sensing their approach. This startled Tang San Cheng. "You're quite perceptive. I know that those skilled in martial arts can discern the presence of others merely by the sound of their footsteps. I am no exception." "It is nothing remarkable," Gongxia Junyi replied. "Thank you. You must be here to invite me to dinner, yes? Let us go." The line between right and wrong blurred. Observing Gongxia Junyi's retreating figure, Bai Yi mused, "Tang San Cheng, do not keep me in suspense. Whom does Hezar possess? Logically, he should be aware that you know. Yet he appears so unfazed." Tang San Cheng surveyed the group by the fire. "There he is. He is indeed remarkably composed, beyond my expectations. Perhaps everything is nearing its conclusion. Do not keep me guessing. Who is it?" Bai Yi said impatiently. Chapter 686, The Howling of Nari. Tang San Cheng disclosed, "Hezar is currently inhabiting Nari. Observe his movements. They are consistent, though he speaks little. He likely fears that his companions will notice something amiss. After all, Nari is a stranger to him, and thus difficult to control. It is no wonder he has been diligently searching for a suitable vessel. Nothing compares to his original body," Bai Yi remarked. "Ours comes second." "That may not be the case," Tang San Cheng chuckled. "In the past, I might have struggled against him, but times have changed. If he possesses any of you, I can compel him to surface. He is no longer my adversary." Tang San Cheng's confidence was unshakable. Bai Yi stated, That is reassuring. Let us proceed. Perhaps he can remain concealed among us and lend a small hand. Time for dinner. Bai Yi remained composed, fully aware that Nari was currently under the influence of Hezar. Yet he displayed no signs of distress. As night deepened, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, for the green light would reappear at midnight. After their meal, the group settled together, showing no intention of resting. Tang San had been seated alongside Song Yang, and astonishingly, following the events of the day, the two had formed an unexpected camaraderie. However, Tang San did not speak Chinese, so their communication relied predominantly on gestures, yet this did not hinder their technical exchange. As time passed, Qing Guer Tai grew anxious, frequently glancing toward the east, oblivious to the fact that the green light was emanating from the great pit behind them. Xia was the first to notice. Look, we have found the source of the green light. The group turned their heads, their attention drawn to the flickering green lights emerging from the ground. Bai Yi's mind briefly entertained a thought. These green dots were phosphorescents, perhaps signals emanating from the countless souls, both human and animal, who had perished in this subterranean realm. Observing the expressions of his companions, all mouths agape, Xiao Shan and Qi Xie simultaneously rose and approached the massive pit. Upon verification, they confirmed that these green lights pierced through the red rock, ascending towards the heavens. Xiao Shan pondered aloud. Brother Qi Xie, look. Even explosives cannot breach this red rock, yet these green dots can. What could be the reason? Qi Xie, lost in thought, remained silent, oblivious to Tang San Cheng's approach. Tang San Cheng, deep in contemplation, suddenly descended into the pit without the aid of a rope. Qi Xie, fearing for his safety, hurriedly followed him down, as the others illuminated their descent. Upon reaching the bottom of the pit, the green lights continued their ascent. Tang San Cheng stepped closer, extending a hand in an attempt to touch the ethereal glow, only to find it passing through his fingers, still soaring upward. A bittersweet smile crossed his face. These lights were insubstantial, and the phenomenon of the unreal surpassing the real was not entirely surprising. Yet, the purpose of this red rock remained a mystery. As Tang San Cheng's hand made contact with the red rock, he discovered it was icy cold, extremely cold. Qi Xie, feel this, he urged. Upon touching the surface, Qi Xie's expression shifted. Isn't this reminiscent of our previous encounter? The red mist, the chill, the red rock, it's all identical. Save for these green dots. I suspect these are indeed ghostly flames, emitted by the corpses buried below. Tang San Cheng remarked. It seems we must voluntarily disappear tomorrow to uncover the truth. You are concerned that our disappearance may lead to unforeseen dangers, like last time, resulting in losses? Qi Xie discerned Tang San Cheng's apprehensions. Indeed, and let us not forget Inoue Hiroshi and Miyashita Junichi, along with Hisaru, Tang San Cheng replied. Qi Xie, tomorrow you must keep an eye on Shen Bing. I fear I may be preoccupied. You can count on me, Qi Xie assured. Let us ascend. The two climbed back up, and upon hearing Tang San Cheng mention the icy red rock, Bai Yi and the others understood. Song Yang yawned. Well, we've seen enough of this ghostly fire. It's time for sleep, I assenti it. If we don't rest now, who knows if we will have another opportunity tomorrow. You jinx, Shen Bing retorted. The group retreated to rest, and at the appointed hour the following day, they gathered before the red rock, awaiting the appearance of the red mist. Liu Zhi Xi felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, and in an effort to conceal it from the others, he forced himself to stay alert, unaware that Bai Yi was keenly observing his condition. Miyashita Junichi, undeterred by the dirt beneath him, plopped down casually. Waiting is quite the test of patience. Xiao Shan shot him a disapproving glance, while Tang San Cheng noted that Nari stood at the periphery of the group. Each individual harbored their own thoughts as they awaited the moment of revelation. The red mist finally manifested, prompting everyone to don their gas masks. For the underground setting was undoubtedly a tomb, and toxic gas was a certainty to be guarded against. The crimson mist gradually emerged from the red rock, soaring skyward like a green light. At that moment, Tang San recalled the stone carvings on the stone steps within the Yakinji tomb, where fog also enveloped the battlefield. Before he could ponder further, a gasp pierced the air beside him. Suddenly, darkness engulfed him, his body swirling as if caught in a tornado, leaving him powerless. He attempted to open his eyes, but the muscles in his face convulsed uncontrollably, as if his flesh were about to detach from his bones. Tang San could only hold his breath, waiting for the tumult to pass. The agony of his body paled in comparison to the fear of the unknown. He had no knowledge of other situations, and his heart tightened at the thought that perhaps someone had met with misfortune during this ordeal. Finally, he sensed the howling wind subsiding, and his muscle spasms ceased. Yet, he found himself unable to rise, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. He tried to part his lips, but they felt sealed shut, refusing to open. Fortunately, his hands still had mobility. Groping around, he gradually shifted his body until he touched a backpack, igniting an inexplicable excitement within him. The body stirred slightly, astonishingly standing up. In this environment, only two individuals could achieve such a feat. One was Xiao Shan, and the other was the possessed Nari. Xiao Shan, Tang San finally called out, but the figure paid him no heed, vanishing into his blurred vision. He understood that it was not Xiao Shan, but Nari. Anxiety consumed him, yet his body remained unresponsive. Just then, a nimble figure rushed over, helping him to his feet. "Brother San, are you all right?" It was indeed Xiao Shan. As he was assisted upright and given several sips of warm water, Tang San slowly regained his senses and managed to open his mouth. "What about the others?" "I found everyone, except for you and Xiao Shan." He turned to look. "One person is missing." "Indeed, he has gone ahead of us," Tang San replied. "Let us hurry and find Bai Yi and the others." After a quarter of an hour's journey, Tang San finally encountered Bai Yi and the rest, who were gathered together. Appearing weary and disheartened, Liu Zhi Xi lay on the ground, while Shen Bing tended to him, offering water. Jing Xiangying, though exhausted, bore an expression of excitement, while Gong Xiajun remained unremarkable, merely surveying the surroundings with curiosity before exclaiming, "What an impressive project! Indeed, it is a remarkable engineering feat, constructed from white jade." The ground is not level, adorned with intricate carvings depicting the Mongolian army advancing with great momentum, exuding an impressive aura. As everyone directs their flashlights around, the expanse seems endless. On the nearest wall, the scene of the Battle of Sanfeng Mountain is unmistakably portrayed, featuring Mongolian cavalry in a bold and triumphant stance, their demeanor exuding an air of invincibility. The opposing banner, that of the Jin dynasty, lies defeated. The Battle of Sanfeng Mountain was a decisive confrontation during the Mongol-Jin Wars, resulting in the Jin army suffering catastrophic losses, including the demise of key commanders such as Wanyan Hedai and Yelpuhua. Consequently, the Jin dynasty teetered on the brink of collapse. The carvings are exquisitely detailed, smooth and polished to the touch. Suddenly, Inoue Hiroshi pulls out a camera and begins photographing the wall's engravings. "This is an extraordinary discovery. We have located Genghis Khan's tomb, and this is the evidence." As he speaks, the veins on his forehead bulge, and beads of sweat, akin to peas, trickle down his brow, a sight that does not escape the notice of others. Xiao Shan remarks, "He is acting like a madman. We have yet to find Genghis Khan's remains, so how can we claim this is his tomb? It could belong to some royal family of Mongolia." Inoue Hiroshi shoots an angry glare at Xiao Shan. "These carvings are the evidence. Ignore him." Shen Bing gently pulls Xiao Shan aside. He has lost his mind. Miyakoshi Junichi appears disinterested in the wall's engravings, instead assessing the dimensions of the space. "This must be around 10 hectares, but where are the burial cavalry and the accompanying figures? This might not even be the entrance." This thought resonates with Bai Yi, who nods in agreement. "Indeed, it seems we have yet to access the true main burial chamber. We are missing one person," Miyakoshi Junichi observes. "It appears someone is already too eager." Bai Yi is taken aback. Junichi's perceptiveness is astounding. Tang San Cheng adds, "It's Nari. When I awoke, he had already set off. I have no idea where he went. Then why are we still waiting here?" Junichi states, "It is time to depart." Tang San Cheng suddenly realizes something significant. Junichi is remarkably resilient, having withstood such a tremendous shock without any visible discomfort. His demeanor is calm, as if he merely traversed a short distance with ease. Tang San Cheng is thoroughly perplexed. What immense energy lies hidden within this individual? Inoue Hiroshi's excitement finally wanes. "Yes, we must hasten to find Genghis Khan's remains." The expanse stretches over 10 hectares, uninterrupted and level, the ground beneath their feet depicting Mongolian cavalry. To the left and right, as well as ahead, the shadows of walls remain unseen, as though they have entered a realm with no end, only a beginning. In the darkness, the faint glow of their flashlights casts an even more enigmatic aura. Chapter 687. The search for a missing person, the vastness of the space amplified the echoes as footsteps resonated in a rhythmic cadence, enhancing the eerie silence with an inexplicable sense of dread. After advancing approximately 20 meters, Bai Yi finally broke the silence. To remain mute any longer would only intensify the oppressive atmosphere. What do you think led to Genghis Khan's demise? Was it not from illness? Chenggu Ertai replied. This is the most widely accepted theory. Even in the West, he is referred to as the emperor of all humanity. The notion of his death from illness originates from the secret history of the Mongols, which records that a year prior to his campaign against the Western Xia, Genghis Khan's health had already begun to deteriorate. During a hunting expedition, he fell from his horse and was injured, subsequently succumbing to a high fever. At that time, the plan to attack the Western Xia was already in place, but due to his ill health, he contemplated retreating. However, during negotiations, the Western Xia General Ashigand's disrespectful words incited Genghis Khan's wrath, prompting him to lead his troops into battle despite his affliction. Although he ultimately conquered the Western Xia, he passed away in the military camp. It is noteworthy, said Gong Xiaojuni, that while Genghis Khan indeed died in the military camp, the cause of his death remains shrouded in mystery. Scholars attribute his demise to illness due to his prior health issues, yet there is no concrete evidence. Death can occur in myriad ways. Tang San Cheng remarked. You speak with such certainty. What are your conjectures? I have none, Gong Xiaojun replied with a chuckle. Evidence is paramount. Can one's imagination serve as proof? Even among these historical records, how much can be deemed credible? Tang San Cheng grunted in annoyance, choosing to ignore him. The group continued to advance for approximately 300 meters without encountering an end. Bai Yi was the first to halt. We cannot proceed aimlessly. We must find an entrance. However, Xia appeared perplexed. Where exactly are we? Are we beneath the ground? The probability of being underground is 90%. It cannot possibly be a castle in the air. In no way Yuaji's nerves remain taut. If not upwards, then we are left with walls and the ground. Traps. Traps, where could they be? In no way Yuaji exaggeratedly laid down on the ground, sending a cloud of dust swirling around him, covering him entirely. He listened intently for sounds beneath, then began to pat the ground. Gong Xiaojun grunted. This space is so vast. If we rely on such a clumsy method, when will we ever find anything? Moreover, that Nari has vanished. I believe it would be prudent to locate him first. Why? Takeda Dowson inquired. Because he might be hiding something, Gong Xiaojun replied. Isn't that so, Tang San Cheng? Tang San Cheng was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Fu Yu interjected, we have also overlooked an important matter. The several Mongolian companions who went missing earlier should have entered as well. However, where are they? Indeed, if they are like us, perhaps they are also searching around, either for the entrance to the tomb or an exit, Bai Yi queried. Chenggu Ertai? How capable are they? Chenggu Ertai shook his head. They usually only handle machinery. Their actual experience with tomb exploration is minimal. I fear they may become lost here, potentially even losing their lives. Xia suddenly remarked. I may have a method to locate them. What method? King Girtai inquired excitedly. At that moment, Song Yang shouted, I have a way too. Noticing everyone's attention on him, he clarified. I do not mean to find the Mongolian team members. I refer to discovering the entrance to the tomb. Shen Bing once dreamed that there had been a massacre here. Where there is slaughter, there will be blood, and consequently, corpses, correct? Moreover, it is not just one or two individuals who perished here, but many people and horses, which will leave a scent, right? Qijia understood. You intend to rely on your nose? Indeed. My sense of smell is more acute than any machine. By locating those corpses, we might just uncover the entrance. Song Yang, however, sought to leave himself an escape route. Of course. This is predicated on Shen Bing's dream being real. Otherwise, my efforts would be in vain. Let us set that aside for now. Xia, you just mentioned you have a method to find them. Bai Yi asked. They possess a type of plant leaf I placed on them, called lingxi fruit. Upon hearing this, Qijia's expression subtly shifted. Fortunately, the dim light concealed it. Xia continued. This leaf was originally intended for repelling insects in the wild, but it also possesses unique characteristics. Similarly, the leaf has a directional quality. Plants communicate in their own manner. Directional? You mean the leaf can act like a compass, knowing where its companions are? Bai Yi was astonished, realizing today that the lingxi fruit was not only a creature of the most profound darkness, but also possessed such sentience. This Lingxi fruit is something we hear of for the first time. Does it truly hold such significance? In no way, Hideo inquired. Ixia remained silent as he retrieved a leaf from his possession, resembling the chambers of a heart, quite vivid. Bai Yi had seen it before, but for effect, everyone leaned in closer to observe. Ixia pointed to the tip of the leaf, stating, "This tip will move." Primarily to sense the location of other leaves, Ixia held the Lingxi fruit leaf and began to shift it around, exploring various directions. Finally, the leaf twitched towards the southeast. Xiaoshan excitedly nudged his companion Mayuko Toshi. "Look, it moved." It really moved. In no way, Hideo's mouth fell agape. "Incredible. China is vast and rich, such astonishing things abound," Song Yang said proudly. Everyone followed the direction indicated by the leaf, trailing behind Ixia. King Girtai remarked, "I never expected Ixia to possess such a peculiar item." King Girtai. "Have you met her aunt?" Fuyu asked. "I met her once. I heard she has a speech impediment, so she doesn't talk much, but she is very beautiful." "Unmistakably a Uyghur girl with fair skin," King Girtai replied. "Though she is Ixia's aunt, she appears no older than 35, looking remarkably youthful." "Ah. Ixia is also a pitiable girl," Fuyu sighed. "How do you know?" King Girtai queried. "I heard her mother passed away from illness, and her father is missing. She has grown up alongside her aunt. Where does her aunt live, and what is her name?" As Fuyu's inquiries grew increasingly numerous, a sense of suspicion arose within Qin Guertai. "How curious, Miss Fu. Why do you exhibit such concern for her aunt?" "I merely wish to understand how remarkable a woman must be to single-handedly raise her sister's child. I yearn to witness her with my own eyes," Fuyu expressed sincerely, leaving Qin Guertai utterly oblivious to any pretense. "It's quite simple. Her aunt works at a nursery called Sunin Alambatar. This institution is quite substantial, easily discovered with a bit of inquiry. Alas, we must first find a way to leave here for you to meet her," Qin Guertai replied. "We are trapped in this place, where life and death are uncertain." The group had been silently trailing behind Ixia, progressing approximately 300 meters towards the southeast. Song Yang's nostrils flared as he detected a faint scent of blood, so subtle, it suggested some distance yet remained, but it indicated that blood was indeed present beneath the surface. Shen Bing's dream might very well be entirely true, for the collective focus was presently fixed on the Lingxi fruit leaves, and Song Yang chose to withhold his discovery, continuing to follow the group quietly. Throughout this ordeal, no one lifted their gaze. Had they done so, they would have noticed a red mist lingering above, persistently trailing behind them. When the leaves finally curled up, Ixia came to a halt. It should be in this vicinity. Here, the others scanned their surroundings, finding the area still desolate. Moments ago, a wall had marked the starting point, yet now there were walls on none of the sides. The carvings on the ground continued unabated, depicting scenes of Mongolian cavalry in battle. Bai Yi observed the ground beneath him. The scale is astonishingly accurate. Genghis Khan was a fervent warrior, a veritable hero of lightning warfare during the age of cold weapons. Even in death, his fervor for battle persisted, marking him as a true madman. "It should indeed be close," Ixia stated, though her expression bore a hint of perplexity. It was no wonder she looked this way. After traversing such a distance, the scenery remained unchanged. Tang San Cheng strained his ears, attempting to catch any sound. But it was Song Yang who made the first discovery. The scent of blood is overpowering, emanating from below, and it's fresh. Following the scent, Song Yang walked to the nearest point, stamping his foot twice. "It's right beneath us." The surface naturally depicted scenes of war. Bai Yi paced back and forth a few times, realizing the significance of the carvings. They illustrated the assault on the Western Xia, specifically the 6th campaign against them. During Genghis Khan's 6th invasion of Western Xia, it was at this juncture that the kingdom was ultimately annihilated. Leading the main forces, Genghis Khan first captured Heishui City, west of the Ural-Hai City, and subsequently defeated the Western Xia General Ashagan located in the Helan Mountains, before finally reaching the Huanshui Mountains. Meanwhile, the Mongolian General Adachi led another contingent to successively capture key cities such as Ganzhou, Shazhou, and Suzhou, tightening their grip with each advance. This 6th campaign heralded the end for Western Xia, but also marked the onset of Genghis Khan's own demise. It was in this war that he perished within the military camp. Therefore, the emergence of a clue in this statue bears a deeper significance, does it not? The end of death signifies the commencement of his journey into another realm. Bai Yi, increasingly exhilarated, directed Qi Xie and the others to search for traces underground, endeavoring to uncover a breakthrough. Song Yang's nose twitched incessantly until he pinpointed a location where the wind surged from below, the scent of blood emanating from this very spot. "It's right beneath us. We must hurry," he urged. Tang San also detected the sound of dripping water. "Is it blood trickling down? This is dire. They are in peril. We must act swiftly." Chapter 688. Dismemberment in the area designated by Song Yang. Qinggu Tai took the initiative, intending to pry up the stones from the ground. This was no simple task, as the slabs were enormous and weighty. Everyone rallied to assist, yet after much effort, the stones remained unyielding. Bai Yi shook his head repeatedly. "This isn't right. It must be a mechanism. How else could they have descended?" Fu Yu, observing the carvings above, interjected, "Look, this figure rides a horse, a Mongolian cavalryman, yet he appears markedly distinguished, as if both horse and rider are taller than the rest. Could this figure possibly be Genghis Khan, depicting himself?" Indeed, Bai Yi felt a stirring within. "Are you suggesting?" "Let us experiment," Fu Yu replied. "You have studied psychology. You should understand that those with a strong sense of self-efficacy tend to be more self-centered." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi stepped forward, positioning himself beside the elevated figure on horseback. As his foot struck the ground, he felt a sudden lurch, plummeting downward. Tang San sensed the impending danger. "No. Grab hold of him." Qi Xie and Xiao Shan instinctively reached out, each seizing one of Bai Yi's hands. Bai Yi dangled precariously, while the others shone their flashlights downward. A chill gripped him as he gasped, "Tang San, you've saved my life once more." With a synchronized effort, Xiao Shan and Qi Xie pulled Bai Yi back up. Once he was safe, he exclaimed, "What a treacherous wretch, Temujin." Qinggu Tai, concealing his face with one hand, struggled to control his emotions. The spot where Bai Yi had stood was indeed the location of the mechanism, and as the pit opened, 3 corpses lay sprawled upon a net-like structure composed of delicate threads, forming a diamond shape. The sight was eerily familiar, as Qi Xie murmured, "It's golden silkworm silk." Blood dripped incessantly, the very sound Tang San had heard moments earlier. The golden silkworm silk was incredibly tough. When it sliced through flesh, it was akin to dismemberment. The bodies had not remained stationary. They were gradually sinking, with each descent causing blood to surge forth. Their bodies lay prone, devoid of blood stains on their backs. Yet the wounds beneath were intricately networked, deeply severed by the silk. At that moment, the corpulent corpse suddenly plummeted, and Shen Bing covered her eyes as it disintegrated into 7 or 8 pieces, scattering gruesomely. The cruel scene caused Xie to weep, while Qi Xie cast her a glance, struggling to suppress the urge to comfort her. Bai Yi took a deep breath and inquired of Tang San Cheng, "How did you deduce that?" Tang San Cheng, feeling a wave of trepidation, recounted how he had merely heard the sound of water droplets, and, recalling Song Yang's mention of a bloody scent, immediately concluded it was blood. If the corpse lay on the ground, the blood would pool rather than drip down. In a flash of insight, he made a decision the moment Bai Yi fell. Bai Yi clapped Tang San Cheng on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude. "Brother, thank you." Wu Dong glanced downward, his expression somber, embodying the sentiment of sorrow shared between the rabbit and the fox. With 3 companions brutally slain and Nari unaccounted for, Wu Dong remarked, "What is this?" "It's formidable. It's golden silkworm silk," Qi Xie replied. "Only golden silkworm silk can break through these bindings." Jingshang Ingxiong observed the entrance opening, and despite the gruesome sight before him, he remained unfazed. Having heard that Qi Xie possessed a means to combat the silk, he leaped forward and asked, "What is this substance?" This unfeeling individual, even the usually silent Wu Tian Dao San, had shown some emotion upon witnessing the carnage. Yet Jingshang Ingxiong continued to smile. "That is not your concern," Qi Xie retorted, retrieving the golden silkworm silk from his hand. With Qinggu Tai and Wu Dong restraining him, Xiao Shan guarded the side, while the body hung suspended, his hand just grazing the golden silk net. He meticulously began to sever the web with his golden silkworm silk. 2 corpses lay ensnared above, blood still oozing, unable to bear the sight. Wu Dong turned his head away, yet he continued to exert force. Qi Xie gradually cut through the net, as the strain caused it to give way. The 2 additional corpses began to sink, ultimately plummeting to the ground with a resounding crash. After much effort, Qi Xie managed to create a substantial tear in the golden silk web. Returning to his original position, Beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. Xia offered him her handkerchief, saying, "Wipe your brow." "Thank you." Xia replied, touched, as he took it, intending to return it, but Xia shook her head. "Keep it for yourself." Fu Yu observed this exchange, feeling that blood is thicker than water. Sensing a connection between the father and daughter that was only a thin veil away from being fully realized. As the body fell, only the sound of impact was heard. The corpse remained obscured from view due to the considerable height. Bai Yi conferred with the others, and they resolved to descend in turn. Qinggu Ertai insisted on being the first to go. Eager to inspect the bodies of his subordinates and determined to bring them out for the sake of their families. Given his resolute stance, the group ceased their arguments, lowering the rope to allow Qinggu Ertai to descend first. The rope extended a full 30 meters before reaching the ground. Upon landing, Qinggu Ertai shook the rope, signaling for it to be pulled back up. One by one, the others followed him down, leaving only Xia behind. He retrieved his prepared tools, driving one end of the rope into a stone on the ground. After testing the strength, he gradually lowered himself down. As soon as he touched the ground, someone approached. It was Tang San Cheng. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I'm fine. The rope is sufficient," Xia replied, activating the mechanism to automatically retract the rope. "What of them?" The inquiry posed seemed somewhat superfluous, clearly indicating that there was no hope left. Xia approached, observing that the 3 corpses had been shattered into countless fragments. In ancient times, the method of dismemberment by 5 horses was employed, wherein 5 steeds or oxen would be used to tear apart a person's head and limbs. However, according to the principles of force exertion on objects, when pulling a singular mass, it can only be divided into 2 parts. As the 5 horses pulled, the most vulnerable areas of the human body would be the first to tear. Consequently, the upper limbs and head would be the first to be severed, leaving only the legs and torso intact. Once one leg was removed, the remaining leg would become inseparable from the torso. While the technique of dismemberment by 5 horses is indeed brutal, the sight of the 3 corpses today would likely overshadow even that gruesome method. Qinggu Ertai, Xia, and Wu Dong gathered the dismembered remains, placing them temporarily in one location. The scattered fabric remnants were collected by Xia, as they mourned their companions who had so tragically lost their lives. The brutality of their demise would undoubtedly haunt them for a lifetime. Jingshang Ingxiong found this group excessively sentimental. The individuals were already dead. What were they still hesitating over? They ought to be searching for Genghis Khan's tomb instead. That should be the priority. They were not here to conduct a funeral. In a fit of rage, Wu Dong charged and delivered a powerful punch aimed at Jingshang Ingxiong's head. Wu Dong was a boxing champion, tall and robust, and the force behind his blow was considerable. If the punch landed, Jingshang Ingxiong's nose would surely be broken. Just as everyone thought he could not evade the strike, Jingshang Ingxiong let out a dark, mocking laugh, and in an instant, he vanished before Wu Dong. By the time Wu Dong realized what had happened and turned around, Jingshang Ingxiong executed a sweeping kick, sending Wu Dong crashing to the ground. Liu Zhi Xi remarked that he had practiced martial arts for a few years in China and had been quite enamored with it. Yet he was unaware that Jingshang Ingxiong's skills had reached such a level. It had only been 3 days since their last parting. And now Wu Dong found himself bested by Jingshang Ingxiong, inciting his ire. He rose, ready to confront him once more, but was halted by Qinggu Ertai. "Wu Dong, is this truly the time for competition? Our friend has just perished, and we must seek answers for them." Wu Dong paused, reluctantly spitting on the ground in frustration. This matter is far from over. Leaving the 3 corpses in their temporary resting place, the group finally had the opportunity to examine their surroundings. In stark contrast to above, this area was exceptionally high, and upon looking up, they could no longer see the web woven from golden silkworm silk. Perhaps for the 3 unfortunate souls, their sudden descent here was no less tragic than their previous fate. In any case, this entrance was already a death trap. The rare golden silkworm silk from the western regions was indeed present here. Tang San Cheng leaned closer to Bai Yi and whispered, "I have a feeling that this place is undoubtedly connected to Hebo whenever I think of golden silkworm silk. I cannot help but recall I Ching Yi, as Genghis Khan's disruption of Yuan Tiangang's feng shui was intrinsically linked to Hebo. As a Mongolian, he would have no understanding of feng shui techniques, making the presence of golden silkworm silk here unsurprising." Bai Yi replied, "I believe Genghis Khan's demise is also connected to him." The 2 individuals were murmuring quietly, and Takashi Miyashita seemed quite intrigued by their conversation, catching only the last phrase. "So, do you believe that Genghis Khan's death is inextricably linked to someone?" Bai Yi was taken aback, and Liu Zhi Xi took the opportunity to respond. "I believe, ultimately, it's connected to the Western Xia. Although the common belief is that Genghis Khan fell gravely ill and died while waging war against the Western Xia, there are several alternative narratives circulating among the populace. One such account suggests he met his demise from a fall. Qin Getai recounted, in the autumn of 1226, Genghis Khan, accompanied by his wife, Su, set out to conquer the Western Xia. During the winter, while hunting in a place called Arbu, his steed, a red sandy horse, was startled by a wild horse, causing the unsuspecting Genghis Khan to fall and sustain injuries. That very night, he developed a high fever. Had he taken proper care, he might have recovered. However, his pride compelled him to continue his campaign against the Western Xia, ultimately leading to the deterioration of his condition and his death. Chapter 689. The mystery of death. There exists another theory, suggesting that Genghis Khan was struck down by lightning. A Roman envoy to Mongolia noted the frequent fatal lightning incidents there, instilling a profound fear of thunderstorms among the Mongols. Additionally, it is said that Genghis Khan was particularly affected by the death of his mother, feeling a sense of unfilial regret. Thus, he refrained from venturing outdoors during thunderstorms, fearing a lightning strike. Qin Getai remarked, "The Mongols' aversion to thunder may not necessarily be justified. Like us, it's not uncommon for people to be out during thunderstorms. If Genghis Khan indeed feared lightning, I find that difficult to accept. Struck by lightning? Regretful towards his mother?" Bai Yi exchanged glances with Tang San Cheng. Genghis Khan, after his mother's passing, could not return to his homeland, compelled to contribute to his grand ambitions in a foreign land. It would be strange if he felt at peace. Nonetheless, Bai Yi was somewhat familiar with Qin Getai's assertions. According to the brief account of the Black Tatters by Peng De from the Southern Song dynasty, the Tatters would cover their ears and crouch to the ground at the sound of thunder, as if attempting to evade it. Here, the term Tatters refers to the Mongols, indicating that even during the Southern Song period, their fear of thunder was well known. While covering one's ears is understandable, crouching to the ground seems rather exaggerated. Bai Yi pondered deeply on how Genghis Khan truly met his end. Perhaps only those present at the scene would know the truth. Another proposed cause of death was poisoning. Takashi Miyashita, brimming with excitement, interjected, "Are you familiar with Marco Polo?" Marco Polo, the world-renowned traveler and merchant from Italy in the 13th century, accompanied his father and uncle at the age of 17, traversing the Middle East for over 4 years before reaching the Mongol Empire. He spent 17 years exploring China, visiting numerous ancient cities and traveling as far as Yunnan in the southwest and the southeastern regions. Upon his return to Venice, he penned the famous Travels of Marco Polo, documenting his experiences in the wealthiest nation of the East, China, which ignited a fervent interest among Europeans for the Orient and greatly influenced the subsequent discovery of new trade routes. He visited the northern capital of the Yuan dynasty and met Kublai Khan, quickly mastering both Mongolian and Chinese, which earned him the Khan's trust, even leading to an official position. Seizing the opportunity granted by the Great Khan to survey various regions, he traversed the majestic landscapes of China, leaving him in awe of the vastness and wealth of the land. He journeyed through Xinjiang, Gansu, Inner Mongolia, Shaanxi, Sichuan, Yunnan, Shandong, Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Fujian, and Beijing, and even represented his empire in Vietnam, Myanmar, and Sumatra. In each locale, he meticulously examined local customs, geography, and the sentiments of the populace. Upon his return to the capital, he provided a detailed report to Kublai Khan. This individual, in his Travels of Marco Polo, mentioned the cause of Genghis Khan's demise. Although he did not visit the ancient Mongol territories during Genghis Khan's reign, his extended time in the Yuan dynasty may have allowed him to gather some insights. While these accounts remain unverified, he asserted that Genghis Khan succumbed to poisoning. The Travels recounts that during the siege of the Western Xia, he was unfortunate enough to be struck in the knee by a poisoned arrow shot by a Western Xia soldier. The consequences were predictable. The venom took its toll, leading to a debilitating illness. Junichi Miyoshi remarked that he only heard of such tales, never witnessing them firsthand, leaving their credibility open to question. Bai Yi noted that popular lore suggests Genghis Khan indeed met his end through poisoning, but not from a soldier's poisoned arrow. Rather, it was allegedly at the hands of the captured Western Xia princess, It is said that she acted during a moment of intimacy. And one particularly shocking version of the tale claims she bit off Genghis Khan's manhood, resulting in his death. There are myriad accounts surrounding this Western Xiao princess. Liu Zhi Xi stated that in Mongolian folklore, during the assault on Western Xia, Genghis Khan's forces captured the beautiful princess, and presented her to the Khan. On the night of their union, she allegedly struck the unsuspecting Genghis Khan. The notion of an assassination derives from the Qing dynasty's Origins of the Mongols, a treasured text. A century later, in 1766, the Mongolian prince Qinjinzabu gifted a manuscript of this work to Emperor Qianlong, who commissioned translations into Manchu and Chinese, naming it The Drinking of the Origins of the Mongols, and included it in the complete library of the four treasuries. It can be argued that the tale of Genghis Khan's assassination carries considerable credibility, given the authoritative nature of the complete library. Qing, listening to their discourse, could not help but display a wry smile. Among what you have recounted, only Professor Lu's assertion holds any semblance of truth. The rest are merely folklore of the Mongolian people. As for the Western Xia princess, no historical documents from that era record her capture. Only legends exist. Mentioned in the Chronicle of the Golden Mongols, which was composed between 1627 and 1634, and is regarded alongside the Secret History of the Mongols and Origins of the Mongols as one of the three principal historical texts in Mongolian literature. Bai Yi immediately thought of the genealogical records of the Golden family, as referenced by Bate and Baoyin. No, the genealogy you mentioned is indeed known to me. Yet it remains inaccessible to the public, as I am not a descendant of the Golden family and have never beheld it. However, this historical account does reference the Western Xia princess, who was said to possess breathtaking beauty, and Genghis Khan was indeed enamored by her. Is this the woman depicted on the wall? In no way, Yu suddenly interjected. It was only then that the engrossed group noticed him standing before a sculpture. Shocking gasps escaped from Shen Bing. Isn't this made of pure gold? It was a gilded sculpture of a woman, adorned in the traditional attire of the Western Xia. Her expression melancholic, her gaze directed forward, imbued with a sense of resignation. In no way, Yu circled the statue, his demeanor radiating an unusual brilliance. They say weapons forged from pure gold are invincible. Earlier, when they were on the ground, in no way Yu had mentioned nothing about gold, seemingly oblivious to its significance. Now, Bai Yi recalled the conversation between Suzuki and Matsumoto, heightening his wariness towards Inoue Yu. This chamber, towering 30 meters high, was predominantly adorned with stone carvings, yet their current locale was distinguished by this singular statue, likely the Western Xia princess previously discussed. The bone wall, Tang San Cheng suddenly murmured. Lost in thought, behind the gilded statue, the color of the wall shifted abruptly, revealing a dense arrangement of bones on either side. Reminiscent of the last sighting in the Golden Eagle punishment chamber, this place too bore a bone wall. Damn it! Song Yang exclaimed upon seeing the bones. Shen Bing. The limbs have been severed. Shen Bing recalled her nightmarish visions, a wave of nausea washing over her, fortunately alleviated by the supportive grip of Fu Yu. In a hushed tone, she confided, Fu Yu, it seems my dreams were indeed prophetic. There are people here with severed limbs. Yet the statue I beheld was not this one. It must have been Genghis Khan himself. Let us not rush. We shall investigate further before drawing conclusions. Noticing Shen Bing's trepidation, Fu Yu took her hand. What are you afraid of? You've faced worse before. In no way Yu stood entranced, scarcely able to believe his eyes. The bone wall was indeed constructed from actual bones. Tang San Cheng and Bai Yi approached the bone wall, with Bai Yi scrutinizing the skeletal structure before exhaling in relief. These are not merely tibiae. They differ from those in the Golden Eagle punishment chamber, lacking the unique markings of the Golden Eagle order. Moreover, these are primarily limb bones, though some skulls are present. They have been assembled into the wall rather than arranged in a line. These individuals are likely the very ones slain in Shen Bing's dreams. Shen Bing drew closer, detecting the scent emanating from the bones, and upon observing the pale, bluish bones, her stomach churned uncomfortably. She forced herself to suppress it. The bone wall, like the other sections, reached a height of 30 meters, while its length, extending into the darkness ahead, remained indiscernible under the current lighting conditions. Song Yang gazed at the bones, his nostrils flaring. These bones still bear remnants of flesh and other parts, which must be hidden somewhere nearby. We must continue our search. Furthermore, where could Nari have gone? If he had entered, he would have been ensnared by the golden silk web and unable to escape. Qing Gu Ertai remarked. He may have lost his way here. Tang San Cheng was unconvinced, pondering that he could have entered but abandoned Nari's corporeal form. The physical body cannot traverse. Yet the spiritual essence is different. With the prowess of Hisa air, he could freely come and go. However, Nari had not been seen nearby. Just as Tang San Cheng was deep in thought, Inoue Ayu rushed forward impatiently. This place is utterly extraordinary. Only he could accomplish such feats. He must be here. Right here. Inoue Ayu dashed forward like a madman, prompting Bai Yi to call out. Come back. It's dangerous here. Inoue Ayu paid him no heed. Swiftly vanishing from sight, Miyakoshi Junichi scoffed. Some people are just too eager to seek their demise. He is still your companion. How can you be so callous? Shen Bing could not help but interject. Miyakoshi Junichi replied. To me, you may indeed describe him as a companion, but does he truly regard me as one? Shen Bing was momentarily speechless when suddenly, a cry of anguish erupted from Inoue Ayu, each wail more harrowing than the last. Not only Tang San Cheng, but the others also heard it distinctly. Takeda Dozen suggested, let us investigate. Chapter 690. The golden shield. His slight figure was the first to rush forward, while Miyakoshi Junichi followed leisurely, showing no urgency for Inoue Ayu's fate. The others hastened toward the sound, and before long, they saw Inoue Ayu sprinting toward them. Bai Yi, about to marvel at Inoue Ayu's resilience, was horrified to see blood oozing from his left eye, a short arrow embedded within, half of his eyeball protruding in a ghastly manner. As he ran, blood streamed down, dripping onto the ground. Xia, witnessing the scene, screamed and hid behind Xia. Inoue Ayu barreled toward them, accompanied by a wail of despair, arms outstretched. Lunging at the group, Qing Gu Ertai and Xia instinctively subdued him. Despite being restrained, Inoue Ayu writhed in agony, emitting a beast-like howl. Xia retrieved a medical kit, crouching before Inoue Ayu, unsure how to proceed with the arrow still lodged in his eye. As his hand brushed the arrow's shaft, Miyakoshi Junichi coldly interjected, do not remove it, or he will perish more swiftly. Xia was startled, glancing at the others. Bai Yi nodded. He makes a valid point. Otherwise, it could lead to excessive bleeding, and our supplies are limited, beyond control. Xia, first staunch the bleeding. We'll address the rest once we escape. We must have that opportunity. Miyakoshi Junichi's words again cast a chill over the group. In a moment of despair, Inoue Ayu emitted a lamenting cry. Xia, suppressing his nausea, first attended to the bloodstains on Inoue's face, carefully washing away the viscous fluids surrounding the wound before applying medicine. As the powder was sprinkled, Inoue let out a harrowing scream, followed by a series of agonized cries. Observing his suffering, Takeda Dosen could no longer bear to watch. However, Miyashita Shinichi appeared to relish the scene. Had the arrow been shot from a distance, it could have pierced his brain, sealing his fate. Fortunately, it seems it was a close-range shot, and the force was not overly great, thus sparing his life. I wonder what he did that he ought not to have. Although Miyashita's manner of speaking was rather unappealing, Bai Yi found merit in his observation. Song Yang, however, wore a contemplative expression. Seizing a moment while Xia tended to Inoue's wound, he whispered to Bai Yi, the clues left by my predecessor, Qifeng, include a distribution map of the red rocks where I Ching was imprisoned. Yet, we have not encountered an identical distribution of red rocks here. Could it be that our understanding is flawed, or has Qifeng's information strayed from the truth? This thought sparked a realization in Bai Yi. He had nearly forgotten the matter at hand. Years ago, the Golden Eagle Order had established a torture chamber to capture the disciples of the Unloading Ridge, all in pursuit of clues to Genghis Khan's tomb. This was all orchestrated by Hizir. Suddenly, Bai Yi's expression shifted. He began to grasp the reason behind Nari's mysterious disappearance. His objective becoming clearer. Does this mean that Hizir is already aware of the secret behind the red rock distribution? Since uncovering the secrets within the thunderous palm prints, he had been exceedingly cautious, keeping the drawings solely in his mind. Yet, with I Ching emerging, the distribution of red rocks there matched precisely with the patterns in the palm prints. Was it then that Hizir discovered the clues? After all, at that time, Tang San Cheng's skills had not yet significantly improved, providing Hizir an opportunity. Moreover, the same map pattern appeared in the embroidery of Xiao Wu. What could that signify? What other mysteries remain unresolved? Inoue Ayu's eyes were carefully bandaged, rendering him a rather comical sight. while the pain caused strange sounds to emanate from his throat. Wudong urged, "Do not act alone. What exactly have you encountered?" This was a question on everyone's minds. Inoue took a breath and, in a halting manner, recounted, "I saw a shield made of gold. The saying man dies for wealth holds true. This fellow truly believed himself to be a grave robber, at least under the guise of an exploration." Bai Yi could not help but feel disdain for him. Upon seeing the golden shield, he seemed ready to forsake his life. Takeda Daosen supported Inoue, who could hardly stand, his legs trembling beneath him. He led the group to the site of his earlier discovery. After running over 100 meters, he had spotted an incredibly massive golden shield embedded within a wall of bones, its brilliance obscured only by a thin layer of dust. In the era of cold weapons, shields were principal armaments primarily used for defense, playing a vital role on the battlefields of Genghis Khan. Ancient shields varied greatly in form, ranging from rectangular, trapezoidal, circular, to swallowtail shapes, each equipped with hand grips. Typically, handheld shields did not exceed 3 feet in length. In the presence of Inoue Hero, a magnificent golden shield, towering approximately 10 meters high and crafted from gold, caught his eye. The artistry of its creation was evident, and Inoue Hero's delight was palpable. However, upon noticing that the others had not followed, a thought crossed his mind. He took out his tools, intending to pry off a piece. Just as his fingers brushed against the surface, a short arrow shot forth, striking him squarely in the left eye. Under Inoue Hero's leadership, the group approached the golden shield, where a pool of blood lay on the ground, accompanied by a viscous substance of indeterminate shape. Inoue Hero's complexion turned ashen as he declared, "This is the place." "Step back." Bai Yi instructed everyone to retreat to either side of the golden shield, while he and Qi Xie picked up stones from the ground, each preparing to strike the shield from opposite directions. Upon impact, the shield reacted, unleashing a barrage of arrows that pierced the opposite wall, leaving only their shafts visible. The whistling of the arrows made Tang San draw a sharp breath. Observing Bai Yi's subtle expression and his gaze fixed on the injured Inoue Hero, Tang San suddenly realized something was amiss. Given the force of the arrows and Inoue Hero's close proximity, it was inconceivable that he had sustained merely an injury. He should have perished instantly. Yet, it was unlikely that Inoue Hero would fabricate such a tale. His avarice was substantial, and until he confirmed whether this space was indeed the tomb, he would not jeopardize his own well-being. Tang San closed his eyes momentarily, understanding that someone had intervened, compelling Inoue Hero to return and divulge the secrets of this place, thus saving his life. Most likely he saw her. Feeling the surrounding spiritual energy, Tang San discerned traces of it about 20 meters away, confirming that this individual had indeed entered ahead of them in a form of spiritual energy. Unfortunately, the distance had been too great, and this person evidently recognized the safe boundary he had established, maintaining effective control. Nonetheless, like the others, he was eager to discover Genghis Khan's tomb, which inadvertently aided their quest. Inoue Hero had much to thank Hisar for. Without him, the loss of an eye would have been the least of his worries. He urged them to arrive here swiftly, as Hisar had already made a discovery. Bai Yi, too, seemed to comprehend the situation, casting a glance at Tang San, who nodded slightly in affirmation. Bai Yi felt a sense of relief, growing increasingly suspicious of the golden shield before them. The arrows had astonished Qinggu Air Tai and the others, as they had never encountered such mechanisms before. The formidable golden silk net they had previously faced was already daunting. Now, with the arrows, an unsettling chill crept over Qinggu Air Tai's head. The patterns on this golden shield, Qinggu Air Tai remarked, depict the ritual of the Mongolian tribe in worship of the moon. "Shaman," Bai Yi exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. "Indeed, it appears you have done your research, even knowing about the shamans," Qinggu Air Tai replied. "However, I find it peculiar that the moon depicted here seems off. Typically, the moon is only characterized by its phases, yet this image bears additional patterns resembling that of a dragon." As Long Bai fixed his gaze upon the full moon, he discerned an unmistakable draconic silhouette within its luminous orb, which startled him momentarily. He then overheard Qinggu Tai remark, "This is incorrect. We revere the pure moon. It is inconceivable that the artisans would have introduced the element of a dragon into the sculpting of the moon for no reason." Tang San, too, was struck by a thought, observing the dragon shape upon the moon's surface. Bai, could this draconic form possibly be the mechanism's locus? The moon hung high above, out of reach for all present. Qi Xia hoisted Xiao Shan upon his shoulders, urging him to touch the dragon shape. However, upon contact, Xiao Shan was met with a jolt that compelled him to retract his hand. Goodness! What happened? Tang San, anxious for Xiao Shan's well-being, felt his heart race at the sound of his exclamation. It's nothing. It feels like there's an electric current. Xiao Shan inhaled sharply. I barely touched it, and my hand went numb. Brother San, let me take another look. I'll give it a try. Tang San ascended in Xiao Shan's stead, and upon his hand's contact with the moon's surface, he sensed an ethereal energy, a force sealed by spiritual power. No wonder Xiao Shan could not even touch it. Judging by the intensity of this energy, it was undoubtedly not an ordinary seal. Observing the gathered crowd below, Tang San placed his hand upon the dragon's head and recited the Xian Yun incantation, cloud script in the great void, at the dawn of calamity. Occasionally near, occasionally far, either sinking or floating. The 5 directions linger, just beyond a yard. Heavenly Sovereign, inscribe your script. To enact the cave chapter, inscribe the spiritual talisman. The primordial one descends, the true text flourishes. Clearly, there is existence. Dimly, there is absence. Tang San's body obscured his hand, so the others could not perceive the faint glow emanating from beneath. Suddenly, the dragon's head shifted, and a thunderous roar filled Tang San's ears, mingled with peculiar sounds. His instincts heightened. He shouted, "Everyone, stand back." Qi Xia, carrying Tang San, dashed away just in time, causing Tang San to nearly lose his balance as he clung tightly to Qi Xia's neck. The others hurriedly moved aside, just as flames erupted around the golden shield, roaring and lashing outward. The scorching heat followed, and Jing Xiangying, who had lagged behind, felt the fiery tongues searing his back, intensifying the pain of his wounds. His throat parched, the bandages around his eyes began to seep blood. The flames transformed the golden shield into a searing, untouchable object. Tang San dismounted from Qi Xia's shoulders, exhaling a frustrated sigh. Damn it, it's a double trap. Chapter 691, Frenzy the Fire, while sparing all present, had turned into an unapproachable, scalding hot potato, untouchable and unmovable. The high temperature rendered the golden shield the most formidable defensive tool. Takeo Dosen shook his head, lamenting the singeing of his hair moments prior. We can't approach it now. What about explosives? This entrance cannot be breached by mere explosives, Tang San replied. This golden shield is likely akin to the red rock above. It cannot be dismantled through physical means. Tang San, do you have confidence? Bai Yi inquired. I'm uncertain. I shall attempt again, Tang San responded. This shield harbors enigmas, and following the trap, with short arrows and the intense heat, what else is there? I will make another attempt. Tang San Cheng and Shen Bing called out. Be careful. Her concern was palpable. Tang San Cheng nodded slightly. I understand. Take care of yourself and refrain from getting too close for now. Wu Dong approached Qing Gu'er Tai. This person is rather peculiar, as if possessing some mysterious power. Prior to this, we had received some information indicating that he is a professor of folklore and studies Taoism. Qing Gu'er Tai remarked, I am aware that the Han people understand some forms of Qigong. Perhaps this belongs to that category. Wu Dong, somewhat perplexed, began to worry about Nari. I wonder where that fellow has run off to. It's so dangerous here. I truly fear for him. Qing Gu'er Tai sighed. Each person has their own fate. Let us hope he encounters good fortune. Tang San Cheng had Qijia carry him once more, stubbornly clinging to that radiant moon. This golden shield, though crafted from gold, lacked the purity of modern refinement, as ancient techniques of gold extraction did not match today's standards and incorporated various alloys. The intense fire caused the shield to change color. As Qijia bore Tang San Cheng, he cautiously placed his hand on the glowing moon. The metal remained hot to the touch, even from a distance of 10 centimeters. The previously dwindling spiritual energy surged once again. Could this fire be a source of assistance, serving a dual purpose? With determination, Tang San Cheng poured all his cultivation into the effort. His palm grew warm as he pressed it directly against the moon. Shen Bing watched, her heart in her throat. At such a high temperature, his skin seemed destined to burn away. Yet, Tang San Cheng remained unharmed. As the warmth from his palms surged toward the dragon atop the moon, excitement bubbled within him as he felt the dragon stir, a breeze emanating from its form. Indeed, the golden shield split in two, releasing a plume of white smoke. Qijia reacted swiftly, carrying Tang San Cheng aside just as the passageway opened. The others erupted in cheers. especially Jing Shang Ing Xiong, who, despite his injuries, laughed heartily. I found it. I found it. As Qijie set Tang San Cheng down, a wave of relief washed over him at the sight of the wide-open passage. However, the white smoke thickened. Xie suddenly realized. Quick, put on the gas masks. Everyone scrambled to don their masks as the smoke continued to billow forth, enveloping them in an increasingly dense haze. Tang San Cheng sensed he saw air's presence among them. He could not see the movements of the others, yet he felt he saw air's actions. With a thunderous shout, he warned, "Don't run." He unleashed the golden light charm, but he saw air lunge toward Shen Bing. Alarmed, Tang San Cheng retracted the charm just in time. Amidst the chaos, he saw air had already latched onto Shen Bing. Tang San Cheng lamented his delayed response, regretting his hesitation driven by the need for answers from he saw air, which ultimately endangered Shen Bing, an outcome he had never wished for. As Tang San Cheng approached Shen Bing through the white mist, he declared, "You know I can make you leave obediently." A peculiar smile crept across Shen Bing's face. "You wouldn't, would you? We are mutually dependent. I possess far too much that you yearn to uncover. How could you bear to extinguish my existence?" As someone approached, Shen Bing sealed her lips, falling silent. Tang San clenched his fists. This was not a contest of strength, but rather a trial of hearts. Each party was acutely aware of the other's intentions, entwined in a delicate balance of restraint. The newcomer was in no way Liu, who, having suddenly acquired a surge of strength, was now able to move independently, despite the short arrow embedded above his eye. Dried blood clung to the bandage, rendering his visage macabre. Yet a smile lingered upon his lips, causing Tang San to shudder involuntarily. In no way Liu grasped Tang San's hand. "Can we enter now? Can we?" Confounded by his fixation, perhaps due to an awakening of his own potential, Tang San wrenched his hand free. "Yes, but we must proceed together. You cannot act alone. Your solitary misstep could cost us all our lives." In no way Liu chuckled unnervingly. "Have you considered that we might achieve great feats as well?" Tang San was not surprised. Bai Yi had already relayed Matsumoto and Suzuki's words to him. He gazed at Inoue Liu with cold disdain. "The times have changed. Do you aspire to establish a dominion akin to that of Genghis Khan? If you uncover his secrets, perhaps I could as well." Noticing others shying away from the white smoke, Inoue Liu, in a sudden burst of excitement, leaned closer to Tang San. His bloodied eye repulsed Tang San, who noticed Shen Bing's mocking smile, one that was uncharacteristic of her. "You overthink matters." Tang San attempted to seek out others, but in no way Liu clutched his hand tighter, his expression growing increasingly sinister. "Do you know? My grandfather was a war criminal from World War II. War criminals, those who orchestrate, incite, lead, and collude in acts of war, are referred to as such, and numerous individuals emerged as war criminals during the Second World War." Being Japanese, it was inevitable for Tang San to ponder which conflict in no way Liu's grandfather had fallen into infamy. Having lived through that era, a surge of anger welled within Tang San. He had lost his adoptive father amidst that very war, never to reunite. He seized in no way Liu by the collar. "Do you wish to taste defeat once more, like your grandfather?" In no way Liu burst into laughter. "Stubborn. It is precisely because I refuse to fail that I seek to seize the initiative. I recognize your extraordinary power. Only you can assist me in achieving greatness." "What do you say? The world that Genghis Khan once conquered can also be ours." He had mistaken his target. That thought consumed Tang San. Had he possessed a different disposition, perhaps success would have been within reach. Alas, he had seen through it all. The notion of establishing dominion was nothing short of ludicrous. Tang San replied coldly, "This is your ambition, not mine." This man had clearly lost his mind. Tang San turned abruptly, only to be startled by the cold press of a gun against his lower back. He was taken aback, initially believing the assailant to be a madman, only to realize he was an aggressive lunatic. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Inoue Liu whispered, "They are all at a distance. Even the one closest to you is unprepared. No matter how skilled you are, your body fears bullets, does it not?" Shen Bing, closest to Tang San, observed the situation with utmost clarity. "Where is Qixie?" Tang San recalled that he had been nearest to Qixie before the appearance of the spirit possessing Shen Bing had caused their separation. The others were obscured by the mist, and aside from Shen Bing, he could discern nothing, save for the sound of hurried footsteps indicating they were still afar. Taking a deep breath, Tang San exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? Killing me now would serve you no purpose." As he spoke, He directed his words at Shen Bing. The mechanisms at play here cannot be resolved through mere physical prowess. Only I possess the means to navigate them. My death would yield no benefit to you. Shen Bing's hesitation was palpable, prompting Tang San to continue. I have long understood the reason behind Genghis Khan's conquests. What is it? In no way, Bai Yi tightened his grip on the gun. I can only disclose that secret upon discovering Genghis Khan's tomb, Tang San replied. You must consider this carefully. There are far too many mysteries that require unraveling. As he spoke, he observed Shen Bing becoming more composed. Suddenly, Shen Bing's body swayed, and the spirit departed, allowing Tang San to exhale in relief. Finally, the individual was willing to act. In no way, Bai Yi felt a gust of wind sweep past his hand, causing him to lose his grip on the gun. In astonishment, he attempted to regain hold, but it fell to the ground. Tang San swiftly pivoted, kicking the weapon far away into the mist. Enraged, in no way Bai Yi lunged at Tang San barehanded, but unexpectedly, a figure charged in, delivering a punch to his abdomen that left him doubled over in pain. It was Qi Xie. Are you all right? Qi Xie had sensed Tang San's sudden disappearance from his line of sight and felt a foreboding dread. He has a gun, but it has already been dispatched, Tang San informed him, glancing back at Shen Bing, who stood silently, seemingly indifferent to him. With a sigh, he noted that Shen Bing had reverted to being possessed by the spirit. Qi Xie, beginning to comprehend the situation, turned to see in no way Bai Yi curled on the ground, seething with rage. This scoundrel is truly insufferable. Qi Xie produced a length of rope and bound in no way Bai Yi's hands. Gradually, the mist dissipated, improving visibility. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San approached Shen Bing, whispering in her ear, "You are aware of my current capabilities. It would be wise for you to comply. We shall discuss everything once we locate Genghis Khan's tomb." "You too?" Shen Bing replied with a sly smile. As the others arrived and beheld in no way Bai Yi bound, Takeda Dowson inquired, "What transpired here?" Chapter 692. The pit of the dead. Miyashita Junichi scoffed. Perhaps they have grown impatient. Tang San Cheng recounted the earlier events, prompting Takeda Daisan to suddenly bow deeply before him. "I apologize, Mr. Tang, on behalf of Inoue-kun. This is his transgression, and it does not concern you." Tang San Cheng replied, "It is of no matter." Takeda Daisan let out a deep sigh as Miyashita Junichi remarked, "Although we are separated by gas masks, it is evident that this white mist is toxic, as I am already beginning to feel short of breath and discomfort in my throat." Qin Gear-tai nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this must be poisonous gas." Everyone gazed at the now open golden shield, their expressions complex. Qin Gear-tai spoke, "The higher-ups have shown no hope for our endeavor. Who could have anticipated such a significant discovery and the peril we now face?" Bai Yi interjected, "It is fruitless to dwell on the past. We are here now, so we must proceed. Let us go." The seven evils held in no way Bai Yi captive, while Bai Yi, Tang San Cheng, and Qin Gear-tai led the way, with others following behind. Miyashita Junichi walked beside Shen Bing, casting a meaningful glance her way. "What is it? Our loquacious young lady has suddenly become so reticent?" Tang San Cheng turned back to Miyashita Junichi, sensing that he was concealing something significant, though he wondered what it could be. Behind the golden shield, a gaping cavern opened, and Bai Yi, along with the others, shone their lights ahead, revealing a staircase descending into darkness. Qin Gear-tai remarked, "The scale of this place is truly grand. Genghis Khan's legacy endures even in death." Shen Bing let out a soft grunt, her disdain for Genghis Khan ingrained in her very being, once brothers by birth. They now stood at such odds, truly remarkable. As they descended the staircase, the white mist gradually faded until it vanished entirely from the air. Miyashita Junichi was the first to remove his mask, startling Takeda Daisan. "Miyashita, you are being reckless. That is toxic gas," he exclaimed. "What if I am not mistaken?" "It is likely hydrogen sulfide," Miyashita Junichi replied. Fuyu also removed his gas mask. "Indeed, I concur. Hydrogen sulfide is a colorless gas with a foul odor reminiscent of rotten eggs, and must be handled with caution in well-ventilated areas. It is explosive when exposed to flames." In no way Bai Yi's face went pale. Had he fired his weapon earlier, he would have sealed his own fate. "Is it safe now?" Xie inquired. "Yes," Fuyu reassured them. "Look back. The white mist has dissipated due to the wind, and the underground temperature is low, which mitigates the danger. It is now safe to remove the masks." Hearing Fuyu's words, everyone exhaled in relief, as the masks had become quite suffocating and cumbersome. They all took them off, and Fuyu complimented Miyashita Junichi. You did well to assess the situation so quickly. I forgot to mention, I am a chemistry major, Miyashita Junichi replied. You are quite impressive yourself. Bai Yi's face turned a shade of green, and Tang San rarely witnessed such a display from him. It was evident that Bai Yi held a significant disdain for Gongxia Junyi, particularly disapproving of his presence around Fuyu. Tang San murmured, this Gongxia Junyi is indeed peculiar. As if he possesses boundless capabilities, and he exhibits no fear. Observe, since we arrived here, he appears utterly indifferent. Indeed, Qinggu Airtai concurred. I too find this individual rather strange. Among the Japanese, apart from Teikaido Dosen, the others seem shrouded in mystery. What of us? Bai Yi inquired while surveying the surroundings. In truth, you all evoke an unusual impression upon me. Unlike any archaeologists I have encountered before, there exists a profound bond amongst you. One that resembles a cohesive team more than mere acquaintances. Qinggu Airtai remarked, to be honest, I find myself a bit envious. We have reviewed the materials. You are quite remarkable as well. In Mongolia, you are a renowned historian, particularly knowledgeable about Mongolian history. Regrettably, I too am unable to unravel the secrets of the Golden Family, which is precisely why I am so determined to partake in this endeavor, Tang San stated. The origin of the Golden Family is Genghis Khan. To comprehend everything, one must begin with him, Qinggu Airtai elaborated. The secrets of the Golden Family? Bai Yi asked, intrigued. What secrets? The secrets of invincibility in battle, Qinggu Airtai replied. You might not expect it, but like Inoue Hideo, I am fervently passionate about this subject. However, I differ from him in that I lack such grand ambitions. Yet, I am equally curious about why Genghis Khan was undefeated. Had he not met an untimely death, to what heights might he have ascended? The staircase was wide and seemingly endless, each step evoking memories of the previous encounter with the soul-searching ladder. Tang San still felt a shiver of trepidation, swinging the flashlight to illuminate above, only to be startled by the sight of numerous horse heads. Look, he exclaimed. The horse heads above were densely packed, as if countless steeds were about to charge toward them, their hooves trampling upon their flesh and bones. Qinggu Airtai chuckled, do not panic. They are merely stone statues. Indeed, Tang San had frightened himself, and Ixia teased, you are quite the enigma, at times strategic, yet at others, timid as a mouse. Tang San felt a bit embarrassed, forgive my folly, but these statues are remarkably lifelike. The Mongols are inseparable from horses, especially warriors like Genghis Khan. Qinggu Airtai commented. Tang San shook off the shadow of the horse heads and continued his descent. With each step, it felt as though he was journeying back through history, gradually returning to the era of Genghis Khan. Song Yang suddenly wrinkled his nose. What a foul odor. Do you not smell it? Ixia shook his head. I do not. It is the stench of death, Song Yang said as he approached Bai Yi. I believe we are on the verge of a monumental discovery. The further we descend, the stronger the odor becomes. Such a scent could not arise without the presence of hundreds of corpses. After descending approximately 10 meters, the others also caught a whiff of the foul stench, which nearly overwhelmed Shen Bing. At last, they reached the end of the steps, the putrid odor lingering just beneath their noses. Song Yang kicked at the ground beneath him and inquired, is this the spot? Are you brave enough to dig and see? His question was directed at Shen Bing. Knowing her timid nature, unbeknownst to him, however, Shen Bing had been possessed by Hisaur. Tang San Cheng watched Shen Bing's reaction with bated breath. No need. Shen Bing replied. One can easily deduce what lies beneath. It must be the remains of those who were brought here for burial. Her response was rather apathetic, a stark contrast to Song Yang's expectations. He attributed her demeanor to the exhaustion and turmoil she had endured, dismissing it without further thought. The others exhibited a similar reluctance to excavate, leaving Song Yang somewhat disheartened. He nudged Xiaoshan. Aren't you going to take a look? I'd rather not. Xiaoshan replied firmly. They are merely corpses. There is nothing to behold. No, we must look, Bai Yi interjected, aligning himself with Song Yang. If the individuals below have indeed been dismembered, it would reveal significant truths. At the very least, it would validate Shen Bing's dreams. And the skeletal wall above has already corroborated part of that. This will be the crucial evidence. Upon Bai Yi's declaration, Qixia and Qinggu Airtai commenced the excavation. They pried up the stone tiles, and soon others joined in, hastily removing the earth beneath. As Xiaoshan dug, he shook his head, while Song Yang kept his distance. Gradually, bones began to emerge, prompting a sigh from Qinggu Tai as he continued his labor. As they excavated deeper, the remains of corpses were slowly revealed, their fluids saturating the soil. Bai Yi and Qi Xian managed to unearth a complete skeleton, only to find that the limbs were missing, leaving behind only the torso. Upon witnessing this, Shen Bing's expression darkened, and she took a step back, with Fuyu by her side. It appears that the bones used to construct the wall above were sourced from these individuals, she noted. If it were indeed Shen Bing speaking, her retreat would suggest her aversion to seeing the remains, particularly the incomplete skeletons, which exuded a chilling aura that instilled fear. Yet, the current Shen Bing was under the influence of Hisar. Why would she react this way? Tang San Cheng found himself perplexed. Why construct a wall of bones? Xia inquired. It resembles some sort of ritual. Indeed, Gong Xiajun concurred. It seems akin to a ritual, likely one performed by shamans. This remark sparked a realization in Tang San Cheng. What about those shamans? He recalled that the others were oblivious to the intricate details and fell silent again. It was true. Shen Bing had witnessed the shamans engaged in slaughter within her dream. These individuals had perished at the hands of the shamans. But where had those shamans gone? Bai Yi directed the group to restore the area. Where exactly were they now? Had they already entered the inner sanctum of the tomb? Tang San surveyed his surroundings. Below the steps lay an arched tomb chamber, with stone horse heads looming ominously overhead, seemingly watching them with predatory eyes. Hastily, Tang San averted his gaze. Ahead, approximately 10 meters away, stood a pair of towering double doors, firmly sealed. Zhongyang had already leaped across, looking up at the immense doors, pondering the strength required to open them. Indeed, when Songyang pushed against them, they did not budge. Qinggu Tai remarked that it seemed they were braced from the inside, and that explosives might be necessary. Upon hearing this, Wu Tiandao San's body quivered slightly. His confidence had already been shaken during their previous encounter with the red rocks. Now, as Songyang taunted, Wu Tian, "You're not afraid, are you? It's merely one setback. With our combined efforts, we should have no trouble blasting them open." Despite this bravado, Songyang quietly inquired of Tang San, "There's no other trick to this door, is there?" "None," Tang San replied. "We must rely on physical means." This reassured Songyang, who retrieved his toolbox. Inside, there was no calculator, only neatly packed explosives. Wu Tiandao San looked on in astonishment, and Songyang grinned at him, saying, "Our methods differ. You depend on calculations, while I rely on this." He pointed to his head, indicating intuition. Chapter 693. The Imperial Palace. Wu Tiandao San found himself momentarily speechless. In an era of advanced technology, this audacious individual dared to claim reliance on instinct rather than science. However, Song Yang's subsequent actions nearly dropped Wu Tiandao San's jaw. With deft fingers, Song Yang measured out the precise amount. As an experienced hand, Wu Tiandao San could estimate the quantities with confidence. Song Yang chuckled. "What do you think? Impressive. Isn't it?" Indeed, Wu Tiandao San was genuinely impressed, humbled by Song Yang's remarkable talent. Such proficiency could only stem from a natural gift. It seemed Song Yang was born for this line of work. Yet, he had been oblivious to such a person's existence until now. Echoing the Chinese saying, "There are always mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people." Wu Tiandao San joined him in assisting, and together they prepared the explosives. Though his intuition did not match Song Yang's, he possessed considerable expertise in remote detonations. They collaborated efficiently, setting 4 charges before the massive doors, then led everyone to a safe distance before detonating the explosives. After a series of thunderous blasts, dust cascaded down like a curtain, and Tang San worried the horse heads might plummet onto them. Fortunately, they merely swayed momentarily in the explosion's aftermath, remaining firmly in place. After a tumultuous series of tremors, the doors showed no signs of movement. Wu Tiandao San's face turned pale. Having faced one failure, he was reluctant to confront another. Qinggu Tai approached and gave the door a push, surprisingly opening a narrow gap. Wu Tiandao San's expression relaxed slightly as Song Yang chuckled. "With our combined strengths, we are invincible." Wu Tiandao San's smile grew more relaxed, and he extended his hand to Song Yang for a celebratory slap of palms. As the group collectively pushed open the door, the scene within astonished everyone. They had previously believed they had entered the tomb of Genghis Khan, only to realize that they had merely stepped onto his territory. The interior was resplendent, reminiscent of a royal palace, with wall carvings depicting not the scenes of war, but the daily life of Mongolian nobility. One particularly striking tableau illustrated a sacrificial rite, where an individual led their kin in reverent kneeling, bowing towards the moon above. Additionally, countless Mongolian maidens donned exquisite garments, gracefully dancing, while on the expansive grasslands, numerous cattle and sheep moved slowly. Fu Yu pointed to one of the scenes and inquired, "Is this the palace of Genghis Khan's dreams?" "Not quite," responded Tang San Cheng. "This section depicts a magnificent palace, truly grand in scale." Kamiyashijin squeezed in for a closer look and nodded. "Indeed, it is identical. It seems this is the vision of Genghis Khan's palace, regrettably unrealized in his lifetime, yet constructed in this subterranean realm posthumously, fulfilling his aspirations. The scenes above likely represent his imagined reign as emperor." Ishia remarked, "So he harbored great ambitions, albeit at the cost of countless lives." "That is not the crux of the matter," interjected Kamiyashijin. "The focus lies in the fact that the layout of our current location mirrors that of the palace depicted on the wall. We stand at the entrance of the palace gates. Should we discern the palace's design, locating Genghis Khan's coffin would pose no challenge. If he aspired to kingship, it must reside within the main hall." Qinggu Airtai noted, "The legend speaks of the destruction of the Yuan Palace. It is mentioned in the secret history of the Mongols that this palace was constructed according to Genghis Khan's directives, yet regrettably, it was obliterated by Zhu Yuanzhang during the early Han Wu period, vanishing silently and replaced by the Ming dynasty's royal palace." Bai Yi was aware of this. During the early Han Wu years, General Su De besieged the capital, with hundreds of thousands of Ming troops filling the trenches at Xihua Gate and storming the city. The last Yuan emperor fled in disarray. Driven by the desire to eradicate the Yuan dynasty's royal presence, Su De executed several significant actions discreetly, as per Zhu Yuanzhang's orders. First, he expelled every resident of the capital to Kaifeng in Hunan. Second, he swiftly relocated immigrants from across the nation to bolster Beijing. Third, he utterly destroyed the Yuan Palace. The monumental changes in the capital were lightly chronicled in historical texts, which scarcely mentioned the destruction of the Yuan Palace, as if it had never existed. This was in stark contrast to the clear records of the burning of the Apang Palace, the plundering of Bianliang, and the incineration of Jinzhongdu. The formidable Zhu Yuanzhang, wary of acquiring a notorious reputation, ensured the obliteration of the Yuan Palace went largely unrecorded. Fortunately, secrets seldom remain hidden. A minister named Xiao Sun journeyed from Nanjing, collaborating with Su De in the palace's destruction. Subsequently, he penned a work titled Records of the Former Palace. Suddenly, Kamiyashijin exclaimed, "If this is indeed the future palace designed by Genghis Khan himself, and the Yuan Palace was indeed realized, I believe I understand its structure. Do we have pen and paper?" Fu Yu took it out and placed it in the hands of Miyashita Junichi, who immediately flashed a smile at Fu Yu. This fellow, typically indifferent to others, seemed particularly attentive to Fu Yu. Bai Yi felt a sudden pang of jealousy. Was this man attempting to seduce Fu Yu? Tang San Cheng whispered, "Do not wear such a grim expression. Maintain your composure. They are currently working on resolving an issue, are they not?" Bai Yi took a deep breath, striving to present a more amiable countenance. As Miyashita Junichi sketched, he explained, "The main hall of the Longfu Palace, situated in the southwestern corner of the imperial city, is known as the Guangtian Hall. It encompasses approximately 550 square meters and consists of 7 large chambers. The front gate is the Guangtian Gate, with the Chonghua Gate to the left and the Yingfu Gate to the right. Behind the main hall are the sleeping quarters and the warm hall, with the Longfu Palace extending further back. Surrounding the Guangtian Hall are 172 rooms, and at each corner stand watchtowers, with 3 Namu halls located in the northeast corner. This grand complex is embraced by long corridors with intricate railings. To the west of the palace lies the Imperial Garden, referred to as the Western Imperial Garden. Within the garden, stone formations create mountains, tall pines stand erect, and vines flourish. On the mountain, there are the Incense Hall and the Irjuo Lotus Leaf Hall, with a multi-eaved round hall, a hip roof hall, a palm-leaved hall, a deer-topped hall, the Water Heart Pavilion, and the Flowing Cup Pool, all encircled by meandering corridors, with several red gates punctuating the palace walls. "How do you know all this?" Xia exclaimed in astonishment. "You mentioned earlier that this could be the Yuan Palace destroyed by Zhu Yuanzhang." "I merely sketched the structure of the Yuan Palace as I know it," Miyashita Junichi replied, his hand moving with remarkable agility, showcasing his artistic prowess. "What exactly are you?" Takeda Dosen blurted out. "I have studied painting for a few years, particularly in sketching." Miyashita Junichi explained while handing the completed drawing to Fuyu. As she held it, she was secretly astonished. It was as though he had once resided in the Yuan Palace, capturing even the corners with exquisite detail. Was he truly drawing solely from his own understanding? Having completed the drawing, Miyashita Junichi placed a stack of papers in Fuyu's hands. We are now at the main entrance, the Guangtian Gate. With the Chonghua Gate to the left and the Yingfu Gate to the right, we should head towards the main hall. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. Let us proceed and see if this place corresponds to the Yuan Palace. If so, everything will be manageable. Additionally, I do not rule out the possibility of traps here. After all, this is an underground palace, not the true imperial palace. This man had finally revealed his remarkable skills. He was indeed extraordinary. Fuyu was taken aback. Did all members of the Miyashita family excel in painting? Miyashita Junichi had one final sheet of paper in hand. He glanced at Fuyu and suddenly began to draw swiftly, capturing the gentle and serene essence of Fuyu in a lifelike manner. Upon finishing, he presented it to her. This is for you. Oh, I forgot to sign it. Miyashita Junichi formally inscribed his name, leaving everyone in utter astonishment, particularly Inoue Hideo, who was bound hand and foot and cursed in Japanese. Bai Yi understood, realizing he had called him a scoundrel. In this, Bai Yi found common ground with Inoue Hideo. Indeed, this fellow was a rogue. How could he have the audacity to court a lady in such a manner? The actions of Fuyu left Bai Yi in a state of shock. She cautiously folded the painting and tucked it away in her backpack. Bai Yi's mind went blank, overwhelmed by sorrow, as if pierced by a sharp object. Observing Gongxia Junyi, she was astonished to see a flicker of delight on his face. What on earth was Fuyu thinking? Bai Yi felt pitiable. Her usual confidence evaporated, and in the presence of Gongxia Junyi, her customary composure vanished, leaving only a palpable anxiety. Gongxia Junyi, content, rose to his feet, declaring, "At least the inner gate corresponds to the features of the Yuan Palace. We must investigate further to uncover the truth. What are we waiting for? Let's go?" Inoue Ayu bellowed hoarsely. Gongxia Junyi cast a cold glance in his direction, choosing silence. Inoue Ayu, now resembling a scruffy street dog on the verge of starvation, still exhibited a hint of madness, while Qi Xie remained vigilant, wary of any further disturbances he might cause. At present, they had to rely on the map to navigate toward the main hall, assuming its existence was indeed real. Fortunately, a corridor leading to the main hall did manifest. Qinggu Ertai regarded Gongxia Junyi with newfound respect. It was hard to fathom that a Japanese individual could possess such extensive knowledge of Genghis Khan. I study him not for his nationality, but because he is Genghis Khan. Gongxia Junyi's response was remarkable. We share a common goal now, and I wish to leave this place alive. The corridor was exceedingly winding, creating an illusion that they were either hundreds of meters underground or within Genghis Khan's palace. He had spent his life in warfare, even dying within a military palace. He had never experienced a single day of life within a royal palace. Even if a palace were built here in death, what could it matter? He could only quietly rest in his coffin, unable to see or touch anything. What was a king of war worth in such a state? As Tang San Cheng stepped onto the corridor, he sensed something amiss beneath his feet. It felt hollow. "Watch your step," he exclaimed. With a loud crash, Bai Yi, walking ahead, felt the ground give way beneath her. She quickly braced herself against a nearby pillar, her body twisting rapidly as the wooden plank sagged, revealing a gaping void below where sharp blades glinted ominously. Fuyu's heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest, but upon witnessing Bai Yi's narrow escape, she exhaled in relief. Seeing Bai Yi nearly fall into the trap, the others dared not move, standing still in place. Bai Yi cautiously tested the solidity of the ground with her foot, and hearing a firm sound, she remained motionless. Indeed, danger lurked everywhere, as if their lives were at stake. In truth, compared to her usual self, Bai Yi's reaction had been a fraction slower, likely due to her emotional turmoil. She glanced at Tang San Cheng and asked, "Can you discern where the traps are by sound?" "Yes," he replied confidently. He cautiously moved to the front, embarking on a collaborative effort with Bai Yi. Bai Yi located a stone and rolled it from the ground, prompting Tang San to perk up his ears, discerning the subtle changes in sound. He observed that the wooden planks of the corridor were of fixed dimensions, and then uncovered the intricacies within. Every third plank was designed to collapse, concealing a trap beneath. This secret, once unveiled by Tang San, posed no further threat. Xie sighed, exclaiming, "Your team has truly opened my eyes." To think one could assess the surrounding environment and decipher mechanisms merely by ear. Qing Gu'er Tai and Wu Dong shared this sentiment, realizing that the Mongolian side seemed to lack any distinctive advantage. Wu Dong let out a deep sigh, to which Tang San replied, "You have done extensive preparatory work. Had it not been for your efforts, we would not have found our way here. Everyone's contributions are, in essence, equal." Tang San and Bai Yi led the way, meticulously navigating around the traps within the corridor. Gong Xiaojun cast a thoughtful glance at the backs of Bai Yi and Tang San, lost in contemplation. After carefully circumventing the corridor, they beheld the Water Heart Pavilion. Behind it lay the main hall, with the royal chambers situated beyond. All structures were constructed in proportion to the ground, exuding grandeur. Upon sighting the main hall, a wave of emotion swept through the group. Shen Bing's body trembled slightly. Tang San glanced back, silently acknowledging that he saw air might be nearing their destination. The presence of the main hall stirred not only he saw air, but also the others, with Jing Shanging declaring, "I finally see it. This is the abode of Genghis Khan. He is truly remarkable, a great hero." This proclamation rendered Xiao Shan speechless, muttering, "Perhaps you should hold your tongue. How tiresome." Jing Shanging fell silent, his palms clammy as he gripped a blade tightly between his fingers. Having witnessed Tang San's keen auditory skills, he hesitated to act recklessly. Any noise could lead to their discovery, diminishing his chances of escape. Only by inciting chaos could he find an opportunity. Genghis Khan must be nearby, and his ambitions of grandeur seemed attainable. The Water Heart Pavilion was exquisitely crafted, but their focus lay not in admiring its surrounding rockeries and scenic beauty, but rather in proceeding directly towards the main hall. Within, no dragon throne awaited them. Only a statue of red gold stood. The scene mirrored what Shen Bing had witnessed in her dreams. While a scent wafting from the ground caused Song Yang to furrow his brow, "There is the smell of blood." Bai Yi brushed the dust from the floor. Noting the ground's hue, a blend of black and red, clearly stained with blood, "This is the site of a massacre." The red gold statue prompted Fu Yu to remark, "This figure must undoubtedly be Genghis Khan." Approaching the statue, she noticed a portion missing from its waist, a decorative element that was circular in shape. Fu Yu turned to Shen Bing, asking, "Shen Bing, where is your piece of red gold stone?" Shen Bing paused, her expression alerting Fu Yu, as Tang San interjected, "It's in the backpack, have you forgotten?" Shen Bing let out a soft exclamation as she produced the crimson gold stone. The moment her hand made contact with it, her complexion turned pale as a ghost. Tang San was taken aback to see a strand of spiritual light emanate from Shen Bing's body. Could it be that the crimson gold possessed defensive properties against spiritual energy? Shen Bing trembled slightly, suddenly regaining her senses. Upon noticing Fu Yu's face close before her, she appeared bewildered. What happened? Upon glancing at the crimson gold stone in her hand, and then at the statue before her, she was evidently startled. Having no recollection of how she had arrived in this place, he saw her had been wandering in this space, and as he approached the statue of Genghis Khan, he was forcibly repelled. Yet, he remained steadfast, charging at the statue time and again. While others could not see it, Tang San observed his fervor clearly, deducing that the statue held great significance for him. With a sigh, Tang San approached the statue of Genghis Khan. "Shen Bing, hand me the crimson gold stone." Shen Bing complied, passing the stone to Tang San, who then placed it in a recess on his belt. As the stone nestled perfectly within, an audible click resonated. And when Tang San released it, the stone remained steadfastly in place, showing no intent to fall. Bai Yi exchanged glances with Qi Xia. There was no doubt that the crimson gold stone belonged here. However, the question lingered. Who had brought it out and deliberately allowed Shen Bing to find it? This entire situation seemed orchestrated, as someone had intentionally placed the crimson gold stone before them. Someone who could freely traverse this realm and perhaps even knew that Shen Bing was Xiao Ning. He saw her had retreated to the side, perplexed. At that moment, Tang San inexplicably sensed he sought her emotions. His concern for the statue indicated that it must have a reason for its existence. Suddenly, Tang San began to leap upon the floor of the grand hall, the hollow ground beneath him providing a sense of relief. "We must move this statue." Jing Shang Hero felt a surge of hope. The opportunity had arisen. As Tang San and the others were preoccupied with the statue, he discreetly retrieved a blade from between his fingers, carefully cutting through his bindings. Once the statue was moved, they were astounded by what lay beneath. A distribution of red rocks had been revealed, now positioned directly beneath the statue of Genghis Khan. Tang San experienced a moment of enlightenment. It appeared to be an ancient ceiling formation capable of imprisoning the green-clad entity, a theory he had previously entertained. Now further validated by Hisatris' apparent powerlessness upon approaching it, compounded by the influence of the crimson gold and the red rocks. Are these red rocks what you refer to as crimson gold? Xie inquired with curiosity. Indeed, and their distribution is identical, Xie replied, though on a smaller scale. I wonder what lies beneath the seal. Seal? What does that mean? Xie asked, astonished. This is akin to preservation, Xie finally managed to articulate. There may be something of great importance beneath. Tang San glanced at Hisar, who had suddenly become remarkably calm. He had never witnessed such a serene demeanor before. Tang San felt a deep reflection within. His arduous quest to locate Genghis Khan's tomb had led him to this moment of tranquil revelation, where the earlier frenzy seemed to have vanished entirely. The arrangement of the red rocks was fortuitously suited for a single coffin, igniting Bai Yi's excitement. Could it be that beneath lies Genghis Khan's sarcophagus? It was a possibility. Tang San remained uncertain. This was the palace he had envisioned, the very place where he imagined himself receiving the reverence of court officials, and placing his own coffin here seemed fitting. What preoccupied him now was how to dismantle the sealing power of the red rocks. This power was significantly weaker compared to that of I Ching. Perhaps with I Ching's cultivation, he could manage it. With his palm facing downward, Tang San activated his inner strength, sensing a force below that met his own with unwavering resistance. Eagerly, he employed all his might to gradually subdue that opposing force, causing the red rocks to suddenly shatter. Tang San exhaled in relief. Dig deeper. After excavating approximately 2 meters, they uncovered a coffin made of sandalwood. Jing Shangying's hands were now free, and he hastily wrapped the ropes around them, feigning continued restraint. Upon seeing the coffin, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Bai Yi and Xie were already prepared to open it. After a cautious examination, they carefully lifted the coffin lid. At that moment, Jing Shangying rushed forward. Bai Yi and Xie instinctively sidestepped, and Jing Shangying leaned over the coffin, exclaiming, I have finally found it. I have finally found it. His hand reached into the coffin, touching a body that still retained a semblance of elasticity. His expression shifted dramatically as he fully opened the coffin, revealing a figure lying within. To his astonishment, the body showed no signs of decay. Its eyes were gently closed, and the expression was serene, as if in a deep slumber. He blinked in disbelief. Is this Genghis Khan? At that instant, Hisar suddenly entered the corpse. Tang San refrained from intervening. He needed the body to communicate, to uncover the truth. Jing Shangying reached out to touch the face of the corpse, feeling its warmth, sending a chill from his head to his toes. Just as he recoiled, the corpse's hand grasped his wrist. What? Are you not envious of his grand ambitions? Ah! Jing Shangying screamed in terror. The 3 Mongolian representatives, and Takeda Dosen, turned pale, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Xie pressed his hand against his heart, exclaiming, Is he alive? That was the body of Hisar, and Tang San recognized that it was still clad in Mongolian attire, with a traditional cap adorning its head. His features were strikingly handsome, unlike the rugged portrayal of Genghis Khan in statues. Grasping Jing Shangying's wrist, his eyes widened. What? Are you afraid? In a frenzy, Jing Shangying attempted to shake off Hisar's grip, but it was firmly secured. Meanwhile, Gong Xiajun watched Hisar with excitement, muttering, Incredible, such an existence still remains. These words caused Tang San to tremble profoundly. Although Miyashita Junichi's voice was exceedingly soft, Tang San heard it distinctly. This individual had actually discerned the essence of Hisa's existence. Chapter 695. The communicator. This was Hisar's corporeal form. And Bai Yi understood now that the purpose of Han Yan and Qi Jin's obstruction was to prevent Hisar from reverting to his original state. If that were the case, why not destroy the body altogether? This conundrum left Tang San utterly perplexed. There were evidently simpler methods, so why did Genghis Khan expend such effort? Hisar, having regained his body, felt no elation. Instead, he stared intently at Jing Shangying, a sinister smile suddenly appearing at the corners of his mouth. He raised his hand, and Qin Gitai sensed a murderous aura emanating from this recently resurrected Mongol. Be cautious, Jing Shang. But it was too late. Hisar struck the short arrow still embedded in Jing Shangying, exerting immense force. The arrow penetrated deeply into Xiong's eye, blood gushing forth from the wound. The crimson splatter marked Heezer's face as he coldly wiped away the blood. I shall grant you an early release. Ingxiong waved his hands frantically before him, unable to produce a sound from his throat. Xia attempted to approach, but was halted by Xia. Do not go near. This man is extremely dangerous. Xia looked at Xia in confusion, but he cannot be saved. Bai Yi shook his head. It appears that the arrow has damaged his cerebral nerves. It is beyond remedy now. Ingxiong's cries grew fainter, a copious amount of blood pouring from his mouth. As Heezer observed Ingxiong collapse, life extinguished. A faint smile crept across his lips. It is concluded. How can you commit such wanton slaughter? Fuyu was incensed. Do you regard human life as utterly worthless? Do you know who he is? Heezer stepped forward, exuding a commanding presence. He appeared remarkably valiant, yet an air of melancholy lingered in his brow, a stark contrast to their previous understanding of him. He had single-handedly forged the Golden Eagle Order, causing untold suffering, and just moments ago, he had callously slain a man with whom he had no connection. Suddenly, Heezer inhaled deeply. I owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for you, I would not have found my own body. Are you disappointed? What on earth is happening here? Takeda Dosen tugged at Song Yang. Why can the dead return to life? Who is he truly? Song Yang replied impatiently. It's a long story. I have mentioned before that the world is rife with the peculiar. What time is it now? And do I have the leisure to indulge in your inquiries? Yet, Tang San perceived that Heezer did not seem to harbor intentions of enmity at this moment. He gazed at Heezer, the legendary first warrior of Mongolia, and acknowledged his formidable prowess. However, the apparent motive behind Heezer's act of killing Jing Shang Ingxiong piqued his curiosity. Exchanging glances with Bai Yi, they approached Ingxiong's fallen form, searching through his belongings, leaving no stone unturned. Within Ingxiong's backpack, a peculiar instrument caught their eye. Takeda Dosen was taken aback. Is this a controller? What is it controlling? Xiaoshan expressed keen interest in the object, while Liu Zhi Xi also leaned in for a closer look. I have never seen anything like this. This is a communicator, Bai Yi remarked, casually pressing a button. As the green light flickered, he declared, the signal is strong, remarkable indeed. This device is likely something only the military could procure. We are currently at least 100 meters underground, yet we can still communicate with the surface. How could Inoue Hiroshi possess such an item? Takeda, did you see this when you arrived? No, I did not, Takeda replied, glancing at Mayukashita Tashichi. What about you? Not at all, Mayukashita Tashichi scoffed. However, I had sensed something was amiss with him. His madness would only lead to his own demise. You noticed it earlier. Why did you not speak up? Shen Bing inquired. Somewhat irate. Evidence, Mayukashita Tashichi replied. Before he revealed his ambitions, how could I have proven he was up to no good? What on earth is going on? The dead have come to life, and Inoue Hiroshi is secretly communicating with the surface. What is he scheming? And where is Genghis Khan's coffin? Chingatai expressed his utter confusion. Hisaru surveyed the grand hall, suddenly bursting into laughter. This is the palace of his dreams. How utterly ridiculous. Why do you say that? Xia, feeling a twinge of fear towards Hisaru, kept his distance, while Tang San Cheng approached and whispered, our enmity began with the unloading of the mountain warriors and deepened with your desire for a body, yet we have made Xie Fangfei a sacrificial pawn. Upon mentioning Xie Fangfei, Hisaru's expression shifted slightly. Tang San Cheng continued, you have regained your body, but you have destroyed her happiness. Hisaru, I will not let you escape unscathed. I anticipated this, Hisaru replied. Between us, your strength now surpasses mine. You could kill me at any moment. I possess this self-awareness. Our circumstances have reversed, and my value to you lies solely in the secrets I hold. Am I correct? Let's negotiate, Tang San Cheng urged. Let us be straightforward. I will divulge everything if you allow me to see Fangfei, Hisaru replied. After all this time pursuing her, this is my only request. How unpredictable life can be. His laughter mingled with a sense of melancholy, as he reflected on how time is the most elusive element, capable of transforming many things. Yet some remain unchanged. Tang San Cheng nodded, agreed. I will ensure you see Fangfei. We wish to see her as well. The others murmured amongst themselves, particularly the three Mongolian representatives, who were perplexed and filled with questions. Bai Yi swiftly dismissed their inquiries with a few words. Observing Tang San Cheng and Hisaru engaged in quiet conversation, and seeing Tang San Cheng's expression ease, Bai Yi sensed they had reached an accord. He instinctively glanced back at Mayukashita Tashichi, who, as always, wore an inscrutable expression. In the main hall, aside from the resplendent golden statue of Genghis Khan, there remained only a singular dragon throne at the far end. The concept of the dragon throne emerged during the Qin dynasty, typically represented by chairs adorned with dragon motifs on their armrests. These thrones were positioned atop the steps of the court, crafted from wood, with dragon designs embellishing the armrests, as emperors regarded themselves as the true dragon of heaven. However, the form of the throne traces its origins back to the Wei, Jin, and Sui dynasties, initially named Huchuang or Ma Jia, until the era of Emperor Mingzong of the Tang dynasty, who began to establish chairs with backs. By the Song dynasty, the Jiaojia emerged, symbolizing supreme authority, thus heralding the predecessor of the dragon throne. The dragon throne epitomizes power. Genghis Khan would place an unremarkable chair behind his statue. As Khosrau remarked, "He ought to destroy my physical form, yet he is overconfident, wishing to permanently subdue me, to remind me that I can never surpass him. His confidence grants me the opportunity one half today." "What is happening?" Tang San inquired. Khosrau, however, remained silent, stating, "I will reveal everything after we leave this place, provided I can escape. I can only tell you that he should be beneath the dragon throne. This is my intuition, and you may certainly investigate." The dragon throne is fashioned from Wangwali wood, distinguishing itself from typical dragon thrones, for its backrest is a grand dragon's head, while the tail rests upon the armrest, essentially depicting a dragon coiling majestically around the seat's occupant. Truly remarkable, this Genghis Khan, the true dragon of heaven. He indeed considers himself the ordained sovereign. Remarked Qin Gukurtai. "Do not touch that dragon throne," Bai Yi cautioned. Observing something flickering within the dragon's head, he gestured for everyone to step back, pressing his hand upon the throne. A plume of white smoke erupted from the dragon's head, prompting all to cover their mouths and noses. The white mist mirrored that above, and with one hand shielding their faces, the others retrieved gas masks, distancing themselves from the throne. Once the white vapor gradually dissipated, they cautiously returned to the dragon throne. Bai Yi and Qi Xia attempted to shake the throne, discovering it was indeed movable, though they could not fully displace it. "Allow me," Khosrau offered. Placing his hand upon the dragon's head, he forcefully twisted, causing the chair to shift to the left, revealing a square opening, just large enough for one person to descend. Khosrau scoffed, "The same trick." His words sparked curiosity, yet no one felt inclined to question him. They simply followed him downward. The further they descended, the more a chill ascended to greet them, prompting them to hug themselves against the cold. Khosrau remained unfazed, while Liu Zhi Xi felt the cold intensify, leading him to cough repeatedly, drawing Bai Yi's concern. "Are you all right, old Liu?" "Nothing to worry about, just an old ailment," Liu Zhi Xi replied, striving to suppress his cough, even pressing his hands against his lungs. But the agony within his abdomen compelled him to furrow his brow. He saw her descended with greater urgency than the rest. Listening to the sound of his footsteps and heartbeat, Tang San Cheng found it utterly unbelievable. The Huangdi's external cannon was indeed astonishing. The intensity of competition could drive a person's spirit from their body. How incredible! And now, upon returning to his corporeal form, his body resembled that of an ordinary person entirely. The marvel of the Huangdi's external cannon was fortunate not to have spread widely. Baozi had obtained it and sealed it within a millennium of ice. A truly wise decision. The independent space below left he saw her momentarily stunned. The flashlight behind him illuminated the underground chamber, which resembled a rudimentary yurt. On a tiger skin lay a skeleton, swathed in a black Mongolian robe. The robe remained remarkably intact, with its cuffs and waist adorned with exquisite embroidery. He saw her paused, approached the bones, and gazed intently at the leg bone, noticing a deep and severe scar upon it. His expression was one of complexity. It was he. Was this the skeleton of Genghis Khan? Wu Dong inquired, initially intending to ask how he knew, but recalling that this man had resurrected from the dead. He felt a chill and refrained from speaking further. "Yes," Hisara replied. "This wound once nearly claimed his life." It was strange, such a grand figure as Genghis Khan, whose magnificent palace loomed above, had chosen to lay his remains in such a small space, mimicking a yurt. Shen Bing remarked, "It is truly baffling what such a person might be thinking." Chapter 696. United in heart, Hisara closed his eyes. The place was as pristine as it had once been. After their father's passing, the two brothers had lived with their mother in a similar modest yurt. What was he truly pondering? Why was it like this? Everything, indeed, was in flux, and what he once believed to be truth now appeared murky. There were no burial goods, and all arrangements remained as they had been. "Are you all right?" Tang San Cheng asked. "I'm fine," Hisara replied. "Just feeling a bit dizzy." There was a stove, from which hung a copper kettle that appeared more like a handmade object than a crafted piece. As Hisara approached to touch it, he hesitated and withdrew his hand. Xingu Air Tai remarked, "It is said that the burial items number in the thousands. Yet we have found none. With the vast expanse of the palace above," Junie stated, "there must be space to store those burial goods. To find them, we will likely need to continue our search. Rather than concerning ourselves with those items, we should focus on whether we can exit this place." Bai Yi felt a tremor in his heart, glancing at Xingu Air Tai. "What do you think?" Wu Dong interjected. "I only wish to lead our companions out and find Nari. He is still missing, and we do not know where he has gone. There is but one exit. To leave, we must retrace our steps," Hisara stated. "Do not ask how I know this. I too wish to depart, and that is my reason." In the face of abundant funerary offerings and the fragility of life, they were compelled to choose between the two. Hisara remarked, "Perhaps some may escape alive. Yet others must remain in eternal slumber here." Suddenly, Fu Yu tugged at Bai Yi's sleeve, inquiring about the murderous shamans. "Where are they?" Hisara scoffed. "Does killing guarantee survival?" With a deep sigh, Fu Yu turned to Bai Yi, stating, "We may be indifferent, but what of them?" Bai Yi understood and asserted, "I advocate for withdrawal. The funerary offerings hold no allure for me. As for revealing our discoveries upon our exit, that is a matter for another time." Gongxia Juni added, "The offerings bear no significance for me either. I concur with the decision to withdraw." Takeda Dosa nodded. And now all eyes were on Xingu Air Tai and his two companions. Wu Dong had already expressed his stance, while Yi Xie declared, "Everything here is essentially clear. I believe it is best to defer further discussion." This too subtly implied a desire to withdraw. Xingu Air Tai responded, "The minority shall yield to the majority. Since you have decided thus, I shall comply." Bai Yi glanced at Xingu Air Tai, unwilling to prolong the matter any further. Turning around, he observed Hisara crouched beside the remains of Genghis Khan, murmuring incantations in a voice too low for him to decipher. However, Tang San Cheng comprehended the words, yet their meaning eluded him. Upon finishing her chant, Hisara rose, eager to depart. Tang San Cheng obstructed her path, asking, "Where is Nari?" "Above," Hisara replied coldly. "Rest assured, I mean him no harm. In a sense, I have saved his life. Do you understand?" As the group resolved to withdraw, they retraced their steps back to the golden silken web, where the corpses of the Mongolians still lay. Wu Dong, a man of conviction, was determined to carry his companions out. He removed their garments, binding the bodies together and hoisting them onto his back, 3 in total, without exerting any effort, which garnered Bai Yi's respect for Wu Dong. This reminded him of Bao Yin and Ba Te, the brothers who shared a similar sense of loyalty. It was a pity that after all these years, their whereabouts remained unknown. With a height of nearly 30 meters, they had to rely on tools, and fortunately, those provided by the Japanese were quite effective. As for the body of Jing Xiangying, it was left undisturbed, lying on the ground. Utilizing the tools, they managed to ascend once more. Hisara led them to seek Nari, who had been concealed near the bone wall, propped against it. The bone wall was slightly elevated, creating a visual obstruction that hindered their ability to locate Nari. In a state of unconsciousness, Nari was roused when Xingu Air Tai splashed water on his face. Confused and disoriented, Nari struggled to comprehend the situation, while Wu Dong succinctly explained their predicaments. They proceeded towards the entrance, with Tang San Cheng deliberately slowing his pace to walk alongside Hisara at the rear. "It seems you know how to exit," Tang San Cheng remarked. "Indeed. But I require your assistance," she replied. Hisara remarked, "In the future, if anyone else enters, they may find it impossible to leave. For there are but a few who can unlock the passage out. Non-physical factors, wouldn't you agree?" Tang San Cheng replied, "When did you become a shaman?" His words left Hisara momentarily stunned. "How did you come to know of this? I should be at odds with shamans on the surface." Upon hearing Tang San Cheng's mention of the Huangdi Neijing, Hisara suddenly comprehended. "So that's it. Your capacity for inference is indeed remarkable. The Huangdi Neijing does mention methods to separate the soul from the living body. However, merely knowing this does not grant you spiritual power, unless you possess cultivation yourself. Upon reflection, the only individuals among the Mongolian people who fit this description are shamans, which led me to this conclusion." Realizing the two shared a sentiment of late acquaintance, Tang San Cheng and he saw her exchanged a glance filled with emotion. He saw her stated, "In a moment, we shall combine our strength to open the passage out. Everyone must evacuate within 5 minutes." "I understand," Tang San Cheng responded. The two approached the forefront of the wall, where everyone had awakened. As they stood there, Tang San Cheng and he saw her exchanged a glance and simultaneously extended their hands. They felt a chill, and as they exerted their power, a gust of wind rushed towards them. "Hurry, walk straight ahead, do not look back, and do not linger. We have only 5 minutes," Tang San Cheng urged. Bai Yi led the way through the glowing white light. Tang San Cheng and he saw her exchanged another glance and stepped forward. As the white light flickered and their eyes reopened, they found themselves standing in the large pit. Shen Bing and Fu Yu exchanged glances, then looked at the others, all of whom were unharmed. Wu Dong and Na Ri lifted the bodies of the 3 individuals back to the surface, placing them on the grass. The two worked in tacit understanding, piecing together the fragments of the bodies, tears glistening in their eyes. "What should we do with this?" Bai Yi asked, holding the communicator taken from the hero at the well. "I have no idea who has been in contact with him. They are not good people." Gong Xiaojun stated decisively. "This place is unsafe. We must leave immediately." No one questioned his certainty as they swiftly loaded their belongings into the vehicle and departed. However, just over 300 meters down the road, 3 off-road vehicles suddenly appeared ahead. Gong Xiaojun and Bai Yi were in the same vehicle, and he cursed inwardly. "Indeed, they followed us." "Who are they?" Xi inquired. "They harbor ill intentions. Do you have any weapons?" Gong Xiaojun asked. Bai Yi smiled wryly. "How could one bring a gun through customs? However, I have this." He lifted a toolbox containing his flying knives, which he had smuggled through as tools. "It seems it will finally come in handy." Gong Xiaojun chuckled. "So you do have a trump card. Are your knife skills precise? Target the tires, correct?" Bai Yi chuckled. "Not a problem. However, there are 3 vehicles. No matter how swift my skills, they are also moving rapidly. I require assistance. Xi, you and I shall each take charge of 1 vehicle. I will handle the remaining 1. Gong Xiaojun remarked. The vehicle behind contains 2 boxing champions. Their combat abilities are not to be underestimated. "Very well, let us confront the enemy together for the moment. After this is resolved, I expect an answer from you," Bai Yi stated as he distributed the throwing knives to Xi and Gong Xiaojun. Xi handed over a concealed weapon, a silver needle from a tiger wasp's tail, to Tang San Cheng, advising, "Take good care of yourself in them." Liu Zhi Xi felt a surge of anxiety. "Have you all deemed them enemies even before they have made a move?" Bai Yi and Gong Xiaojun responded in unison. "It is certainly related to in no way Hiroshi." Bai Yi activated the communicator in his hand, which crackled with static as a voice spoke in Japanese. "In no way Kuan has lost contact. We can no longer wait. Upon arrival, first control everyone, but ensure to leave some alive." "Leave some alive? That's easier said than done," Bai Yi murmured as the 3 vehicles approached ever closer. He drew a throwing knife and aimed it at the nearest vehicle. With a swift motion, he released the blade, striking the right front tire. The vehicle suddenly veered off course, colliding with another. Gong Xiaojun smirked, sending his own knife flying towards the left front tire of the far left vehicle. A piercing screech echoed as it careened to the right. Seizing the moment, Bai Yi hurriedly returned to the driver's seat, simultaneously steering the vehicle and throwing knives. Behind them, Qinggu Tai, uncertain of the unfolding events, pressed the accelerator to closely follow Bai Yi's car as it veered sharply to the right. The 3 vehicles, caught unaware by the ambush, lost their balance. By the time they regained their composure to pursue, the situation had already spiraled beyond control. Bai Yi did not slow until they had exited the grasslands and reached the main road, where he finally brought the car to a halt. At that moment, a throwing knife was pressed against Gong Xiaojun's chin. "Speak, who are you?" Gong Xiaojun chuckled quietly. "What do you think I am? Is there truly anyone in this world unafraid of death?" Tang San Cheng interjected. "You recognize the presence of Hsieh. Someone with such discernment cannot be an ordinary person." "You've exploited a flaw," Gong Xiaojun remarked nonchalantly, idly running his fingers through his hair. "I never anticipated that this oversight would be caught by you." Chapter 697. Again Tang San Cheng stated, "I not only wish to know who you are, but I also seek to uncover your true name. You cannot be the genuine Gong Xiaojun, can you?" The vehicles behind them arrived, and Qinggu Tai alighted, drenched in sweat. "What on earth has occurred? Who were those individuals that suddenly appeared?" "They are likely accomplices of Inoue Hiroshi," Bai Yi replied. tossing the communicator into Qing Gu Airtai's hands. It seems he arrived with ulterior motives, waiting for us to obtain something, allowing him to conspire and fulfill his own objectives. Little did he expect that we would disrupt his plans. As Qing Jeltai observed Bai Yi brandishing a flying knife against Gongxia Junyi, he couldn't help but feel a wave of astonishment. What on earth is happening here? It's merely a misunderstanding, Gongxia Junyi declared while pushing aside Bai Yi's knife. I'll clarify everything upon our return. What shall we do now? Liu Zhi Xi inquired. We should find a place to settle down and inform the relevant parties. After all, 3 Mongolian brothers are in distress, and we must promptly notify their families to provide comfort, Fu Yu suggested. As for other matters, we shall address them once we have resolved their situation. Fu Yu's composure elicited a glimmer of delight in Gongxia Junyi. Such a woman was precisely what he had long sought. With a firm decision made, the 2 vehicles headed towards the city center. A series of events left everyone too occupied to rest, their unclean bodies navigating the scrutiny of curious gazes. By the time they arrived at the hotel, exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. After tidying up, everyone gathered in Qing Jeltai's room. Qing Jeltai had changed into clean attire, yet his expression was one of deep distress. He bore the brunt of this loss and was troubled by how to report it upwards. Gongxia Junyi, noticing his plight, remarked, "This matter is not suitable for an upward report, for it is a place one can enter by chance, yet cannot escape. For every person who enters, another perishes. Do you wish for such occurrences to repeat?" Yu Dong and Na re-exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Qing Jeltai asked, "Does this mean our collaboration has ended in futility?" "That is precisely my sentiment," Bai Yi replied. "We must refrain from further involvement. Although we have merely glimpsed the tip of the iceberg, its terrifying nature cannot be matched by machines or intricate computations." Qing Jeltai took a deep breath. "If that is the case, let us harmonize our opinions and jointly prepare a report to announce the failure of this operation." Thus, within the confines of the hotel room, they collectively drafted a statement to be sent to the responsible units, and with that, the matter drew to a close. Qing Jeltai did not linger long before departing, while Bai Yi and the others chose to remain at the hotel temporarily to rest before their departure. Strangely, Hisar showed no inclination to flee, quietly trailing the group as if he were one of them. This unusual behavior piqued Tang San Cheng's curiosity. That day, Hisar stood beside the hotel pool, observing the clamor of voices emanating from the water, before suddenly closing his eyes. "You have arrived." For 2 days, Tang San Cheng had refrained from questioning Hisar, but as their departure loomed, his curiosity became unbearable. "Follow me," Hisar beckoned. He led Tang San Cheng to the hotel rooftop, where the wind was brisk, and from this vantage point, they beheld the panoramic view of Ulaanbaatar. Hisar began. "The tale commences with the rift between my brother and me, a story you are likely familiar with. Incited by the shaman, he no longer trusts me." "I understand." Tang San Cheng nodded slightly. "But how did you acquire the power of the shaman?" "He does not trust me and seeks to kill me. Out of desperation, I turned to the shaman for refuge, even promising to assist him in securing my brother's khanate whenever needed," Hisar explained. "In exchange, I demanded the shaman's power." "You deceived him," Tang San Cheng remarked. "Indeed, he incited discord among us, and my actions are merely a modest act of retribution, affording me a sense of empowerment." "What is wrong with that?" Hisar remarked. "I have acquired the powers of the shaman, and unexpectedly, my ability to absorb is remarkably potent, surpassing even those of the shamanic lineage. However, this very strength has drawn forth greater threats. I am aware that you are cognizant of the river god's existence." Indeed, he aided Temujin in disrupting Yuan Tianyang's geomantic arrangement, redirecting the vitality towards your mother's tomb, and he has trespassed into I Ching's confinement, obtaining the tiger insect armor. "I suspect you are already informed of this," Tang San Cheng replied. "You have been ever present around us." "Indeed, I am well aware of everything," Hisar continued. "But what you do not know is that the river god remains oblivious to his intrusion into I Ching's domain. Even if he were aware of the river god's quest for I Ching, he refrained from disclosing it." Hisar added, "He is not one to willingly be manipulated by others, not even the river god." "When did you discern the river god's influence over him?" Tang San Cheng inquired. "It was only after I gained the powers of the shaman that I realized the remarkable nature of the person beside my brother. He sensed my awareness of him, thus luring my brother into action against me, forcibly expelling me from my corporeal form, rendering me a mere essence devoid of a physical body. The most terrifying aspect is that, although the river god possesses the power to annihilate me, he chooses not to. He treats me as a mere game. This revelation sent shivers down Tang San Cheng's spine. He saw her continued, I am aware that my body has been interred within my brother's tomb. Yet the barriers set by the river god prevent me from locating it. At this juncture, the unloading ridge warriors emerged, fueled by their animosity towards the Yuan, relentlessly ravaging any tombs of the suspicious. That individual named Qi Feng has even ventured to the side tomb, and though he did not enter the main structure, he discovered the distribution map of the Red Rock. This Qi Feng must be extraordinary, Tang San Cheng remarked. He is capable of concealing the distribution map within the hands of his disciples and descendants. He must possess considerable cultivation. Indeed. Thus I expended considerable effort in dealing with him, he saw her said through gritted teeth. This led to the existence of the Golden Eagle Order. You are mistaken in one regard. The Golden Eagle Order did not exist during my brother's lifetime, but was established by me after his demise. Their understanding merely a construct I imparted to them. On one hand, you sought the location of the tomb, while on the other, you endeavored to find a suitable vessel for your essence. However, you discovered that ordinary bodies could not sustain your possession for long. They continued to live according to their own lifespans. Thus, you inhabited numerous bodies until that fateful moment when you took notice of us. Tang San Cheng closed his eyes. The underground palace, the disappearance of the Golden Eagle Order, CF Fangfei's abduction. You have finally succumbed to madness. No, it is not that you have begun to go mad, but rather that you have lost your reason. Indeed, I can no longer wait. I have endured for far too long. Do you understand my suffering? He saw her lamented. To exist without a body, unable to hear another utter my name. This agony is beyond your comprehension. In the past, I believed that everything was bestowed upon me by my elder brother. However, I have come to understand that it was merely a game orchestrated by the river god. A retribution for my brother's failure to disclose the whereabouts of I Ching. He sought vengeance upon both of us, manipulating and deceiving us all along. In this light, it seems that Genghis Khan acquired the tiger armor first, and later encountered the river god, who assisted him in stealing the feng shui. When did the river god discover that your brother had deceived him? Tang San Cheng inquired. If my conjecture is correct, it occurred during the last war, while attacking the Western Xia Kingdom. His death was indeed unusual. I later learned that only he and the river god were present at that time, entirely unrelated to the so-called Western Xia princess. Though my brother desired the princess, he would not have been preoccupied with thoughts of her amidst the chaos of battle, let alone any notions of assassination. If I am not mistaken, the river god was present as a close minister to your brother at that time, correct? Tang San Cheng astutely remarked. Indeed, the outer guards mentioned that only the two of them were in the tent, which led me to this conclusion, Hisara responded. At that moment, I had already been forced out of my physical form, my body lost to me. Upon reflection, it must have been sealed by the river god, ultimately imprisoned within my brother's tomb. He had the power to extinguish your life, yet spared you, seemingly granting you a chance at survival, while in reality, he drove you towards a dead end. Had you not encountered Xie Fangfei, you might have continued down the wrong path, Tang San Cheng lamented. Your brother must have known of the connection between the river god and I Ching during their interactions, yet he never spoke of it until his final moments, revealing the truth only as death approached. He remained under the river goddess' influence until the end, and perhaps his final act was a form of retribution. In truth, I believe that your fraternal conflict was also orchestrated by him. Your brother likely felt a sense of helplessness in this regard. Had I not witnessed the preceding scene, I would not have believed it. However, seeing him lie within that yurt-like structure, furnished with remnants from our most destitute days, I am convinced that it was his arrangement prior to his demise. Hisara declared. In that moment, I suddenly believed he was left with no choice. It appears that your understanding is not entirely based on the truth. Only the river god possesses the complete knowledge. Tang San Cheng suddenly noticed the pallor of Hisara's face. What troubles you? I have regained my body, yet it cannot endure much longer, Hisara replied. I have shared everything with you, albeit in a somewhat disordered manner. Please take your time to piece it together. I must return to find Fangfei immediately. Even if it leads to death, I wish to meet my end alongside her. I do not comprehend. Have you not already reclaimed your body? Tang San Cheng was taken aback. Although your body has been sealed away, its physiological functions have deteriorated. Thus, The body you inhabit is riddled with wounds, operating in a state of overload, and you cannot separate from it, can you? Unless you employ the methods mentioned in the Huangdi Weijing once more. However, it is impossible to replicate the process a second time, as the knowledge contained within has long been lost. I cannot survive beyond 3 days. Hisara remarked. You mentioned the Huangdi classic of external medicine. I might as well disclose to you that it was stolen by the river god and subsequently fell into the hands of Bai Yi, the only confidant I possess in this world. Before you, only the river god and he were aware of my true identity. He stated that the Huangdi classic must not be disseminated, lest it incite chaos. He tasked me with procuring a piece of eternal ice, and after his demise, entrusted me with sealing both him and the classic away. In truth, we could have destroyed it, yet we ultimately chose to preserve it, harboring the hope that someone might eventually uncover this secret, preferably not a malevolent individual with nefarious intentions. The Huangdi classic remains in the possession of Tang San Cheng to this day. He hesitated slightly and continued, certain elements have indeed been lost to time, which is likely the reason you feel assured in your sealing efforts. Even if someone were to discover it, they would be unable to conjure any upheaval from this fragmented scroll. Furthermore, the classic is still with the river god, if he wished to prevent anyone from taking it. He undoubtedly possesses the means to do so. It appears he merely found the game uninteresting and decided to play a little trick. Tang San Cheng felt a wave of dizziness upon realizing that all matters lay within the river god's control. Hisara's complexion also reflected unease. Although I am privy to certain matters, I do not possess the entirety of the knowledge. After all, I am merely a being of spiritual energy and cannot approach the river god. Only he knows the intricate details. Do you understand why I do not permit you to linger underground? Tang San Cheng responded with a wry smile. I have a general understanding. Both you and I lack confidence. The red rock and gold within Genghis Khan's tomb are beyond our capabilities. The river god must be involved. Thus, we could only venture a small distance, enduring considerable hardship. If we delve deeper, it would spell the end for us both. Hisara stated. Though you have made remarkable strides, you are not his equal, and even with my assistance, we would not prevail. I confess my selfishness, yet it is the truth. Tang San Cheng sighed, acknowledging the grandeur of the underground Yuan Palace. Genghis Khan is indeed an uncrowned king. They faltered after merely entering the main hall, uncertain if they would ever have the opportunity to return. Noticing Tang San Cheng lost in thought, Hisara interjected. The strife among the Golden family's brothers did not commence with him and me. We had a brother, Baektyre. At that time, the three of us were youthful. Baektyre was arrogant and did not get along well with us. Therefore, I conspired with Temujin to shoot an arrow at his rear as an act of revenge. However, due to my lack of skill, I struck his back, leading to his demise. Perhaps this incident sowed the seeds for our eventual estrangement. I never sought the throne. Yet he suspected me, and with the shaman and river god fueling the discord, Temujin and I arrived at this current predicament. In the underground, you mentioned that the shaman killed those who were buried with him, as well as the horses. But what of the shaman? Tang San Cheng inquired. The shaman was undoubtedly slain by the river god, Hisara replied. In the legends of the Golden family, the shaman's power derives from the moon, which poses a threat to the river god. He would not spare them, just as I am not exempt. No matter how long I wander among humans. When he tires of the game, he will make me vanish, and the same fate awaits you all. Tang San felt a sudden tremor within him. The river god was the puppeteer orchestrating this game. Initially, he had anticipated an appearance. Yet the absence of such presence implied a troubling reality. The river god still possessed the vigor to continue the game. Why had he chosen Genghis Khan? Surely, there must be traits within Khan that captivated the river god, suggesting the potential for an intriguing manipulation of events. Had he perhaps discovered a more exhilarating game? The longevity of the river god remained a perplexing enigma that weighed heavily on Tang San's mind. I have conveyed what I know, Hisara remarked. We shall depart this afternoon, but I must caution you to be wary of a man named Miyashita Junichi. He appears harmless. Yet it would be unwise to make him an adversary. Indeed, Miyashita Junichi is far from ordinary, Tang San replied. He possesses a certain power, after all. He can see through your very existence. While Hisara and Tang San engaged in their final conversation, Qixia found himself alone before a nursery, the very place where the mute girl had once worked. The conditions of this Mongolian nursery were not particularly favorable, yet the tidy and clean courtyard suggested a place of quality. Qixia, unfamiliar with the Mongolian language, stood at the entrance, awaiting the staff's departure at the end of their shift. During the children's nap time, one by one, the staff emerged, dressed in casual attire, indistinguishable from the common folk. Among them, Qi Xian noticed a tall, pallid woman who appeared to be in her mid-30s. Her features bore a striking ethnic resemblance, and upon witnessing her communicate in sign language with others, Qi Xian was assured the little girl from years past had indeed matured into adulthood, having successfully exited the realm of Jingjue. Observing her seemingly stable life, Qi Xian felt an unexpected sense of relief. Just as he prepared to turn away, the woman spotted him at the entrance and rushed over, her excitement palpable. Hearing the commotion behind him, Qi Xian turned, only to be met by the mute girl. Upon recognizing his face, she was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her cheeks. A pang of pain struck Qi Xia's heart. She had endured so much alone over the years, raising Yi Xia. Not to mention, their departure from Jingjue was nothing short of a monumental decision. Ai Newer had once proclaimed that their return to the surface would allow them to thrive, yet also warned of potential struggles. Nevertheless, the mute girl and Yi Xia had successfully integrated into society. Perhaps their arrival in Mongolia was a testament to that adaptability. "Are you well?" Qi Xia gently inquired. The mute girl produced paper and a pen, swiftly inscribing her thoughts. Concerned that Yi Xia might approach, Qi Xia was not yet prepared to face him. He led the mute girl to a yogurt shop, where they sat together. The mute girl continued to write diligently, her command of Chinese characters indicative of her consistent practice. She filled nearly an entire booklet, placing it before Qi Xia. Pointing at him, and then at herself, she wore a look of confusion. Qi Xia understood. Her surprise stemmed from his seemingly unchanged appearance despite the passage of 30 years. He offered a wry smile, reflecting on the lengthy tale behind it all, and picked up the booklet, examining the words inscribed within. Upon finishing the reading, Qi Xia was taken aback to discover that she had secretly assisted Ai Newer in leading Yi Xia away from the kingdom of Jingjue. When Yi Xia turned 18, she was brought to Mongolia, where she settled permanently. Qi Xia felt a pang of reflection. Indeed, Ai Newer had her shortcomings, holding her kin to excessively high standards. Surely, some circumstances must have transpired to compel her to make such a resolute decision. To this day, Qi Xia remained unaware of the mute girl's name. Pointing at the girl, he sketched a question mark on paper, to which the mute girl responded by writing her name, Nalia. "Nalia, can you hear my words?" Qi Xia inquired. Nalia nodded vigorously, prompting Qi Xia to exhale in relief. He pointed to himself and said, "You must be curious. My appearance has not changed. However, I must soon depart, leaving little time to elucidate. What I need to convey is that I have met Yi Xia, yet she remains oblivious to our connection." As soon as Qi Xia finished speaking, Nalia's expression shifted, excitement mingled with a hint of melancholy. Her thrill arose from the fact that father and daughter had finally met, while the sadness stemmed from Qi Xia's impending departure. "I am at a loss as to how to confront her or explain her lineage," Qi Xia sighed, jotting down a number on the paper. "This is my contact. Nalia, the choice is yours. Decide when to reveal everything to her." Nalia clutched the slip of paper bearing Qi Xia's phone number, her face a canvas of confusion. As it appeared she had yet to resolve whether to disclose the truth to Yi Xia. Qi Xia then produced all the money he had and placed it before Nalia. "Do not refuse. I have not fulfilled any obligations towards her, nor do I know what I can offer. I lack experience, and if you turn me away, my confusion will only deepen." Upon hearing Qi Xia's plea, Nalia ceased to reject him, tears streaming down her cheeks. Qi Xia closed his eyes and stood. "Nalia, I must take my leave. You and Yi Xia must take care of yourselves." Just as he was about to exit, Nalia rushed forward, placing a note in his hand before dashing out. Qi Xia glanced at the paper, which bore the inscription that Yi Xia was a name chosen by her sister, signifying her longing for Qi Xia. His heart felt constricted, as if something lodged within. Qi Xia clutched the note tightly. After 30 years, was Ai Newer still alive? How had she endured through all these years? Gazing upward, he observed the sky transition from cloudy to clear, mirroring his own tumultuous emotions. Upon returning to the hotel, the others were already packing their belongings for the journey home. As Qi Xia entered, Song Yang and Xiaoshan urged him to assist with the arrangements. Liu Zhi Xi had already organized his things and sat listlessly aside. Gong Xiaojunyi and Takeda D. Sin were engaged in a whispered conversation. Throughout these days, Gongxia Junyi had refrained from disclosing his identity, and Bai Yi had not pressed the matter. Although the man's allegiance remained ambiguous, he had stood by them at a crucial moment, clarifying his stance in times of peril. Gongxia Junyi and Takeda D-Sen approached, with Takeda formally bowing. "Thank you all for your assistance this time." Liu Zhi Xi inquired, "So, will you part ways with us?" "No, I am merely returning to Japan for the time being. As for Junyi, he has other plans." Takeda D-Sen remarked, "The individuals we encountered yesterday have been thoroughly analyzed. They are likely a domestic extremist faction intent on reviving the spirit of the samurai, obsessed with warfare. Perhaps this is why they are drawn to the tomb of Genghis Khan. In no way IU believes that within the tomb lie treasures that signify Genghis Khan's invincibility in battle." Chapter 699, Hamster. The extremist faction Bai Yi inhaled deeply. "I have heard of them. They are primarily composed of descendants of war criminals from World War II. Though they represent a mere fraction of power, they are exceedingly fanatical, capable of unspeakable acts." Miyashita Shinichi interjected, "In our country, we refer to them as hamsters. Are not hamsters quite adorable creatures?" Shen Bing inquired. "Indeed, they possess a charming and endearing appearance," he responded. Miyashita Shinichi shook his head. "That is merely a superficial observation. Hamsters are diurnal sleepers, venturing out only at night. Originating from desert burrows, they hide during the day to evade predators. Their instinct to retreat into darkness provides them with a sense of security. They excel at burrowing and concealing themselves. This is precisely how the members of this faction operate. Hence our moniker for them." Takeda D-Sen stated, "Their everyday identities remain obscured, allowing in no way IU to deceive us successfully. No, at the very least." Suzuki's suspicions about him prompted his hasty departure, Bai Yi remarked. "Perhaps so, yet the paramount concern is survival," Miyashita Shinichi replied, turning to Takeda D-Sen. "I shall not see you off, Takeda-kun." After bidding farewell to Takeda D-Sen, only Bai Yi and his companions remained with Miyashita Shinichi. The latter's recent demeanor towards Fu Yu had been notably distinct, marked by an unusual warmth compared to his coldness towards others. This peculiarity gnawed at Bai Yi, akin to a saw tearing at his insides, as he grappled with the conflicting need to confirm Fu Yu's identity. Upon arriving in Beijing, Miyashita Shinichi accompanied Bai Yi. As soon as they disembarked from the plane, Liu Zhi Xi received a phone call, which he sighed at before stepping aside. The conversation lasted a full half-hour, and upon returning, he bore a wry smile. "It seems there has been considerable controversy. I have quite a bit of explaining to do. Endure the toil. But you ought to visit the hospital," Bai Yi urged, suppressing his sorrow. "The chill from underground may have worsened your condition. It is my duty. I must fulfill it." "I believe Qing Gur Tai is equally distressed. His situation is far graver after all," Liu Zhi Xi replied, coughing intermittently. After a prolonged fit, he sighed. "Very well. Let us depart. I must report the situation immediately. I hope they refrain from probing too deeply." Liu Zhi Xi left alone, and Fu Yu turned to Miyashita Shinichi. "What are your intentions?" "You have yet to inquire about my identity," Miyashita Shinichi said. "Perhaps I have not ignited your utmost curiosity yet. It is best to leave a mystery for our next encounter." Bai Yi felt a surge of frustration. What did it mean not to ask for his identity? Should he not clarify himself? As he was about to speak, Fu Yu interjected, "I've inquired, have I not?" Inquired? How could he not know? When had Fu Yu ever intersected with him? For the past few days in the hotel in Ulaanbaatar, he had been on high alert. Miyashita Junichi remarked, "For me, this is insufficient. I shall take my leave. Farewell, everyone." He grabbed his luggage and attempted to hail a cab. His final farewell carried a profound significance, laden with dual meanings, which irritated Xiaoshan. What is with this guy's arrogance? "Xiaoshan, you have a task," Bai Yi instructed. "Once you return, investigate Miyashita Junichi, particularly his exit records. The more, the better. I have a hunch that this fellow may not even bear his true name." However, Tang San Cheng expressed his confusion. Didn't he mention on the flight that he had seen Xie Fangfei when he was 6? But upon reflection, his description was rather simplistic. He didn't know her name, merely that she was beautiful. All the information was vague, with hardly a concrete fact. Damn it, I should have suspected him earlier. This guy is nothing but a deceptive entity. The term deceptive entity was previously applied to Hizar, and now Bai Yi had transferred it to Miyashita Junichi, revealing his strong discontent with him. Upon hearing Xie Fangfei's name, Hizar shuddered, drawing Tang San Cheng's attention. He found it astonishing that this spiritual energy had returned to his body, though it no longer felt as potent. The current Hezar was just an ordinary individual with cultivation, and his days were numbered. Bai Yi remained unperturbed. He summoned a cab, not returning home, but heading straight to Xie Fangfei's residence. As he observed the familiar surroundings, Hezar closed his eyes, recalling the moments shared with Xie Fangfei as the third brother. Those were the most unforgettable times of his long existence. How wonderful it would be if time could stand still at that moment. Why, after achieving profound understanding, must one still bear such deep wounds? Are you all right? Tang San Cheng inquired, aware that Hezar's body had aged and he could no longer exist as a spiritual entity, facing death like an ordinary person. Yet he remained calm. The vehicle came to a halt, and everyone exited, standing before the dilapidated entrance of Jiu Ye's home. Bai Yi asked, "Can you now tell us where she is?" "Xie Fangfei passed away 10 years ago and has since been laid to rest," Hezar replied. "I was nearly obliterated by your actions, yet I retained a breath of life. My spiritual energy is damaged, rendering me unable to possess. I can only linger in a spiritual form near Xie Fangfei, observing her solitary life. Strangely, it seems she is aware of my presence, often speaking in the direction I inhabit. Initially, I thought it coincidence, but as it occurred more frequently, I realized she could genuinely sense me. After her journey to Japan and subsequent return, she suddenly departed from here." This resonated. Xie Fangfei might have wished to escape this place of sorrow. "You certainly wouldn't allow her to leave alone," Fu Yu remarked. "You care for her deeply." "Yes, I do care for her, which is why I followed her departure." Hezar spoke. She arrived in the countryside, seeking refuge there, and the figure of Jiu Yi had vanished from the realm of treasure hunting. "I spent some time mending myself, attempting to reincarnate, but alas, I underestimated the extent of your harm. During her lifetime, I was unable to possess her to converse, yet fortunately, she was aware of my presence. What do we call this? Being so close yet unable to meet, unable even to speak. Especially at the moment she departed, her eyes wide open, refusing to close, calling out my name incessantly. I was right by her side, yet could not touch her, could not tell her I was there, how deeply I loved her. Watching her slowly close her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, I harbored a profound hatred for you all, and I resolved to seek vengeance. 10 years, it took you another decade, and finally, you recovered. Your first target was Haisheng. It was he who assisted us in severely wounding you back then. You avenged yourself by murdering him in the same manner you did with Master Liu Zhi, delivering a warning to us, was it not?" Tang San Cheng remarked. "You issued a warning, proclaiming your return, and we have received it." Bai Yi added, "We acknowledged the warning and endeavored to uncover the source of your power to confront you. As you have long sought the tomb of Genghis Khan, we too decided to pursue this path, and you were more than pleased, merely waiting for us to discover the tomb, so you could reap the benefits and exact your revenge thereafter. Unfortunately, things did not unfold as anticipated. I granted you time to breathe, and Tang San Cheng attained formidable cultivation. I am no longer his match." Hezar said, "This is your fate, but it is also my conclusion. This development was beyond my expectations. What surprised me even more was your encounter with the descendants of Yuan Tiangang, gradually approaching the truth, which included facts unknown to me, such as the disruption of Yuan Tiangong's feng shui, leading anger towards my mother's coffin. This was the first time I learned of such matters. Temujin concealed these actions from us back then. Regardless, you still joined us in locating Temujin's tomb. Was the design of the Yuan Palace truly his?" Bai Yi inquired. "Indeed. His ambitions soared higher than the heavens. He once claimed that no eagle in the sky could compare to him." Hezar replied, "What significance does a mere Yuan Palace hold? Take us to meet Xie Fangfei," Fu Yu said. "Wait." Hezar walked into the house, the lock previously destroyed by Tang San Cheng. Hezar entered Xie Fangfei's room, where she had once been so heartbroken, leaving everything behind. Hezar discovered a photograph of Xie Fangfei, her beauty as radiant as ever, smiling with a countenance like a blossoming flower, seemingly possessing the power to heal. Hezar's hand gently caressed the image of Xie Fangfei. "In my eyes, you will forever remain as you were 30 years ago. Fangfei, how have you fared?" "At last, I can be with you as Hezar. I am not Lao San, but Hezar. Wait for me." He took Xie Fangfei's photograph and held it close to his heart before stepping outside. Each stride he took was light, as though he had laid down all his burdens. He led Bai Yi and others to the place where Xie Fangfei had once resided, a humble abode in the outskirts of Beijing. There, a small courtyard flourished with fruit trees, and after her passing, She was laid to rest in the nearest graveyard, a modest mound marked by a simple stone tablet, bearing only 3 solitary characters alongside the date of her departure. This was her eternal resting place. How did she leave us? Shen Bing inquired. Her nose tinged with a bittersweet ache as memories of her past with Xie Fangfei flooded her mind, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. Fu Yu embraced her gently, offering soft words of comfort. Her illness ever since emerging from the underground palace, her health had been frail. Hisar spoke softly, producing the cherished photograph from his grasp and placing it against the stone tablet. In this chapter, the actions of Hisar were tender. Tang San Cheng was uncertain if Hisar had loved another woman in his life, but he was convinced of Hisar's unwavering devotion to Xie Fangfei. His heart could harbor no one else. After reclaiming his body, his singular desire was to meet Xie Fangfei as his true self, and that spoke volumes. Hisar brushed away the dust from the stone tablet and cleared the weeds from the grave mound. Witnessing his actions, they almost forgot that he was the executioner responsible for the demise of many members of the. Once he completed his tasks, Hisar sat cross-legged in front of Xie Fangfei's grave and glanced back at Tang San Cheng. I have but one request. When I pass, bury me here as well, so that we may remain together for eternity. Tang San Cheng sensed something profound, agreeing as he approached Hisar. However, 3 steps away, he felt the chill of death enveloping the air. He gently placed his hand on Hisar's shoulder, only to see him topple like a weeble, unable to rise again. Has he passed? Xiao asked. Tang San Cheng reached out to close Hisar's eyes, noticing a faint smile at the corner of his lips. He found himself at a loss for words to judge the life of this man. In many ways, he was a tragic figure, trapped in the role of a character in the game of the river god. Yet, he was fortunate to find a resolution, destined to unite with Xie Fangfei in the afterlife. Bai Yi and the others took care of Hisar and Xie Fangfei's final affairs. Upon learning that the site was to be repurposed, they feared the graveyard would be disturbed. Bai Yi took charge, deciding to cremate their remains and place the ashes in a single urn, symbolizing their inseparable bond. The urn was enshrined in the funeral home, thus bringing closure to their lingering worries. Tang San Cheng conveyed what Hisar had mentioned to others. However, Bai Yi believed that Hisar's words were essentially what they had already comprehended, lacking substantial value. In essence, it was the river god orchestrating everything, a character who treats life as a game. His sole concern was I Ching. Upon learning that Genghis Khan had concealed the location where I Ching was held captive, he undoubtedly took certain actions. Genghis Khan's demise might very well be intertwined with this matter. Bai Yi suggested that they revisit the place where I Ching was imprisoned to seek further clarity. Tang San Cheng was also eager to return and see if he could break through the Red Rock Formation. According to Hisar, the Red Rock was merely a barrier against malevolent entities, serving a defensive purpose. He had previously stated that only through cooperation with Tang San Cheng could they unlock the entrance. This implied that their previous emergence from the pool was not without reason. After inadvertently acquiring I Ching's cultivation, they had stumbled upon a passageway, allowing them to return to the deep pit. Now, with Tang San Cheng having fully absorbed I Ching's cultivation, he should be more confident. However, before that, Junichi Mayukishita unexpectedly arrived. His method of obtaining the address a mystery. As he stood before the iron gate, knocking loudly, the group mistakenly assumed it was Liu Zhi Xi and was taken aback to find this elusive figure before them. Junichi Mayukishita was quite unceremonious, stepping into the courtyard while surveying the surroundings, commenting, "This place is rather nice, though the surrounding high-rises have marred the charm of this area." His unannounced visit raised suspicions. Was he losing his composure? While Bai Yi pondered his intentions, Fu Yu had already gone to prepare tea. Observing an old chair in the courtyard, Junichi promptly sat down, remarking, "You all seem to be living quite comfortably." He continued, "It appears you have been rather busy these past few days, as the newspapers at the entrance have gone untouched. I take it you are unaware of the happenings in Mongolia." Upon hearing this, Xiao swiftly dashed to his computer, confirming Junichi's guess. They had been preoccupied with the joint burial of Hisar and Xie Fangfei, leaving them no time for other matters. Xiao opened his computer to gather news regarding Mongolia, his expression darkening immediately. Bai Yi and the others followed him in, and were met with the large portrait of Qin Gatai on the screen, an ominous feeling settling in their hearts. What is going on? Qin Gatai had sent a team there for a second excavation. Xiao Shan's voice trembled as he reported. After the ground personnel lost contact with them for 7 days, The bodies of two individuals were discovered 600 meters from the deep pit. The state of decomposition was severe, with the cause of decay unknown, and one of the corpses was confirmed to be that of Qin Gatai. This fellow, Bai Yi, expressed his frustration. We had agreed not to interfere any further. Why is he so relentless? Yet, it was not this matter that piqued the interest of Qi Xia. Is there a list of the missing personnel? Yes, there is, Xiaoshan remarked. I never imagined I would find myself so out of touch. This matter has stirred up quite a commotion and is even linked to supernatural occurrences. Here lies the list. The heart of Qi Xia raced anxiously. He feared he might find Yixia's name among those listed. As he scanned the names one by one, he finally exhaled in relief. No, she had not participated this time. However, the losses were indeed substantial. King Girtai must have made a tremendous commitment, bringing a total of 40 individuals. Excluding the 7 logistical personnel, the remaining 33 were either missing or deceased. The 3 who managed to escape raised questions as to why their decaying bodies appeared so far away, which has become a focal point of concern, and the heat of this issue shows no sign of waning. There is also an interview with Liu Zhi Xi. It seems he has been overwhelmed with busyness lately. Xiaoshan commented, everyone is quite intrigued by our last collaboration during the Three Kingdoms. Alas, 33 lives lost. Coupled with the horrors of that place, it's astonishing how many perished. Clearly, our decision to withdraw was prudent. Heezer had once said that had they not exited in time, they would have faced total annihilation. Tang San Cheng also felt a shiver of dread and a sense of regret. What exactly was responsible for this calamity? Mechanical traps or something else? After all, King Girtai was already familiar with all the intricacies of the earlier phase, so he descended with confidence and precautions, yet still could not evade misfortune. It seems they had only grazed the surface of a far greater peril. Who was Heezer? It was unclear when Gongxi Junyi had entered. Everyone was taken aback by this fellow treating the place as his backyard. This is none of your concern, Bai Yi coldly stated. What brings you here? I have made up my mind, Gongxi Junyi replied. Your delay in seeking me must be due to a lack of time to attend to someone like me. Indeed, he had struck a chord. The original intention was to investigate his background, but with the emergence of Heezer's situation, they had completely overlooked him. Xiaoshan suddenly recalled. His face slightly flushed. I assume you still have no time, so I shall spare you the effort, Gongxi Junyi sighed. This place is not as comfortable as outside. Can we converse elsewhere? Without looking back, Gongxi Junyi strode outside, confident that they would follow. Bai Yi felt a murderous intent rising. This person possessed such a talent for provocation without resorting to repulsive acts or coarse words. One utterance, a gesture, a glance from him could easily irritate one. Yet, despite this, everyone still followed him outside. Gongxi Junyi sensed their impatience. In truth, I am not Gongxi Junyi. He is merely my friend, and I have borrowed his identity. My apologies for fabricating the tale about your family's elder. You understand, a 6-year-old's recollections are often vague. I know, Bai Yi replied coldly. This person was indeed his nemesis. I do not go by Gongxi Junyi. My name is Abe Haru. Abe Haru frowned and added, in fact, I prefer the name Gongxi Junyi. At least it does not sound feminine. Originally, he too harbored his own sorrows. He remarked, you may not have heard of my name. But surely you are familiar with Abe no Saimai, particularly you. He referred to Tang San Cheng, who raised an eyebrow and acknowledged, I see. So you are the onmyoji of Japan. The term onmyoji, often translated as diviner or illusionist, has its roots in China. These practitioners possess knowledge of celestial observations and facial readings, as well as the ability to assess directions, foresee calamities, draw talismans, recite incantations, and perform illusions. They are well versed in the unseen forces that govern fate, souls, and spirits, and wield the power to influence these elements. In Japan, onmyoji once thrived as a prominent profession, providing spiritual solace to the emperor and security to the state, while the common people sought comfort in their arduous lives through their guidance. During the primitive era, onmyoji served as the spiritual backbone of the entire nation. Although Japan became synonymous with the flourishing of onmyoji, the practice gradually waned in China, with the true origins of Japanese onmyodo tracing back to the Chinese philosophical concepts of yin and yang and the 5 elements. The theory of yin and yang, a branch of ancient Chinese philosophy, embodies the dualistic nature of existence, the interplay of opposites, and the recognized laws governing the emergence of all things. During the reign of Emperor Tenmu, the official institution known as the onmyoryo was formally established. This bureau was headed by the Onmyo chief, supported by an Onmyo doctor, an astronomical doctor, a calendar doctor, 2 water clock doctors, and 6 Onmyoji. Their primary responsibilities included the formulation of astronomical and calendrical systems, the assessment of auspicious and ominous signs, geomancy, and the conduct of rituals, comprising a total workforce of 89 individuals. Thus, Onmyodo became an integral part of the legal system. Controlling the Onmyoryo equated to possessing the power to interpret all phenomena. Onmyodo evolved into the emperor's favored discipline. The origins of Onmyodo can be traced back to the Zhou dynasty, with the I Ching serving as a prime testament. During the spring and autumn period, the concept of yin and yang was solidified, ultimately evolving into a formal school of thought. As Lao Tzu eloquently stated, the Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. All things carry yin and embrace yang, achieving harmony through the interplay of energies. Abe no Saimai, a figure of remarkable lineage, was regarded as one of the most illustrious Onmyoji in ancient Japan, active during the mid-Heian period and the progenitor of the Tsuchimikado clan, which presided over the Onmyoryo from the Kamakura period to the early Meiji era. Abe no Saimai was an expert in the cutting-edge technologies of astronomy and divination, earning the trust of the Heian nobility as a prominent Onmyoji. In his lifetime, he was a rival to the sorcerer Ashiya Doman, and some legends suggest that he might have been the son of Tera no Kajimori. He garnered the favor of the emperor and powerful officials, receiving the title of HSH at the age of 79. Following the efforts of several generations of descendants, he ascended from a mere astronomical doctor to a position of immense power, so much so that during the Edo period, a popular saying emerged: "One may not know Yoshitsune, but knows Saimai." Henceforth, Abe no Saimai became known as Saimai-sama, a household name throughout Japan. It is said that Abe Saimai's master in the Tang dynasty was the venerable Bodeo. Tang San Cheng was not particularly inclined to ingratiate himself, yet if this were true, he and Abe Saimai might share a certain bond, for after venerable Bodeo attained enlightenment under the guidance of Manjushri, there lies a connection between them. Fortunately, Abe Saimai himself acknowledged this. "Why do you impersonate Miyashita Junichi?" Fuyu inquired. "Are you also interested in the tomb of Genghis Khan?" "No, do not misunderstand." Abe Saimai replied. "I have no interest in any tombs of Genghis Khan. Rather, I am quite intrigued by you all. In fact, I arrived in Beijing ahead of schedule, not in the company of Inoue Hideo. My apologies, Mr. Tang, for you may not have sensed my presence, as I knew that with your cultivation, if I did not suppress my own abilities, you would surely see through me." As he spoke, Abe Saimai extended his hand toward Tang San Cheng, who, upon shaking it, was taken aback. "You can indeed seal your own powers. That is quite impressive," Tang San Cheng remarked. Abe Saimai caught the underlying implication in the latter part of his statement. Feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, quite impressive held an additional connotation of merely adequate. Abe Saimai, possessing a lofty spirit, was understandably displeased by such an assessment, but resignedly acknowledged. "Although my name bears the characters say, I cannot compare to my ancestor. This I must concede. However, that is not the crux of the matter." He cleared his throat. "The crux is that I am unable to unravel this now." As soon as Abe Saimai's words fell, Xiaoshan and Song Yang embraced one another, laughing uncontrollably. While even Fu Yu nearly burst into laughter, Abe Saimai rolled his eyes. It is indeed challenging to confine one's own powers, and it is perfectly normal to be unable to unravel them. "Do you wish for my assistance?" Tang San Cheng seized this rare opportunity to counterattack. Unwilling to let it slip away, Abe Saimai, unaware of the intentions concealed within, dared to toy with them. "But you and I have a rather ordinary relationship, do we not? After all, we are comrades in life and death," Abe Saimai asserted. "Yet we do not appreciate being deceived." Tang San Cheng turned to the others, "Right?" "Indeed." They responded in perfect unison. Abe Saimai remarked, "You are quite formidable. Allow me to say, our Abe family and the Miyashita family are indeed close allies. Miyashita Junichi is truly my friend. His uncle, Miyashita Makoto, went missing many years ago and entrusted our family with the task of searching for him in Beijing, with my uncle participating in that endeavor. It seems there was more to this story. The Miyashita family possessed information regarding the Isle of Penglai, suggesting they were no ordinary clan, capable of forging ties with the Abe family. What became of it?" Bai Yi inquired. "Miyashita Makoto is deceased," Abe Saimai responded. "My uncle found him, but he perished in a most peculiar place. The underground palace, or perhaps I should phrase it differently. However, my uncle understood that revealing this to the Miyashita family would be a grave blow, so he deceived them, telling them that he had not found Miyashita Makoto, merely that he was missing. Thus, the Miyashita family has held on to hope, believing Miyashita Makoto would eventually return home. The subterranean palace, as anticipated, has fallen victim to that fellow, Hisaru. Tang San regretted not having the opportunity to inquire about this matter with Hisaru. Yet, given its connection to the underground palace, there are only a few who possess knowledge of that place. Who else could it be besides him? Miyashita Makoto met a tragic end, his body riddled with multiple wounds, and according to my uncle's account, he endured immense torment before his demise. Succumbing as his blood slowly drained away, Abe Haru remarked that his uncle had discovered an unusual energy at the scene, indicating that Miyashita Makoto's death was indeed shrouded in mystery. However, prior to his departure, grandfather had advised him to avoid trouble, considering it was a foreign land. Thus, he chose not to investigate further, and the matter was subsequently buried. Is it true that the Miyashita family remains unaware of Makoto's death to this day? Fuyu pondered. Is such ignorance truly a blessing for the Miyashita family? Clinging to hope, yet forever greeted by disappointment, but not to the point of despair. I am uncertain, Abe Haru continued. My uncle and I share a close bond. Upon his return, he recounted this incident to me. Although I was merely 6 years old, the details remained etched in my memory, for he described Makoto's death in vivid detail. I could sense his concern. However, grandfather exerted pressure, forbidding us from delving deeper into the matter, and we had no choice but to acquiesce. What relevance does this have to your visit to Beijing? Bai Yi always had a knack for pinpointing the crux of the matter. Because this incident pertains to you, Abe Haru replied. I have been deeply intrigued by this affair, which is why I arrived in Beijing ahead of time, hoping to uncover the truth. To be candid, I have already ventured into the underground palace. I possess a map left by my uncle and have seen the remains of Miyashita Makoto, along with other artifacts. In addition to the peculiar energy at the site, there were two other forces present. Tang San, the energy within you bears a striking resemblance to one of those forces. No, it would be more accurate to say it is identical. I must express my gratitude to Miyashita Toshiyuki. He expressed no interest in the archaeological project concerning Genghis Khan's tomb and whimsically suggested that I take his place. Our appearances are somewhat similar, and coupled with my illusionary arts, I could easily deceive them. You all intrigue me. Within the underground tomb, your abilities have truly opened my eyes. I believe you are the individuals I have been seeking. Having taken a convoluted route, everyone still seemed perplexed by his intentions. Fuyu contemplated for a moment. What is it that you wish to accomplish that necessitates the assistance of individuals like us? Abe Haru's expression brightened with excitement. I knew they wouldn't comprehend, but you would. What on earth? Bai Yi rolled his eyes. Fine, we understand the background now. Let's return to the present. What you desire most is for Tang San to unravel the seal upon you. And then what? What is your aim? Abe Haru stated. The tomb of Yang Yuhuan. Bai Yi nearly leapt from his seat. The tomb of Yang Yuhuan? What does this young man intend to do? As a descendant of the Abe family, instead of diligently practicing as a Yin-Yang master, he wishes to dabble in tomb raiding? Why are you so fascinated by the tomb of Yang Yuhuan when you show no interest in Genghis Khan's tomb? Fuyu inquired. Now I understand. You seek to find individuals capable of entering tombs, do you not? Moreover, they cannot be ordinary individuals. They must possess a certain level of cultivation akin to yours, which is precisely why you take such interest in us. However, we have no obligation to accompany you. Abe Haru seemed to have anticipated this outcome, turning to Tang San Cheng and inquiring, can you assist me in unraveling this now? Very well, Tang San Cheng replied, eager to discern the capabilities of Abe Haru. As an onmyoji, renowned for his mastery of illusions, he yearned to broaden his horizons. The so-called seal merely obstructed the flow of qi within the microcosmic and macrocosmic orbits, thus hindering the manifestation of one's innate abilities. To lift the seal, it was imperative to restore the unobstructed flow within these orbits. Tang San Cheng placed his hands upon Abe Haru's orbits, channeling his energy, causing a surge of warmth to emanate. Abe Haru felt two currents of heat swirling within him, an uncomfortable yet stimulating sensation. He shut his eyes, enduring this vexing feeling until, at last, a wave of qi began to roam freely within him, bestowing a profound sense of relief. Upon opening his eyes and wiping the sweat from his brow, Abe Haru expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Tang San Cheng. not one to indulge in pleasantries, pressed on. Now that the seal is lifted, tell me, what compels a Japanese individual to take such an interest in the tomb of Yang Yuhuan? The tomb of the famed Yang Guifei is currently situated in Xianyang. However, it does not contain her remains, merely serving as a tomb adorned with garments. Originally, it was a mound of earth, which, as legend has it, was imbued with a fragrant white soil that nourished the skin. Many courtesans would come to collect it, resulting in significant erosion of the mound, leading to its subsequent encasement in blue bricks. The tomb assumes a hemispherical form, with a towering marble statue of Yang Guifei, about 6 meters high, gracing its rear. Although merely a symbolic tomb, it continues to attract countless admirers. In the 14th year of the Tianbao era under Emperor Xuanzong, the Ungshi rebellion erupted, marking the beginning of the decline of the Tang dynasty. The following year, as Emperor Xuanzong fled westward to Mawei Slope, his retinue demanded the execution of Yang Yuhuan. Reluctantly, he granted her the grim honor of self-strangulation, culminating in a heart-wrenching tragedy that reverberated through the ages. Historical records indicate that in the second year of Emperor Suzong's Jida era, the Tang forces reclaimed Chang'an, and upon Xuanzong's return, he discreetly arranged for Yang Guifei's reburial. Consequently, the true nature of the tomb, whether it is the original burial site, a relocated grave, or merely a symbolic tomb, remains unverified. In fact, numerous narratives surround the demise of Yang Guifei. According to the official history, she perished at Mawei Station, where the troops mutinied, demanding her death. In this account, Emperor Xuanzong, helpless, commanded Gao Lishur to ensure her demise. Ultimately, she was strangled beneath a pear tree in the temple courtyard at the age of 38. Legend has it that during the transport of her body, one of her shoes was lost, subsequently claimed by an elderly woman who profited from lending it to passers-by for a fee. Subsequent generations have propagated tales such as the Song of Everlasting Regret, which alludes to her being spirited away to a distant refuge. Bai Yi's rendition of the Song of Everlasting Regret states that upon Xuanzong's return, he sought to have her reinterred, yet found the ground at Mawei Slope too muddied, with no trace of her beautiful visage remaining, affirming that she did not die at Mawei Station. Notably, when Chun Hong composed the Song of Everlasting Regret, he explicitly highlighted the existence of the annals of Emperor Xuanzong, subtly insinuating that Yang Guifei had not perished. Chapter 702. Equivalent exchange. It is conceivable that Yang Guifei did not perish at the Mawei Station, leading to a multitude of speculations regarding her ultimate fate. The most widely accepted theory among the populace suggests that she fled to Japan. Within both the folk and academic circles in Japan, there exists a perspective that posits the individual hanged at Mawei Station was merely a maidservant. The general Chen Xuanli, captivated by Yang Guifei's beauty, could not bring himself to execute her. Thus, in collusion with Gao Lishur, he orchestrated a scheme to substitute a maid for Yang Guifei's death. Chun then dispatched a trusted confidant to escort Yang Guifei southward, ultimately reaching the town of Kutsu in Japan. Various narratives have emerged in Japan regarding this matter. One such account suggests that the deceased was indeed a decoy, and the military leader Chen Xuanli conspired with Gao Lishur to replace her, with Gao transporting the purported body of the noble consort, which was verified by Chun. Their collaboration rendered the ruse successful. Yang Yuhuan, this woman, has inspired a plethora of legends throughout history. It is said that she was named Yuhuan because she was born with a jade bracelet adorning her arm. Bai Yi remarked that this seems improbable, as her mother would likely have suffered from kidney stones. Bai Yi had never been so unrefined. And Fu Yu cast a glance at him, stating that extraordinary experiences often yield particularly rich tales, and there is no harm in listening to them. With a disgruntled grunt, Bai Yi then heard Abe Haru say that in Yamaguchi Prefecture, Japan, there exists a tomb dedicated to Yang Guifei. In 1963, a Japanese girl showcased her family tree to television viewers, claiming to be a descendant of Yang Guifei. The renowned Japanese actress Yamaguchi Momo also asserted her lineage from the noble consort. However, these details are trivial. What truly matters is your unusual interest in Yang Guifei's tomb. Bai Yi expressed with impatience. Given the historical stature of your ancestor Abe Saimai, it stands to reason that his descendants would lead a comfortable life. What prompts you to contemplate grave robbing? This befuddles me. Tang San Cheng added, Abe Haru, your behavior is indeed peculiar. Unless you provide a reasonable explanation, we shall consider this story unheard. Abe Haru, devoid of his previous composure and irreverence, confessed. My mother vanished in the vicinity believed to be the burial site of Yang Guifei. Your mother? Fuyu was taken aback. Isn't such a matter typically entrusted to the police? The Japanese National Police Agency has conducted a thorough search, Abe Haru replied, but to no avail. They have given up. And so have my uncles. Yet, I have a feeling that my mother is still alive, right there. We simply cannot find her. If she is truly there, your uncle, being an onmyoji, would surely sense her presence. Tang San Cheng quickly pointed out the flaw in his statement. Moreover, you only mentioned your mother and uncle. What of your father and grandfather? They have both passed away. I am the last of the Abe lineage, Abe Haru stated. My uncle dismissed my concerns with disdain and offered no support. While I possess knowledge of Onmi-D, I lack expertise in tomb raiding. I have heard that this archaeological expedition to Genghis Khan's tomb will include many skilled practitioners, so I reached an agreement with Miyashita Tashiichi to allow me this opportunity. A multitude of factors intertwined, leading Abe Haruki to discover Tang San Cheng and his companions, who he now regarded as his saviors. Incredible, remarked Chisha. Is there truly no one in Japan you can rely upon? Furthermore, our actions might constitute transnational crime. Do you truly believe we would assist you? Thus, I am willing to pay the price, Abe Haruki replied. I hope this price will sway you. No amount of price will persuade us. Please go ahead, Bai Yi interjected, having already risen to his feet. Thank you for your tale. It was quite engaging. We hold a deep respect for Abe Haruki. Today's overall proceedings have been satisfactory. Thank you. As Bai Yi spoke, the others remained silent, leaving Abe Haruki momentarily stunned. With a long sigh, he lowered his head and exited the courtyard, appearing somewhat pitiable. Unexpectedly, just as he reached the door, he turned back with a smile. You will surely acquiesce. Ah, this lad dares to act so brazenly, Song Yang scolded. Damn it. I've never seen such audacity. Does he think he knows us so well? Why should we assist him? Ignore him, Bai Yi advised. We have other matters to attend to. We shall discuss this later. Indeed, they needed to retrieve I Ching-yi. Abe Haruki's situation was peculiar. Yet the group had no time to concern themselves with this enigmatic Japanese onmyoji, and they proceeded with their original plan to return to Hongyan. Since the last incident where 6 lives were lost, the place had become a haunted site, with not a single villager daring to approach. The large pit, once excavated, still remained as a grim reminder. On their way, Tang San Cheng noticed a child running towards the area, only for an adult to rush over and pull the child back, admonishing, "Are you trying to throw your life away? Come back." Clearly, this place had indeed become a den of spirits. This actually makes things easier for us, Shen Bing remarked. Arriving at the front of the red rock, the sunken pit lay still and quiet, the red rock exposed. As Tang San Cheng stepped out of the vehicle, he sensed a powerful trace of spiritual energy, his expression darkening. I fear the river god has arrived before us. You all stay here. Chisha and I will go down to investigate. Shen Bing attempted to follow but was halted by Bai Yi, instructing everyone to remain above. After half an hour, Tang San Cheng and Chisha emerged. Shen Bing, relieved, asked, "Have you managed to open the passage?" "Yes," replied Tang San Cheng, wiping the sweat from his brow. I Ching-yi is missing. He must have come and taken her away. Do you remember? Hisader mentioned that Genghis Khan once told the river god he had seen I Ching-yi, which enraged the river god. However, it seems Genghis Khan did not disclose her whereabouts to him. Our recent activities must have revealed I Ching-yi's location, prompting the river god to come here and abduct her. That is the only plausible explanation, Bai Yi concurred. I Ching-yi, the river god, and Yinglong must share connections unknown to us. When we last took I Ching-yi, an anomaly occurred. Could the river god possess the ability to maintain her appearance? Perhaps, Tang San Cheng mused, feeling a mix of excitement and frustration. The excitement stemmed from his newfound ability to open the sealed entrance, while the frustration arose from I Ching-yi being taken away, leaving their promise unfulfilled. Enough, let us not dwell in despair any longer. We shall return and discuss this matter later, Bai Yi declared. As for Liu Zhi Xi's situation, it remains largely unknown to everyone, yet his condition has recently deteriorated. What has transpired? Xie inquired, sensing a similar unease. During their last visit to the tomb of Genghis Khan, Liu Zhi Xi had exhibited a lack of vitality, speaking very little and occasionally displaying expressions of anguish. When asked, he merely claimed to be weak, unable to withstand the chill of the underground. However, Xie felt that the truth was far more complex. I visited the hospital and managed to obtain Liu Zhi Xi's medical records. He is in the late stages of lung cancer, Bai Yi revealed. He was diagnosed last year. That he has endured this long is nothing short of miraculous. Xiao Shan's eyes welled with tears. Why did he not confide in me? He likely wished to spare us from worry, particularly now that we have just begun our journey together, only to face the prospect of separation, Bai Yi continued. He has been claiming to be too busy with work to visit, but I have learned that he is hospitalized. Let us go, Tang San Cheng said, casting a glance back at the ominous red rocks, which, for a fleeting moment, appeared to twist into grotesque forms. Rubbing his eyes, he saw them revert to their original state. Upon returning to Beijing, the group deliberated on how to approach Liu Zhi Xi. If they revealed their knowledge, the atmosphere would surely plummet. If they feigned ignorance, it would feel insincere. Ultimately, they practiced their words repeatedly at home before heading to the hospital with bags in hand. Bai Yi had already ascertained Liu Zhi Xi's room number. Though there were many of them, the nurse initially refused entry, but after some persuasion, they were granted an exception. They quietly entered Liu Zhi Xi's room, where he lay propped up in bed, perusing an archaeology magazine. As shadows filled the space, he suddenly looked up, and upon seeing Bai Yi and the others, his face turned pale. What brings you here? He asked, surprised. We were away for a brief moment. Or else we would have arrived sooner, Bai Yi replied softly, setting down his belongings. Liu Zhi Xi, being an astute individual, sighed. I deliberately kept this from you. Yet you have found me. It seems you are already aware. Zhi Xi, Bai Yi addressed him, omitting his surname for the first time. I have come to inform you that, should you wish, we still possess a means to help you. What do you mean? Liu Zhi Xi asked, perplexed. I am afflicted with a terminal illness. The doctors cannot cure me. What can you do? Indeed, the doctors cannot cure you, Bai Yi affirmed. However, you are aware that the reincarnation goo can be used 3 times. Once for Lei Zi, once for Xiao Ning, and there remains one more chance. Liu Zhi Xi fell silent. Well aware of the implications of the reincarnation goo. Closing his eyes, he appeared deep in thought, and the others held their breath, silently observing him. The decision rested in his hands. Should he agree, there would still be an opportunity for them to reunite in 20 or 30 years, akin to a form of immortality. Suddenly, Liu Zhi Xi opened his eyes, his expression resolute. A smile crept across his face. I suppose I have grown old, have I not? Now Liu Zhi Xi, with his head of grizzled hair, bears the marks of prolonged toil. His domestic life is far from blissful, leading to an appearance that seems prematurely aged. As he gazes at his hands, the multitude of needle marks on the back is a sight too painful to behold a second time. Liu Zhi Xi lowers his hands, stating, no more. Not anymore. Song Yang feels a pang of sorrow. The reincarnation bug merely allows you to recall past memories. This way, we can meet again. We can? No, let us end this, Liu Zhi Xi interjects. If I remember you all, if I remember Liu Fifan, the weight of existence would be unbearable. I desire a complete reset, a chance to begin anew. Liu Zhi Xi's response takes everyone by surprise. Fu Yu inquires, do you truly wish to relinquish everything? Yes, to relinquish. Liu Zhi Xi affirms. However, I have one request. Please take good care of Liu Fifan. This child is intelligent yet uncontrollable. I fear that should I depart one day, his life will descend into chaos. Chapter 703. The Night Demon of Nansha. Rest assured, we shall care for him diligently, Bai Yi replies, his heart heavy. The scene before him blurring as he recalls the youthful Liu Zhi Xi, clad in a crisp shirt, riding a bicycle. Waving a book in his hand, the young Liu exclaims, Ah, Brother Bai, look. I've unearthed treasures from the old bookstore. Tears well in Bai Yi's eyes, and he swiftly steps aside. Liu Zhi Xi continues, since you are here, I shall speak candidly. After my last return, my condition worsened. I concealed my hospitalization from you. The doctor has stated that I may not last another 20 days. 20 days. The hearts of all present clench violently. Liu Zhi Xi adds, in truth, I was aware of my condition last year. Strangely, I felt an overwhelming attachment to this world. I was reluctant to depart. Indeed, this year has brought us back together. I have endured for over a year, awaiting your arrival. Now, I find solace in knowing you will care for Fifan, and I can depart with peace. Human emotions are remarkably sensitive. Liu Zhi Xi finds it curious that, despite having bid them farewell himself, he always felt a lingering void. After 30 years, he has finally discovered the answer. What more can we do for you? Bai Yi asks. Liu Zhi Xi hesitates, retrieving a black notebook from beneath his pillow. This is for you. Within it are my archaeological journals regarding various ancient tombs. I hope it proves useful in the future. The notebook, somewhat worn, is thick and filled with handwritten notes and illustrations. It represents years of Liu Zhi Xi's dedication. Bai Yi feels a tightness in his throat, as if this moment bears the weight of final arrangements. You have heard of the Yasha? Liu Zhi Xi inquires. We have, Tang San Cheng responds. And we nearly encountered them years ago. Turn to page 200 of the journal, Liu Zhi Xi instructs. During my time in Nansha, I encountered a peculiar creature resembling a mermaid, though it was far from the beauty depicted in legends. We studied it extensively and concluded it was most likely a Yasha. Why venture to Nansha? Xia asks, intrigued. The sunken ship in Nansha, Liu Zhi Xi replies. Liu Zhi Xi remarked that fishermen had reported seeing a sunken ship emerge from the depths while passing through the Nansha region, its hull clearly visible through the mist, leading them to believe it was a vessel from the Song dynasty. The reasons for its surfacing remained a mystery. Subsequently, they notified the relevant authorities, and our team was dispatched for an investigation. Underwater exploration posed significant challenges. We spent 2 arduous months without any discoveries. Yet, during this time, fishermen continually informed us of sightings of Song dynasty ships. When did you first encounter the Yasha? Bai Yi inquired. Underwater, Liu Zhi Xi replied. How shall I put it? Investigating beneath the waves is far more perilous than delving into the earth. One day, our group was unexpectedly scattered by an underwater current. As I attempted to surface, a mist enveloped the water, and it was amidst that haze that I glimpsed the creature. Fortunately, it did not attack me at that moment. Later, I sketched it and shared my drawing with many colleagues, who unanimously concluded that it was most likely a Yasha. My archaeological career has been largely uneventful, save for this singular experience, for the Yasha regarded me with an expression reminiscent of a woman. At this point, Liu Zhi Xi chuckled. Do not mock me. This was merely 5 years ago. I was no longer a youth, yet I found myself thinking this creature. Honestly, I believed it resembled a human. Bai Yi examined the page featuring the Yasha in the notebook. It appeared remarkably slender, its limbs drawn in, and the forehead slightly broad, though the facial features were not distinctly rendered. Zhi Xi, does it resemble a person? Indeed, very much so, Liu Zhi Xi affirmed. Regrettably, I was older, my heart filled with trepidation, and I quickly ascended to the surface. Did your investigation yield no results? Tang San Cheng inquired. None, Liu Zhi Xi replied. Reflecting on these past years, my endeavors have generally proceeded smoothly, my reputation blossoming, except for this instance and 2 others that bore no fruit. My son has little interest in archaeology. This diary holds no significance for him. You may keep it. Perhaps you will one day unravel the Yasha's secrets. Very well, Bai Yi said, closing the diary and folding the page depicting the Yasha. Noticing Liu Zhi Xi's weariness, Bai Yi assisted him in lying down. Rest well, we shall return tomorrow. Fu Yu and Shen Bing conferred briefly. Lu Fifan still needs to attend school. I propose this. During the day, Shen Bing can take care of you, and I will come by at night, allowing him some respite. After all, he is still a child and lacks the understanding to care for others. You have classes during the day. Let me take care of it, Bai Yi interjected. Shen Bing need not come in the evening. Leave it to us gentlemen. You can focus on preparing the meals. Agreed. You are all men, which will make things easier. Besides, you surely have much to discuss, Fu Yu acknowledged. Thus it was decided that Bai Yi and Tang San Cheng would bring soup in the evening. As Liu Zhi Xi sipped the broth, he found his spirits lifted considerably. I used to feel as though I had no food to sustain me, but now it feels different, almost as if I have found a home. Fifan has come by, hasn't he? Bai Yi observed, noting several books on the table that had not been there earlier in the day. Indeed, he has, Liu Zhi Xi confirmed. Liu Zhi Xi remarked. Having concealed it for over a year, I can no longer keep it hidden. This child is rather peculiar. He often expresses his disdain for me, yet here he is, shedding tears as never before, displaying an unprecedented obedience. Zhi Xi, concerning your situation with your siblings, Bai Yi commented, previously, I had only a vague understanding of the matter, unaware of the intricacies involved. Your extraordinary temperament must have been altered by that incident, correct? Indeed, my disposition tends to be rather languid, Liu Zhi Xi replied. Bai Ge, you are well aware of this. In the absence of others, Liu Zhi Xi affectionately referred to Bai Yi as Bai Ge. My spouse is a fellow alumnus from university. She once professed her love for my talents. However, as my career flourished, she began to lament the absence of romance in our lives. My archaeological projects are numerous and burdensome. I spend the majority of the year away from home. Over time, this distance has caused her heart to stray. She became involved with a high school classmate who has become quite prosperous abroad. During my business trips, they grew closer, and soon after, she initiated divorce proceedings, relinquishing custody of our son and requesting only a clean break. Subsequently, she followed her high school friend overseas. This led to my son harboring resentment towards me, believing that had I not neglected his mother's feelings, our family would not have fractured so severely. Balancing career and family is indeed a formidable challenge. Bai Yi took Liu Zhi Xi's bowl and poured him another serving of soup. Liu Zhi Xi's appetite was particularly good today. He accepted the soup and savored it slowly. He spoke with remarkable clarity, showing no signs of coughing, as though his condition had improved considerably. This child's temperament mirrors mine. He is quite obstinate in his convictions. As Fu Yu stated, given his high intelligence, there is little he cannot comprehend. He merely seeks to uphold his mother's dignity, employing this method. His actions follow a logic of their own, and just because others may not understand does not imply he is in the wrong. Bai Yi remarked, "He is indeed a Mensa member. Let us hope so." A smile flickered at the corner of Liu Zhi Xi's mouth as he spoke of his son. Tang San Cheng was busy organizing various archaeological magazines, and one of them featured an astonishing cover story about the mystery of Yang Guifei's tomb. Tang San Cheng paused, bewildered. How is it that this topic is inescapable? As he pulled the magazine from the stack, Bai Yi caught sight of the striking headline. In the end, it is still the same. Speculation that Yang Guifei's true resting place resides in Japan, while the one in the country is merely an empty grave. Liu Zhi Xi was taken aback. "Oh, I recognize the author of this article. Why is she revisiting this topic?" "Oh, the author is a woman," Tang San Cheng noted. Flipping through the magazine and noticing the author's photograph, astonished, "She is quite young. Indeed, she is still a student. I have heard she possesses an unusual fascination with Yang Yuhuan." Liu Zhi Xi hesitated before continuing. "It is quite amusing, really. This young lady firmly believes she was Yang Yuhuan in a past life. She even claims to remember fragments of her former existence. I was once a skeptic, but the events surrounding Shen Bing have left me pondering whether this girl, too, might be influenced by some tangible connection, thus creating this sense of reincarnation. Strange occurrences seem to be proliferating. Talk of past lives?" Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback, having heard of a certain Dr. Finkistan from California, USA, who specializes in the study of reincarnation. In his latest publication, he asserts that through his hypnotic sessions, a Canadian singer named Liu, aged 43, is the reincarnation of the alluring goddess Marilyn Monroe. Liu not only recalls the intricacies of Monroe's interactions with President Kennedy, but also reveals details that should be known solely to Monroe herself, thus affirming her identity. Finkistan claims that during the treatment, the hypnotized Liu embodies Monroe, vividly recounting their clandestine meetings in the White House, as well as secrets regarding Cuba and the nation of Castro, shared by Kennedy. This correspondence persisted from 1954 until just 2 months before Monroe's untimely demise. Most astonishingly, when Finkistan presented a family photograph of Monroe, Liu was able to accurately identify Monroe's aunt among the images. Liu Zhi Xi assumed Bai Yi would dismiss such claims, but to his surprise, Bai Yi referenced foreign corroboration. "Do you believe this?" "No, I merely cite an example. The events concerning this author remain obscure to us." Bai Yi pondered about Abe Haru, questioning why he had relinquished his pursuit. He had come with such determination, seeking the right person connected to his mother, only to abandon it. What is going on? Bai Yi mused. Curiosity can be perilous, especially considering Abe Haru's unusual interest in Fu Yu. Chapter 704. Transference. Liu Zhi Xi, fatigued, finished his soup and succumbed to a deep slumber, sleeping soundly without a cough. Tang San Cheng found this peculiar. "Bai Yi, you understand physiognomy. You should discern his current condition." Bai Yi pulled Tang San Cheng out of the ward. Tang San Cheng hesitated. "Indeed, but perhaps we should refrain from discussing it." Bai Yi stated, "It is beyond our control. He refuses to accept the cycle of reincarnation, and we must respect his choice. His only concern is Lu Fifan. We must look after him henceforth." Tang San Cheng, "How credible do you find Abe Haru?" "I do not know," Tang San Cheng replied. "His behavior is somewhat odd, yet he possesses remarkable cultivation, capable of self-sealing his microcosm and macrocosm." Bai Yi sighed, and Tang San Cheng inquired, "What's wrong? Weren't you so resolute in rejecting him? What has changed?" "Curiosity, perhaps." Bai Yi replied, "It is indeed a challenge. We have survived to this point solely through our curiosity." Tang San Cheng, "If past lives truly exist, Could we have had them? What has come over you? Tang San Cheng chuckled. You seem quite unaccustomed to your current state. Bai Yi sighed, turning to lean against the wall, gazing through the window at the slumbering Liu Zhi Xi. He feared that he had lived too long. The very scent of death sent shivers down his spine. The visage of Liu Zhi Xi in his youth lingered in his mind, yet it was destined to vanish from this world in an instant. How he longed to be selfish just once, to forcibly bestow the cycle of reincarnation upon Liu Zhi Xi. His fists were clenched tightly, the echo of Brother Bai ringing incessantly in his ears. Tang San Cheng gently patted Bai Yi's back, saying, if you believe in reincarnation, perhaps one day we will encounter him again on the streets. Even if he does not remember us and we do not recognize him, it matters not. He holds a bond of affection within Liu Zhi Xi's life. At that moment, Liu Zhi Xi inside suddenly opened his eyes. Tang San Cheng perceived it clearly. He was awake. As the two entered the room, an unsettling sensation washed over Tang San Cheng. He rushed forward to press the button on the bedside, which called for the nursing station. Looking back at Liu Zhi Xi, his eyes were vacant, devoid of focus. Although Bai Yi had mentally prepared himself, at this moment, blood surged to his head, and his voice became choked. Zhi Xi. Liu Zhi Xi could no longer hear. Before him was a blinding whiteness. He merely stretched out his hand, seeking that familiar warmth. Suddenly, Liu Zhi Xi smiled, saying, Brother Bai, I entrust Fei Fan to you. Doctors and nurses rushed in, pushing Tang San Cheng and Bai Yi aside. The two stood in bewilderment, watching as Liu Zhi Xi was encircled by a throng of individuals clad in white coats. He appeared so serene, his eyes wide open, gazing into the distance. What truly defines the boundary between life and death? Tang San Cheng and Bai Yi had never experienced it, unable to articulate such feelings. They instinctively drew closer, their hands intertwining tightly. Bai Yi trembled slightly, while Tang San Cheng felt a tightening in his heart. The doctor examined Liu Zhi Xi's eyelids, shining a light into them. The electrocardiogram displayed a flat line, and the machine emitted a beeping sound, as if malfunctioning. The doctor shook his head, and a nurse pulled a white sheet over Liu Zhi Xi's head. Bai Yi stepped forward. Wait, does he have family who haven't arrived yet? Could we delay transferring him to the morgue? The doctor hesitated briefly, then nodded. All right, but make it quick. Bai Yi closed his eyes for a moment, calling Qi Xie to bring Liu Fei Fan over. Liu Fei Fan had not been asleep. He was merely troubled today. When Qi Xie knocked on the door, Liu Fei Fan stood before the refrigerator, sipping milk. Upon hearing the doorbell, he sensed something amiss. Perhaps it was this intuition that allowed him to approach his father's lifeless body without displaying overt sorrow. Only tears welled in the corners of his eyes. He quietly stroked his father's hair and gently covered him with the white sheet again, saying, It's all right. In that moment, Tang San Cheng felt a newfound admiration for the boy. Bai Yi approached Liu Fei Fan. Your father entrusted us with your care. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. This is my number. I am available 24 hours a day, unless there is no signal. Liu Feifan did not hesitate to accept the task at hand. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. There was something he had not managed to express. He wished to convey to his father that he had never held any resentment toward him. He had merely acted out of youthful folly. Thank you, he said, though I am unaware of the depth of your relationship with my father, as he never mentioned you before. Nonetheless, such matters have become inconsequential. Liu Zhi Xi's departure was handled by the school, given his stature as a nationally renowned archaeologist. A grand funeral was inevitable. Liu Feifan conducted himself admirably. Though his words were few, he received condolences with remarkable grace, as if he had matured overnight. Once the funeral arrangements were concluded, Liu Feifan made a significant decision. He opted to transfer schools and change his field of study. Despite the challenges he faced, he successfully enrolled in the prestigious archaeology department. This choice astonished Tang San Cheng, and as Liu Feifan and Tang San Cheng grew more familiar with each other, sharing the same university, they discovered a kindred spirit in one another. Tang San Cheng, despite his role as a teacher, possessed a youthful exuberance that endeared him to Liu Feifan, leading to an unexpected camaraderie across years. When Tang San Cheng inquired about Liu Feifan's decision to transfer, he was taken aback by the response. Liu Feifan revealed that he had long harbored an interest in archaeology, having secretly perused his father's archaeological diary, which he could recite from memory. After Liu Zhi Xi's passing, he had searched in vain for that diary among his father's possessions, only to learn it had been gifted away. Ultimately, he acquired a photocopy from Bai Yi, which quelled his frustrations. a member of Mensa. Liu Fifan had self-studied to such an extent that his expertise rivaled that of any archaeology student. Shortly after his transfer, he outperformed his peers, emerging as a standout student. The previously reclusive Liu Fifan began to bond with Tang San Cheng and others, revealing that beneath his seemingly aloof exterior lay a sharp intellect. He simply prioritized his passions, engaging deeply with what he loved while remaining indifferent to the rest. Liu Fifan frequently visited Bai Yi's home, gradually embodying the role of Liu Zhi Xi from days gone by. At times, he would affectionately refer to Bai Yi as Brother Bai, momentarily transporting everyone back to 1981, stirring a wave of nostalgia. Unexpectedly, Abe Haruki did not make another appearance, leading to doubts regarding the veracity of his claims. Perhaps even his lineage was fabricated. This matter was set aside by Bai Yi and his companions, who redirected their focus toward the River Lord, now convinced that Hisar's affairs were orchestrated by him. Relishing his role as the puppeteer, Tang San Cheng sensed that once Hisar's chapter concluded, the River Lord's next target would be them. This feeling was palpable. It seemed the game had officially commenced the moment they became embroiled in the feng shui machinations of Yuan Tiangang. In ancient mythology, the River Lord was described as having silver hair and eyes unlike those of ordinary men, shimmering like glass. He was strikingly handsome, appearing no older than 20. This is the river god from ancient mythology. Emperor Jun once remarked that the so-called myths are merely the imaginings of ordinary people, much like the seven evils. These individuals were merely ordinary folk of antiquity, not dissimilar from the people of modern society. The longevity of Emperor Jun and General Jiang can each be attributed to their own paths. However, the reasons behind the river god's survival and his capacity to instigate chaos remain shrouded in mystery. The river god is most famously associated with the era of Great Yu's flood control efforts. Great Yu possessed three treasures: the river diagram, the mountain axe, and the water avoidance sword. It is said that the river diagram originated from the river god himself. During the flood control, Ying Long also participated, indicating a connection among these three figures. Ultimately, Ying Long perished by the hands of the river god, the intricacies of which are unknown. As for I Ching's role in this narrative, it remains equally elusive. However, it is confirmed that I Ching was in love with Ying Long, adding a layer of certainty amidst the uncertainty. After sifting through a considerable amount of information, the verifiable facts are few, leaving everyone somewhat disheartened. Bai Yi has spent additional time at the antique shop, harboring a particular concern regarding the embroidered piece in the possession of Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang, a matter that has not been broached by Hisar, leaving the extent of her knowledge about it uncertain. Meanwhile, Liu Fifan has inadvertently drawn everyone's attention to a rather peculiar situation. He has acquainted himself with a girl who believes herself to be the reincarnation of Yang Yuhuan. Not only that, he has brought her to their gathering, catching Bai Yi off guard. It seems he has not underestimated Liu Fifan's intellect, but rather his emotional intelligence. The girl, filled with curiosity, surveyed her surroundings. She recognized Tang San Cheng and was aware of Bai Yi and the others due to their previous archaeological endeavors, which had garnered media attention. She introduced herself as Chu Ying, a name imbued with poetic elegance. Recently graduated, she is now working as an editor at an antique magazine, and she frequently publishes articles under her real name. The last piece she wrote about herself was one of her recent publications. Her unexpected arrival on a weekend, when everyone was present, rendered the atmosphere somewhat peculiar. Such gatherings are typically presided over by Fu Yu, who welcomed Chu Ying and prepared tea. Xiao Shan and Song Yang, uninterested in the proceedings, retreated to play games in another room, leaving the others seated in the courtyard, momentarily at a loss for words. Feeling somewhat awkward, Chu Ying was unaware of the number of people residing here. She tugged at Liu Fifan's sleeve, saying, "Don't worry, they are all friends of my father." Liu Fifan replied, "Moreover, you are familiar with them. There's no need for me to introduce Tang San Cheng, right?" "Yes. I have seen Teacher Tang several times at school and have attended his lectures," Chu Ying responded. Upon spotting Tang San Cheng, she visibly relaxed, even breaking into a smile.